And of course, hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. But without further ado, what's up, Katie, AC, Beast? What is going on, Julia? What's up, Ebby, Chanel? What's up, Squirrel, Brianna, Papo, Jasmine, Sid? What is going on, TTM, Drew, Mel, Pinche Peter, Andrew, Randy, Gabby? Welcome in, y'all. We already have a couple guest requests here today. Make sure if you're in the queue that you're voting for Trump. Let's go ahead and get our first. Also, I have the hair slicked back today. Had it like that from dinner last night. Sally, thank you so much for the subscription. What's going on? Are you voting for the tyrannical dictator on day one?
Absolutely not. Has anybody asked you about Kamala's?
Hell yeah, that's what I like to hear. Based, let's get some W's for the guests, but we are just looking for people to debate. But hell yeah, that's what I love to hear. Thank you. What's up, Jacob? Are you voting for the rapist?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why is that?
Best thing that's ever happened to this country.
He's the best thing that ever happened to the country. So what's one policy that he influenced to get passed while he was president that was really phenomenal?
Oh, the tax cuts.
The tax cuts. So the tax cuts that sent 83% of these breaks to the top 1% and is intended to make life harder on the low and the middle class through debt-related spending. Those are great.
Well, here's what I'll say, Dean. I think the Democrats are just, I think they're all like lizard people.
Okay, so I'm a lizard. I'm a Democrat. Am I a lizard person?
I'm just messing with you, bro. You have a good one, all right? Good, keep up the work.
Have a good one, Jacob. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. Once again, if we are in the queue, make sure that we're voting for Trump. Honestly, I believed him. Hello, Jonathan. Are you voting for Dipey Dan?
Yeah.
Now, why in the hell would you be doing that?
Give me 1 second.
No name. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate you. I'm going to give you all the seconds you need, Pookie Gumdrop. Let's hear it. Have your first conscious thought. There you go.
Why is Kamala changing her accents? Why is she code switching?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I think that some individuals code switch. I think it's normal, natural, and expected. I feel like I can meet in the middle of the aisle here and say if I was her political advisor, I'd say it's not that good because the MAGA will take it and run with it, but it's not that big of a deal. If you're so concerned about her code switching, why aren't you so concerned about Trump's, the fact that he's a rapist or a racist or a misogynist? I feel like those are much worse.
She's the one that's a racist.
Okay, what has she done that's racist? Tell me.
She's Indian and she thinks she's black.
Okay, so do you know what it means to be biracial? Do we need to go back to the third grade? Let's just have a quick lesson here. Define what does it mean to be biracial, Jonathan? Tell me.
What is what?
What does it mean to be biracial? Tell me, Jonathan. Do you know? Do you know what that means?
Two or more races.
Yeah, so exactly. Phenomenal. So first of all, being Indian, that's not a race, that's a nationality. Her race would be South Asian from her mother's side, and her father is Afro-Jamaican. She is both black and South Asian simultaneously. Is it really that hard of a thought? You have the RNC whispering in your ear. I could hear them. What are they telling you? Are they telling you how to respond to the, very basic rudimentary education I'm giving you right now? Lights on, no one's home. Do you intend to open the door? So that's all it took, really? That's all it took to gag you? Was just to tell you that biracial people exist? That's all it took to just hit the mute button? That's really? Okay, yeah, we have I guess Jonathan is just gagged. We're gonna go ahead and We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest here. For the 1.1 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Let's try to get up to 100,000 likes. Share out this live as well. We have already gagged the first member of the live, Mr. Republic. Are you voting for the dictator on day one, fascist, racist?
Yes,
rapist?
I am voting for myself.
Leslie, thank you so much. It was almost good. I appreciate you much for the gifts, and thank you so much for the VR goggles as well. We're gonna go ahead and get our next guest up in here right now. We got J. Cole loading into the live for the 1.2 thousand people in here. Welcome in. Do double tap, do share. Next guest, J. Cole. Hello. Are you voting for Dipey Don?
No, I am voting for Trump.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump, Mr. J. Cole?
Well, the reason why I'm voting for Trump is because, like the other guy said, Kamala Harris is not indeed black at all.
Her name's Kamala.
Kamala Harris.
You know,
she was actually born in Jamaica. I think people getting confused that nationality and ethnicity are not the same thing.
So she wasn't born in Jamaica. She was born in Oakland, California. If she was born in Jamaica, well, she wouldn't be able to run for president unless her parents were U.S. citizens there on like work or something. And then second of all, her father is Afro-Jamaican. Black people got to Jamaica.
Afro-Jamaican, that means that her ethnicity would be Jamaican.
So how do you think black people got to Jamaica?
Well, we migrated there. If we want to talk about that, we're going to talk about conquering from the Europeans.
So black people got to Jamaica the same way they got to America, forcefully through the transatlantic slave trade. So she is black, just like an African American would be black. Yeah.
Not every black African American or African across the globe was transferred over through the slave trade.
But particularly the black people in Jamaica were.
No, they weren't.
Okay, would you be able to indicate a source for me? Because I mean, I'm just educated on my history.
Let me know something.
What's that, Jay? Can you give me a source for your claim?
No, can you give me a source for your claim?
I mean, I could give you a picture of her and her father. Does that work?
No, but you just told me that the Jamaicans that originated there, you said that they were brought over there from the slave trade, correct?
Yeah, just literally research the transatlantic slave trade. I mean, this is like a middle school history topic. I'm just surprised that you need education.
That's not a middle.
So how did black people get to Jamaica, sir?
No, sorry. I want to correct you on that. That's not a middle school or high school topic. They don't teach you that in high school or.
So how do you think black people got to Jamaica?
Because the democratic system actually controls the middle school and high school system to confuse black people.
Hey Jay, do you mind telling me how black people got to Jamaica?
What do you mean? They went there themselves. They were already there. It wasn't just from the slave trade. Just how African Americans, who they call African Americans, which in the true ethnicity are also native to America, were not all brought from a Atlantic slave trade. What are you talking about?
You think
you have to actually do your own history.
You think that black people are like native to America?
Yes, they are, and it's proof, it's evidence, it's books that have been. Oh, yes. Have you ever read the Destruction of the Black Civilization?
I've never heard that one before.
Have you ever read the Destruction of the Black Civilization?
I've never read the Destruction of the Black Civilization. Would you mind indicating me a source that black people are native to North America?
Yeah, for sure. So because we have the negative term of what they would call the $5 Indian. That's the negative term of what they would call the light-skinned, long, silky-haired Native Americans. Correct?
Okay, so you're saying that some Native Americans were black.
That they say no.
Okay. Let's clean this up. Let's clean all this shit up. So Kamala Harris is black because her father is black. Okay, so she's biracial. She's both black and South Asian.
Her father's not black though. That's what I'm trying to get to you.
All right, so just give me one moment here. For the 1.5 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, y'all. Make sure that we're sharing out that live with a couple of friends here. Everyone just allow me one moment to go and pull this picture up. This would be Kamala Harris and her father.
And he is clearly Indian and Caucasian.
No, so he's not South Asian. Her mother's South Asian.
And what is he?
Afro-Jamaican.
Afro-Jamaican. What you can't say Afro-Jamaican. That's not.
Yeah. So Afro-Jamaican would be very similar to African American.
That doesn't make any sense. How is Afro-Jamaican an ethnicity?
So first of all, it's not an ethnicity; it's a race.
Bro, what?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is an ethnicity. So how are you contesting that she's black? I mean, it's quite obvious.
No, because I was agreeing with the other guy's statement about how her code switching. She can't code switch because she's not from.
So I just want to clarify. So what is the argument? Well, can you give me an argument that she's not black? I'm waiting for the argument.
I've already explained to you. Neither of her parents. She doesn't even. Has she even said that she's black?
Yeah.
She said that she's black.
She's a black woman. What? I'm so confused. I hate to explain these middle school concepts to adults. So I just want you to follow me really quickly, okay? So do you know what it means to be biracial, J. Cole?
I do know what it means to be.
What does it mean to be biracial?
Biracial means that you have two parents of different ethnicities.
Different races. So we see her mother
Why do we keep
is
using the
South
word race?
Asian, while
You know
her
what the word-
father, one moment, while her
does the word race
father
mean?
is Afro-Jamaican. So she's both black and South Asian simultaneously. Do you understand that now? Do we get that?
Nah, your point's not getting across to me, man.
Okay, I'm so sorry. Well, how many continents are there? I just need to make sure you have some very rudimentary level of abstract thought.
7.
Okay,
7.
if you could abstractly think to the point of understanding how many continents there are, how is my idea that Kamala Harris is biracial not getting across to you?
See, I didn't acknowledge the fact that she wasn't biracial.
So do you acknowledge the fact that she's biracial?
My statement is that she is indeed not black, and she is indeed not part of the black culture.
Hey, do you acknowledge that she's biracial?
I do acknowledge that she's biracial.
Okay, and what are the races of her two parents? Would you agree that her father is black?
You said her mother is South Asian.
And would you agree that her father is black?
I cannot agree that her father is black.
So what race is her father?
How I look at it
Is Bob Marley black?
A white person being born in South Africa.
J. Cole, I'm asking you a question. Is Bob Marley black?
Does it? If a white person is born in South Africa, does that actually make them African? Let me know.
Is her father? Would you
No,
say
I'm
that Bob?
asking you a question. If a white person
Is
born,
her father? 1 second. Is Bob Marley black? And by the way, yes, it does. There you go. There's your answer. Is Bob Marley black?
I mean, if we talking about black as in African American terms, no. But
Okay,
I mean,
so you think that black?
isn't black.
1 second.
I mean,
So you
black,
think that black people only exist in America?
black is actually a negative stigma as well, which is why people are transferring to use the word melanated, because black has a negative connotation to it. Black is not an ethnicity.
Could I ask you a question? Do you only think that black people are in America? So like Nelson Mandela, he's
Obviously,
not black because he's not an
we talk about we know it's black people everywhere. We know it's black people in France.
Okay, so then answer my question: is Bob Marley black?
Bob Marley is not black. He's Jamaican.
Okay, well, I mean, if you don't think Bob Marley's black, why don't you take an issue with Bob Marley saying that he's a black man?
Hey, that's what he conforms to.
So would you say that it's just as wrong for Kamala Harris to call herself black as it is wrong for Bob Marley to call himself black?
I don't think it's necessarily wrong for Bob Marley to call himself black because, like I said, I don't want to use the word black. Bob Marley is a melanated man that cares for melanated people across the planet.
So Bob Marley is black. So Kamala Harris and her father, they're black just like Bob Marley's black.
No, they're not. No,
Yeah,
they're not.
quite literally, her father's Afro-Jamaican, just like Bob Marley. Like it's like literally the same. Okay. Anyway, so why are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm kidding, man. I'm not voting for Trump, man. I'm not a Democrat, no Republican.
You're not voting in the election. Okay. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Let's go and get our next guest. Frank Woods up in the box. Yeah, they were confused, chat. We are gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. For the 3,000 of y'all in here, welcome into the live. All 3.1 thousand of you guys, say what's good in that chat. Say hey, Mr. Frank, what's going on? Are you voting for Dipey Don, sir? Mr. Frank left. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest. If you are voting for Trump and you want to come up and debate, let me know in that chat. And hello, everybody. It's so good to see you all. What's up, Bedroom? Sally Lee. What's up, Beep? Welcome in. Mr. Husker, are you voting for Trump?
Trump was a frequent flyer to Epstein Island, so no.
Hey, W. Hannah, are you voting for Trump? Thank you for the confetti.
I'm just a speech pathologist, and I want to say that code switching is completely normal and natural between all ethnicities and many different diverse groups. There's nothing wrong with her doing that. We do it every day. And no.
W's for Hannah down below. 88888. Thank you for coming up, Hannah. 8. What's going on? Gloria, are you voting for Trump?
We're actually going to be voting for Jesus. Because he's the only one that can save our nation.
Okay, dear God. So who are you actually voting for?
John 3:16.
Okay. Well, hello, Zach. Are you voting for Trump? Everybody's... Hey, guys, if you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Spam MAGA down below if you're voting for Trump as well. And Kimberly, thank you for the marvelous. We're just trying to get our next debate going here. What's up, Devin? Are you voting for Trump?
Hell no. I just wanted to say something about the Bob Marley thing.
I'm good, Devin. We are just looking for a next debate, y'all. Please hop out of the queue if you're not voting for Trump.
Happy
Mr.
late fucking birthday, Dean. I love the live.
I
WC this.
appreciate you for the love, Jake. W's for Jake in the comment section. Moving on to our next guest. I really appreciate you guys, but I am just looking to debate people on why they're voting for Trump. So if you're in the queue and you're not voting for Trump, please hop out of the queue. But I certainly do love you guys, and thank you so much for the happy belated birthday. We got our next guest loading in right now. What's going on, Hayden? Are you voting for the Diaper Don?
No, I'm voting for Trump.
Voting for Trump. Okay, and why are you doing that, Hayden?
Because he understands how this.
Oh, chill. Whoa, Hayden, cut the noise. Go into somewhere that's quiet and continue. And Ebony, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal for the 5 minutes of
I'm
my time
voting
that
for
guy
Trump
wasted.
because
Thank
he
you, Ebony.
understands how to make this country money, and he knows how to, and he understands how to make this country better and safer. I mean, under Trump, we had 0 wars. I liked his tax cuts. Oh yeah, we did have 0 wars. Don't start with me. We did have 0 wars.
Okay, so we did it. We had a Turkish-Kurdish war, Yemen genocide, and we had a proxy war with Russia.
Okay,
and
them wars
Syria
were already
with
beginning.
with America boots on the ground. So there's a difference between saying that we had 0 wars and 0 new wars. You said that we had 0 wars, and secondly, you said that he likes you like his tax cuts, so he wants to reinstitute his tax cuts for another 10 years. It's estimated to cost $3.9 trillion.
Okay, I'm sorry that you don't have money. I'm sorry that you're broke.
Okay, so I asked you how he's going to pay for the $3.9 trillion that it's going to cost to reinstitute it for another 10 years.
He's going to hurt another country's pockets by doing a good trade deal.
Okay, such as what?
Whatever it may be, whatever the trade deal may be that it comes across. Other countries depend on us for a lot of things. When Trump's in office, he makes them pay for them things that they want. When the Democrats in office, how so?
Yeah.
What do you mean, how so?
Like, how is where is like the money going to come from? What do you mean by trade deal?
The cost on shipping goods across to the USA. He
like a
charges
tariff?
them. Yeah, he charges them tremendous amount of money.
Okay, so he's going to generate $3.9 trillion through tariffs.
He could.
Yeah, so that's actually going to destroy the low and the middle class as well as American-owned
No,
businesses.
it ain't. No, it ain't.
It will.
Hey,
It
look,
will.
I am middle class. I am middle class.
Hey, and so the reason those will destroy the low and the middle class.
Let me. You know what, buddy? I'm fixing to pull all my pay stubs up from when a Democrat was in office and when Trump was in office. You want to see the difference?
Next? Can we do that next so I could talk about like tariffs real quick? So you could do that
go ahead.
next, but just to talk about tariffs. So tariffs are really bad because they're inflationary, okay? So that tariff, that tax on the import is passed off to the consumer at the grocery store, at the gas pump, and every single store you could go in. And because the low and the middle class spend a disproportionate amount of their income on those bare necessities to live, they end up
There's
footing
always
that
gonna be
bill more so
taxes,
than the
bro.
top 1%. Yeah, but what I'm saying is that this system of taxation is regressive instead of progressive, right? Which disproportionately harms and affects the low and the middle class compared to the top 1%. Not to mention that it destroys American-owned businesses as it reduces exports. We already saw this under Trump's tariffs on China.
Considering that when Trump was in office, big corporations were coming back to America, I disagree with you.
Okay, so they actually weren't. We saw more American
Oh,
jobs
but they
overseas
actually
under
were.
Trump in comparison
But they
to Biden
actually
and
were.
Harris. Would you be able to
Actually,
indicate a source?
What are you talking? Yeah.
Okay, so while he's on pause looking for that source for the 3.4 thousand of y'all in here, feel free to double tap away on that phone screen. It is so good to see you all. Make sure to share out that live as well. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in my bio. I appreciate y'all so much. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box here, y'all. So everybody just give us a minute while Hayden is looking for that source. We're going to go and get Fernando up here as well. Hello, Fernando. Are you voting for Trump?
No. Sorry,
Okay.
I should have gotten that live. Thank you.
No worries. Grace, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal from a code-switching urban professional. Keep up the good work. I appreciate you so much for the love, Grace. Let's get some massive W's in the comment section for Grace. Thank you so much. Jane, are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Okay, are you trolling?
No, I'm not. My boyfriend was just making me laugh.
Okay, so why do you care about someone that doesn't care about you? Trump is vehemently sexist and does not care about women.
Does not care about women. What's your source?
Mosher, I appreciate you, my hand hearts. My first source would be what he said he likes to grab women by the P word without asking first.
When the fuck did that happen? Like, what are you talking about?
That happened in 2007, and it was
2007.
Yeah,
You guys
yeah,
are all gonna
2007.
be. You guys are gonna be crying in debt and fucking. I'm gonna be laughing in your face because Kamala is not gonna change shit. She's vice president right now.
Her name's Kamala.
Nothing is gonna change.
Okay, so you said that we're going to be crying in debt. So actually, Trump added more debt to the country than Biden and Harris did.
What are you
Twice as
talking
much.
about? We had the best economy when Trump
Leslie,
was
thank you for the
president.
$3 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love.
Actually, think back to when he was president.
Okay, so how did Trump cause the economy to be
Prices were
better?
not crazy.
How did
Ever
Biden and Harris
since-
cause inflation?
Ever since Kamala and fucking Biden,
Kamala.
whatever.
Jane, Kamala.
Okay, Kamala. Kamala.
Say comma.
I don't care, bro. Kamala.
Her name's Kamala.
Who gives a fuck?
Okay, Jan. Okay, go ahead and
Hey,
tell
Dean.
me.
Hey, Dean. You know,
Second.
you're a Democrat. You should be home. Bye.
Okay, Aiden, is this where you run away because you lost the debate? Remember, guys, if you ask a Republican for a source and they can't produce one, they just say that you should die. Okay. Low IQ hated. Low IQ hated. Anyways, Mr. Jane. So yeah, let's go back to our conversation.
Mrs. Jane, bitch.
Oh, sorry, Jam. Okay, so Jam. So what policy did Trump influence to get passed that made the economy better, or what policy did Biden and Harris pass that made it worse?
I don't even need a list of fucking source. I remember 2020 prices were not like the shit they are now.
Okay, so Christine, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo to cook Jam and for her baby bottle fund. I appreciate you for the love.
Think
So-
back.
so, Jam, you're just
ever
saying because
since the
prices were
Biden
lower-
and Kamala, whatever the fuck, administration come into our country, shit has gone to the fan.
Okay, so Jam, so your argument essentially is anything that happens in the country is to blame on the president. You're saying because the inflation happened under Biden and Harris, they caused it.
Yes.
So would you
Yes,
say
they
that? So would you say that Trump caused the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression at 14.8% because it
That's
happened
not
under his
fair.
presidency in
We were-
April of 2020?
That's not fair. It was fucking COVID. Of course, jobs were lost. Like, what the fuck are? Of
So
course.
if a global pandemic can cause global unemployment, why can't it cause global inflation?
What do you mean? Oh, because what do you mean? We had the best economy when he was president.
We had the best economy. No, we had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression.
Because
and
of
you're saying
COVID.
Bethany, I appreciate you for the $2 on Venmo. But if you listen to me, what I'm saying here is, yeah, COVID did cause that record high unemployment rate at the end of his term. But COVID also caused the high rate of inflation that we've seen under Biden and Harris. Right? Inflation was not local to the U.S. It was global. It was all across the globe. It happened in all 7 continents. But in fact, the U.S. had the quickest rebound from it out of any other country in the G7. Ebony, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love.
You guys, all I can say is that just fucking watch shit. If she becomes president, it's gonna be expensive.
Things are going to get more expensive. So I'd say things would actually get less expensive because she has policy that is self-sufficient, will not add to the debt long
Their
term.
policy hasn't been working. Their
Okay, so-
policy doesn't work.
So what's one policy that they influenced to get passed and signed into law that didn't work?
I can just, gas is high. Groceries
Julia,
are
thank
high.
you for the $5 on Venmo
Housing
for
is
Jan's
high.
education fund. I appreciate you for the love.
You
So-
really think she's vice president right now? You really fucking think anything is gonna change?
You got flagged for harassment and bullying. I don't know quite how that happened. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. Everyone just give us a minute. For the 4.2 thousand people in here, make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen, folks. Hello, Jill. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
So why are you voting for Trump, Jill?
Because everything was better under his administration. You know it was. And I wanted to, did you see where Walt's family, they're backing Trump now because they said his policies are dangerous.
Yeah. So I know what picture you're referencing. That was originally tweeted out by Charlie Kirk.
No, it's not a picture. It was an interview he did. His brother did. So.
No, it was a picture. You could see it on Trump's
I
Truth
can see
Social.
the picture of the whole family. Yeah, with the Trump behind it. But no, he did a interview.
You want to know something really funny?
What?
So on the shirts in that picture, they did Waltz, and then they put the apostrophe to make it plural before the S, but it'd actually be after the S. So you had about 15 family members there, and none of them knew proper grammar. I don't think that they're going to be a credible source for a high level of intelligence. But we could also talk about how Mary Trump's niece, does not endorse him and particularly says that we should be voting for Harris.
Because he wouldn't friggin', she wasn't allowed to ride his money train. That's why. And also his nephew got mad because he wouldn't, Trump wouldn't just give them money. He said, no, get out and make your own. I'm not your piggy bank. I'm your family, but don't come at me like that. I'm not your piggy bank. I made my own money. You get out and make yours.
Yeah, I have a question. So Trump wants to institute another 10-year tax plan. It's estimated to cost $3.9 trillion. Jill, how's he going to pay for it?
Well, didn't he say how he was going to pay for it?
No. Okay. So how's he going to pay for it, Jen? Where's that money going to come
Probably
from?
by tariffs or something.
Okay, so he's going to pay for the tax cuts for the ultra wealthy corporations by destroying the low and the middle class with tariffs. Oh, that's a great plan, Jill.
The Biden administration destroyed the middle class.
How so?
Oh my gosh!
How did the Biden administration destroy the middle class?
With their policies and their bullcrap, shutting down.
Like what policy did they influence in the past that destroyed the middle class?
And everything else.
Okay, so shutting down the Keystone XL pipeline destroyed the middle class by making gas more expensive. So first of all,
more expensive, food more expensive. Because let me tell you what she said. She said, "I'm going to get food prices down." Well, if you could get them down, why aren't you doing it now, lady?
Jill, I like your conviction. So about the Keystone XL pipeline, it wasn't producing oil yet as it was still under construction, so it couldn't have impacted the global oil supply. So when they shut it down, it couldn't have driven prices up. Not to mention that was an order from the Supreme Court as it ingressed upon indigenous lands. And then second of all, why haven't they brought prices down? They've brought the rate of inflation down from 9% to 2.8%, the same rate of inflation we had before the pandemic. That is not a lie. You could reference the Federal Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Yeah.
So that is a fact. And then second of all, you can't reduce the prices of goods without causing a recession. Deflation is bad. Okay, we're not going to pass a deflation act. We're not going to cause a recession. That is bad politics, Jill.
Well, why is ever since they stepped in office, the freaking world's been on fire.
Yeah, but you have to demonstrate to me how they cause the world to be on fire, because I'd say
And have you noticed
something else that happened in 2020,
Have you noticed
2021.
this? Have you noticed this?
Hey, Jill, do you mind if I just talk real quick without
Sure,
you
go
interrupting
ahead.
me? All right, let's practice self-control. So you're saying when they stepped into office, the world was on fire. So they stepped into office in like 2021, 2020. Well, what else was happening then? Was it the Olympics? No, there's something like big event happening then. What was it? Was it like what was it? Was it like the World Cup? No, it was something else. What was it? It wasn't the Olympics. It wasn't the World Cup. What was it? Oh, it was COVID. It was a worldwide pandemic. It was a global fucking pandemic that killed millions and millions of people. Is it possible that set the world on fire? Is it possible that decreased consumer spending and consumer confidence, causing a high rate of inflation because of economic stimulus provided by our government in a bipartisan manner to reduce the impacts of a recession? Is that possible, Jill?
No, I was talking about the bridges being collapsing with barges hitting them. When that didn't work, well, first they tried wrecking trains, derailing trains right by reservoirs. This is all by design. If you all don't get your eyes open, you're going to be in trouble. That didn't work. So they want to keep the attention off of their failures. Okay, so then they tried paying people to crash into bridges and take them down. And Biden said,
what the fuck are you talking about?
Listen, what did Biden say? Oh, we're going to
What the hell are you talking about, Jill?
Bridge went down. Why did Biden say right away, we're going to pay for it? Why? Why would taxpayers have to pay for it? Why wouldn't the barge that hit the bridge, that tore it down, took it down, have to pay for it?
Wait, Jill.
Right away, hurry up and say, we're going to pay for it. We're going to pay for it.
Let's recoup. Jill, we got to recoup here.
Orchestrated it. That's why.
We got to recoup here, Jill. All right. So you're saying that Joe Biden paid people to destroy bridges? Who did he pay?
Well, the Democrats and some Republicans are in on it too. It's not just Democrats.
Okay, so
Republicans are in on it too.
Which Democrats, which Republicans were paying people to destroy American
Well, you
infrastructure?
know, okay, here, I'll tell you the Republicans that turned...
One second. Sammy, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, saying thank you for keeping me entertained. Oh, this is an entertaining conversation. Thank you so much, Sammy, for the love on PayPal with the $20. W's for Sammy in the chat. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, so you know, you threw me off.
Elizabeth with a $25 on Venmo for the mad crazy conspiracies. W's for Elizabeth in the chat. Thank you so much for the love on Venmo
Oh, I know what
from
it was.
Elizabeth.
It was the Rhino Republicans. I'll tell you which ones. The ones that are going against him right now. Why? Because he's got the goods on them too. Their corruption that when they were in office for decades, he's got it all. Remember when he said, "I've found it all"? That's when they turned on him.
Like
They're
who? Like who? Like which
because
Rhino Republicans?
They used to be friends. Do you know that? They used to
Hey,
love
Jill.
Trump. They
Jill,
loved him
which
to
Rhino
death.
Republicans?
Are the ones who turned on him.
Like which ones?
Hold on. Cheney, Lizard Cheney. A few others, yeah.
Okay, so could you give me any evidence that Cheney paid people to destroy American infrastructure?
There's quite a few in on it. They all tossed their little money in on that, paying people to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, could you give me evidence?
And the train, don't you find it funny? Trains, there for a while, the trains were jumping track and derailing right by reservoirs. They're attacking the water.
Jill, I'm not going to ask you again.
That didn't take our eyes off
Hey,
of
Jill, I'm not going to ask you again. Can you
failures.
give me evidence?
They're failures. Oh, you didn't hear about all the train
Kristen, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
You didn't hear about all the derailments of the trains at one point, and that didn't work. Then planes started having trouble. And why do you think they're trying to?
But I'm
jump
asking you
out?
for evidence that members of our Congress were paying as citizens to destroy our infrastructure.
Well,
Can you give me that
Trump's
evidence?
got it, and he's trying to get it out, but they keep bringing up charges on him, fake charges.
I'm sorry, guys. That was just a little bit too much. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest here. Mulaney, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal, saying MAGA makes Biden sound like a. Thank you so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Mulaney. Thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. W's in the chat for Mulaney. Thank you so much for the $20. That is so incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Mulaney. What's up, Lit Tech? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, voting for Trump.
Okay. What time is it right now?
I'm on Eastern time. It's 2:22.
2:22. Awesome. So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump, basically for his economic policies, and this is probably the most hardest thing to debate because we have.
Okay, so I think that Kamala Harris's economic policy is far superior to Donald Trump. So she wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. She knows how much it's going to cost, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. Trump says he wants to reinstitute his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years. It's estimated to cost about $3.9 trillion. How is he going to pay for it? And Andrew, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying listening to your guests on the live reminds me of middle school. I appreciate you for the love, Andrew.
Yeah, so I think what you should look at is actually what happened when he did take out his policies.
Do you mind answering my question?
Yeah, I'll answer it with this. I mean, all of his data is on the House Republican, or excuse me, not Republican. Yikes, I'm a Republican. House Budget Committee, which is bipartisan. They laid out all of the things that he's done versus Biden and Harris.
So I'm just going to clarify. My question was, how is he going to pay for his near $4 trillion tax plan if he's reelected?
I mean, I don't think you would be able to tell us either how. I don't know how, and I don't think it's.
You don't think I'd be able to tell you how Kamala
say,
Harris wants to pay for a tax plan?
She doesn't even have anything on her campaign website for me to attack. So it's like, what's the point?
I can't tell you.
So
So first of all, she's going to pay for the $2.4 trillion for these tax cuts for the low and the middle class. First of all, by increasing the corporate tax rate by 7% from 21 to 28, which the Treasury estimates will yield $1.3 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. For the remainders of the $2.4 trillion, she wants to increase the realized capital gains tax and introduce an unrealized capital gains tax for people
which is whack.
that have over $100 million in invested assets. She also wants to allow Medicare greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices with pharmaceutical companies. That will generate about $300 billion for the federal government over the course of the next 10 years. And she specifically wants to increase like marginal tax rates on people making over $400,000 a year. So now that we understand exactly how she's going to pay for her tax plan, right? How's Trump going to pay for his? Where's the money going to come from that he wants to cut taxes with for the, ultra wealthy?
From the deregulations on businesses, obviously. So
how will
the thing
deregulations on businesses generate additional federal revenue?
Yeah, so people don't have to pay for things like lawyers to regulate how many companies have to pay for lawyers to
I'm asking you
regulate?
a question.
I'm answering
deregulation on businesses going to generate additional federal revenue?
because they'll have more open capital to invest in their customers and to do more B2C. That's business to consumer. For those who aren't, and I'm not saying you don't, for those who are listening.
Okay, so your idea here fails. So
it doesn't.
It does. 1 second. So the TCGA over the course of the last 7 years only led to an average annual GDP increase of 0.04% from the quote unquote deregulations. And my source here would be the macroeconomic effects of the 2017 Tax Reform Act by 2 Harvard professors, right? Bipartisan, 1 liberal, 1 conservative. And that is generated about $10 billion per year. If we multiply that by 10 to get 10 years, it's $100 billion in additional GDP growth that we factor in what the government revenue from that would be, which is about 40%. That means that Trump would only, generate about $40 billion over the course of the next 10 years from the TCGA. $40 billion will not pay for a $3.9 trillion bill, sir.
Yeah, I just think we're going to disagree on where we're going to get our economics from. Like, I'm getting mine from one place, you're getting yours from another. If you're saying that your economic source is the, voice of truth in this matter, then there's no point for a debate. But all I can say is,
would you be able to indicate to me a source that would specifically demonstrate that the TCGA over the course of the last 7 years has been self-sufficient in the context of GDP growth to government revenue?
That they have been sufficient in their research? Is that what you said?
No, just saying that the TCGA has led to a substantial increase in the GDP to account for the debt-related spending granted by the tax cuts.
Yeah, I can't disagree nor agree with you on that. I get my statistics.
I'm not asking you if you agree or disagree. I'm asking you a question.
I guess I don't understand your question. I mean, I get my economics from the House Budget Committee, which has been bipartisan for years.
Okay, so nowhere on the House Budget Committee's website does it indicate the GDP growth offered
yes, it does.
by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and how that would factor into our government revenue. Would you be able to give me a link or a source?
Yeah, GDP growth is directly correlated to government revenues. Of course it is.
So just denoting the GDP growth that we had in our country while he was president, does it indicate the GDP growth that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act caused?
So you just, saying it's all for nothing then. I mean, that's just your opinion, but we can see the GDP growth is there. People that don't have...
That's not my opinion. I'm literally detailing to a correlation causation fallacy. You can't say because GDP growth
according to you,
more people eat ice cream in the summer and more people murder. Does that mean that eating ice cream causes more higher rates of murder?
I would just call that a red herring argument. I mean, that's completely just...
God, that is not a red herring argument. That is the most typical and academically understood example of a correlation causation argument. So I just want to clarify.
You're not going to give credit for anything.
More people eat ice cream in the summer, right? And there's also higher rates of murder. Does that mean eating ice cream causes murder?
Yeah, everyone's well aware that not everything has a cause and effect direct relationship, but I would say
just because 2 variables are associated with one another doesn't mean that one variable causes
they aren't. You're just saying that they aren't correlated. It's just your opinion that they aren't.
No, I'm demonstrating to a correlation causation fallacy. Okay.
So no, you're not.
Do you mind listening to me so I could explain this to you? I'm trying to teach you, little bro.
Dude, no, you're not trying to teach me anything. I mean,
I literally am. Do you mind if I just teach you something real quick? So a correlation causation fallacy is when you assume because 2 variables are correlated with one another, that one variable caused the other. right? So I asked you for a source to indicate the GDP growth caused by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and you just referenced the general GDP growth under Trump's presidency. But you can't assume just because those two variables were correlated with one another caused the other. So you'd have to demonstrate sufficient evidence to show how the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act caused this increase in the GDP. And when we actually look into that, what we find is that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, caused a very little amount of GDP growth per the macroeconomic tax effects of the 2017 tax reform bill by two Harvard professors, both one right and one left. And you could look this up. I could give you the source if you'd like. So would you have a competing source that would say that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act led to greater GDP growth than this 0.04% average offered by the study done by Harvard professors?
Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's one out there, but I don't need to. I can't provide. Not need to. I can definitely provide that. But I would just say it's not out of the ordinary or disingenuous. I'm actually I'm in my bedroom, and fiance's office is right next to mine, and she's in a meeting from 2 to 4. So I can't go to my computer, unfortunately. We can just agree to disagree on this. But there's some research to do after this. I think you bring a good point. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I'll do the research there.
Okay, so but we understand that I have facts and evidence and you have your emotions.
Well, it's not emotional, at all.
Then what's the argument? If it's not like an emotional argument,
the House and Budget Committee, which is more bipartisan and has more people working for it than two Harvard professor, quote unquote, one bipartisan, one not. Like, where is your evidence that they're bipartisan? More bipartisan, in fact, than the entire House and Budget Committee. So that's.
Can you give me your source from the House and Budget Committee that would show the GDP growth offered by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act?
Yeah. And honestly, I want to say among the 20 comparisons that literally about 20 different comparisons.
Hey, LitTech, can you give me the source from this website that you're referencing that would indicate the GDP growth offered by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Can you give me your source, buddy?
It's on their website.
I know, but I'm asking you for the actual. I'm asking you for the title of an article.
Oh, okay. I'll scroll away from the live, and pull it up on my phone, and I can post it in the comments if that's.
No, just stay on the live. Go on pause. Right, don't leave the live. Go get your source, and then come back and read it off to me.
Okay. Let's see. Boomer Brain here. How do you pause the?
You just swipe off of the app. I won't be able to hear you when you swipe off of the app. Just go get your source, then come back and then read it off to me. While he's looking for a source, chat, we're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box, y'all. If you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in the bio, y'all. Let's go get our next guest up in the box literally right now, chat. This guy's getting dunked on. TBH, they all do. Hi, are you voting for Trump?
Hi, yes, I was thinking of voting for him.
Okay, so why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump is vehemently sexist towards women.
So, I actually joined your live because I would like some more knowledge on this, as I really don't stand with Trump, nor do I.
He's looking for a source. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box here, y'all. For the 4.1 thousand people in here, make sure that you're double tapping. What's up, Sydney? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting.
Okay, so you went on pause. I can only hear you if you see me. So I'll just ask you the same question I asked the last guest. Why do you support someone that doesn't support you? Trump is vehemently sexist towards women.
I don't think he's sexist towards women. I think the things he's doing actually helps women, because I don't want how they're having trans men in women's sports.
Sydney, are you driving?
No, I'm just kind of near the road. My house is near the road.
Okay, yeah, so the reason I'd say he's sexist is because he's boasted about grabbing women by the P word without asking first, without consent. He's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman. He has talked about how if his daughter wasn't his daughter, that he'd be dating her, called her a piece of ass as well. He was also held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of an adult woman. He has sexualized little girls by saying that he dated a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. Yes, Trump is vehemently sexist towards women and has historically never really seemed to care.
Okay, I guess, I actually think some Trump supporters who try and deny those things, I disagree with that, because I think you're right. He has said a lot of those things. But I still feel like he would be better to run the country than Kamala Harris.
Okay, it looks like Lil Tech is back. I'll go ahead and finish that conversation out with you in a moment, Sydney. So Lil Tech, did you get your source here?
Yeah, it's from, sorry, I'm going to swipe off again. And
memorize it and come back. You're good. So, in the meantime, y'all make sure that we're double tapping away on that phone screen. Here we go, chat. Everyone, just give us a minute. Sydney, feel free to come back. So, Sydney, all right, why do you think that Trump is better than Harris? Oh, he's back. All right, Little Tech, go ahead.
Yeah, it's just from the taxpolicycenter.org. To your point about COVID earlier, they do say that COVID was a bit of an issue for Trump, as it was for Biden and Harris.
So what's the name of the article?
The name of the article is Briefing Book, What Were Economic Effects, Tax Cuts, and Jobs Act.
In the meantime, guys, make sure that we're double tapping while I look up this source.
You should look at there's some citations under there. Those are usually the opinion part of these briefing books. But I will say that the 0.2, I think you mentioned the 0.2% number, which I totally agree with. But COVID, had it not been there, I think making projections is...
Oh my God! Your own source says that the extensions of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act over the course of 10 years will only generate less than $300 billion. Your source. So how is $300 billion going to pay for $3.9 trillion? I'm using your source, by the way.
Yeah. I don't necessarily agree with the 3.4 billion projection. They're projections. They're not, prophecies.
This is your source. This is literally your source.
Yeah, it is. I think it's a good source.
So your source would indicate that this will only generate like a handful of these billion of dollars over the course of the next 10 years, and you said that it's going to pay for itself by the a bolstered economy and economic growth. So hey. Will $300 billion pay for $3.9 trillion? Or is that just MAGA math?
No, I mean, we're all looking at projections. You don't know the exact number. It could be less, and it could be more, which is
okay.
But
So
hey,
would you be able to indicate to me a source that it's going to be more?
more than the 3.4 trillion project.
No, that is not projecting $3.4 trillion. If you look at the 10-year dynamic revenue feedback and you look at the TCGA as written, it only adds up to $150 billion, once again, using your source.
Yeah, like I said, if you go on the citations below, some of these people are agreeing and disagreeing. It's not just one blurb, like I said. Like most of these briefings...
No, it quite literally is one blurb, yes. So it's the first table, the TCGA growth effects, right? And that is a fact. Yeah. That is what they have demonstrated here. And this is, so it looks like you didn't give me a source that would indicate that this bill would be paid for specifically by the revenue in what you would generate because of the bolstered GDP, right? In fact, your source would indicate that it would not be self-sufficient. So your source debunked your own claim.
I don't really think so. I mean, projections aren't perfect.
So these are projections for 2025, 26, and 27, and these are the hard, cold facts from 2017 until now. And then once again, you are literally debating your own source right now, so maybe find a source that actually justifies your claim. I don't care if you go to the fucking Project Veritas or Heritage Foundation. Just give me a down source.
No, I would never go there.
But I have a question. Do you think that the projection is going to be 100 times off?
Could be. I mean, there's been worse projections. No, I mean, well, let's...
So your argument is taking your source and saying that the projections are at minimum 100 times off.
I think it could be because of wars and different things going on across the...
Okay, show me a time, historically speaking, where the Tax Policy Center has made a projection on economic policy and been 100 times off.
Sure.
Okay. Sydney, welcome back into the live. Sydney, welcome back. I got a question for you while you try to find that source. Hey, Sydney, would you ever vote for someone that has been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
I wouldn't like that, obviously, but if I think they're going to be better for the country, then yeah, I would, because he's not in my personal life.
Oh, vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a little girl.
I don't know. These questions, I don't like that, obviously, but I still don't want to.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for Trump if he raped a little girl, so why would you vote for Trump if he raped an adult woman?
Because, like I said, I'm voting for someone who I think will be better for the country.
I'm asking you a very clear question here. Why do you have a different standard, right? Because you said if he raped a little girl that you wouldn't vote for him, okay? So why would you vote for him if he raped an adult woman? Grape is grape. Why is age relevant?
Because, like I said, we only have two choices, and I can't base it off of that. I don't think that's good. I think he should be in jail if he did that. But that's not going to make me vote for the other side.
So just to clarify, if he raped a little girl, you'd still vote for him, yes or no?
Yeah, but I would say we should find someone better. And if he's the only choice, I would vote for him, yeah.
If he raped your daughter, would you still vote for him?
But you're coming with hypothetical questions. That didn't happen.
I'm just seeing how far you're willing to take this. Would you still vote for him if he raped your daughter?
What I'm saying. Do you have a better option? If there's a better option than Trump, then maybe we can vote for him.
So if Trump is running against Harris and Trump raped your daughter, would you rape Trump?
No, but
no, not would you rape Trump. Holy shit. My bad. Would you,
really
would you vote for
though.
Trump? I did not mean to ask you if you'd rape Trump. No, I meant to ask you if you'd vote for Trump.
Obviously, if someone harmed my child, I wouldn't vote for them.
Okay, so you wouldn't vote for Trump if he harmed your child, so why would you vote for Trump if he harmed someone else's child?
Because I think Trump being president, less people will be harmed than the other side overall. I think he's better for the country.
Your TV?
Oh, yeah, I can mute my TV. Sorry, real quick. Yeah.
So would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the rape of a woman?
Okay, so, but yeah, like, he could be held liable, like, all this kinds of stuff, like, all that kinds of things, like, but yeah.
Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for raping a woman?
Like, usually I'm on the middle because usually between this, because I've been mix and match with both between Kamala and Trump and been watching every news and all that kinds of stuff. And yeah, sorry, I'm kind of a little slow, so it's kind of the questions are making me a little. My question.
Don't call yourself that, man.
Sorry, I'm autistic, so I'm barely sorry.
No, you're good, man. Don't call yourself slow, brother.
No, you good,
Don't
bro.
worry
No,
about
I'm
it.
sorry, no, because there's a lot of
No, don't
people
apologize.
There. There's a lot of people there, and like,
Man.
I was like, whoo, but
Man,
yeah,
don't apologize. Don't apologize.
you
for that.
good?
No, it's all right. Yeah,
You're
but
good,
yeah,
man.
yeah, but no, I'm always in the middle because I've been studying for communications and broadcast journalism, and seeing these both presidents throughout. The tax increase. Let me see. Well, they haven't increased it after when Obama left, but like everything has been going there. But both of the borders, like from both when Trump was in there, then when Trump left after 2020, and when I witnessed Biden's terms for about almost 4 years now, Biden like it had like I'm thinking it's like triple over what he has seen on the point.
On border crossings, sure. Yeah. So about the border, would you say that we have a crisis today?
We still have over. Thank you for the rose. But yeah. Yeah, like there's been mostly crisis over the border and like all the stuff in some of the states, some of the swing states. For migrants supporting because the city, New York City had witnessed it, California witnessed it, somewhere near everywhere is just like that, from migrants supporting.
So we actually have the same amount of daily border crossings today as we had at the end of Trump's term after Biden and Harris's executive order. Secondly, right, also the reason that we've had a crisis over the course of the last couple of years is because Trump torpedoed a bipartisan border bill, right, in the House and the Senate, specifically for the reason that he wanted the crisis to continue, right? So we knew that the crisis was going to happen when Title 42 was revoked. That was bound to happen. That's a fact, right? And that's when they started drafting and influencing bipartisan legislation to allow good border restrictions, to make legal processes faster, to reduce undocumented migration into our country. But that's when Trump turned around, influenced the Republicans in Congress to vote against it.
It's kind of like your viewers are kind of disagreeing with the Trump and the torpedo thing. He was trying to make the wall like kind of like a little bit of a better stuff, like the border patrol and all that kind of stuff for the people that work, seeing like camps and all that kinds of stuff going through there and trying to get their stuff. Like usually for green cards too, like there's other options to get there, but some of them are like this country, like the foreign countries like Mexico or somewhere. Mexico, like the main state that goes through there, knows that it is just there But yeah, he has been trying to like get through, trying to make sure the border crisis is a little smaller, but he hasn't torpedoed anything. I haven't heard any news about it. Like other sources from like either like watching like CNN or like NBC or even Fox News, even like other news stuff. Like
so Trump took credit for it. At a rally in Nevada, he told you to blame it on him if the border bill fails.
I wasn't in the rally in Nevada. I was usually watching his things on like before he was president, when he was going against Barack Obama, and when he got into 2020 with Biden.
Yeah, so you could just look up, like, Trump says to blame it on him if the border bill fails at rally in Nevada. You'll find the first source from The Hill, right, indicating, right, a clip of his rally where he says this. Then also, it's not a secret that he torpedoed the bill. Mitch McConnell has publicly talked about it. Lankford, the Republican that drafted the bill, has publicly talked about it. So has Ted Cruz. It's no secret.
Yeah, I'm just going to look that up right now. You said Nevada, Donald Trump thing. What was it?
Just look up "blame it on me if the border bill fails," Donald Trump, right? So he did take credit for that. That is true.
Oh, okay. So this is just like brand new information that's just like popped up for like months ago, from CNN, then the Washington Post, and from everything else from like left, like usually the other side is it. I know how the things work. I took a class in criticizing in news media, and I've been instructed to look at the news and see if it's biased or not, depending on what it is for it. Because I know how CNN and Trump is not like it.
Yeah, well, I think I could understand, right, like a version from like left-leaning media sources, including CNN, but we're just kind of looking at the meat on the bone here, like what Donald Trump said, like that's what's relevant, that's what's important, that's what matters. Or we're not going to be talking about a biased opinion piece on what he said. We're going to be talking about what he said. Abby, thank you for the $3 on Venmo, saying keep it at QD. I appreciate keep it up, QD. I appreciate you for the love, Abby. Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I'm like really like mostly on that stuff because mostly I'm what did Trump did to women and all that kind of stuff, and I saw that and I was like, yeah, but no. But I'm still mostly after this talking like for this, it's like but man, it was thank you so much like for educating me a little bit more on politics. I usually mostly on that one, but
well, hey, I appreciate you for coming up, man. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too, my man. Keep grinding.
I appreciate that, man. Also, hey, just JBF, I just wanted to preface again, dude, you referenced yourself as being like slow because of the fact that you have autism. Please do not do that, man. That term slow has been used for so long to reference people with disabilities, to demean them, to demean their character. You are not slow, and neurodivergence can be a superpower, and you are a phenomenal guy. I appreciate you for coming up here and having a good conversation with me. What is going on, Steven? Are you voting for Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
Why so?
Well, I just want to talk about this border bill for 1 second. I don't want to take too much of your time, but just because you guys are just talking about it. But I think that border bill, the $118.3 billion, the breakdown was $60 billion to Ukraine, military aid, $14 billion for Israel, $4.83 billion for Indo-Pacific, $10 billion for humanitarian assistance, $2.3 billion refugee assistance, and only $20.2 billion for improvements to U.S. border security. So
what happened on April 24th?
A lot of people with the border bill.
What happened on April 24th, 2024?
On April what?
On April 24th, 2024, Lankford's border bill, with all of the provisions for the funding for Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, etc., passed without the revisions for the border. So the argument that the reason Trump shot it down was because of the additional funding for like Ukraine, yada, 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 is false because they actually passed that. They just didn't pass the revisions for the border. You could reference public law number 118-50 here. And then just secondarily speaking, Chris Murphy had the same thought as you. Chris Murphy said the reason they shut down the border bill was because of the funding for Ukraine. So then Chris Murphy turned around and made a standalone border bill proposing exactly what Lankford had proposed without, the additional funding to those places. And that had failed. So the reason they shut it down had nothing to do with the additional provisions for funding for Ukraine, Israel, etc., because they ended up passing those.
Gotcha. All right. Thanks for the education. That's all I wanted to talk about.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Stephen. We're going to move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box, y'all. If you are in the queue, make sure that you are voting for Trump. We get our next guest loading into the box right now, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody give us 1 minute. Everybody be patient. Give us 1 minute. Okay. Our next guest is loading up right now, y'all. So everyone just do be patient while we got Boogie loading in, y'all. If you're voting for Trump, spam MAGA in the chat. That is a great way to help me pull you up into the live. I appreciate everybody in the live very bigly. Make sure that you double tap it away in that phone screen. Sydney Williams, I got you with an invite. I would love to talk to you. So everyone just be patient. Continue to spam MAGA down below in the chat so I could get you up on the live. Everybody give me 1 minute. What's going on? Soon to be Mustang. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Now, why in the hell would you be doing that?
It just seems smarter.
It seems smarter to vote for the felon, rapist, wannabe dictator on day one fascist that tried to overthrow our government in comparison to Kamala Harris, the individual with great tax policy that wants to fight for our freedoms and liberties. How so?
Have you been to Aurora, Colorado lately?
Yes.
What'd you think about it?
Oh, I mean, Aurora's never been like a great place. I've lived in Colorado all my life. Thank you so much for the subscription. I appreciate you for the love.
But hasn't it gotten worse?
It goes in cycles, man.
So how was it during Biden's presidency versus Trump's?
Pretty comparable. It's Aurora. I mean, it's been somewhere where it's not great to go. Like, I haven't really loved to go to Aurora since a very young age.
Did you know Lizzo is voting for Trump?
Okay, Lizzo's making a bad decision. Could you just tell me why you're voting for Trump then?
Yes. Before I do, I want to let you know something, okay?
Did you just try to make the argument that because Lizzo's voting for Trump, I should too?
No. I'm telling you.
I doubt that. I really doubt Lizzo's voting for Trump. I highly doubt that.
Why do you doubt that?
Yeah, because she's been posting on TikTok about supporting the Palestinians. No one that supports Palestinians would vote for Trump.
That's true. Anyways, about Lizzo, what I was going to say, whenever you talk bad about Lizzo, everyone gets mad. But then whenever you tell them they look like Lizzo, they get mad. Everyone calls her beautiful, but whenever you say you look like her, they all get mad. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, so you came up here and you pivoted from telling us why you're voting for the misogynist to fat shaming.
No. I'm saying...
I mean, I could explain to you why that's the case, right? Because Lizzo is beautiful, okay? Right? I think that we can point that out. Lizzo's a beautiful woman. But when you turn around and then when you turn around and you tell someone that they quote unquote look like Lizzo, the message that you're implicitly stating there is that you are overweight and you are framing it within a negative connotation. Right?
I mean, that's your belief.
So are you going to tell me why you're voting for Trump?
You know, man, I've always been a Republican, and I'm just going to keep it that way.
So what's one policy that Trump influenced to get passed while he was president first time that you didn't like? Or sorry, that you did like?
All of them.
Oh, so you liked his Muslim ban? Literal religious persecution? How did you feel about that? Bethany, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. You said you liked all of his policies. Well, one of his proposed policy was to ban all Muslims from entering into the country. So did you like that one, buddy?
I think you made that one up.
Oh, that's me. I made it up. Is that just liberal propaganda?
Yeah.
Good thing Trump runs his fucking mouth.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
There's my liberal propaganda straight from the CCP, Taylor Swift, and Hunter Biden. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. You're a fucking joke. Give me a break. Okay, go
I
ahead.
got a question.
Okay. No, I want a response. You said you liked all of his policies. Did you like the fact that he wanted to ban all Muslims from entering into the country?
No, I didn't like that one.
Okay, so you didn't like all of his policies. So what's one policy that you did like?
All of the others but that one.
Okay, name one.
He's gonna, let's see, he's not gonna tax tips.
Okay, great policy. Yeah, good. That's a proposed policy. Harris agrees. She's also proposing it. But I asked you about a policy that he influenced to get passed while he was already president in the past, not in the future.
Let's see. Well, that just don't seem relevant.
Oh, it doesn't seem relevant because past actions are not predictive of future ones. Do you think the fact that he has raped a woman is relevant? Do you think the fact that while he was president last time, he tried to coup the country and steal the election and vote from Biden by installing himself for a second term, even though he lost, is relevant? Do you think any of those things are relevant, sir?
So first off,
But so his policies weren't relevant, but Lizzo was?
well, we didn't talk about Trump in the beginning. We talked about Lizzo.
What does my background say?
Well, I know it says that, but
Uh-huh. Yeah. So what's one policy that Biden and Harris influenced to get passed that you disagreed with?
let's see.
That's that. Thank you for the love painting.
Just about all of them.
Okay, so you disagreed with her PACT Act that invested nearly $1 billion into expanding VA healthcare benefits? You're sick.
Where does your Venmo money go to?
To my bank account.
But what do you do with it?
Why am I obligated to tell you what I do with my income? I could tell you I live a frugal lifestyle, but do you want me to tell you about, like like the medium iced mocha I got at a local coffee shop yesterday? There's for $4 of it. Why do you care?
I'm just wondering.
I bought $20 worth of gas the day
For
before
someone
that.
that pays to support you, I'm trying to answer their question as to where does their money go?
To like bills, like rent, car, insurance, phone, wife, like bills to live. Yeah, I mean, is this unexpected? Where do you think it goes?
No, that's where I think it goes.
Okay, so why do you care so much about my income here? And also, you definitely haven't sent me money, no.
No, I have sent you money.
Okay, how much money have you sent?
Like $3.
Okay, well, so what's your Venmo or PayPal? Because I could reference my transaction history to see the the sent back and forth. Oh,
we can do that after the live.
Oh, yeah, we could do that. We could do that after the live. See, I was just calling you out on your bullshit. Yo, user, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love. I want this money to go straight to the bank. And Stephanie with the $10 on Venmo for coffee and tacos. Let's get some W's in the chat for user and Stephanie. And Teresa for the $6 on Venmo for another ice mocha, plus a tip for the barista. Thank you so much, Teresa, Stephanie, and user. Let's get some massive W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so bigly, so huge, so bigly, so huge. I thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Is this supposed to be a Trump impersonation?
It was a great one.
What can you do a Kamala impersonation?
It's hard for me to impersonate someone that's smarter than me.
Why would that be hard?
Alex over here does a good one. Hello, Alex.
Oh, hey guys. Hey. Yeah, what are you guys talking about?
Alex, I have no fucking clue. I think he's telling us why he's voting for Trump. I saw you in the queue. Did you want to debate? Do you want to tell me why you're voting for Baby Don?
Yeah. Well, I actually heard former President Donald Trump on the Steve Haddock's radio show last night. And just because we have a great panel here with Dean and other person, I think there's a lot to dig into here. He was talking about Hamas, and I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is the name of this other person here?
I have no fucking clue, Alex.
soon to sir.
So how do you know I identify as a sir? That's very rude.
Do you identify as a sir?
No.
Okay, ma'am. Please listen to this. What do you identify as?
He/him.
Okay. Okay, let's just listen to the clip. Yeah, let's just get through this, okay? Well, a lot of people, they look at these groups, I call them extremists, and they've got plans. They've got plans for the world. You look at Hamas, and they want to build a tunnel. They want to build it to America. They're coming here. If we elect Kamala and Crazy Tim, they're going to bring terrorists over, and they're going to be in Disneyland. If you make the wrong decision in November, we're going to have crazy extremists. You're going to be looking at Goofy. He's going to go, "Gosh, it's me. I'm walking around," and you're going to have a really bad man. That's not easy. It's not easy to do Trump doing Goofy, and they probably shouldn't have tried that. That was a big swing. But that's how we get better. Not arguing about Venmo history, and I'm very rich. I've got a lot of money. I don't need Venmos, but I would like one if you send it to Trump69. A lot of people don't know that's my official Venmo. You're not making any progress here. I see these lives. Nobody ever really makes any changes.
It's a needle in a haystack, Alex. You'd be surprised. The funny thing is I feel like that's something that Trump would actually say. I also wanted to tell you, Alex, I saw one of your videos of you calling an axe throwing place with grandma. Dude, I was laughing my ass
to
off.
the axe throwing. We're gonna take her.
Oh my God, that's terrible.
We're gonna know it's not terrible. It's not terrible, Dean.
Okay, that Donald Trump, that one took it a little bit too far.
How about you took it too far? The things that you've done to this country, that the Democrats have done. You know what they want to do, Dean? Do you know what they want to do?
What do they want to do, Alex?
They want to make. I heard this from Jeremy Trout. He's a political commentator. This is verified. This is real, unlike the fake news that you guys talk about so much. They're going to make straight marriage illegal.
I feel like that's something he'd say. It's so dude. Alex, you have to get into political satire because it is just beautiful how spot on it is. Like earlier, you were talking about how Trump, Hamas is gonna build the title to the U.S., but he was on his Instagram posting the other day like a cartoony drawing of someone with a knife standing by a woman in a back alley, saying, "If Kamala Harris is elected, this is what will happen to the streets." It's spot on. It's real. This is real, Alex.
Excuse me, I wasn't finished. They want us to be tortured. That's what they want. They want to bring waterboarding to schools between mathematics and history. Your 7-year-old child, and they're going to do that. I mean, God, come on. They want to bring people in to hold a towel over your 7-year-old, maybe 5, maybe 4, kindergarten, maybe toddlers. There's no limit to what they'll do, and they want so much water. They want to put a towel over your child's face in PE, and they were starting to give me a sore throat doing this impression for so long. I think I need to stop. Maybe a little Biden. Have I shown you my Biden, Dean?
Let's hear the Biden.
I'm really sad that Biden's going to be gone soon because I can't do Kamala. It's going to be a lot harder for me to do Kamala, but
let's hear Biden.
Number 1, number 2. Excuse me. No. Force. Waterboarding. He's saying waterboarding in schools. Man, no. Come on. It was Martin Luther King once said he had a dream. Number 3. Come on, man. The chocolatey chunk time.
That was pretty good.
All right.
That was pretty good. All right, thank you for the intermission, Alex. It's much needed. That guy's funny. That Alex guy is pretty funny. We're gonna move on to our next guest. Let's get back to the debates here, ladies and gentlemen. But I appreciate you for the quick little intermission there, Alex. W's frame in the chat. Real quick, Jordan, are you voting for Trump?
Oh yes, sir.
Gabby, I appreciate you for the subscription. Real quick, Jordan, I got a couple people to thank here. Diana, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. That is so very kind. Thank you so much for the love, Diana. W's for Diana in the chat. Thank you for the $20. Nina, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal as well. Diana and Nina, I appreciate the two of you so much. Penny with a $5 and David with a $1. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for the donors. I also have to thank you, Christy, for the $5 on Venmo, Jessica with the 10, and Paula with a 5. Thank you, Christy, Jessica, and Paula. Y'all are awesome. And Lee, thank you so much for the $1.23. Phenomenal. Thank you so much, you guys. Let's get some W's in the chat. Seriously, thank y'all so much. Mr. Jordan, why are you voting for Trump?
Economics, infrastructure, hopefully restructuring the healthcare system.
Economics and infrastructure. Infrastructure. He tried to pass an infrastructure bill for 4 years. He promised it every week, never got it done. Biden got it done in his first year. So there's one. Two, about economics. So he wants to spend $3.9 trillion on another 10 years for his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. How the hell is he going to pay for it?
Well, quid pro quo. Kamala Harris, she wants to increase taxes and at the same time will decrease income across the board, across the country.
Thank you for the subscriptions.
So my question is, how are we going to continue to increase taxes, which will increase taxes, it'll go across the board to, different funds and whatnot. But everything we're doing right now, look, for instance, gallon of milk. Look, I was born in the 80s, grew up in the 90s, best generation, hands down. In the 90s, $1.20, $2, maybe $2.50 for a gallon of milk. Right now, I'm guessing you live in Colorado, I heard?
Yeah, do you mind if I just respond to the claim that you made that she wants to increase taxes? So yeah, Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes.
You could look up the little clip if you want. I don't have it on me. But
just one moment, please. So Kamala Harris wants to cut taxes for 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class. If you specifically want to know how, just ask me, feel free. I could explain it to you. And these tax cuts for the American workers are going to cost $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. And her economic policy is so sound, she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it. And she's going to pay for it by increasing taxes on corporations and the ultra wealthy. Okay, she wants to increase the corporate tax rate by 7%, introduce an unrealized capital gains, and increase the realized capital gains tax on centimillionaires. I am more than okay with passing the predominant burden of taxation off to the ultra wealthy and the corporation so we can make life easier for the low and the middle class. Why would you disagree with this?
Well, I do not disagree with that. I'll let you talk, brother. Take a minute. I do agree with taxing the ultra wealthy and corporate America. One, there's way too many tax loopholes to begin with that they're just taking in more and more and more. They toss money to nonprofits, things of that nature. So I do agree with that, 100%. But the thing is, unrealized. What was that?
Unrealized capital gains tax on
unrealized, yeah,
individuals with more than $100 million in invested assets.
Yeah. Unrealized capital gains. The thing is, realized capital gains, which you tax them based on what they have, what they put, how much money they made, net income, this and that for the year. But the thing is, unrealized capital gains, it's in the name, unrealized. You're projecting what they're going to make in the next year. So you say, okay, well, I'm going to tax you based on, projections.
It's not based upon projections, no. It's based upon...
No, I'm asking.
It's based upon accrued earnings, right, that they haven't pulled out of a market. Like, for instance, let's just imagine I have $1 billion in assets, and I invest $100 million into Apple. And Apple 5x's over the course of a fiscal year. So I went from $100 million to $500 million. Right? So I would get taxed on that $400 million increase, even though I haven't necessarily pulled that money out of the stock market. That's what an unrealized capital gains tax is. And this, once again, will only apply to people with over $100 million in assets. And I have absolutely no issue with this. In fact, I would say I wish I had this problem. And I would understand maybe we wouldn't want to do this if we didn't have reason to. But the reason she wants to introduce this unrealized capital gains tax is so she could turn around and offer these phenomenal tax cuts to the low and the middle class and not introduce a deficit. That's the issue. Her tax plan is self-sufficient. Her tax plan will pay for itself, and her tax plan is going to benefit the low and the middle class that need the help the most. Donald Trump's tax plan, $3.9 trillion for another 10 years of disproportionate tax cuts to the ultra wealthy and to the corporations, without a clue how he wants to pay for it. How could you say that Trump is going to be better for the economy when he's going to cost the economy more and he has no clue how he's going to pay for it? And he is going to benefit the rich man, meanwhile Kamala Harris is going to benefit the average American.
Well, I got to say, I consider myself middle class, but at the time, I feel like I'm in a lower class right now based on wages and taxes that we're dealing with at the moment.
The taxes that we're dealing with at the moment, that's going to be taxes under Trump's tax plan.
You mean like, so if he gets into office this upcoming year, taxes going to increase right as he gets into office is what you're saying?
No, I'm saying if you feel like you're being taxed too much by the federal government right now, we are still under Trump's tax plan. So that would be the responsible attributor there. But then secondarily, you're saying that you just don't feel like you have that much money. You were talking about inflation. How did the Biden-Harris administration cause either of those two things?
It's not the fact that they caused anything. It's the fact that they didn't help with anything.
So they did.
So what? Listen. So what? The next 4 years, if Kamala wins, I'm gonna have. Which you said, okay, her tax plan. Okay, yeah, good. But the thing is, unrealized gains. What you're doing is you're kicking capitalism. That's like the whole foundation of our country. Like, look, this is the thing.
What is capitalism?
No, I'm not saying what is capitalism. I'm saying if you want to do that unrealized.
Can I ask you to define capitalism?
Free market, the ability to make money and the ability to freely, as you choose, to make a profit.
So Trump is a communist because he doesn't support a free market. He wanted the cap on insulin, and he likes stricter border regulation that restricts the free flow of labor entry into the market. So would you say that Trump is a capitalist?
You said a cap on insulin?
Yeah, it would like a set price, insofar as what pharmaceutical companies could sell.
We needed that insulin because the thing is,
we needed that. So you're not a capitalist yourself.
No, I'm a medical professional, so I understand why they put a cap on insulin.
But so you're anti-capitalism? Are you a communist?
Oh no, sir.
No, you're a communist. You said that capitalism was a free market. That is a regulation on the market, meaning it's not free. You support communism. You are a commie. You are against capitalism. You are not an American citizen. You do not support this country. We have a CCP operative on the live.
Yeah, okay. But look, honestly, cap on insulin. This is the thing. Do you know how much the elderly with Medicaid, Medicare, AFLAC, as a subsidiary to be able to pay for that? Do you know how much they've been paying for insulin?
Oh, so much. You know what? I enjoy the cap on insulin too. I'm about to rock your fucking world as a medical health professional that cares about lower consumer prices for pharmaceuticals. Kamala Harris wants to cap the amount that any American could pay for a prescription drug in a year to $2,100, and she wants to grant Medicare a greater negotiating ability with these private pharmaceutical companies. So if you care about the American consumer, if you care about reducing the price of prescription drug costs, why would you not care about voting for Kamala Harris to make sure it gets done?
I just can't do that.
Why not? What's the reason? I'm waiting.
Because she showed nothing. She's done nothing while she's been in office. Now, look, she's a vice president. She's not
true. That's not true. She's done a lot.
Has she ever visited the border?
She has. She visited in July of 2021. Secondarily, she has done more than any VP we've ever had, quite frankly.
She visited the border once when she was in charge of the border.
Do you mind if I just finish here real quick?
You've been talking the whole time, so...
You said she hasn't done anything while she's been VP. She's passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP we've ever had, and she specifically cast a tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the largest investment in renewable energy resources ever, and it was deficit-reducing, by the way. And the Biden-Harris administration as a whole has passed some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history, such as the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Infrastructure Bill, and the Inflation Reduction Act. And you're going to sit here and tell me that she didn't do anything? She didn't help the American consumers? That is a bold-faced lie, sir. In fact, America's economy has had the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic, from the economic travesties onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. We have seen more jobs added to the country month by month, excluding COVID under Biden and Harris's administration comparisons to Trump. We have seen greater increases in our overall GDP. We have seen all-time highs in the stock market, and we have went from a 9% high rate of inflation to a 2.8%, by the way, which was the rate of inflation before the pandemic in 2018 Trump-era economics. So you are going to sit here and tell me she did anything? It's not that she didn't do anything. It's that you're ignorant to what she did do.
It's not ignorance. Look, I'm still going to the store and I'm paying $7 for a gallon of milk. I'm going to in which gas down here, in comparison to Colorado, California, Utah, things of that nature, is much cheaper because because gasoline and oil and whatnot comes through us where I live. So based on the economy, I could tell you about the price of gas, how the economy's doing, and the economy.
How did the Biden-Harris administration cause an increase in the price of gasoline?
For one, shutting down oil rigs.
Okay, there's actually more oil being produced today here at home in America than any point in American history.
Well, yeah, because there's a increase in flow. They're able to get more out right now because that whatever's open right now is pushing. But it's not the point. If we had more oil rigs open, more jobs, because that's a cut on jobs to begin with.
Fracking causes a cut on jobs, and it causes oil rigs to be shut down. It's an efficiency in the market. So it's funny that you'll sit over here and you'll say, I want fracking, I want it real bad. But when you have fracking, you have more efficiently produced oil, which means that less rigs are necessary to meet capacity on refineries, and less workers are necessary as well. The other day, I was looking at a graph.
Who said I wanted fracking?
Are you anti-fracking?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, so then why would you not be supporting the Democrat platform? Because it's conventionally more anti-fracking, more pro-renewable energy resources than the Republican one.
Because if Trump wins, he's going to open up all these oil rigs where I live.
And to produce more oil. Once again, we are literally producing more oil today here at home in America than we ever have been before, including under Trump's admin. And that's specifically for the reason that the Biden-Harris administration has approved more drilling permits. And Dave, thank you so much for the $34 on Venmo, saying I'm Be More Grim. Thank you so much for the $34. That's phenomenal. W's in the chat for Be More Grim. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the $34 for the 34 felonies. Thank you so much. W's in the chat for the donor. Thank you for the love. Go ahead, man.
Keep it going, brother.
Oh, are you leaving?
What?
Are you leaving?
Nah, man. I'm waiting to listen to you.
Yeah, so you're saying that they increased the price of oil by decreasing domestic oil supply, so they haven't. In fact, the domestic oil supply right now is higher than any country that has ever existed in the history of the earth.
But that doesn't matter. We could have all the oil in the world, import, export.
We're importing more oil under Trump's administration than we are right now, meaning we're more energy independent.
And exportation?
I don't know about our exports, but assuming that we are importing more under Trump and we're producing more oil today, probably speaking, we're exporting more. So how did they cause the price of gas to increase? You don't know shit.
By shutting down the rigs, dude.
How do they shut down the rigs?
They go to Exxon, they go to different companies, and they say, look, you got to shut down these rigs.
Yeah, what policy or executive order did Biden and Harris sign into law that shut down rigs?
I don't know, off the top of my head.
Yeah, because they didn't, bro. We've seen a decline in the amount of rigs in operation since the 1980s.
Like, I'm not a political savant.
Because our production means of producing oil became more efficient. So no, they didn't shut down rigs.
Yeah, they did, dude.
How? Dude, tell me. Is your source trust me, little bro?
Trust? Little bro, dude, I'm old enough to be a father.
And I'm still like destroying you in this debate. See, your sources literally trust me, bro. Your sources literally trust me, bro. You're telling me that they caused the price of gas to increase by shutting down oil rigs? And I'm just asking you what policy or executive order they signed into law that shut down oil rigs. And you're like, I have no clue.
Dude, look it up.
No, you look it up. You do your homework. Get your source, buddy. Feel free. Go on pause, find the source, come back. You're busy getting dunked on?
Dunked on? Yeah, dude. Okay.
Quite frankly.
So I got a question. How do you think with the swing states? How do you think that's going to fly with the actual election? I'm not trying to shit on you or anything. I'm curious because it seems like you're much more well informed than I am in all this.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I'm not like a oracle, but I'd say right now they show trends of voting for Harris. Do you mind if I ask you a question?
Yeah, that's cool.
Would you ever vote for someone that's attempted to stage a coup to like steal and rig a federal election before?
I say that's subjective.
No, if someone has tried to steal a federal election from their opponent that won, would you vote for them?
Steal?
Steal an election. Send fake votes to Congress.
Is it verified?
If someone did this, would you vote for them?
Oh.
And it was if someone did this and it was verified that they did this, would you vote for them?
I'd say that's a loaded gun question.
Oh, buddy, answer the question. I'm just gonna move on. I don't have time for your silly antics. Like it shouldn't be this hard, man. I'm up here to have good constructive conversation and like dialogue, and then you're like not answering my question because you're calling it loaded. Like, come on. Would you vote for someone that's attempted to do this or not, man?
Well, no.
Okay, so Trump's attempted to do this. He tried to steal the election in 2020 from Joe Biden. He's admitted to it in the January 6 indictments into the Supreme Court. He's arguing that it was an official act of his presidency. He literally sent fake Trump votes from states that he lost, saying he won to Congress, and pressured Princeton to certify them as real to instantiate himself or install himself for a second presidential term, even though he lost to Biden.
I don't know, man. That seems kind of that's pretty high mountain. I don't know.
Okay, so once again, he's admitted to these actions.
And you said that it was an act in office?
Well, he's making the argument that he should be immune from criminal proceedings for trying to steal and rig the election in 2020, and it should be considered an official act of his presidency, thereby granting him presidential immunity.
I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Neither do you, you know.
Yeah, I do. Like, we all know what's going on behind the scenes in this context because, you know, Trump told us. Like, once again, he's literally arguing that these are things that he did to the Supreme Court. So you said that you want to vote for someone that's did these things. Trump has admitted he's done these things. Does this mean you will not be voting for Trump?
Well, did he have to admit to it? Like, was he forcibly admitting to it, even though he may not have personally done it himself? You know, like
no, this was his legal strategy, right? I don't know. And now you're saying that Trump's word of mouth is not a sufficient standard of evidence for things that Trump has done. So if Trump walked up to you tomorrow and told you that he's raped a woman, would you believe that he's raped a woman?
I don't think he did.
If Trump told you that he raped a woman, would you believe that Trump's a rapist?
What if he told me?
Yeah.
I don't know. You could be lying.
Bro, people like you make my damn day go slow. Go so slow. Are you real?
I don't know.
Are you fucking real? I can't do it. Like, I can't do it. You're gonna drive me crazy. Like, do you hear the shit that's coming out of your mouth? I just can't. I can't do it. We're gonna go ahead and move on to our next guest. If you're in the queue, make sure you're voting for Trump. And if you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and it benefits me greatly. I appreciate everyone for your love as of recently. Mr. Charles, are you voting for Trump?
Gun violence. How concerned about that?
Mr. Charles is watching the TV. Moving on to our next guest. Everybody give us 1 minute. Let's go and get Frank Woods up in the box. Charles, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo. That's so kind of you. Let's go, Charles. Massive W's in the chat for Charles. I really appreciate you for that love, man. Massive W's down below for Charles. Ladies and gentlemen, I really appreciate you for that. Thank you so much, Charles. And Joe with the $20 on Venmo. Let's go, Joe. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Joe, for the $20 on Venmo. I want to see nothing but W's for Joe and W's for Charles for the next 5 minutes. I really appreciate y'all for your donations. Thank you guys so much for the love. Tisa, thank you for the hand arts as well. Mr. Nate, are you voting for Donald J. Trump?
I am.
Are you driving?
I'm in a tractor. I'm a farmer.
I think that counts, sir. Go back to the farm, but you shouldn't be voting for Trump. He tried to bankrupt you. Hello, Mr. Sir. Are you voting for Trump?
We need you.
Okay, he's just watching a war movie. Guys, go back to spamming. Go back to spamming the chat if you want to come up and debate. Let me just see a MAGA spam down below. We are going to go and get our next guest up in here. Philip, I want to talk to you again. It has been a while, my friend. Let's go ahead and get our next guest, Philip, up in the box. Spam MAGA down below if you want to come up and debate. And let's try to get 500,000 likes here. Make sure that we are double tapping as well. Okay, Philip's not loading in, so we got our next guest loading in as well. Everyone continue to spam MAGA if you want to come up and debate. Everybody just give us 1 minute. Hi, can you go in? Hey, what's up, man? Can you go into a different room or mute the TV?
Shit, just take me off.
No worries, man, no worries. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. We got Michael loading up in, y'all, so everyone just do be patient. Do be patient, everyone, for the 4.1 thousand people in here. Share that live as well. We're still waiting to get our next guest up in the box, so everyone just do be patient. We are like literally accepting everyone that is spamming MAGA down below in the chat up into the box, and no one wants to debate. So if you guys are spamming MAGA, like, please make sure that you are willing and ready to debate. I'm not a big fan of this, of the running. I'm not a big fan of the running, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Levi. Are you voting for Trump?
Yo, yeah.
Okay, well, now why is that, Levi? Drop it on me.
Man, I'm thinking more it's an economical thing. Like, I've heard you debate a lot of economics in here, so...
Economical thing. How's he going to pay for his $3.9 trillion tax reform act?
You know, he's a businessman, so America's built off businesses, so his tax...
Can you tell me how he's going to pay for the tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy and the corporations?
Can I finish real quick? Can I finish?
Yeah.
So business, how it works with capitalism and businesses, right? He's cutting the tax breaks for the big corporations, right? Who do the big corporations majority employ in the United States? The people, right? So if the businesses can help the people, their employees, don't you think that helps the economy?
Well, that's what Ronald Reagan said, and he was wrong. No, it doesn't help the economy. Under trickle-down economics, we see no increase in worker wages with worker productivity, not to mention that the TCGA has already only led to an average annual increase in the GDP of 0.04%, meaning that it only adds about $10 billion to the GDP per year, which will not sufficiently help the economy to pay for the debt-related spending. You are wrong.
What?
You are wrong. It doesn't work. But I have a question. You're saying that we should give tax cuts to the corporations because it will trickle down to the low and middle class. How about we just skip the corporations and give the tax cuts straight to the middle class instead of using your fringe hypothesis of trickle down economics that has historically never worked? Let's just skip all the nonsense and hop right to the low and the middle class. That's what Kamala Harris wants to do. She wants to directly cut their taxes.
Has that ever happened? Like, has that ever, like, Republican or Democrat, has there ever been a president? Well, if you can name a president that did that.
That cut taxes? Trump cut taxes.
Oh. What'd you say?
Trump cut taxes? You're asking me for
for the middle class, for the direct middle class.
Yeah, so under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, 83% of the tax cuts went to the top 1%, and it footed a bill of $1.9 trillion in debt-related spending, and only led to the average annual GDP increase of 0.04%. But I just wanted to go back to my question, how is Trump going to pay for another 10 years of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act? Once again, $3.9 trillion. I'm still waiting for a response here. Last time you said that it would trickle down to the low and middle class. We now know that's false, so how's he going to pay for it, sir?
Yeah, money doesn't recycle, right?
Money doesn't I don't know what you mean, but I'm just asking you how he's going to pay for his tax policy. Do you have an answer or not?
No, I don't, man.
Oh, so how can he say he's going to be good for the economy if you have no fucking clue how he's going to pay for his tax cuts for the ultra wealthy?
I don't, man.
Oh, okay, so you concede that you have no clue why you're voting for Trump?
Right, yeah, I have no clue.
Would you ever vote for someone that has raped a woman?
Hell no.
Okay, so Trump has raped a woman, so now have we solidified that you will not be voting for Trump?
No, because Biden's touched little kids.
Okay, so first of all, I've never seen Biden touching a little kid inappropriately. Second of all, Biden's not running for president. And third of all, what the hell are you yapping about?
That's crazy.
Would you be able to indicate to me a source of Biden touching a little kid inappropriately?
Well, you can look it up on TikTok. You can look it all up on the media.
Oh my God, look it up on TikTok. Give me a source, little bro.
TikTok.
Okay, go on TikTok. Look up a video
Instagram,
of
Twitter,
TikTok,
Safari,
Instagram, and Twitter.
YouTube. You can look all this up. You can look all the dirt up, man.
Yo, Olive, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo, asking how much to drop Levi. Levi's worth a good $50, I'd say. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate you for the love.
Am I going to jump in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, Alex, you got to save this man, bro. Why are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, so first of all, I just figured, before when you were stating, Trump with the kid, you were making sure to state civilly liable. But I noticed just recently now you said it happened. And I want to make sure that the audience understands the difference between civilly liable and federally prosecuted. It's a big difference.
Did I say he was federally prosecuted in a criminal court? No, I just said he's a rapist. And I know that he's a rapist. Yeah, because it did. That's what the civil court proved.
Civilly liable is very different than being charged without a reasonable doubt. But
okay, so what's the difference between a civil court and a criminal court?
I will start with my stance here. I'll start with Kamala first because I personally can't understand why.
Now they're over talking to one another. Do you mind if you just tell me what the difference is between a civil court and a criminal court?
Can I go ahead and start?
Okay, so you don't want to respond to my question. So you just brought that up about the grape case. I'm trying to press you back on that, debunk what you're saying, and then you don't want to engage? You want to pivot?
Well, no. I'm just saying that telling that somebody did something is very different than stating civilly liable.
I believe that he did it because he was held civilly liable, and the evidence suggested in the court case. I believe that the evidence suggested in the court case proved that Trump had raped E. Jean Carroll beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt. The same standard of evidence upheld in criminal court cases. And the question that I'd ask you here, was if you would reject my claim that it was proved beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt.
Yes,
what is the reasonable doubt you have to the evidence submitted in the court case?
Okay, so the case was paid out and closed. There was no continuation of the case. If that was the case, most of the time in situations like that where it's civil, it's going to go on and on and on for years. And for certain people, obviously, with cases like that, they just want them to go away instead of fighting them for years. It's just not financially beneficial. So
it did not reach a settlement. No, it didn't. It did not reach a settlement. The jury had concluded that Trump was guilty of raping E. Jean Carroll, and then Trump was forced to pay her $87 million for the rape and for the defamation. Right? It was not reached via a settlement. It was reached via a conclusion from the jury.
Personally, I will agree to disagree on that. I strictly want to start with...
You could literally look up the jury verdict form. We don't need to agree to disagree on an objective fact of reality. You could go on Google, you could type in Trump v. Carroll jury verdict form, and you could read the court document that the jurors used to say that Trump was guilty for rape.
Can we start the debate on the two people?
You know what? I'll let you pivot. Where do you want to run to? What are we talking about, Alex?
Great. I would love to first talk about Kamala because honestly, you have a big audience here, and I'm very confused as to why anybody would vote for her.
I could tell you if you'd like.
No. I mean, I think let's start with the facts here because you like facts. So 2016, she runs for election.
Make sure not to say the names of any drugs. Just saying.
Yeah. She couldn't acquire more than 15,000 votes. No one cared about her. No one thought she was fit for office. She canceled her campaign very early. Around June or July in the presidential run. And then Joe Biden decides to make her vice president. She has one thing to follow up with, which is the border. I saw Trump more at the border during her 4 years as VP than I did herself. We saw these statistics fly up and essentially just, advise basically anybody, come in, anybody, whatever, we'll take you. We'll put you in hotels. We'll get you jobs. We'll get you cell phones. All these things,
Yeah, so that's actually a lie. So she actually said not to come in. She told Guatemalan migrants coming to the southern border specifically to turn around. And then secondly, you said that there's these federally funded programs offering houses, TVs, and phones. Name one federally funded programs for undocumented migrants offering these things.
Let me ask you this. If you were a migrant, would you have known at that time that there were free buses taking you to inner cities to get you a hotel room?
This is a pivot. Would you be able to answer my question, yes or no?
Well, you're saying she didn't say it. I'm asking you if you were using general logic, if you would have been made aware that there were implementations for that.
Can you? There's pivot number two. Now I'm getting
there's many hotels in New York that are completely filled with immigrants, and you're saying.
But I'm asking you to name a federally funded program that is offering housing, phones, cars, TVs, etc. to undocumented migrants.
I cannot name you a program.
Because they don't exist on the federal level. They exist on the state level. So you could take that up with the state legislation if you'd like.
Sure,
the next question I have for you is, do you think that we currently have a crisis at the southern border today?
I can tell you that the last 6 weeks, the numbers have gone down significantly, and therefore we're just ignoring the last 4 years.
Okay, well, we could talk about the next 4 years, but I do appreciate you for being honest. Yes, after Biden and Harris were actually able to do something through that executive order, crossings did significantly decrease. Now, why didn't they sign that executive order into law 3 years ago? Because they first focused on bipartisan legislation in the House and the Senate. Congressional legislation lasts longer and is stronger than executive orders. If you know anything about politics, you know that I'm not telling you a lie. And they tried to influence bipartisan legislation, and they got it on the House floor. It was drafted by a Republican. His name was Langford. And then what did Trump do? He turned around and he told the Republicans in the House and the Senate to not vote for the bill and to torpedo it because he wanted the crisis to continue so he can campaign on it today. If you care about the border, you'd be voting for Harris because she wants to get shit done, not Trump, the man that actively torpedoed bipartisan legislation, sir.
There are two applicable things for that. So number one is that when we talk about bipartisan agreement, there were several things baked into that where we called it essentially the border bill, but it was not just the border bill. It included things for Israel. It included things for Ukraine of massive dollars, $17.1 billion, I think, for the Ukraine piece itself. So we had several things included in there. Number two, the request was that we could accept 5,000 migrants a day.
Wait, let's talk about those two externalities. Then I'll let you talk about the border, the specifics about the border. So yeah, the funny thing is those externalities, the funding for Israel, Ukraine, Gaza, etc., that ended up being the bipartisan agreement after Trump told the Republicans to shoot down the border provisions. It literally passed without the border provisions, just passing the funding for Israel, Ukraine, and humanitarian aid for Gaza. I'm not telling you a lie either. You could reference public law number 118-50 from congress.gov. It passed without the border provisions. They did not make the bill fail because of these provisions. In fact, they made the provisions for the border fail and passed the funding for these different places. And then Senator Chris Murphy said maybe the bill did fail because of the externalities. So he rewrites another one that was standalone just for the border with these same provisions offered by Langford. He tries to get it passed and it doesn't pick up speed because the Republicans already knew, word got around, Trump didn't want it passed.
And I expected you to say that, which is why I went to point number two, which talks about the volume that it was requesting to be accepted at the actual ports of entry. Before we only had the capability to accept up to 1,500 migrants in our legal ports of entry per day. But there were several people waiting at the border on their cell phones, on the app, the CBP, something like that, to actually, put in a, 3 week from now court case to go and seek asylum. And so, because we can only accept 1,500 a day, everybody was doing the illegal crossings. This is obviously why it started. We could not accept that kind of volume. The bill was requesting that we accepted 5,000 people a day. With the amount of judges in our court system and the accessibilities that we have, we can't do that. And they know we can't do that. All of those court cases would be tossed out. People wouldn't show up to their court dates. This is the same argument that we've had for the last 4 years, whether or not actual doing legal court proceedings for asylum seekers outside of our legal ports of entry could be feasible. And they can't. And that's the whole point. That's what they're leaning on, is that, these court cases would get thrown out. They'd be, become legal citizens. We have no way of tracking them, where they came from, any of these things that protect this country. And we're just supposed to be okay with that. And that's not okay. That's not a nation. You have to have your
first of all,
border.
you're already wrong. It was not 5,000 crossings per day. It was a rolling average over a week span of 1,200 crossings per day, or 5,000 encounters per day, average over a week, before a special presidential clause would enact, allowing the president special ability to completely shut down the border. So you were already wrong. Second of all, you said that the court systems couldn't handle it. That's why the bill include a couple $million to fund more judges and more courts at the border to expedite processes of asylum seeking. It also included enhanced border security, like I just mentioned, a revised asylum procedure, new emergency authorities to address migration crises, which we already touched on once again. And you know what? Yeah, in Biden's executive order, he took great influence from the bipartisan border bill. And what happened when that was signed into law? A 55% decline in daily border crossings. So you are telling me now that you disagreed within the provisions, but still yet the provisions would have reduced the impact on the crisis of the southern border. So the question I have for you is, if you are starving and someone walks up to you and offers you a hamburger, would you take it? Or would you say, no, I want a bacon-wrapped filet?
That's a bad analogy for it.
It's a great analogy. Do you mind answering my question, Alex? You could explain to me why it's bad afterwards. Just let me cook.
Sure, I'm going to take the hamburgers because I'm hungry.
Phenomenal. So if there's a crisis at the southern border and Langford, a Republican endorsed, a Trump endorsed Republican, shows up with a bipartisan border bill and says this will significantly reduce the impact of the crisis on our southern border by revising our legal procedures and granting more funding to these courts, would you take it, or would you say, I'm going to wait for Trump and it's going to be so much better, allowing the crisis to continue?
I disagree on the terminology that a lot of these asylum seekers are dealing with the crisis personally, especially with the ones coming outside of Central American countries. I'm well aware of the issues that are going on between Mexico and some of the Central American countries, but
I just want to clarify, do you affirm the fact that the border bill would have significantly reduced daily crossings and it would have decreased undocumented migration into our country by expediting our legal systems?
I think it would have lowered the undocumented illegal crossings. I don't think that we would have had any better understanding as to who was coming into our country.
That's
and
not
whether
what
or
I'm
not
asking
we
you.
could
Do you
control
affirm the
the
fact
flow
that
of it.
daily crossings into our country would have been decreased?
Illegally, yes. It would all be
Okay,
coming
what
through ports of
about
entry.
legal crossings?
I believe everyone would have a 3 to 4 week court date that nobody would show up to, which I press on you to tell me, what do you think the actual percentage
Immigrants show up to court dates at a much higher rates than natural-born U.S. citizens, especially for entry into our country. You're not answering my question.
What's the
Do you affirm the
percentage?
fact that the border bill would have said, I don't know the exact percentage. Do you affirm the fact that the border bill would have reduced the amount of daily crossings into our country, yes or no?
Illegal, yes, because
legal crossings into legal
volume.
countries into our country as well. Do you affirm or deny the fact that it would have reduced legal crossings into our country through these special presidential authorities granting more emergency control to address the migration crises?
Why do you think that's the important part of the problem? The actual
important part of the problem.
illegal piece.
It's about the volume of undocumented migrants entering into our country. It's about the volume of approved asylum seekers entering into our country when a crisis is imminent, and we need to make these processes safer, and we need to make these processes faster, and we need to better equip the individuals at the border, that being border security agencies as well as the courts, to better process and handle the individuals coming into our countries. That's what the bill would have done. It would have significantly reduced the impact of the crisis, and the only reason Trump torpedoed it is because he wanted the crisis to continue so he can campaign on it today. Sir, this is what Langford has said, one of the 11 senators that backed his coup to try to steal the country in 2020 that's Trump endorsed. He has vehemently spoken out against Trump. So has Mitch McConnell. So has Ted Cruz. I am telling you the truth, and you are denying it because you are willing to contort reality to any end to engage in foolish conspiratorial bullshit.
I think the issue is that you're talking about the lowering of illegal crossings coming through the ports of entry through the bill, applying additional supplies and manpower to deal with the problem. I'm still telling you that that's not going to work. We're seeing it now to this day. But
it literally did. You said that Biden's executive order reduced border crossings.
For the last 6 weeks, we can't take an anomaly and consider that a trend. It's an anomaly.
So specifically speaking, the impacts of Biden's executive order on the executive order on the border was specifically similar to the impacts of the bill that would have been passed. So it would have reduced the impact of the crisis. Do you agree or disagree that this border bill would have reduced the impact of the crisis? Yes or no?
I would agree that it would decrease the volume of illegal numbers.
Okay, so if it would reduce the impact of the crisis at the southern border, why did Trump torpedo it?
I will agree with you on one point, which I don't think is good for any sort of politics, but keeping something as a point of topic for your presidency is something I do believe was done in this case.
Phenomenal. Next question for me. If your house was burning down and the fire truck showed up to put out the fire and you told them to turn around because you wanted your house to burn so you could claim the insurance money, did you care about your house?
I will answer this question, but there's one point I want to make afterwards.
Karen, thank you so much for the $3 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much, Karen Godman.
Of course, I'm not going to deter emergency help in the moment. I'm not going to let my house continue to burn.
Okay.
But
if you did, that would mean you didn't care about the house. But guess what Trump did? He let the crisis continue. He deterred emergency help. Therefore, Trump doesn't care about the southern border. Self-dunked. This is just another scenario of Trump placing himself above the country and engaging in self-service rather than public service. And he wanted the crisis to continue so he can campaign on it today and get your vote. And in the occurrence of that occurring, within the events of that occurring, he furthered demonization and marginalization of Latin American individuals by calling all migrants P3os, rapists, MS-13 terrorists. He continued xenophobia. He continued systemic, president. And this is not out of the blue for Trump. He literally tried to overthrow our government, overthrow our democracy, attempted to coup the country by trying to steal the vote from Biden in 2020. This man does not care about you. This man does not care about a single American citizen. He cares about himself and what will benefit himself the most.
I'm not a lover of Trump. I don't like his character, his personality. That's not my problem. I'm a small business owner. I know what higher taxes versus lower taxes does for someone who wants to work for themselves. I'm not my big thing is globalist viewpoint. The Democratic Party has become so globalist, so, bring in everybody, we'll take care of everybody, all these things. And what does that do? We talk about lower taxes for the lower and middle class. Everybody shouts and claps, right? Woo, lower taxes. Where's the higher tax going to go? The 1%, the bad guy. We all think the 1% is the bad guy. Personally, for me, I believe the bad guy is the elite government. But the difference is that, let's be honest, the 1% is not going to take a hit financially. They won't. Higher taxes for the 1% means two things. One, layoffs. Two, lower pay for lower and middle class workers. And they're fine doing it because now we have so many immigrants that are looking for any sort of work that is way better the dollar versus the peso, or some of these countries they're coming from, that they're willing to take it, anything to support them and their family. And so we're cheering on these things, let's get the 1%, let's go, But at the end of the day, they're going to make sure that they protect their dollar, which anybody at that level would do. We could all say, oh, if we were in the 1%, we'd cure world hunger, right? Until you're there, you can't really speak those words. Like, it's just not feasible. So I just don't believe in it. That globalist viewpoint, cutting for lower middle class, it just doesn't make sense. We're hurting ourselves and we're celebrating it. And so for me, I believe in less red tape for small businesses.
So I just want to clarify, what you said was absolutely and extraordinarily incorrect. But Alex, I do appreciate you for the $15 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Alex. Thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. That is so incredibly kind of you. W's for Alex right now in the chat. Thank you so much for the love. So just like one thing you had said there is that, higher corporate tax rates lead to higher rates of unemployment here at home in America. That's historically false. You like to reference the 3.5% of unemployment under Trump's presidency. What is that? That's a 50-year record low. I like to reference the 3.4% rate of unemployment under Biden and Harris's presidency. What is that? A 50-year record low. Now, that means 50 years ago, the unemployment rate was pretty damn fucking low, 60s, 70s, and 80s. What else did we have in the 60s, 70s, and 80s? A 35 to 40% fucking corporate tax rate. Higher corporate tax rates do not lead to higher rates of unemployment, and that has proven to be true, empirically speaking, through historical data. Now, you like to make the claim that raising it by 7% to pay for tax cuts for the low and the middle class will be such a drastic impact on our economy. Sir, we have never had a Democrat candidate for the presidency want to support such a low corporate tax rate. Under Obama, pre-Trump, the corporate tax rate was 35%. She's only advocating for 28% to increase the child tax credit, to introduce a first-time homebuyer subsidy for newly developed properties, to cap the cost of all prescription drug costs for Americans to $2,100 per year. This is beneficial. This will be of benefit to the low and middle class. And it's crazy that you're going to sit here and tell me that it's not. In fact, I have a question for you. So her plan over the course of the next 10 years to cut the taxes for the low and the middle class is going to cost $2.4 trillion. She knows how she's going to pay for it. I know too. If you'd like to ask me, feel free to do so. Trump wants to reinstitute his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years. That's estimated to cost $3.9 trillion. How in the hell is he going to pay for it, Alex? Where is that money going to come from?
I mean, simply reinvesting in the U.S. economy. We had such high tariffs competing with China, who's been dumping all of their products in the U.S. for the past 10, 15 years, that finally, through the Tariffs Act and protecting U.S. businesses and bringing jobs back to the U.S., that we were actually starting to reinvest in the U.S. economy. That's number one. Number two, obviously, the NAFTA agreement. We're talking about all this money that we're spending overseas to dethrone other governments, to make things a better place everywhere else, while our VA vets are sitting on the streets. I mean, there are several ways that we can cut that money back in. But I really want to stick to your real estate piece for Kamala.
Wait, one second. You just contradicted yourself. You just said that he's going to pay for the tax cuts by increasing tariffs, and then you referenced the NAFTA agreement that decreased tariffs. Alex, which one is it? Do we want to increase tariffs or do we want to decrease tariffs? Do we want to increase tariffs and destroy the low and the middle class because tariffs are inflationary? Do we want to increase tariffs and destroy American-owned businesses because it reduces exports? Trump literally had to bail out American farmers.
We should be a positive exporter
because of a reduction in American agriculture exports. Or do you want to reduce tariffs to make trade more free to increase the free flow of labor and products into the market? Which one is it, Alex?
We should be
you
a
just
positive,
contradicted yourself.
we should be a positive exporter, especially with oil. There's no reason for us to be taking oil from Russia and from the Middle East. It doesn't make any damn sense.
Okay, so then you would agree that Trump would be doing something bad here. There's a greater importation of oil and a lower domestic production of oil under Trump's presidency in comparison to Biden and Harris. And then secondly, you still haven't answered my question on how Trump plans to pay for another 10 years of his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. You merely contradicted yourself by saying he's going to pay for it by tariffs, but then you reference the NAFTA agreement that reduced tariffs. Which one is it?
I feel like you picked one piece of what I was talking about. I was talking about competing with China and how they dump all their products in the U.S. We can't compete with those prices, so we're not a net exporter in that sense. I was simply saying ramp up the tariffs again, stop spending money out in the Middle East, for some of these millions of dollars that we're spending. Like, what was one of the bills that we passed where there was, X millions of dollars for Pakistan gender studies? I mean, what are we doing? Why are these things important to us?
But then you turn around and you support the billions of dollars to Israel, right?
Anyways, my point is this.
No. My question is this. But then you turn around and you support the billions of dollars to Israel, right?
I don't get involved with the Israel-Palestine thing.
That's crazy. Trump said that he wants to continue to support and fund Israel more than the Biden-Harris agreement has done, and he doesn't support a ceasefire agreement like Kamala Harris does, but he rather supports continued support, funding, and weapons to Israel to quote-unquote win the war. You're going to sit over here and virtue signal how much we should pull out of the Middle East, stop funding other countries. Then you turn around and vote for Trump, the person that wants to fund Israel more, not in support of a ceasefire, by increasing our military budget. Alex, that is so contradictory. It's crazy.
Ukraine, then? Are we going to just ignore Ukraine? Because it's the same side on the left. I mean,
we could talk about Ukraine. No new spending appropriated for Ukraine, only a reallocation of DoD funds, and we had good reason to. We made a contractual agreement with them to do so in the 90s. No, it's fine to do so because we made a contractual agreement with them in the 90s. Do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is? No, that's a denuclearization agreement that we signed with Ukraine in 1994, stating if they give their nukes to us, if they give them up, that we will defend them if they're invaded. Guess what? They gave up the nukes. Guess what? They got invaded. So guess what? We uphold our end of that agreement by funding them predominantly in weapons. But once again, no new spending. This is a reallocation of the DoD budget.
I feel like the comments you're hitting on, I understand where you're coming from, but they are headline topics. Like, for instance, when you say Ukraine got invaded, there's so much more to that. I mean, we can talk about like how we told Russia we wouldn't go any further east in NATO, and we did several times. We broke that agreement several times.
Estonia, Lithuania, and Latvia. And guess what? He didn't invade any of them. He didn't invade any of them.
But then he said, if you go to Ukraine, then I'm going to be forced. You're right in my backyard. You're going to be forced. And then we did it. And then Ukraine, that's what happened.
Wait, first of all, we didn't go to Ukraine. And second of all, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia were specifically border countries to Russia as well.
We were talking to them about joining NATO, and Putin knew that, and that's why that happened.
So engaging in talks about countries joining NATO that were like bordering Russia, if that was the reason that he invaded Ukraine, making it to blame on America, well, what we'd say here is Estonia, Lithuania, and I'll just choose one. Estonia specifically, they joined NATO, and they are also a border country of Russia.
Okay. You and I are going to disagree on this. I figured if anything, maybe some of your followers will hear some of this and go, you know what, maybe I need to have a little bit more of an open mind. But the last thing I want to talk about is real estate, because I think that's the most unbeneficial one for low-income people. We talk about this thing that Kamala wants to do where she wants to lower the, it's either through the FHA or just start giving away houses. I don't know exactly which piece it is, but it's detrimental to real estate, because if we're going to start giving away houses to people, what do you think that does from just a general capitalistic standpoint if houses don't have value, right? Nobody's going to ever be able to own a home again. You're going to have kids living at home with their parents till they're 35. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So how is the $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy for newly developed houses going to make kids live at home until 25?
Because at the end of the day, it's like there's no value in property anymore.
Yes, there is. So you're going to say that that's going to devalue property by what? Doing what specifically?
By giving away $25,000 first-time home buyer.
So, but I'm asking you how that's going to devalue properties to an extent. Then also, you're saying that this will cause the value of properties to go down, but somehow kids are still going to be living at home until 35. I thought that if the value of properties go down, specifically speaking, we would see a greater demand for the housing.
What happens when you have low supply?
Wait, now you're saying supply. Which one is it going to be? The value or insofar as the demand going up, or like a lower supply?
Well, we only have so many houses out there, and if all of the ones that are out there now get taken by $25,000
thank you so much,
credits,
Kurt, thank you for the $10 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love W's in the chat for Kurt. Thank you for the $10. Oh, so this is specifically for newly developed properties.
Right. Okay. And how quickly will those newly developed properties be taken up with those credits? Those are huge credits.
I want to be able to tell you, right? So
can you confirm that whether or not if there's very minimal supply on the housing and we don't have enough contractors building new properties, the housing crisis will get worse?
The incentivization of the $25,000 subsidy for the first-time houses is to make developers build more properties. Like this is supposed to make developers want to like build about 3 million new affordable houses in places where people want to live, and that $25,000 subsidy specifically applies to them. What this does is it will decrease the value of properties over the long term by increasing the supply on the supply side, right through those newly developed properties, while also increasing the demand on the demand side. All right, and that's the plan. And you're going to say that this is going to somehow devalue houses while also reducing supply with a higher demand that's supposed to make the value of houses go up. So you're contradicting.
No. I never said
I'm really
devalue.
confused on what the point is.
I never said devalue. I said living at home till you're 35 because you can't afford. That's the opposite of devalue. I'm saying there's going to be no
prices
supply.
of houses to go up.
Right, exactly. And new home buyers won't be able to afford them until we get quote unquote new development properties out there that can maintain the same volume of people that we're pushing out into the world coming out of college looking for homes.
So it would cause the price of houses to go up if it only increased the demand on the demand side. But like its incentivization is for developers to create new properties, meaning that we're also increasing supply on the supply side. So
let me give you
an increase in home prices.
Very general definition of what I'm trying to state because I feel.
Can you repeat what I just said?
When federal government gets
Can you repeat what
involved
I just said?
And ruins the market competition over any industry, whether
1 second, can you repeat what I just said?
Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. You weren't listening, Alex. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and touch on this once more. I want you to listen this time, okay? So specifically speaking, the point of the $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy for newly developed properties isn't just to increase demand by offering $25,000 for a down payment, but it's also specifically to increase supply as it would only apply to newly developed properties, right? The intention of this $25,000 subsidy is to get people to build more houses. And Kurt, thank you for the $30 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kurt. Thank you so much for the $30 on PayPal. Massive W's for Kurt in the chat. I really appreciate you for that. And then maybe after this, I could ask you some questions as well. And thank you so much for the other $10 as well. W's for Kurt and W's for Alex as well with a $15. Thank you so much, Alex and Kurt. W's for Alex and Kurt. Go ahead.
Do you believe that the federal government getting involved in any sort of market competition is beneficial for the U.S.?
Bro, fucking duh. I think that we could like produce optimal outcomes through like competent regulations. Okay, like I'm not going to be a laissez-faire free market type of guy because I don't think that the free market is always optimal to address the best outcomes. Right? I think that we can produce the best outcomes based upon historical trends with the use of smart regulation. But now, like the obvious misconstruction here is that we've had bad regulation in the past, which leads people to being libertarian, which leads people to like being like laissez-faire free markets like enjoyers. But what I'm specifically saying here is that this type of regulation on the market by offering this $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy is supposed to increase the demand of housing, like through free market indicators, such as a greater demand for newly developed houses.
So outside of the capping of the insulin prices, which even I agree needed to be done because it was ridiculous and there's a significant amount of people that need that access. Outside of that, things such as like, let's talk college education.
Can I ask you a question? Now you're pivoting to college education.
No. It's the same general concept because I asked you federally regulated programs benefit markets. College education. Why is college so expensive? Oh, it can be. Let's talk about the specifics then. What can be? What are some examples?
$25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy.
Well, we don't know that's going to work. This is where it's hypothesis.
Wait, weren't you just saying that it's not going to work?
I don't think it's going to work. No.
And for what reason? Because
But
I
I'm
told you
talking
why
about
it's going to work, and
examples-
then you never responded. Would you agree that this would increase the demands, the supply side of like the housing market specifically because it incentivizes developers to develop new houses?
I do not agree that it will increase supply. No.
Okay, well then you're just like economically illiterate, quite frankly, because it only applies to newly developed properties. This intends to create 3 million new houses. If it does not create new houses, then the $25,000 subsidy will benefit no one, as it only applies to new houses. How can you say that this $25,000 subsidy that will only apply to new houses will not make new houses appear? When you
So
create
we
demand
only
for
have-
something, what happens to the supply?
So what happened? So we only have what, 3 million people coming out of college a year
Can you
that need
answer
new
my
houses?
When you create artificial demand for for a market, what happens to the supply?
The demand goes up because there's more supply. I don't understand what you're asking me.
If you create incentivization for a supply of a good, we see that supply of the good would increase, right? So when we create this incentivization for these developers to create new affordable houses in areas where people want to live by granting U.S. citizens a $25,000 subsidy to buy them, right? Of course, we're going to see new houses developed, right? That's the whole point of it. Now, can I ask you a question?
That'd be great.
Would you ever vote for someone that's tried to overthrow a government and like steal an election by staging a coup?
Generalities.
No, that was very specific. Do you want me to be more specific? Would
No,
you ever vote for
generalities in
someone
the
that tried
sense-
to install themselves for a second presidential term by attempting to steal the election from the individual that they ran and lost to?
No, I say generalities because of the way that you're blanket statementing what you think happened and what everybody thinks happened. But there were very legitimate arguments for several specific states.
I'm just
that
asking
had-
if you'd vote for someone that did these things, would you?
If there was a legitimate person that was found guilty of rigging an election, yes.
You want to vote for them. So
I would
Donald
not
Trump,
vote for them.
So Donald Trump has admitted to the Supreme Court and has argued in the January 6 indictments that he did send fake slates of electorates to cast fake Trump votes from states that he lost into the Electoral College, that he did try to get Mike Pence to certify them as real to make himself the illegitimate president of the United States of America for a second term. And he's just arguing that he should be
He was pushing state electors and their governments to open up cases in certain voting industries where there were stories and there were some examples of affecting ballots. One specific one were FedEx drivers that were pulling off on the side of the road and throwing out Trump ballots.
One
outside the
second,
side
can you repeat what I just said?
Yes,
You obviously
He
weren't
tried to force
following.
Mike Pence to solidify illegal electoral ballots. That's
Would you
what he
affirm that's something he did?
I would affirm that he was pressuring states to open investigations and they were not doing
No, would
it.
you affirm that he sent fake electors to states to cast fake votes into the Electoral College? Certificates of ascertainment, to be more specific.
I will agree with my piece,
DMC,
which is
I
that
appreciate you for the boxing
should have
gloves.
been open.
Okay, well, I'm gonna. Do you affirm or deny the statement that Trump sent slates of fake electorates to 7 different states to cast fraudulent certificates of ascertainment from those states into Congress?
It'd be ridiculous of me to deny that. It's in paperwork.
So you affirm.
Don't live in La La Land.
So you affirm that this is something that Trump did. So you would affirm, therefore, that Trump tried to install himself for a second presidential term, albeit Biden had won the election through the use of fraudulent certificates of ascertainment.
Yeah, and every investigation was closed without example. I don't know why it's a gotcha because there's no correlation.
Because you just literally fucking conceded to Trump trying to steal the election from Biden and failing.
I think you're talking about the causation and not the correlation behind it.
What? No,
Like,
I'm talking about Trump sending fake votes to Congress from states that he lost to be certified as real.
I agreed with my piece. Investigation should have been open with several states, and they weren't. His
No.
attorney gave up on the case, but that's what it was.
No, we had Trump's Electoral Integrity Committee where he sent millions of dollars to people to investigate the outcome of the 2020 election in every single key state to find any evidence that they could that it was stolen from him. And they came up empty-handed, but they took, the evidence that they thought they found to 63 handpicked courts. All 63 of them told Trump that he had no evidence for the shit that he was saying and threw it out, including 34 courts with Republican-appointed judges and 19 courts with Trump-appointed of judges. That's a fact. Trump lost 2020. Mike Pence didn't deny it. The DOJ didn't deny it. The only person who's denied it until this day is Donald J. Trump after trying to steal the election from Biden. But I do just want to, hit back on the fact that you affirm the fact that Trump tried to steal the election from Biden with fake votes in Congress. Earlier, you said you wouldn't vote for Trump if this is something he had done. Now you affirm that this is something he had done. Does this mean that you will not be voting for Trump?
No, that's not the case.
So you will vote for someone that's tried to steal an election from Biden?
I feel like the defining words that you're using to restate my statement are not correct. But at the end of the day, I think that this is all crazy that people are actually considering voting for Kamala.
Okay,
Again,
so you're going to pivot away from the fact that you told me you wouldn't vote for Trump if he tried to steal the
Let's be
2020 election from
logical.
Biden, and then you
let's be
affirm the fact
logical.
that he did, and now you're saying that it's crazy not to vote for him. Please,
let's
Alex, dear God, can we all re-reference the fact that Alex did say Trump sent the fake slates of electors, and the fake slates of electors did send fake votes to Congress, and Trump did pressure Mike Pence into certifying them. You even concede and agreed that this is an official court document, and this is Donald Trump's argument in the January 6 indictments that have already occurred, and this was his argument to the Supreme Court, and he admitted it to seek immunity. Rudy Giuliani admitted it to seek immunity. John Eastman admitted it to seek immunity. Trump and all of his cronies, his legal team that developed this fringe conspiracy theory that he could legally steal the election from Biden, have done what? Admitted it to seek immunity from criminal repercussions. And you are still going to vote for the man that incited the largest attack on our government and on our democracy since the Civil War.
Peaceful protest. Quote was peaceful protest. Not only that, Nancy Pelosi already took fault for that. She was supposed to get more police there that day. She said she didn't need them. She already took fault for that. Don't put it on him.
Oh, so have you seen the newly
within an hour of the incident, and people were going, he needs to tweet, he needs to tweet, he needs to say something. He already did. But they
so
were
now,
pressuring,
you're
pressuring,
pivoting to the
pressuring.
riots. What I'm talking about is the installation of fake votes in Congress. Okay, I'm not here to.
But you
debate
said
against-
incite. You said incite.
He incited the biggest attack on our government since the Civil War with the installation of fake votes in Congress.
Let's be logical here, Dean. You've got someone who in 2016 had to cancel their campaign early because no one cared about her. She had
Donald Trump
15,000
canceled
votes.
his campaign in 2000 for the same reason.
15,000 votes, and all of a sudden, when we aren't allowed to go by our
Tessa, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo for DNC overtime pay. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you so much for the love. Massive W's for Tessa in the chat. Thank you for the $25. So you still haven't responded to the contradiction that you gave me. You told me you wouldn't vote for Trump if he tried to steal the outcome of the 2020 election from Biden. Then you conceded that's something that he did, and you're saying that you're still going to vote for Trump. You said, let's be logical. What's a contradiction? Because that sure sounds like one.
The logical piece is just like strictly state the most important part about this election is we have one person running that constitutionally was not voted in by the people. Not voted in by the people.
How many votes did Trump get in the primaries?
I don't know.
0, because you don't vote for a candidate, you vote for delegates. She got the delegates. So, and then you also said that this is per the Constitution, according to our government. The DNC and the RNC, what are they, Alex? Are they private political organizations, meaning you could go start one tomorrow? Or are they a part of our democracy and our governmental procedures? Which one?
I don't know.
They're private political organizations. You could start one tomorrow. So when you said per the Constitution, per our government rules and regulations and practices, that she wasn't voted in by the people, no one is voted in by the people during the primary processes by these private political parties. You have the right to vote for whoever you'd like come November. You could vote for Trump. You could vote for Harris. You could even write your own damn name in. She will be voted in by the people if she wins re-election. But if you're so mad about her not being voted in by the people, what if Trump's fake electorate had been successful? Would he have been voted in by the people? Purdy with the 25 gifted subs. Let's go. Massive W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much for the 25 gifted subs. I really appreciate you for the love. Massive W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much for the 25 gifted subs.
It was the first presidency where the loser of the presidential election had the most public ballots ever in the history, and it just so happened that the guy who won it had even more.
Yep.
And not only that, but I mean, I'm not trying to go into the whole conspiracy side of it, but I can tell you when I watched that night, it seemed like it was in the bag for Trump. And then I wake up the next morning and there's a spike at 5 a.m. Everybody was like, what's going on? What's going on? Oh, it's when they put their votes in, 5 a.m. There was a particular voting booth, what was it, in Arizona, where they were having water pipeline problems. They had to shut down for several hours, and apparently nobody was in there messing with ballots or anything. It's a whole damn thing. But
so where's the court that concluded? So where's the evidence for the widespread voter fraud to overturn the results of the election? Where is it?
Well, nobody wanted to investigate it. We had one federal investigation. No state opened up an investigation.
No. There was 63 investigations by 63 courts. Every single court threw Trump and his evidence out because he had no evidence. And you're forgetting that
Any
millions of
state
dollars invested by
representative
Trump to
opened
find
an
any evidence
independent
that failed.
investigation within their state.
You want to know else why? You want to know else why there was no quote unquote investigation? Because Donald Trump didn't want an investigation. What happened in the Oval Office with the DOJ and Bill Barr? Do you know? Oh, you must have forgot when Donald Trump went to the DOJ, went to Bill Barr, and tried to influence him to sign a paper stating that there had already been widespread voter fraud found, meaning he correctly won the election, even though they hadn't done an investigation. He pressured the DOJ to falsely announce widespread voter fraud. Do you affirm or deny that fact, sir?
I'm not gonna accept what you just said about Barr. No.
Oh, so then we just could totally forget about Bill Barr literally resigning because so many people, the DOJ threatened to quit because he said he wanted to go along with Trump's plan to falsely announce widespread voter fraud. Really? We want to forget about that? Or do we want to forget about Mike Pence when Mike Pence said the reason he's not endorsing Trump today is because Donald Trump had asked Mike Pence to put him above the Constitution? We're just going to forget about all that?
There were several news outlets, videos coming out of people saying, we've got dead people voting, we've got votes missing, we've got FedEx drivers pulling off on the side of the road, throwing out ballots, we've got small little voter rooms in individual states that are quote unquote shutting down for maintenance, ballots coming out from under table. I mean, all sorts of crazy nonsense. And everybody, it just seemed like was like, let's just not talk about it. So of course Trump's going to do whatever he can to be like, I'm not going to let this go. Like
you're still making the claim that there's widespread voter fraud, and you haven't given me a single piece of evidence.
What would you define as widespread?
Sufficient voter fraud to overturn the results of the election.
So was there no voter fraud in 2020?
There's voter fraud in every single election ever. 2020 was the safest recorded election on history, though.
Is that by a percentage of invalid versus valid votes?
That's going to be based upon audits that would determine the amount of fraud based upon, like ballots cast by family members, ballots sent to wrong addresses, quote unquote, dead people voting, etc. That is going to be the determining factor there. Where is your evidence of widespread voter fraud sufficient to overturn the results of the election, Alex? Do you have it? Can you give it to me in my hand?
I could argue the same and giving me a percentage and why this was the most safe voting record. I mean, we had a company that was doing
I'm just asking you. Give me a source. Alex, give me a source. Give me a source that specifically would demonstrate sufficient evidence that there was enough voter fraud in the 2020 election to overturn the results.
Neither of us are going to have those statistics. You can look them up. I don't have a computer in front of me.
So you admit that you believe things without evidence?
Oh.
Danny got flagged for election integrity. Donked. We're going to go to move on to our next guest. I had fun with him. It's fun when they know just enough where they can't just lie to themselves and say that these things didn't happen. I love it when there's like Republicans kind of like Alex that are a little bit more read up on what has happened, but still hold to the conspiracy theories. Because Alex, he had to admit that Trump tried to steal the election from Biden because he knows about the court documents. I love it when they know about the court documents because they literally can't deny it. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. Specifically, if you do want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms, and those proceeds allow me the ability to continue to do these debates all day, every day. And I specifically, if you want to shout out, feel free. I will read your name out as well as an attached message. But at this point, we're going to go to move on to our next guest. So everyone just give us a moment. Make sure if you are in the queue that you are voting for Trump. What's going on, Sav? Are you voting for Trump? Nope. Okay, moving on to our next guest here. Guys, everyone just give us a minute. Everyone just give us a minute. If you are voting for Trump, spam MAGA down below in the chat and I will invite you up. Let's go ahead and see what our next guest has to say. So everyone just be patient. We're still waiting for our next guest. Why is there no one spamming MAGA down below? Is everyone terrified? Is everyone scared? I would believe so. Kobe, I got you with an invite up. Everyone just give us 1 minute. Also, hit that follow button if you haven't already. I go live and I do these debates every day. What's up, Slowboy? Are you voting for Trump?
What's going on? Fuck yeah.
Okay, so why do you want to grape us in the Oval Office?
Well, that's a crazy accusation considering the fact that he's never been sent to jail for said grape.
Okay, so it's not an accusation. It's proven in a civil court. They don't send people to jail. They just force them to pay out $87 million.
I would like some proof on that.
Look up Trump v. Carroll. It concluded in 2022. You could read the jury verdict form online for free if you'd like.
All right, well, how much do you make a year?
Why would I tell you that?
Because you're broke. How about let's look at the housing prices.
I have a question. How much do you make in a week?
I don't need to tell you.
You just asked me. So you're broke?
No.
Yeah, you're broke because you didn't tell me how much money you make.
You can see my account and see that I'm not broke.
No. You didn't tell me how much money you make, therefore you're broke. That was your logic with me, right?
No, that's not true.
Okay, so then why do you say I'm broke?
Because you have nothing to prove other than your slick back hair and your cheap headset.
Do you want to kiss me? I think you want to kiss me. Why do they talk about how fucking sexy I am all the time?
Yeah, people that vote Kamala would like dudes.
Bobby, thank you so much for the $30 on Venmo to support my brokenness. Let's get some W's in the chat for Bobby with the $30 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. And Andrew with the $50 on Venmo for not being broke. Yo, I want to see at least 500 W's in the chat for Andrew and 300 W's in the chat for Bobby. Thank you so much, Bobby and Andrew, for the $50 and the $30 on Venmo. Let's fucking go.
From people that make money.
Wait. So people like donate to me because they support what I do. How's that quote unquote living on a handout?
I just
does Trump live on handouts because he gets donations?
That talks on TikTok all day.
But you do understand supporting a rapist. Crazy.
Your hands are 100% soft, buddy.
My hands are soft. Your mine is soft. It's like moldable, like Jello. That's what Trump takes advantage of.
That's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. But all right.
Yo, buddy. Tammy, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal to support my brokenness. I really appreciate you for the love. W's in the chat for Tammy. Go ahead and continue.
This is insane.
Go ahead and continue. I'm still waiting on like your argument while you're voting for Trump. I just got a donation.
I mean, I'm just going to be honest. Houses were more affordable. Cars were more affordable. Everything was more affordable. Gas. I mean, everything was just better. I don't see how anything's been better in the last 4 years.
Lexi, thank you for the $15 on Venmo to support for Dean. Thank you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lexi. And Melissa, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lexi and Melissa. And Purdy, holy shit, $100 on PayPal for the broke bitch. Let's go. Massive W's in the chat for Purdy, Melissa, and Hector with a $20 on PayPal. And Nessa with a $20 on Venmo. Holy shit, y'all are going off. I want to see 1 trillion W's in the chat for Purdy with a $100 on Venmo. That's actually fucking insane. I want to see 200 W's in the chat for Hector, 200 W's in the chat for Anissa, and once again Andrew with the $50. But holy shit, Purdy with the $100 on PayPal, and Joshua with a $20 on PayPal saying because screw that guy. Let's go. W's for Joshua. Thank you so much for the love. Y'all are going off right now. Holy shit.
This is just fake.
Oh my god.
I just want to ask you,
y'all are going
better
crazy
financially in the economy.
Thank you so much for the love.
Has anything been better?
Yeah, like the rate of inflation, the rate of unemployment. If
the
you
rate
just
of
wanna
inflation. All right. You can't say the rate of inflation, but you can't compare it. You can't compare it.
I'm confused. So our rate of inflation currently is 2.8%. Prior, at the peak of the pandemic, it was 9%. So that is like an economic variable that would be
that's not
good.
Pre-pandemic.
Another one would be like real.
Pre-pandemic.
So currently speaking, our rate of inflation is 2.8%, which was the same in 2018. The question I'd have for you is, do you think that the Biden-Harris administration caused inflation?
I think that everything's gone up.
Mike, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo to screw the cultists. Let's get at least 250 W's in the chat for Mike. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the love, Mike. But seriously, Purdy, I still want to see the W's in the chat for Purdy with the $100. Oh my God. But Mike, seriously, thank you for the $25. So do you think that Biden and Harris caused inflation?
Absolutely. Look at the housing market.
How do they cause inflation?
Are you in real estate yourself?
Yeah, I like real estate, but how do they cause inflation?
Everything's more expensive, dude.
Okay. Corey, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Thank you for the love. So your argument is, because inflation happened while they've been president, they caused it, right?
Sure. So are you
Ashley with a $10 on PayPal? Shout out to Hannah Tempiro. Thank you so much for the love. W's in the chat for Ashley. Thank you so much for the love. Yeah, actually, I do think that fracking like can be.
Do you think that
permissible
human beings in the last couple thousand years,
buddy, one second,
on this planet, we've done more damage?
Hey. Got to put you on mute. Anyways, thank you. So you said because Biden and Harris are president and inflation has happened in the country while they've been president that they caused it. I just want to use your logic for a quick dunk. I might even clip you, may I add. When Trump was president in April of 2020, we had a 14.8% rate of unemployment. So using your logic, anything that happens in the country can be blamed on the president. Did Trump cause the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression? Hello, Slowboy. You have to click on your profile picture and you have to hit the icon of the microphone. Okay.
Oh shit, my bad. I'll sit on here all day.
Did Trump cause that?
What? What's that? Repeat. Sorry, I was
The highest rate.
all fucked up.
You have an echo.
My mic was all fucked up. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so at the end of Trump's term in April of 2020, we had a record high rate of unemployment, the highest we've had since the Great Depression, at 14.8%. Did Trump cause that?
No.
But it happened in the country while he was president. Wasn't that your argument for how Biden and Harris caused
I've never. Hold on. Do you mind if I spark a point quick? Because this is something that usually stumps genuinely everybody that's voting Biden.
Okay, Biden's not running, but go for it.
Do you think that Trump's a racist?
Yep.
So why has he done more for individual black universities across the United States with $150 million towards all black universities in the United States? And that's more
the Biden and Harris administration sent $16 billion.
Okay, do you have any proof of that?
yeah. Holy shit. Do I have any proof for that? Dude, I swear to God, like, where do they come up with this shit?
So you just have words,
Biden,
but you've never
Harris,
shown
16
proof.
bill to HBCU. So yeah, all that you have to do is go to uncf.org, search up Biden administration, announces big investment totals for historically black universities. You could also just reference whitehouse.gov. It is a fact that they gave $16 billion to historically black universities. Henry, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. WRX is our junk lol. Yeah, for real. Go ahead.
It's crazy because it's an STI. Anyways.
Oh, an STI, even worse.
That doesn't make any sense, but okay.
What are you going to go do? Do an LS swap at a BRZ next, buddy? Come on. Anyways, continue.
That is the most cringe fucking thing I've ever heard in my life.
I mean, I'm just stepping up, right? Anyways, go for it.
An LS and a BRZ. God.
Right? Yeah, that sounds like some shit you do, right?
No, not even close.
Yeah, you're definitely the type of guy to LS swap a BRZ.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, you got an LS swap BRZ, buddy.
Really anything, honestly. It's just a lower fuel economy for this fucking $5 a gallon of gas these days. So no, I probably wouldn't do that.
So anyways, I gave you a source that indicated that Biden and Harris sent more to historically black universities. But now I want to ask you a question. If Trump's not racist, how come he denied housing opportunities from black people in the 1970s? How come he said that Barack Obama shouldn't be able to run for president, be it because he's black means he obviously wasn't born in the U.S.? How come he said that Kamala Harris, quote unquote, turned black when did I turn white? How come he said the N-word on The Apprentice? How come he referenced, quote unquote, black jobs? What is a black job?
Well, for one, half of the things you just said are pretty funny, to be honest. I mean, I think you need to have a sense
Denying housing opportunities to black people because they're black is funny?
I didn't say that's funny. I said dropping the N-word's pretty funny, to be honest, as an old white man.
So you're a racist too?
No, I'm not a racist. I just have a sense of humor, and I'm not a absolute snowflake.
Oh, so like, yeah, white people screaming the N-word is so funny. And if you think any other way,
I don't think you need to go up to your nearest neighbor. It's a black man and call him the hard R. I never said that. I just said it's kind of funny to slip up.
Yeah, no. So you're racist too. Yeah, white people saying the N-word is funny. And if you disagree with that, you're snowflake, right, bud?
I think you'll grow up someday and you'll understand. So do you hate guns?
So I'm gonna grow up someday and understand that it is not racist,
someday,
but rather funny to stay.
Someday. I'm gonna do exactly what you do.
No, in fact, I hope someday you grow up and you could make.
John, thank you for the 50 gifted, dude. I appreciate it, dude.
Oh, were you jealous of the donations that I was getting now?
We're just gonna do what you do now.
Oh, now it comes out. You were jealous about the donations I was getting.
No, it's just funny because I know half of them were fake, but it's all right.
Wait, you think they're fake?
Sure. Pull them up, dude.
Which one specifically?
Fuck if I know. I don't care.
I mean, my Venmo, my PayPal loaded up and ready to go. No, not a single one of them was fake. Now you're literally so mad that people were donating to me that you have to gaslight yourselves into thinking that they're fake. Really?
That's crazy because I gained 400 followers here. I came.
Yo, Christine, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo for my fake donation. I appreciate you for the love. So is that one fake? Or Cheyenne, thank you for the $3 on Venmo saying fake donation. Was that one fake? Or Jakari saying $5 on Venmo for the fake $5. Was that one fake? Oh, they're all fake. No thanks for the fake donations. I have the bot sending me money from Taylor Swift checkings account. So, yeah, they're all fake, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the fake donations. I'm going to use that fake money to buy myself fake gas later. It's all fake, and the snowflake ran. We're gonna go to move on to our next guest here. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. What's up, Stacy? Are you voting for Trump? Hello? All right, we're going to go to move on to our next guest. Aubrey, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, which is a fake donation from the DNC. Let's get some W's in the chat for Aubrey. Thank you so much for the fake $10 donation from the DNC. Let's fucking go, baby. Thank you for the love. We're going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here at this point, y'all. So everyone, do be patient. Do give us 1 minute to get our next guest up in the box. We got K-Rud loading in here, y'all. Spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. Everyone, just give us a minute here, guys. If you want to support me with your quote-unquote fake donations, my Venmo and my PayPal are in my bio. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, chat. Everyone just give us a minute. Continue to spam MAGA in the chat if you want to come up and debate. I'm loading so many people in. Nobody wants to come up. They are all terrified, chat. Kazan, I got you with an invite. And yo, Purdy with the fake 25 gifted subs. Holy shit. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much for the fake 25 gifted subs. That's fucking insane. Thank you so much, Purdy. Massive W's for Purdy in the chat. Thank you so much for the 25 gifted subs. That means the world to me. Thank you so much, Purdy. Hey, what's going on? Are you voting for Trump?
Yep.
Okay, why so?
Well, let me ask you a question. So, say now, this is getting somewhere, so don't think I'm just shitting you to listen. So, you're living with your girlfriend, right? You guys are paying the bills, right? All of a sudden, money starts slipping up and it ain't there. You go to question your girlfriend what's going on, and she just laughs about it and don't have an answer. That is why I'm not voting Kamala, Camilla, whoever. That's why I ain't voting her.
Because you dated her and she took your money from you?
No. Are you listening?
So you were so Kamala Harris was your girlfriend and money was missing from your bank account.
A reference. I just asked you if you went up to your girlfriend and asked her where all the money's been going to, and she just laughs about it and rolls her eyes, straight lying to you. That's what she's doing to the country, is straight lying.
Okay, lying about what?
Everything comes out of her mouth.
Oh, really?
She gets asked a question.
Okay.
And she can, if she don't have either an answer, a scripted thing to say, or don't know what to say because she knows it's a lie, she laughs.
Yeah,
You
so
can't
she
tell me
wasn't.
that.
So was Kamala Harris lying when she said that Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy?
Yeah, because all they do is lie.
So Donald Trump, the guy that tried to steal the 2020 election from Biden in an attempt to install himself for a second term by ignoring the voice and the vote of every single American citizen, is not a threat to our democracy. How so?
You're still young, but just know that one day you're going to understand. You're going to understand.
Brother.
You're going to understand.
ASAP.
I got hair on my knees older than you.
You actually have like the hair on your knees.
One day you're going to wake up.
Typically speaking, hair replaces like every like 7 months. Like body hair.
You're going to wake up one day. And
you don't have hair on your knees that are older than me.
You're going to understand that Democrat, Republic, it's a different wing on the same bird. That's what it comes down to, and that's what you're all going to wake up to one day.
Renee, thank you so much for the $15 on Venmo. You're just young. I appreciate you for the love, Renee. I guess I'm so young. W's for Renee in the chat for the $15 because I'm so young. $15 for 15 days old. And Shelly, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal saying I'm so young. Brad, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying I'm 50 years old and I agree with Dean. Thank you for the love, Brad. W's for Renee, Brad, and Shelly. I appreciate you guys so much. So I have a question. So you said that Kamala Harris is a big fat liar. And then you said
I'm
that
saying they're all liars. I'm saying everything you see, that shit's all lying. If they're lying to the masses.
Anthony with a $3 on Venmo for the fake knee hair. So is Donald Trump a liar?
I said knees because I'm sure he wouldn't have liked if I said the other nuts.
Ew.
Yeah.
Tree, thank you for the $5 on Venmo for the hair on his knees. Thank you for the love for the hair on his knees. I appreciate you for the $5. And Casey with the $2. I appreciate you for the love, Casey. W's in the chat for the donors. Thank you guys so much for your donations.
Speaking of knees, how many pairs of knee pads is Harris going to need for 4 years? That's what I want to know.
Oh, so now the misogyny comes out. Do you think that she slept her way into, the position of power she's in today?
I don't know what the fuck she's done. Because nobody's seen her for the past 4 years.
So then why would you say that she would need knee pads during her presidency? What did you mean by that?
Well, she had to have done something to get to where she is now, because she ain't done shit.
Oh, okay. So in her run for AG and DA in California, she got 1.5 million votes combined. How many of those 1.5 million people did she have to sleep with to get those positions?
Probably at least 2. Something around there.
0.
Usually only takes 1.
0. So I just, out of curiosity, if women could sleep their way into positions of power so easily, why don't we see more women in positions of power? If men have to work so hard, grind out work their entire life, climb the corporate ladder, put blood, sweat, and tears into it, and women could just sleep around to get in those positions, why aren't there more women in those positions of power? Why is it disproportionately men? Oh, crazy. Heidi, thank you for the $25 on PayPal. Let's get some W's in the chat for Heidi. I really appreciate you for the $25 on PayPal. Massive W's down below for Heidi while he is silent or silenced. Thank you so much for the love, Heidi. That is so kind of you. And Melissa with a $10 on Venmo. Jamie with the $15 on Venmo. And Daryl with the $5 on Venmo. W's for Melissa, Jamie, and Darewell. I really appreciate you all for the love. Massive W's down below. Thank you so much, Heidi, Melissa, Jamie, and Darewell.
All of your guests that come on here, because you don't ever start spewing all them donations till you got somebody on here giving you some riffraff. I don't give a shit about none of this. It's all garbage. All of it's garbage, and you're all wasting your time. Plain and simple. The world's fucked either way.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on a response to my last question. Also, the fact that you think you're making me money is crazy. Outstanding at best. How about you go start your own life, see how much money you make? Secondarily, you said that women can sleep their way into positions of power. Why isn't there more women in positions of power if they could achieve it so easily? Can you answer that question?
I'm just telling you. Well, as time goes on, more and more of it's happening.
Okay, so, you still haven't answered my question. We still see a disproportionate amount of men in positions of leadership. If women could achieve it so easily and men have to work really hard for it, wouldn't we see a disproportionate amount of women in those roles?
I have a question for you. Because it's obvious that you're reading this question off. Can you ask somebody a question without it being presented to you for what to say?
I'm literally staring in my deep blue eyes right now. I have my laptop open on my Venmo so I could read the donations, and then in front of me,
I see someone there saying. I see someone in the comments saying that she was installed. What's your thoughts on that?
That Kamala Harris was installed?
Yep.
Oh, she was installed, but she still had to get a majority vote of the delegates at the DNC. She was installed, but she's still going to have to get a majority vote of country in the Electoral College come November. She was installed,
so
but she had to work for 20 years to get in the position she's in. Another pivot, by the way.
So
also, you're still avoiding that question. If women could sleep their way into positions of power so easily and men have to work really hard, why isn't there more women's in those?
I never claimed that. I never claimed that to start.
Yes, you did. See, that's misogyny, sir.
When did
so
I claim that?
You mean?
When did I
by
once say
saying
that?
by saying that she's going to need knee pads while she's president, stating that the only reason she's in the position of power she is in today is because she slept her way to the top. So
Okay,
that
but
is
that's
textbook.
also not. That's also at the same time. Might have said that, but that is not saying that women have it easier than men. I'm saying that's what she did personally.
Wait,
That's
so
what I'm
if
saying.
women have it harder than men to get in positions of power, and women can sleep their way into positions of power, what can men do to get in those positions of power that is easier than sleeping with other people?
You not get it. You don't get it.
I'm just using logic, sir. It's very simple.
No, you don't get it. You're reading the script. People coming
What
up
script
here.
am I reading, bro? Do you want me to close my how about I close my fucking eyes while I cook? I'm gonna go ahead and cook with closed eyes. 3, 2, 1. Listen, sit back, and learn. So when you make the claim that the only way a woman can get into a position of power is by sleeping her way there, incredibly demeans the incredible abilities of
Never
women.
claimed
And
that. I said
okay,
that's
so
what
I was cooking with the eyes closed, and then you interrupt me. How about you just fuck out of here, buddy? I was gonna cook with the eyes closed, and then he just felt the need to interrupt. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. I was not done cooking, but he decided to interrupt. Unfortunate. Incredibly incredible. So bigly. He lost so bigly, chat. Hello, George. Are you voting for the grapist lunatic?
Yep.
Okay, why is that?
And you were sitting there talking to that boy about Kamala Harris sleeping her way up. Well, look at it.
Kamala.
Down in California. Look
Kamala.
at Down in California. It's a proven fact that she slept her way to become Attorney General.
Kamala.
I don't give a fuck what her name is. She's nothing.
Okay. All right. Yo, Geoj. Hey, Geoj. How many votes did she get in a run for AG of California? Geoj.
Do what?
Geoj. How many votes did she get in her AG in a run for AG?
It didn't matter
San
when
Francisco?
she slept her way to a guy that had enough clout to help her win by promoting her because he was fucking her. And you can't deny it because it happened. It's public.
So how many votes did she
information.
get in a run for AG and DA?
It don't fucking matter.
It does,
You're a
because in
fucking
order to get
dumbass
into these
Democrat
positions,
kid that does not understand life.
He's
because
crashing out.
I'm 60 years old
He's
and I
crashing
don't
out.
give a fuck about your money.
Oh,
I don't
yes,
give
you
a
do.
fuck about your money. I don't give a fuck about your donations. You're wrong. If you get Camilla in office, we're all fucked because she wants to legalize 20 million illegal immigrants. Right now, they're having a problem in Aurora, Colorado. Look, you little fucking puss.
Oh, he's getting mad. Okay, so
Yeah,
you said that
because you're a fucking smart-ass, dumbass Democrat that thinks he knows everything when you don't.
a smart ass.
Have you been in the fucking military, boy?
Have I been
Have
in
you
the
been in the
military?
military?
No, I haven't been in the military.
Then you
just
don't
like
have
Trump.
no
He
room to
dodged the
say
draft.
nothing about our country. I fought for our country.
Has Trump been in the military?
I don't give a fuck. He knows his policies.
Name one
And
policy influence to get passed that you thought was good while he was president.
Bringing back the fucking car manufacturers to the United States.
How did he do that?
I'd let go right back out.
How did he do that?
Hold on. Our gas was cheaper. Our food was cheaper. Then we have a pandemic that your moron president locks down the country to where people can't work. So what was it? 22 million jobs were lost. And then they take credit for bringing back 14 million. You're the dumb motherfuckers that put us out of
Hey,
work.
George, I'd like to ask you a question. So you said it was Biden who shut down the country, causing people to lose their jobs.
Oh, you're going to blame it on
when was the highest rate of unemployment during the pandemic? April of 2020.
Under
Who was
Biden,
president during April of 2020, George?
You're a misled individual.
No, Bureau of Labor
narcissist.
Statistics. Get a
You're a
judge.
narcissist asshole. And we're done with this
I'm a
conversation.
narcissist
because you're
asshole, but then Trump sexualizes little girls, boasts about
fuck
grabbing
off
women
with
by
me,
their
boy.
P word, is hold civilly liable for great boasts about walking into the changing rooms of half-naked teenage girls. And I'm the narcissist asshole. He was such a narcissist, such an asshole that when he lost 2020, he had to rig the vote to attempt to install himself for a second term. You know what? We have just the smartest, most bigly smart guests ever in the world. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $1 on PayPal for being a smartass, dumbass Democrat. I appreciate you for the love. That is me. I'm best dumbass Democrat. We are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in the box literally right now, chat. If you do want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they're in the bio. That supports me and that enables me to continue to be able to do this every single day. But we are going to go ahead and get our next guest up in here. If you want to come up and debate, spam MAGA in the chat right now. We're still looking for our next guest. Everyone I see in the chat is quite frankly shitting on the Trump supporters, so I love you all. We are still looking for our next guest. Godzilla, I invited you up. You're always chirping down below. You should pop up. I'm going to go ahead and move on to my next guest. What's up, Cole? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
And how old are you?
18, July 9th, 2006.
Okay, why are you voting for Don?
I want you to switch my opinions. So the only reason right now is because because of Putin, and that when he was in office, he got Putin to get everyone out of Ukraine.
Okay, Cole, I don't believe that you're 18 yet, but I'm still going to respond to your questions because I'd still like to influence you in a positive direction for the future. So Putin hadn't invaded Ukraine yet, so he didn't influence them to get anyone out of Ukraine. And predominantly a good reason not to vote for Trump is that he's a rapist, and we shouldn't be voting for rapists. Banjo, hello, are you voting for Don?
Yes, please don't kick me. I want to speak. I'm under.
I'm so sorry, man. I understand. I remember being a fetus myself and wanting to talk about more complex topics. That was me. I was the one getting kicked. I was the one getting kicked when I was a fetus. It always pains me when the fetuses come up in here and they say, "Please don't kick me," because that was me. That when I was 14 years old, that was me. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. So everyone just give us a minute. We're still looking for our next guest. If you're in the box, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box, everybody. Everyone just give us a minute to get our next guest up in the box. D-Bake, you lost live access permanently. That's funny. Hello, Silver Show. Are you voting for Trump?
Well, I'm actually voting for Trump due to the Democrats' energy policy and all their stuff. All the attacks on the gas cars and the automotive.
Mulaney, thank you for the $5 on PayPal for cyber panhandling on behalf of Des. So you don't like the Democrats' energy policy of producing more oil than we ever have been before?
And well, okay, so I personally I have a hard time finding all this stuff. I really do. I've been through the websites and I just have a hard time. I'm not old, but I'm older. I didn't grow up with a computer in my hand, so
yeah, I get you, man.
And by the way, you're great. You're great. I may differ on opinion from you, but you're great, and don't let any of these old bastards tell you otherwise.
Well, I honestly appreciate hearing you, especially with your profile picture. It's refreshing to have someone, that is seemingly pretty conservative, not just be a bully. Connor, thank you so much for these $7 on Venmo. I really appreciate you for the love. W's for Connor. Thank you for the $7. So I could help you out if you'd like in the context of oil production. So if you go on Google and you type in on your search bar EIA. Domestic oil production, and you hit enter, and then you click on the second link that says U.S. field production of crude oil from the U.S. Energy Information Administration, you will find your answer. Where did he go? No. Oh. Silver, I think you went on pause to look that up on Google and you didn't realize I couldn't hear you. And it booted you. Oh, man. Hopefully you come back. Silver, if you could hear me right now, if you're back in the live, please hop back in the queue. You were quite pleasant. We're going to go and get our next guest up in here. Oh, he just said in chat, I love you. Oh, Silver, hop back in the queue, please. You're great. What's up, AGPIZZ? Are you voting for Trump?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm doing all right, man. Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah.
No. Why?
'Cause he's a misogynist, rapist.
Okay, tell me you're trolling.
Hell no, I ain't trolling.
Okay, so so we got the fucking Grinch on the live?
Yeah.
Okay, so why do those things make you want to vote for him?
Say that again.
Why do those things make you want to vote for him?
I'm just trolling, man.
Okay, there you go. There you go. There you go. You have the voice and you have the look. I couldn't tell. You had the voice and you had the look. Okay, we're going to go to move on to our next guest. Everybody just give us a minute. Let's go to get our next guest up in the box. If you're in the queue, make sure that you're voting for Trump. Y'all already know. We got Thorn 11 loading in. If you want to support me, once again, my PayPal, my Venmo in the bio. Let's go and get our next guest up. Everybody give us a minute. Spam the chat if you want to come up and debate. Y'all already know. Let's go and get our next guest up in the queue. So everyone be patient. Shop USA got you loading in. Did Dean choose love today? We are a little bit more calm, cool, and collected per usual. Hello, Mr. Shop USA. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I think so. I'm in between right now.
Have we already talked?
No.
Okay, so why are you voting for Trump?
Kamala has just been running from the press, and it seems like she's just too scared to get on that global stage. So I don't think she can really be president.
Too scared to get on the global stage, but can't wait to debate Trump on September 10th. I think Trump is terrified of accountability in public service. He tried to steal the election from Biden, and he has incessantly placed himself above the country.
So why has Kamala not done an interview with any reporters, unscripted?
So she has done an interview.
No, with one with CNN with Dana Bash, and it was scripted.
So it went from why hasn't she done an interview?
No, you didn't
to
let me finish.
Why hasn't she done
I
one
said unscripted.
Yeah, so she's going to be live on the debate stage, unscripted, on September 10th. I can't wait.
She will be, but why has she interviewed since becoming the nominee?
Yeah, I could speculate that she's probably just been grinding the campaign trail too hard, catching up with Trump's last 2 years of campaigning in the last 40 days. Just an idea, but I don't know the answer to your question. I don't see how this is more of a pressing issue than the fact that Trump has raped a woman or tried to overthrow our government.
It just shows that she's too scared of the reporters and the press and answering questions without a script.
So what reason would you have to believe that?
Because she's not doing any interviews.
Wait, but I feel like I could use your same base plate of no interviews in the last 40 days apart from one to yield the conclusion. It just shows that Kamala Harris really cares about winning this election because she has been so hard on campaigning, going from rally to rally, place to place on the trail every day. She doesn't even have time for sit-down interviews.
And why
does
she keep changing her voice, her tone, and doing everything at these rallies, trying to, incorporate Ebonics to try to, pander to the black voters?
Oh, so just like code switching, which is completely normal, permissible, happens all the time, is bad, but raping a woman doesn't matter.
Is that all you have to say about Trump?
No, it's not. We could talk about the fact that he's a rapist. We could talk about the fact that he has poor economic policy with no plan how to pay for it. We could talk about the fact that he tried to overthrow our government and steal the election from Biden. We could talk about the fact that he sent less money year for year to historically black universities in comparison to Biden and Harris's administration. We could talk about how he increased income inequities in our country by predominantly having his tax plan benefit those who are best off. We could talk about how he's reelected, he's going to destroy the low and the middle class and American-owned businesses through tariffs, which are inflationary and decrease American exports. We could talk about how he had no policy that disproportionately benefited the low and middle class more so than rich people. We could talk about his racist past. We could talk about his misogynistic past. We could talk about his ties with Jeffrey Epstein. We could talk about his religious persecution of wanting to implement a Muslim ban, saying if you're Muslim, you can't enter into the country. There's so much we could talk about it. Pick your poison, buddy. Okay, he's gone. Hi, Angel. Are you voting for Trump? And he's back.
He signed the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which was the largest tax reform for the middle class.
So 83% of those tax cuts went to the top 1%, disproportionately benefiting rich people. He actually wants to implement the TCJA with greater tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy for another 10 years. It's going to cost $3.9 trillion. Shop USA, how the hell is he going to pay for it?
Do you think that Trump is just only looking out for himself?
Are you going to answer my question? Yes.
Are you going to answer mine?
Yeah, sure. My answer is yes. Now please answer mine. How is he going to pay for the $3.9 trillion for another 10 years of his tax cuts?
How is Kamala going to help our economy?
Okay, so I will allow this pivot to happen, and I will allow you to not engage with my question, and I will answer how Kamala Harris is going to benefit the economy.
I mean, the
Because at
answer
end
is
of the
through
day,
taxes.
It is going to make you look worse.
Okay, do
So
it.
yeah, Kamala Harris is specifically going to benefit the economy by cutting taxes for over 100 million American workers in the low and the middle class by things such as increasing the child tax credit, reducing the price of pharmaceuticals, introducing a $25,000 first-time homebuyer subsidy, and in total, these tax cuts are going to cost $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years.
Why
And she
is it that
specifically-
many? Oh, wait. You
and
gotta,
1 second, she's specifically going to pay for the $2.4 trillion by increasing the corporate tax rate, increasing the realized capital gains tax for centimillionaires, and introducing an unrealized capital gains tax for those same people. As well, she's going to reduce government spending by allowing Medicare greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices with private pharmaceutical companies.
Raising the
so now that we
corporate
have that out
tax
of the
rate,
way,
yeah.
So
Raising
how is
the
Trump going to pay for the $3.9 trillion for his
Listen,
tax
I'm
cuts?
answering what you said. That raising the corporate tax rate does not help fund all these things. It's just going to be passed on to the workers, cause more inflation, and in return, everything is more expensive and more unaffordable.
So that's not true historically speaking. We've had high
It
corporate
is
tax
true.
rates. In like the 30 to 40% range, historically speaking, that has been like the median corporate tax rate. We did not see high rates of inflation. In fact, we saw higher rates of employment and better real median wages. Now, moving back to my question that you haven't answered, how is Trump going to pay for the $3.9 trillion for his reinstitution of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act for another 10 years?
I don't have that answer.
Oh, so you're just okay with $4 trillion in spending for the ultra wealthy and for corporations, and you have no fucking clue how he's going to pay for it, and you're going to say he's good for the economy?
No fucking clue.
Yeah, so great for the economy. $4 trillion in the fucking toilet for the ultra wealthy. You are a smart, bright man.
I know.
Dunked.
W in the chat for Shop USA.
Let's see how that works out for you, buddy.
I can't believe all these fucking idiots donate to you. It is impressive that you get them to do it.
Okay, so now the people that donate to me because I destroy people like you are catching a stray. Why?
No, but it's sad.
I think you're jealous.
I'm not jealous. I just said it was impressive.
No, you are absolutely jealous if you're going to call anyone an idiot that supports me who's much smarter than you. Speaking of, Christina with the $25 on Venmo saying get them Maganator. Thank you for the love, Christina.
Christina is spending her last fucking dollar on Dean the Ween. You're just you're just a political pawn.
Okay, so Christina just sent me $25. And so now, how do you feel about Christina donating $25 to me? Christina.
I think she's a dumb fuck. Christina, wherever you are.
Okay. Oh, wait, is Cammy, thank you for the $5 on PayPal saying idiot here.
Cammy,
how do you feel about Cammy?
You are stupid.
So Christina and Cammy, how do you feel about
L's
them?
in the chat for Christina.
Yo, wait 1 second. We got another one. Diana with a $30 on PayPal. W's in the chat for Diana, and Emily with the Galaxy.
Diana,
how do you feel about
L's in the chat for Diana?
How do you feel about Diana sending me $30?
I think she's even dumber than Christine.
Because one sent 25, she sent 30. How about Emma with the Galaxy too? They're just all.
What is a galaxy?
Yeah, then they're the dumb. Okay, got it. So Diana.
No, I know what a galaxy, but what does it mean? In TikTok?
Darrell, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Saying more on here, spending my last dollar. And Jesse, thank you for the 1 second. 1 second.
That's how she got.
Jesse, thank you for the $50 on Venmo, saying real big moron here, supporting the love. How do you feel about Jesse? And Gabriella with the $20 and the 24 cents. Let's get some W's in the chat for Gabriella and Jesse, and Andrew with the $25 too. W's for Gabriella, Jesse, and Andrew, Shop USA. So Jesse sent $50, Gabriella sent $20.24, and Andrew sent $25. So how do you feel about Jesse, Gabriella, and Andrew?
I think they're stupid.
Gerard, thank you for the relaxing gift. I appreciate you for the love. So why?
Here's the thing. You're very good at spewing just nonsense. And
1 second, Purdy, shut up. Purdy, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. Yo, let's get 1,000 W's in the chat for Purdy. Saying, I'm so daft, I'm so fake. Thank you for the love, Purdy. Let's go. And Jennifer with the $20 on Venmo. And Tina with the under construction. Let's go. How do you feel about Purdy with $100? W's in the chat for Purdy. W's in the chat for Jennifer with the $20 as well. How do you feel about Purdy and Jennifer?
Oh, let me speak. Purdy is by far the dumbest one in the room. What is she? I don't know if it's a he, she, they, them, it, if. Given like what, $200 so far?
Oh, she's the fucking most dummy rich person in the room. She mugs you. Are you kidding me? You will never be on Purdy's level. She mugs you astronomically in every single context imaginably feasible known to mankind. Are you fucking kidding me? You aspire to be Purdy, and that's a fact. Cammy, thank you so much for the VR.
Okay, now let's talk about
and that's crazy.
How about
We
the
will not
border
allow this for
crossings?
Stan. Let's get some W's in the chat for Purdy.
How about
Let's
the
get some
border
W's in the chat for
crossings?
Purdy. I know Shelly with a $5 on PayPal as well.
we talk
How about
about-
you get the hell out of my live for dissing on the people that support me? Damn straight. That's what I thought. Go back to the comment section. Purdy, you're not dumb. Thank you so much for the love. Jessica with a $5 on Venmo. I appreciate you for it as well, saying keep dog walking them. And Joseph with the $10 on Venmo saying some light for the goat. Thank you, Joseph. And Renee with the $25 on Venmo for that asshat to shut up. Thank you for the love, Renee. Holy shit. Keep the W's in the chat coming for all of the donors. You guys are incredibly kind. Holy shit. I'm actually like, wow, I do not deserve any of this love. And Vincent, thank you for the $5 on Venmo as well, saying that his genitalia was small. Miss Angel, hi, are you here? Feel free to unmute your mic. Yo, Kira with a $50 on Venmo from the top 1%. Holy shit. Oh my God. I want to see some W's in the chat for Kira with a $50 on Venmo. That's insane. Thank you so much for the love. Holy shit. Oh my God. Y'all are going off right now. What's up, Diana? It's good to see you. Dude, thank you so much, Kira. I really appreciate you for the $50. That's actually insane. I want to see some massive W's in the chat for Kira with 2 R's for the $50. That is seriously so kind of you. Thank you so much for the love. Guys, spam MAGA down below in the chat if you want to come up and debate. What's going on, Brian? Are you voting for Trump?
Hell yeah. What are you going to do when he wins?
Well, I mean, so if Trump win, I'd probably be like, oh man, that sucks, and continue my debate.
Are you still going to be doing lives?
Yeah, of course.
Damn.
Erica, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. I appreciate you for the love. Thank you, Erica. Let's get some W's in the chat for Erica. Now, what did Trump supporters do when Biden won last time? Didn't they like storm the Capitol?
I'm not sure, but I'm just here to tell you he's winning. All 4.9 thousand people, he winning. Whether y'all like it or not, I'm so sorry.
Yo, Arizona, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Oh, he left. Unfortunate. Okay, we're going to move on to our next guest. I was actually going to ask him a question that would have destroyed him. Unfortunate. Yo, Mackenzie with the boxing gloves. Thank you so much for the love, Mackenzie. W's in the chat for Mackenzie. Thank you so much for the boxing gloves. It means the world. Spam MAGA more in the chat if you guys want to get brought up. What's up, Forrest? Are you voting for Trump?
Of course.
Okay, are you driving at the moment? Appreciate you for coming on, man, but unfortunately you can't be driving on live. Moving on to our next guest. Spam MAGA down below if you want to be brought up. Moving on to our next guest here, y'all. We're going to go to get our next guest up in the box right now. Nick, I did send you an invite to come up. I would love to speak to you. Thank you all so much for the gifts and the donations today. I really appreciate y'all for the love. Hey, Crafty, are you voting for Trump? Casey, thank you for the gym gun. Okay, Crafty's not here. Moving on to our next guest, Ella. I sent you an invite. Ella, please join up. I would love to speak to you. Spamming MAGA down below. It looks like Ella is loading in, and Ella left. Oh, she pulled out at the last second. Only spam MAGA if you are okay with coming up to debate. I just want to clarify on that note. Adam, hey, are you voting for Trump?
Hey, can you hear me?
Are you driving?
No, I can show my camera. I just parked.
Okay, now you're
I'm
good,
just
man.
through Bluetooth.
You're good. Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, why's that?
I don't know. I feel like Kamala is not fit to run the country.
Okay, so
I
Kamala
would
Harris.
like you to-
So Kamala Harris, the intelligent woman who wants to protect and preserve our democracy, fight for federal protections for women's access to abortion and healthcare, fight to reduce income inequities by fighting for the low and the middle class, isn't fit to serve our country, but the grapist, felon, fraudster, election denier, racist, misogynist that tried to institute religious persecution, fought for other rich people, and tried to coup our country is fit to serve the nation. Why is that?
So I don't. How is Trump racist? I guess I must have missed that.
Yeah, sure, I got you. So in 1973, he denied black people housing because they were black. In 2012, he said because Barack Obama is black, that means he wasn't born in the U.S., which means he shouldn't be able to run for president. He has referenced African Americans as black with an S at the end. He's referenced black jobs. What is a black job? And he has said that Kamala Harris has quote unquote turned black. When did I quote unquote turn white?
Sorry, what was that last question? There's a train.
He said that Kamala Harris quote unquote turned black. When did I turn white?
When did Kamala Harris turn black? Was it? Is that the question?
Yeah, that was like a racist remark by Trump. She didn't turn black. She has been black as I have been white.
I guess I didn't hear that, but yeah, if you said that, then that's definitely wrong.
Okay, all right. So
Like,
I hope I answered your question.
I'm not a crazy mega. Like, if you say stuff that is true, it makes sense. Like, I'm not going to deny it like some people. But to go along with that, would you also say that Joe Biden is racist too? Or was racist?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. No, definitely. Right, but the only difference between Biden and Trump was that like Biden has like apologized for like the racist things he's done, and he's attempted to like grow past them to become a better person. I have never seen Trump apologize for a thing in his life, and Biden's no longer running for president.
I haven't heard Trump either apologize, but I haven't heard Biden as well. But do you think maybe Trump made some racist remarks in the past, but he's kind of moved forward from it and changed?
No, because I've never seen him express like any apologetic behaviors, attitudes, or statements for the racist things he's done, and he continues to perpetuate racism. I mean, like literally, he was just saying that Kamala Harris turned black or wasn't black. That is racism that we see today. He also decreased funding to historically black universities in comparison to Obama's presidency and Biden and Harris's. He hasn't fought to solve socioeconomic issues by, in fact, he's only further disparaged the low and the middle class, which disproportionately affects black Americans because of slavery and its aftermath, leading to socioeconomic indiscrepancies. He has done nothing to benefit the African American community, and I would love for you to name one.
Right. No, if those are true, then yeah, I would agree with you. But I did see a clip where like Trump brought up an African American female and gave her like a job on the spot. I don't know if you saw that clip at all.
Okay, I mean,
was
like,
a few years ago. But
oh,
I mean,
yeah, no,
I feel like
mean,
if he was racist, he wouldn't have just gave her a job like that, you know?
I feel like if he wasn't racist, he wouldn't have had to do it in front of a camera for the whole nation to see.
Well, it's better doing it in front of a camera than not doing it at all. You didn't have to do it.
Yeah, but I feel like that automatically throws this idea out that he cares so much about black people because he chose to do it on a camera in front of like the entirety of the nation. Like, for instance, he tweeted out the other day, "I'm so great for women in their reproductive health care." Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
Wait, sorry. Can you say that again?
The other day, he tweeted out that he's so great for women in their reproductive health care. Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
Probably disagree.
But he said it. But he did it online for everyone to see, just like he gave that black woman a job in front of a camera for everyone to see.
Right, but that one he did the action. Like on the Twitter for the reproductive rights, he just said that, and obviously that was not true.
I mean, I don't think that describes why he would then deny housing opportunities to black people. I don't think that describes why he'd deny like Obama being a U.S. born citizen, even though he has a birth certificate instantiating that he was born in Kenya with no sufficient evidence. How does that explain saying that Kamala Harris didn't turn black? Like, you're taking one isolated instance of him doing something that I could easily perceive as pandering and tokenization to justify that he isn't racist. Well, if he isn't racist, how else would you explain all these things that he's done, right? You can't explain these things that he's done. He's absolutely engaged in racist behaviors and has continually and incessantly done so.
Yeah, no, I agree. That was stupid that he said that about Obama, that he wasn't born in the U.S., but I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was obviously racism.
Yeah. No, I agree with you on that.
Do you mind if I ask you a question? Would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse or rape of a woman?
Well, I'm going to. I mean, I didn't pay much attention to that, but
okay. So
I guess yeah.
So
I
you're
guess
okay with voting for a
answer
rapist?
is yes.
So you're okay with voting for a rapist? Why? Like, I mean, shouldn't we like have particular character considerations of individuals running for public office, and we shouldn't want to put a rapist in the Oval Office because we're supposed to socially scrutinize against people who engage in such behaviors, insofar as providing more incentives to not rape women, because we already know that if men were to escape consequences from their actions, more men would rape women, right? And by allowing Trump to run for president and allowing Trump to be president, you're just saying that a man could go out, rape a woman, be held accountable for it in a court of law, and still chase their hopes and dreams and aspirations, facing no social consequences for such, which I think is disgusting and will only further perpetuate rape culture and more harm against women.
No, absolutely.
So, like, why isn't that a consideration here? Like, what's the overwhelming reason to vote for Trump over Harris?
Well, we only have two options, as bad as it is. Like, I mean, we did have three, but he dropped out and endorsed Trump. But
Organized Mess, please come up. Organized Mess in the chat says Dean is paid to tell lies, fact over fiction, as I have proof he is paid by the DNC. Organized Mess, I invited you to come up on the live. You say you have proof that I'm paid by the DNC. Accept my invitation to come up on the live and chat. Hold Organized Mess accountable. So why do you think Trump is a better candidate than Harris?
Well, well, to go back on that one point, is there actual proof that Trump did that? Because he raped a woman?
Yeah,
Eugene Carroll?
This was determined within a civil court of law, specifically speaking. Right, he was held accountable for the rape of Eugene Carroll after 2 years of deliberation in a courtroom. A unanimous jury, when it didn't need to be unanimous, had determined that, yes, this is something Trump had done. But Nate, I just want to ask you real quick. You said that you have proof that I'm paid by the DNC. Can you show me your proof? Great proof. Really drilling the nail in. Great proof, Nate. I'm telling you, you have great proof. You are making a strong argument. You are convincing the masses. And I'm pretty sure he's driving, but he is silent. Yeah, so anyways, once again, like, why are you voting for Trump over Harris? Like, what is your reasons? Why do you think he's better to lead the country?
Well, I'm going to be honest, I don't really know policies that much. I don't follow politics a lot. I watch your lives a lot, and I watch Parker's and all that. But as far as like me 4 years ago, I feel like my life was overall better, just in general.
Yeah,
just not knowing any policies, and that's the way I vote, essentially. Like I don't know a lot about politics.
Okay. Yeah. 1 second. So first of all, Parker, I saw that you're just in the live. You should text me and let me know if you could cover me for 3 seconds while I go pee. I really need to use the bathroom. And then second of all, Adam, I'm going to go ahead and respond to this.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to move on to my next guest, but I hope I could kind of give you some convincing material here. So yeah, I mean, I could say that the economy pre-pandemic is better than the economy now, but I don't think that we should blame the economy now on the Biden-Harris administration, because it's the pandemic that onset the economic travesties. It's a pandemic that onset the high rates of the unemployment. It's a pandemic that onset the high rates of inflation, and it did so not just here at home in the US, but globally, right? And Biden and Harris haven't served as a presidency to make our lives worse. They've served as a presidency to reduce the effects of the pandemic on our country. And I think that is really important to consider. When we actually look at their policy, we see their policy is good. We see that it predominantly benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people. And we see that it actually granted the U.S. the quickest rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. I do appreciate you for coming up, though, man. I hope that I could sway your vote.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Like, I'm not like a crazy MAGA, so if you say stuff like that, I'm definitely open-minded, so I appreciate you informing me on that.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for coming up, man. Have a good rest of your day, Adam. Also, Henrik, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, saying thank you for your incredible work on debunking these ignorant MAGA supporters. Henrik, thank you for your $10 donation on PayPal. W's for Henrik in the chat. Interesting name, by the way. What is up, ma'am C.A. Foos? Are you voting for Trump? You were just spamming MAGA in the chat. And now you're up on the live and you're bigly quiet. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next guest here, y'all. For the 4.7 thousand of you guys, double tap on that phone screen. Hop in the queue if you're voting for Trump. Hop out of the queue if you're not voting for Trump. Let's go and get our next guest up in the box. Spam MAGA in the chat. Let me know if you are active here and ready to debate. What is up, Jefferson? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump.
And why is that?
I think Kamala Harris is an idiot.
Okay, why is that?
I mean, what has she done? What is her accomplishments?
Yeah, sure. So she passed more tie-breaking votes in the Senate than any VP we've ever had, specifically passing the tie-breaking vote on the Inflation Reduction Act, which was the biggest investment in renewable energy resources ever. She also has the accomplishments of the administration, particularly being a near $1 billion investment in the expansion of VIA healthcare benefits. She also passed the CHIPS and Science Act that invested billions of dollars into chip producers here at home in the U.S., meaning we're going to be producing 20% of the global chip supply by 2030. Right? She also helped to pass the infrastructure bill, investing $1 trillion into local communities across the U.S. to spur their economies and to create construction jobs by new infrastructure. Like what else do you want to talk about, man? They have a lot of accomplishments. What's one thing
You got
Trump
this on.
accomplished?
You got this on a script.
No, I could say that with my eyes closed again, buddy. So, what is one thing that Trump accomplished while he was president?
Trump was
Purdy, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Yo, let's get some W's in the chat for Purdy. Thank you so much for the 25 gifted subs. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much, Purdy. That's incredible. Thank you so much for the love. And Arizona with a $5 on Venmo saying, sorry, you need to go pee. I do, but it's okay. Thank you for the love, Arizona and Purdy. Go ahead.
What I was saying is, Trump's a gangster.
Maybe in the sense of like doing morally decrepit things and scapegoating accountability for him, but Trump is not a gangster in this like social privy sense. Like we shouldn't say that he's a good guy, he's done great, because he hasn't. I answered your question about things that Kamala Harris has done. What did Trump do while he was president?
Well, everybody would say that says that their life is better under Trump. So you gotta take that for what it is.
But what did he do? Like, what's a policy he passed that you liked?
I don't know much about policy.
And Kamala Harris is the idiot? I think it's you.
Yeah, Kamala, she, what do you think about her fake accent?
What fake accent?
She goes to a rally and I forget where it was. Then a couple hours later, she does another one and she's got a completely different accent, just faking some southern accent. It's
called code switching. It's pretty like typical, normal, natural, and expected. A lot of people do it. Madison, thank you so much for the $10 on Venmo, for the Tinkle Fund, for the Go Pee Fund. Thank you for the love, Madison. W's in the chat for Madison. Thank you for the $10. What do you think about the fact that Trump tried to coup the country?
You don't think that's cringe?
No, I don't think it's cringe. Maybe I can meet you in the middle of the aisle here and say if I was her political advisor, I'd like recommend her to make a conscious effort not to do it, not because she's doing anything wrong, but because it's turned around, manipulated, and distorted by Trump supporters. But what's more cringe, quote unquote, faking an accent or code switching, or like raping a woman, sexualizing little girls, and boasting about grabbing a woman by the P word without consent?
What
8. Did I just eat down Jefferson? Are you gagged?
What do you think about Tim Walz?
One second. Did I just eat down? Did I get? Did you get gagged?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. That's not cool, but.
Yeah. Anyways, go ahead. You're talking about Tim Walz's family.
Yeah, his whole family endorsing Trump.
Yeah, they're all wearing those Waltz for Trump T-shirts. They actually misspelled Waltz in the plural sense. The apostrophe is supposed to go after the S.
Who gives a rip?
Before the S.
Who gives a rip?
If like 15 grown adults can't comprehend basic grammar, why would we really care about who they're voting for? like 15 grown adults that like all collectively designed this T-shirt and then all missed this glaring mistake of a mistake in very basic rudimentary grammar. Literally the shit I learned in 4th grade. In fact, I remember the grammar lesson I had in 4th grade that taught me where you're supposed to put the apostrophe to pluralize a word with an S at the end. And none of them caught it. Plus, we don't even know if that's his family. So I'm not going to take them too seriously. How do you feel about Mary Trump, Trump's niece, not endorsing him?
I don't give a rip.
So then why should I?
You got a good point there. But yeah, I don't trust Kamala Harris at all.
Carmela? What?
Camila, I don't know.
Camila? Okay, Kamala. Kamala.
DEI.
Oh, you think she's a DEI hire? You don't like DEI. So like diversity, equity, and inclusion, it's all super duper bad. So do you think that we should abolish the Senate? Because, you know, Idaho has much less citizens than California, yet they have the same amount of representation in Congress. They have equality. And if equality and inclusion is so bad, do you think that we should give California and the rest of the blue states more votes than the red states?
But you can't say that.
No, but I thought that you thought equity inclusion was bad. We're giving equity to the states, even though California has more people than Idaho. They have the same amount of say-so in Congress. If equity and inclusion is so bad, shouldn't we just get rid of that? I mean, fuck DEI, right?
Well, if DEI is such a good thing, why do people get mad when you call her a DEI hire? If DEI is such a good thing.
DEI is a good thing, one, and the reason I get mad when you say she's a DEI hire is because you would be implying here that she does not have the necessary intelligence, wisdom, or know-how to run our country to be in a position of public say-so, because the only reason she's there is because of the color of her skin. It is going to be an attack on her identity. It's going to be an attack on her race, so of course I'm not going to respond to that politely. Second of all, even if she was a DEI hire, did not have the know-how and was only there because of the color of her skin, explain to me why majority of the country supports her over Trump. What does it say about Trump? What does it say about Trump? When he was running from the debate from someone that is only there because of the color of their skin, how does this speak to his competence, his intelligence level?
He ain't running from shit.
Oh, he definitely was. He said he couldn't do the ABC debate because of ongoing litigation against ABC, even though that same ongoing litigation existed when he accepted the debate with Biden.
What about Kamala trying to change the rules?
Kamala.
I heard she tried to change the debate.
You're like, dude, please. Get a load of that guy. We're going to move on to our next guest here. If you are in the chat, make sure you're voting for Trump. If you want to support me, my Venmo, my PayPal, they are in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on the platform, and it really means the world to me. Yo, Shanika, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying that this guy is a black photo. I didn't even recognize. I would have called him out on that. Thank you for the love. What's up, Lane? Are you voting for Trump?
Yes, I am.
Now, why in the hell would you ever do such a thing? Why do you want the rapist in the Oval Office?
I mean, I understand that part, and it's really, I mean, it's going back on what they're saying. My life was better 4 years ago than it was. Wait,
I didn't have a girlfriend under Trump. I have had a girlfriend under Biden and Harris. Should I vote for Harris to keep my relationship status?
No.
Oh, so you had a bad life under Biden and Harris. You had a good life under Trump.
Financially and living comfortably.
So how did Biden
that has nothing to do with being in a relationship with someone.
So how did Biden and Harris cause you to live less comfortably, to be financially worse off? How did they cause that?
Gas is $4 a gallon. The prices for everything going up.
Yeah, how do they increase the price of gas?
The past 4 years. What?
How do they increase the price of gas? How did the Biden-Harris administration do such a thing?
I don't know. I do need to look into the policies more, which I haven't
no fucking
done.
clue.
I'll
So we
that.
had the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression under Trump's presidency. He caused that, right?
What years was that?
April of 2020.
2020, during the outbreak of COVID.
Oh,
That's
so the
when those
outbreak of
numbers
COVID.
spiked.
The outbreak of
those numbers
COVID.
spiked.
The outbreak of COVID can cause the highest rate of unemployment since the Great Depression, but it can't cause gas to cost another $2. Get a load of this, Joker.
They inherited it from Trump, but Trump was in the first original actual outbreak of COVID, and he was dealing with all of the effects of that. They inherited what he had dealt with already, and they still haven't done anything to better the economy.
Oh, that's a lie. What was the highest rate of inflation we had?
I don't know. Can you
9%. What is it now? 2.8%. And what? We had 30-year lows in the stock market. We've hit all-time highs consecutively for the last 4 months in a row. Apart from the correction, they passed
All-time
4
highs
big
in the
pieces of
stock
legislation.
market?
Yep, they did. Specifically, they passed legislation to help the low and the middle class more than the top 1%. PACT Act, CHIPS and Science Act, Infrastructure Bill, and Inflation Reduction Act. What's one policy Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the low and the middle class more than rich people? Oh, wait, there was none. Gagged, I fear.
Well, I mean, I know that because you've said this to the past 3 people, but
8, like literally 8. You've heard me say it to 3 people. You were prepared.
Well, because you go
don't have an
back,
answer.
and say the same thing. I mean, it's just the circle that you go in. Because
I mean, you've given me the same argument as the
over.
last. You've given me the same argument as the last 3 people. You expect me to switch it up and keep it interesting, or you expect me to give you the same mundane
My
response?
point is you argue these things all day, every day.
Yeah,
so
I
you
argue
know,
with
you know
like
the policies
irrational
and all
people
this stuff,
why
and
they're
you know
irrational.
how to spin things to make it sound for the party that you want to influence to people.
So you admit that I make Harris sound like a better candidate than Trump? Got it.
No, I admit you make Harris sound better than she is, but
How so?
she's not.
Tell me a claim that I made about Harris that is obviously false that makes her sound better than she actually is.
I mean, what has she done in the past 4 years that she's been in office? Why hasn't
Buddy,
she done any of the things that she's
told me
saying
that
she's
you've been
gonna do when
listening.
she's the president?
You told me you've been listening very closely to my conversations with the last 3 guests. You must have already
Not
heard me
very
talk
closely.
about. You must have
hear it
already.
vaguely.
Yeah, so I've already went over those things. I asked you to name a claim that I've made about Harris that makes her look better than she actually is. Carl,
Yeah.
thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Carl.
And the policies that you're talking about that she gets passed, and all these things that she's done to apparently help the economy, but none of it doesn't show for it. There's
It
nothing to
literally
show
do-
for it.
It literally does show. Like, we could already see a reduction in the rate of inflation from 9% to 2.8%. We could see a reduction in the rate of unemployment. We could see an increase
Of
in the
inflation rate
overwhelming-
from when? When is that dropping from?
From the peak of the pandemic until now.
Okay, exactly. It's been
Exactly,
almost
that's
5
what-
years. It's been almost 5 years since then. It should be
Name
going
another
down.
country in the G7 that had a quicker rebound from the global inflation besides us. Oh wait, there isn't, because we had the quickest global rebound from the inflation onset by the pandemic out of any other country in the G7. We have done it better. We are the world superstar. The Biden-Harris administration has ushered in a phenomenal response to the pandemic. You are just economically illiterate. You don't know your policy, and you vote on the basis of what your parents tell you to. And I find it incredibly astounding that you're going to come up into my space, say that they haven't done anything, while admitting you don't know the policy, while admitting you don't know these particular figures
I
about
was
our
saying,
economy.
I admit that I don't know
it
the
just screams
policies that you were
Dunning-Kruger.
bringing up. So, I'm sorry, what'd you say at the last second?
It screams Dunning-Kruger. Like, how are you going to sit here and tell me that she hasn't done anything, but you don't know what she's done?
Because, what do you mean? I do know what she's done. It's nothing. She's done nothing. No, answer this, okay?
No, I'm gonna literally say.
No. A couple months ago, you would have voted.
I'm gonna literally say this one last time. Your claim that she's done nothing is false. They've influenced some of the most monumental legislation in modern U.S. history: PACT Act, Infrastructure Bill, Chips and Science Act, American Rescue Plan, and Inflation Reduction Act. Tell me which one, if not all 5 of these policies, was ineffective and amounted to nothing.
Well, first of all, you're talking about a chip act. Nobody cares how many chips we produce. Second
So you
of
don't
all,
care about American manufacturing?
okay. Second of all,
You don't care about about American manufacturing?
I don't
really?
care about chips. No, chips don't
So
have
then
anything.
how come? Then how
about
come that's
chips.
one of the main pillars of Trump's campaign today? Is American manufacturing, bringing jobs back home? If no one cares about it, then why is Trump campaigning
You're
on it so
talking
hard?
about a chip act, how we're going to produce 30% of the world's chips and by 2030. Whatever, dude. I don't care about that.
What do you think I mean by chips? Are you referencing like potato chips?
No. What?
What kind of chips are you thinking about here?
What do you mean?
You said that you don't care about us producing more chips. What do you think a chip is? Do you think I'm talking about like potato chips like Lay's or Ruffles?
No, I honestly don't know what you're referencing. No.
Like the chips that power all of the technology around you?
Yeah. Okay. That's what I was what I figured you were saying. Sorry. I'm trying to get inside here. But let me ask you this one question. Okay?
They're gonna bring the Frito manufacturing back, ladies and gentlemen. If you vote for Kamala Harris, We will be producing more Fritos than we ever have been before. We will be producing the Fritos, the Lays, the Ruffles. We will be bigly producing them all with American manufacturers. We will bring jobs home. We will make potato chips glorious once again, and they will no longer be produced in China. We will no longer be reliant on communist chips. The Fritos are so communist. Do not eat those communist
you're
chips.
obviously avoiding this question. Can you just stop being a little kid and answer the question?
Ask away, bro.
So a couple months ago, you would have been on here debating about voting for Biden. Okay? Yep. So now you want to say and admit that Biden's racist. Earlier in your live, you want to admit.
Thank you so much for the VR goggles. I appreciate you.
Before he dropped out, you were going to say that he was the right candidate to vote for. He wasn't racist and all this other stuff. So
how long have you been watching my lives, Lane?
What?
How long have you been watching my lives?
I see you live every now and then.
Yeah, so I mean, if you knew, right, so before Biden dropped out, well, the argument was that, yeah, both Biden and Trump had a racist past, but the difference is that Biden has since came out, apologized, and changed his actions to become a better person. Meanwhile, Trump hasn't apologized for anything in his damn life, and ultimately speaking, Biden would be the lesser of two evils in that respect. Right? So, I did care about his racist past. I did acknowledge it. And this was the argument that was repeated time and time and time again when Biden was running for president months ago. But obviously now Biden has stepped out of the race. Kamala Harris is running, and I'm voting for the non-racists over the racists. Why aren't you?
No, so that wasn't that answered part of the question. So you were a couple months ago, you would have been on here acting like Biden was a competent enough leader to vote for to lead our country.
Yep, definitely more competent than Trump.
Now you want to get on here and act like he's not, and you switch, and it doesn't make sense because this is how every single.
Wait, you were talking about racism, and now you're talking about competency. Which one do you want? If you've ever listened to the lives before, right, I would still today vote for Biden over Trump because I'll take the old man that's a little bit mentally incoherent at times with a good policy that cares about our country and wants to protect and preserve our democracy over the lunatic old man that's literally delusional, has denied elections, has committed 34 felonies, has been found guilty of literally raping a woman, that tried to overthrow our democracy with the use of a coup and only pass legislation to benefit rich people. I would still vote for Biden today. So would you ever vote for a rapist, sir?
You would vote for Biden, okay. Would I vote for? No, I mean, no, but that also.
So you wouldn't vote for a rapist. So Donald Trump was held civilly liable for rape by a jury of his peers.
Civilly liable.
What's the difference between a civil court and a criminal court?
There's no jury, right? It's just...
There is a jury of 9 people that found him guilty.
Okay. Oh yeah, and it was people he hired as well. Yeah, I've heard this. So I mean, I agree in that sense. I wouldn't vote for somebody that had. But I mean, I guess it's just my opinion that I.
Okay, Al, he said he wouldn't vote for Trump. Hey, what's going on, Christopher? Are you voting for Trump?
I'm leaning that way, yes.
Okay, would you ever vote for someone that's been held civilly liable for the violent sexual abuse of a woman?
To be honest with you, man, I don't stand by any of these values. I've been listening for a little bit now to your live. I think you're extremely intelligent. I think the stuff that you have to say is way beyond my knowledge, and I'm not going to act like I can fathom to understand the same stuff that you do. My only issue is I don't know if you're really making any progress on getting people to change their mind to vote for Kamala over Trump. I kind of think that, especially with what crowd can be a little bit more ignorant at times, and I'll acknowledge that, I don't think kind of the bashing way that you're debating these people doesn't really help, to be honest. I kind of feel like if you took this knowledge that you have and used it in a more...
I appreciate you for the love. I don't think that you're here to debate. I just think that you're here to tell police. I am just looking for debates. I do appreciate you for the love. And predominantly speaking, we do change minds. It's more so just the people watching and listening, not the people debating. And I'd actually say I've been incredibly kind today. I don't think guests unless they bash me first. Respect isn't deserved. Respect is earned, and respect is mutual. So, like when a guest, doesn't demonstrate, like kind, virtuous behaviors, proclivities, or attitudes towards me, of course, I'm not going to demonstrate them back. Hello. You were saying some crazy shit in my chat earlier. You think I'm paid by the DNC?
No, that's not me.
Okay, are you voting for Trump?
I was voting for Robert Kennedy. I'm voting for Trump now, though.
Okay, why are you voting for Trump?
That stuff about him is a lie.
About him being a rapist? Why would you say that?
My cousin worked in Hollywood, and he said that happened on a TV show.
Okay, one moment. Hey, for my mods in the chat, I would appreciate it if y'all would like mute people that would be making fun of the guest. Okay, and the guest just left. But I just want to clarify for like future reference. Like, you know, like I don't support or condone ableism, and it is unacceptable to be had in my chat. So I mean, like just for the future, because that guy left. You know, like don't. I'd appreciate my mods to like mute or block people in the chat that would be making fun of guests. We're gonna get our next guest up, and the man was fake. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna like. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Okay, they're not here. You know, I'm not the arbiter of truth. You know, like I hope that you know, like abled people aren't coming up here faking disabilities to quote unquote like make a joke or whatever the fuck. Like that's so fucking cringe and gross. But like, you know, I'm not gonna be like the arbiter of truth to like question someone's disability. You know, like maybe we could just like place an expectation of people not to fake disabilities. You know what I mean? Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump, Drew?
What's going on?
Hey, what's up? Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, yo, real quick, guys. If you want to support me, my Venmo and my PayPal, they are in my bio. I get 100% of the platforms on the 100% of the donations on those platforms, and it means the world. But anyways, Drew, why are you voting for Trump, man?
I want to talk about inflation. You had mentioned some stuff earlier that I disagree with. So one of the things you mentioned was about the Inflation Reduction Act, which is a known failure to not reduce inflation, and that was Biden's biggest accomplishment.
Yeah. So why was that a known failure?
Because it was a bill disguised as an environmental, basically.
It's literally deficit reducing. That's why it was labeled the Inflation Reduction Act. It aimed at decreasing consumer spending by investing more in IRS to do quicker audits on individuals to make sure they're paying their fair share, to decrease consumer spending, which reduces inflation. Not to mention the fact that it was deficit reducing in the long term, which is also has deflationary pressures. But yeah, it's predominantly like the biggest investment in renewable energy resources we've ever had. I'm pretty sure he's like leaving though. So we're going to go to get our next guest up in here, y'all. We're probably going to end this stream and send it right over to Parker here shortly. But in the meantime, let's try to get to our, Drew's back.
Hello, sorry.
Hi, Drew. So did you hear what I said?
Wikipedia, but it does say on Wikipedia that the act is known to have not worked through 2021 and 2022. So I don't think that's a great point.
So Wikipedia says it's not worked. Like what?
Yeah, and it has sources on Wikipedia. So is Wikipedia lying or is it wrong, do you think?
Yeah, I'd say that it would be wrong. But can you demonstrate to me, like, what about it was a failure?
When you spend money in the government, it's never going to reduce inflation. The whole point of reducing inflation.
That's the thing. That's the thing, though, is deficit reducing. So the bill, in like the next 10 years,
the bill was
actually
disguised
save more
as an
money
environmental.
Wait, that's a whole different issue, right?
It was $800 billion going to environmental policies.
You missed.
Climate
You have
change.
an extra zero. It's $80 billion, and then predominantly speaking, it is deficit reducing over the next 10 years. You're saying more government spending leads to inflation. So yeah,
$783 billion went to climate change.
So Drew, are we going to listen to me or not? Because the bill was deficit reducing.
Deficit reducing, but they spent money. So how did they?
Elizabeth, I appreciate you for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you for the worst. He's saying Drew's the worst. He was on with GT and Parker. Oh, have you already talked to them?
Yeah, yesterday. Yeah.
Oh, cringe. So it looks like they obviously didn't change your mind. Have I debated you already?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So I'm just going to go and reference this. Just look up the Inflation Reduction Act, CBI. Specifically speaking, the Inflation Reduction Act over the long term is deficit reducing. This is indicated by the Treasury. That's a fact. Also, the idea that you just cited me, Wikipedia, is laughable at best. Get better sources, buddy. But I am just looking to talk to people that I haven't already spoken to prior. But anyways, hey, for the 4.1 thousand people in here, I'm just going to go ahead and send y'all over the Parker stream because Loki, I'm thinking we're going to co-host with him for a little bit. So head over there, spam at Parker, get a job in the chat. We're going to go ahead and send y'all over there on a raid. We got it pinned right now. Before I do join, I'm going to go pee real quick. I've been live for a total of 4 hours. So I'll probably do about another hour on the coast with Parker. So head over there, show Parker some love, and I'll be joining up in about 2 minutes after I have the ability to use the restroom. And I will see y'all then. Thanks. Thanks, guys. Parker, get a job. Spam Dean raid. Spam Dean's coming. Or no, don't spam Dean's coming. Just spam Dean raid. I'm going to text him and ask him if you'd like to coast. We'll get it.
The birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's no sufficient evidence of that, when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. He said Kamala Harris turned black, indicating that she wasn't black prior. Like, did I turn white?
Yeah. Okay. So like without mentioning Trump, like why should someone vote for Kamala Harris?
Oh, yeah, no, I got you.
Yeah.
So she was the most influential vice president in U.S. history. One of the main things that a U.S. vice president can do is tie-breaking votes. She had the most. Appreciate the hands up. Thank you so much. Including, right, specifically the Inflation Reduction Act, which is the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin. She also got put into the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the expanding high-speed broadband to rural communities. That I think was very impactful. She got billions of dollars of private equity for countries around the world in terms of South and Central America to reduce the effect of the migrant crisis. Plenty of things.
Okay.
Most influential vice president ever. People act like she didn't do anything, right? They don't know what she did. They didn't even look into it. I promise none of these people could tell me anything Mike Pence did, other than certify the election results.
Right. Okay. You have some good points for sure. Yeah, definitely something to think about.
For sure. Okay, all right. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add?
No, yeah, I think I'm good for right now. It was good talking to you. Thanks.
All right, for sure. Appreciate you going up. All right, let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest or go ask if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Tap that screen, everyone. So run up 200,000 likes, share the live as well. Everyone will help get out to more people. You already know the deal, everyone. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you? Okay.
Hello?
Hello? How old are you?
I'll be 39 in September.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yeah.
Steph, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. Why so?
Why so?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of a long story. Do you know anything about who invested in Eastern Europe in 1972 and started charity organizations all throughout Eastern Europe?
Are you gonna say? Let me guess. Trump?
No. He's actually a big Democratic donor. He's your number one donor to the DNC. So he started charity organizations. Yes, he is.
Where do you get that Donald Trump is the number one donor?
No. I didn't say Donald Trump. You said Donald Trump. I said no. So back in 1972, the DNC's biggest donor, yes, George Soros. I'm surprised you know your. I'm surprised you know your donor.
I looked at the chat. Now, can you wait? You think he's my donor?
Yeah, he's the biggest donor to the DNC party. In fact, sometimes what he'll do is he'll split up his donations and he'll.
So do you think the DNC pays me?
I don't know. That's between you and whoever. But
you don't know.
Anyways, you're asking me why I don't want to vote for Harris.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
You're asking me
why are you not voting for Harris?
So, like I said, back in 1972, this guy named George Soros went around Eastern Germany and made a bunch of charity organizations. Since 1972,
I don't care about George Soros. I'm asking you why you're voting. Since
1972, those charity organizations have been used by the CIA.
Hey, Jimmy. Hey, little Jimmy. I'm just asking you. Can you tell me why you're voting against Harris? I don't care about your obsession with George Soros, to be honest. If you think that I'm possibly paid by the DNC, I don't really care.
If you're voting, you need to know global politics.
Alicia, I appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Well, just tell me why you're voting.
Basically, a vote
no.
for Harris.
Can you tell me why you're voting for
global elitists?
Oh, global elitists. So,
yes.
What makes you think that Trump is not a part of the global elitists?
Yes, he is actually like he's a tycoon. He's a billionaire. Yeah, he's a bad billionaire. Whatever. He's just a fucking idiot.
So he's a global elitist?
No, he's not a global elitist. In fact, global elitists have thrown him out. Did you know he got invited?
What makes you think that he isn't a global elitist?
Because he got invited to the World Economic Forum to speak, and when he went there And when he went there for his speech, he told the World Economic Forum's Klaus Schwab and George Soros that America will not bend a knee to the global elitists and what their agenda is. The next day, George
How you know
Soros
he isn't controlled
came out-
opposition?
The next day, George Soros came out and said that he was a danger to democracy. So they invited him there. And then when he spoke out against
George Soros has
he
always
walked
said
out.
that. I'm sorry to break it to you, but he's always said that.
He said that. He said that right after he gave his speech the day before.
No, he's said that before too. It's not just then. Appreciate the manifesting. Thank you so much. You know, we say he's a threat to democracy because he tried to coup the government.
Wait.
Thank you for the raid, Dean. Thank you.
So
I
what do
appreciate
you
it.
call it?
Is Dean
when-
joining in, everyone?
What do you
Yeah,
call
Jalen,
it
thank you for
when a group
$5.
of
Thank you so much for the
FBI
evil
agents-
DNC. Thank you.
What do you call it when a group of FBI agents collude with a presidential candidate named Hillary Clinton to make up a fake dossier and keep getting warrants?
Hey,
called
Jimmy,
the
I'm
Russian
sorry to
collusion?
break it. I'm sorry to break it to you. It is the case. Harris is the nominee. What's
Yeah. So
what's the corrupt basis of Harris?
Well, you just brought up the fact that you said Trump tried to do a coup, but wouldn't you call framing a
and
sitting
you completely
president
ignored.
a coup? They tried
Framing
to
a
do
sitting
a coup.
presidents.
Yeah.
So how was Donald Trump framed?
How was he framed? By the FBI with the Russian collusion.
So that wasn't framing. It's just investigation. Think of the box.
No, that's a frame
You
job.
understand there are investigations into Joe Biden as well. For you to act like this is only one side of the aisle is ridiculous.
Do you know how a
Purdy,
frame
thank you
job
so much
works?
for the $42 on Cash App. Can we get some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now for the $42? Thank you so much, Purdy.
So if I'm an officer and I keep lying on documents to get
love the
search
glasses. Thank
warrants
you so
against
much.
you, that
What's
means
that?
I'm trying to frame you.
Wait, say that one more time?
FBI agents kept lying on documents to keep getting search warrants to keep investigating Trump. That's called a frame job.
Wait, which
is
ones?
called a
Wait,
coup.
who lied? And who lied?
The 12 FBI agents that were working for Robert Mueller. In fact,
Tell me which one specifically lied and what was the lie?
I think one of their names was McKay, but it was two FBI agents that were texting between each other about how they had an insurance policy to make sure that he wouldn't be the president. So you had these two FBI agents caught.
And what did they do? What did those two FBI agents do?
They falsified FISA warrants, or did you not catch that? They falsified.
No, can you give me a
FISA
source?
Dude, this is common knowledge. What are you talking about? Give you a source.
Common knowledge
It
to
was-
like
it was
4chaners
on- it was on
or is it common knowledge
Are you
amongst
not capable
incels?
of looking it up yourself?
Wait, so you made a claim. I'm just asking you for a source. Do you not have a source? Do you feel insecure in not having a source?
I could go to Google. I could find.
Okay, well then go for it. I'll give you time to go find it.
No, don't waste my time, buddy. You
What
go
do you
to
mean
Google. I'm
don't
not
waste
here to
my
teach
time?
You. All right?
If you're not here to teach me about something that you're claiming is factual, well, that means you don't have a sufficient basis for that to be true.
don't mute
If
my
you don't have a
mic.
sufficient, I will mute your mic as much as I want.
Yeah, 'cause
Appreciate
you're
the
a
quarrel. Thank you so
Nazi.
much. Do you want a Kleenex? A Nazi? You're fucking insane. You're voting for a guy who's trying to undermine the
you
freedom
are
of speech.
part of the new age.
You understand that Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag? So if you're going to talk about restricting freedom of speech, that's literally Donald Trump. Under your own view, he's a Nazi.
Aren't Gen
Genius.
Sixers in prison right now?
Yeah, there are some. 'cause
Yeah,
they
so
pled
shut your
guilty.
mouth.
And Donald Trump said he wants to pardon the people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers. So he backs the blue, but then literally wants to pardon people who were convicted and pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers. That's hilarious. Laughable.
So I'm muting my
Nika,
mic.
thank you
makes
for the
a Nazi.
$5. Thank you.
You're
What's
a
up?
Nazi, bro. You celebrate
Can
the
you
New Age
define
Nazi
Nazi?
Party, which is the Democrat Party.
Can you
guys
define
believe in
Nazi?
censorship. Hey,
Hey,
can I
can you
ask you a
define
question?
Nazi?
How do you feel about Hunter
Can you
Biden's laptop? Was that
So if you want to say you uphold censorship, but then you don't acknowledge Trump wanting to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, I think that's a bit hypocritical. Okay, so can you please acknowledge that and then also define Nazi? Go ahead, define Nazi.
burning the American flag is an act of treason, especially if you take it down. And
Also,
then
it's also an act of treason. It's also an act of treason to coup the government.
Yes, exactly. Like what they did to Trump, where they
you're trolling, dude. You're actually
they tried to frame
no, where
him.
Trump
You're
tried to
right,
send in
you're right.
fake electors. Wait, name me one court case that indicated sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Name me one.
Hello.
There's plenty of circumstantial evidence, like the censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop. That's Nazi behavior. Okay, right there.
No,
that
can you
helped sway the
define
election.
Nazi for me? Define Nazi.
I would define a Nazi as anybody who censors things like Russian like a laptop.
So censoring freedom of speech is Nazi?
Yes. I mean,
so Donald Trump trying to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, he's a Nazi.
That's not freedom of speech. That's
so why are you voting for a Nazi, Jimmy?
Is burning a flag
Jimmy, can you give me an example? Can you give me an example of Democrats advocating against freedom of speech? In terms of government?
Yeah. So the White House reached out to Mark Zuckerberg and asked him to censor doctors. Asked him to censor
the dollar.
political
That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do. No,
that's Nazi behavior.
No,
when the government reaches
listen,
out and says, "Hey,
no,
censor these people because we don't like the way they're speaking."
No. If they recommend them,
you know how many lives were lost because they said,
just listen. You don't understand. Recommending them to do that is not the same thing as forcing them to do it and putting them in prison if they don't. Do you understand the difference between those two things?
Yeah, I understand that there's Jan 6ers sitting in prison right now because they
raided the Capitol and tried to coup the country. Don't even talk to me about that. You have no clue what you're talking about.
You're upset about burning people going to jail for burning a flag.
Little Jimmy, I just want to clarify.
That's not freedom of speech. Raiding the Capitol, right, and literally assaulting police officers is not freedom of speech. Right, it is freedom of speech to burn a flag. Yes,
burning down Minnesota is okay.
According to the Supreme Court, it's freedom of speech. But go for it, Dean.
Yeah, I just want to see if you hold a consistent standard here, little Jimmy. Also, first of all, Donald Trump applauded Tim Walz's handling of the riots in Minnesota. Second of all, so you seem to be saying when we have government over control, trying to control the voice and the vote of American citizens, that is Nazi-like behavior. So when Donald Trump tried to ignore the voice and the vote of every American that voted in 2020 by attempting to install himself for a second presidential term, even though he lost the election, was that Nazi behavior?
Penny, thank you for the $5 on PayPal.
It wasn't because he was actually
Denise, thank you for the $1. Corey, thank you for the $5 for muting the conspiracy theorist. And Vanessa, thank you for the $1. Sorry, say that again, Jimmy. Sorry, what were you saying, Jimmy?
I was saying to me, he was actually protecting my vote too. Because he was making sure that the election was legitimately fair.
Max, appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much.
At that time,
you have no evidence. It was fake.
I would have said,
"Wait,
hey,
well, Jimmy, he literally tried to rig the election, though. How could you say you wanted to keep it fair when he said,
those are my numbers, run it back?
How could you say that he was trying to keep the election fair when he literally sent fake Trump votes to Congress from states that he lost to steal the vote from Biden? How is that fairness?
No, he didn't.
He did. You could look up Trump's fake electorate plot. You could read the January 6th indictment.
Yeah.
You could read his appeal to this. You could read his appeal to the Supreme Court. Trump has admitted these things, little bro.
Yeah, it sounds like you're reading some propaganda, bro.
Oh, here's propaganda straight from Trump's lawyer.
The immune acts in the indictment are stripped away. That Jack Smith doesn't have a case. That this case should be dismissed on that basis. I don't think there's sufficient private conduct here to support the indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution. And that's what we're going to be litigating in front of the district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors. And as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors.
That just sounds like people sharing their opinions. The guy said at one point, I think.
That's Will Scharf. That is Donald Trump's lawyer.
Alternate slates.
Yeah, and then he was going on to talk about how they were arguing this to the Supreme Court.
There was actually a lot of states that wanted to decertify the election. And the reason why we didn't get to decertify the election was because at the time there was a riot at the Capitol because nobody wanted the 10,000 National Guards there. That was part of the plot too to rig that, to upset that process, because we had one Senate member stand up and say, I do not support this election. And right there, it would have been thrown back to the House to have a vote. And we had 160 members to vote on it. In order to stop that voting process, they needed the Capitol riot to happen. That's why Nancy Pelosi said, no, we don't need your National Guards here.
I don't know, dude.
You know, I mean, if you can't put this stuff together, I mean, George Soros has been in Eastern Ukraine.
You're literally. What's funny right now is Lil Jimmy's actually describing the Pence card, which was the fringe legal theory developed by Trump's personal attorneys, including John Eastman. And this was Trump's plan to steal the election. Trump planned for Mike Pence to appeal to ignorance, saying he didn't know which votes were real and which votes
that's
were
not
fake.
ignorance.
So it could be kicked back to the House, and it could be won because the Republicans dominated the House at the time. You are literally describing Trump's attempted coup against the government. You are describing Trump's attempted coup.
After
we
the
got
election,
we literally got saved by Mike Pence.
after the election,
Imagine.
Like you just said, we just got saved by Mike Pence. Why? Because we could have done it. That's why you said we got saved by Mike Pence. Why? Because we could have done it.
No, because you were cooing. You
No,
could have done the
we were
coup.
using our electoral
Sequester, thank you for the
power.
$10. Thank you so much. No,
We had
that's called
multiple states
trying to coup
decertify
the
their
government.
election.
That's called you lost the election and you tried to coup the government, and you're justifying it and saying, "Oh yeah, we could have done it."
So you understand that during when Hillary
Laura,
Clinton
thank you for the
won, they
$5.
tried
Thank
to
you so
change the
much.
electoral too, right?
Wait. They said you're shouting so much they can hear you from the UK.
Good.
Okay. So good.
But
All right.
you understand that the whole electoral process was actually
Appreciate the
challenged in
confetti.
2016 by the Democrats too.
Yeah, so not like this,
Like,
right?
you
They didn't try to. They
understand.
didn't have a plan to literally coup the government.
They didn't have enough. They didn't have enough.
Yeah,
people
hey,
to vote
little
like
Jimmy.
we
So
did.
this isn't the. So yeah, we see right individuals like challenge or question the outcomes of elections quite frequently. We saw it in 2016. We saw it with Al Gore and Bush. We see it all the time. But guess what they did is they took the proper legal channels. As soon as it had worked its way up to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled that no, there wasn't voter fraud.
Bo,
This is
thank
the
you so much for
president.
the
What did they do? They conceded the results. What did Trump do? No, he didn't even start at the proper legal channels. What happened on the Oval Office with the DOJ and Bill Barr, little Jimmy? Do we remember how Trump pressured the
remember Bill Barr
DOJ
saying
into
that there wasn't
falsely
enough time to
announcing
look at
widespread voter fraud, with Bill Barr, the head of the DOJ, wanting to go along with his plan before half of the DOJ had threatened to quit if he did, so he resigned? Do we remember how Trump
Amelia,
took
thank you for the $2.
that
Ellen, thank you
recourse
for the $15.
instead of
Thank you, Ellen.
legitimate investigation? Do we remember those things, or do we want to forget about them?
Ellen, thank you so much.
Mike Zuckerberg.
Like what a pivot. Look at this guy pivoting.
So
Hey,
what's
does your
up-
neck hurt
no,
from
so-
that
so
one?
what's
Because,
up with your
dude,
boy
I'm not
Mark
trolling.
Zuckerberg?
I've got neck pain right now just from that. Like, I'm not trolling. Appreciate the corky, thank you. Like,
it's
it made my
pretty
neck pain
awesome
worse.
that
I already
he's
had it, but it's
forward and
worse
say,
now.
Hey, I'm with a party of Nazis that want to censor people.
Do we
That's as
remember
far as I can
Russian
go.
collusion?
Do we
total
remember?
frame job.
Do
I
we
had
remember
to
how
stay
Donald
for 4
Trump
years
went to
of you
his
guys
chief of
trying to
staff and
steal
his
my
chief
vote?
strategist in October and specifically told him his plan to call the election on the night of to scream stop the count because he knew that mail-in ballots would be democratically favored and they would be counted days after the night of the election? Do we remember that happened? Have you heard the leaked audio clips of Steve Bannon explaining Trump's plan before the election ever occurred? Would that plan end up acting in fruition with Trump's actions on election night? Do you
Yo,
remember?
Yvonne, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Yvonne. Can we get some W's for Yvonne in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Yvonne, for the $50 on Venmo. Let's get some W's for Yvonne. Thank you so much. I am looking at that right now. Give me 1 second.
See, a lot of this stuff that you guys are saying isn't even proven.
It is.
All right, you guys.
What
it's
isn't
people's
proven?
Opinions. It's people's opinions. It's
Wait,
people's.
Sir, what isn't proven?
Honestly, if a lot of this stuff that you say Trump did, like he
the
sent
fucked up
fake
part? I have the
electorals,
clip.
he would already be in prison, bro.
Dean, I don't know how I get guests like this. I really don't understand it, dude. It makes no sense.
Yeah, the funny
Celeste,
thing is,
thank you for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Celeste. I appreciate
Jimmy.
it, Celeste. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's for Celeste.
Lil Jimmy, the funny thing here, though, is that I have all the evidence. I could play you the clip of Steve Bannon, Trump's former chief strategist, talking about Trump's plan to steal the election right now. Do you want to hear it?
Wait, so you're saying Steve Bannon is saying this?
Steve Bannon.
Is he talking with Trump?
He was talking to friends, and this was recorded and
Oh,
leaked
he was
before.
talking to friends, and
But
this
the
was
fun. But the fun part
so
is,
you know what? That sounds
hey,
like
hey, Lil
hearsay.
Jimmy, the fun part is this got leaked before the election happened. The fun part is that this audio clip of Steve Bannon saying these things, detailing exactly what Trump would do, literally came out before November 1st.
But you know what the real fun part is? It's not a smoking gun because it's hearsay.
That is a smoking gun.
Somebody
If he
else's
said it
mouth.
before the election, he's literally detailing a plot to do this, and then he followed through with it.
So say I go over to a group of people, and I say, hey, you know what Parker's planning to do? And I tell everybody that Parker's planning to do this thing, right? They're only listening to what I said. Parker never told those people that he was planning on doing that.
Can I play this clip?
They're only
Go for
playing.
it.
They're only
do you want me to
going
put it
off
on like a
my
fastest?
hearsay.
It's like a minute long. I don't know if you want me to play the.
Eric,
whole
thank you for the $10. Thank you so much on Venmo.
Dean, I
Two times
believe you that
speed.
you have the video.
2 times.
But
Thank you
what
so much,
I'm
Eric.
saying is it's hearsay
Listen,
evidence
everyone.
because
Hey,
it does not
Jimmy.
come from Trump's.
Oh my God. Oh, dude.
Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna play. Feel free to just cut it off whenever, if like you know.
You're good.
Bored.
And what Trump's going to do is just declare victory, right? He's going to declare victory. But that doesn't mean he's a winner. He's just going to say he's a winner.
All right, here we go.
The Democrats, more of our people vote early that count. Theirs voted mail. And so they're going to have a natural disadvantage, and Trump's going to take advantage of that. That's a strategy. He's going to claim himself a winner. So when you wake up Wednesday morning, it's going to be a firestorm. We're going to have Antifa crazy, the media crazy, the courts are crazy, and Trump's going to be sitting there mocking, tweeting shit out, you lose.
Chase, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
And he'll be all over. He'll be going, where's Hunter? Is Hunter on a crack pipe? I mean, no, he'll be, because then it doesn't matter. Remember.
F1.
Dean, you gotta-
F1. F1. Kick me, I'll be up. F1.
Yeah,
bro. Yeah.
Fuck, dude. Eric, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Eric. Thank you. Jeez. Dean, just hop up on a different account real quick.
All right, Parker, I'm out of here, man. Thanks for the conversation. Sorry if I was yelling.
Okay. Thank you. All right, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. What is F1? It means he violated community guidelines. So he has to. You can't say that. You get age restricted on live if you do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, sexy Parker? I love you, baby. Those glasses look fine. Oh boy.
Appreciate it. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump at 2024. We are just looking for some debates.
Also, Megan, I appreciate you for the $5 on Venmo earlier. Thank you so much. Let's get some W's in the chat for Megan.
Yvonne sent me a clip of Trump apparently admitting to losing the election.
Oh, I know what she's talking about. I think I meant to send it to you. I've saved it on Twitter. I'll find it right now.
Yeah, because I wasn't able to watch the clip. But, yo, what's up? How old are you? What the fuck? All right, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, Coral, thank you so much for the $1 for the W yellow glasses. Yeah, my girlfriend gave me these. These are like blue light glasses. I'm not going to be wearing them every day, but I wanted to try them out today. Thank you for the hand heart. See if people treat me differently. So far, not really.
And if you want to support either myself or Parker, y'all, me and Parker both have our Venmos, PayPals, Cash Apps in the bio, guys. We get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh shit!
Fetus.
That is a baby.
A literal baby.
A literal baby.
All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Man, look, I'm not a crazy Trumpster. I don't really give a shit
How old
about
are you?
it. 29.
Okay, for sure. So,
But here's the thing. Everything I hear that Kamala is saying, all I can think about is, okay, you're talking about you're going to fix the border crisis. Okay, you're talking about
Kamala,
you're going
by
to
the
do
way.
this, that, and the third. Huh?
Kamala, by the way. And also, she relies on, like, Congress. She can't do everything herself right now.
That's fine, but if these are things that you're saying you're going to do, why aren't you currently just working towards doing it anyways? You're literally the party that is in office.
They are, but they require the legislative branch to get things passed.
Okay, so if they can't do it now, who's going to say that they do it when they're elected? It's all just
If we have a different set of legislative branch. So, like, they will be able to sign it into law if necessary. And again, they can if they get like elected, right? Their policy proposals are brought up in Congress, right? Because you understand that it shows broad support amongst the nation for these policies.
And then what do you say about everything that they've done with our economy, where when Trump was in office, the economy was amazing?
So was it amazing when there was 14.8% unemployment at the end of his administration? Like during COVID? Like when he handed it to...
We still didn't see all the inflation in day-to-day products like milk.
Wait. So again, that's why I'm saying it's not just because it happened in the administration. It was caused by them. I also met my girlfriend, right, under the Biden-Harris administration. Does that mean it was caused by the Harris administration? Should I vote for the Harris administration because I met my girlfriend? No, that has no relation. Just because it happened under the administration does not mean it was caused by them.
Sure. Fair enough.
So what policy do you like that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that he benefit the middle class more than he benefit rich people?
Well, I'm kind of biased on that because I am also a business owner, and I like policies that he passed because it was all in favor of things that I try to do with taxes and loopholes and stuff like that. So
Appreciate. Thank you so much. So you want taxes that benefit rich people and not very much the middle class?
But so here's the thing. I hate when people say that too, with taxes that benefit rich people. Dude, the more money you make in this country, the more they tax you. Do you understand? If you make under 50,000, you're getting taxed 12%. The more you make,
it depends where you are. But like the point that I would make is that, yeah, absolutely. If you make more income, you're going to pay more taxes. That's just how it works. If you're going to sit there and you're going to complain about that, right? I don't know what to tell you. You're not losing health care. You're not losing childcare. You're not losing kids having basic amenities. You're not losing food on the table. But someone in the middle class would. Someone who's in the lowest class of society, they would. But again, it would not from you. Appreciate the DJ class. Thank you so much. So it's a real nice thing for you to say, oh, I wish I had a little bit more percentage of this very vast amount of money, when it is the case that people don't have basic amenities in their life.
Wendy, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying for Parker's glasses. You want me to buy?
Yeah, those glasses are nice, by the way. But
Wendy wants me to buy your glasses.
That's like the people saying like
for
happy
Dean's birthday.
like yeah for Dean's birthday. Yeah.
Bro, I'm so mad about that.
That's what I was saying, though.
petty.
So you're telling me because I worked harder, I got a better job, I make more money.
Yes, you pay more money. Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, Kurt, I could give you two arguments here, buddy. Let's start off with a moral argument. So
Wendy,
yeah,
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much.
if you're like considering spending like I don't know like $40,000-$50,000 on a new Jeep or like $3,000 on a new graphics card, I don't see there any compelling reason to say that you shouldn't be chipping in more than like
John,
the
thank you for the
person,
$10.
like,
Thank you so much.
like
Yeah,
begging
but
for money on the
you're going
street,
into the
barely.
intricacies and
I
watching
can't do it with the interruptions. What?
Go ahead.
Yeah, like I don't see any good reason for us to say that you, right, shouldn't be paying more in taxes, or you should be willing to chip more into taxes than, you know, like the homeless family of 5 below the poverty belt that's begging for money on the streets, barely making enough to survive. Like, okay, of course you should be paying more. But then we also have like a prudential argument, right? Because when you pay more in taxes, the country as a whole is better off. Like the way I like to put this is, would you rather be a king in a castle of gold or a king on a pile of dirt? You could probably pack your bags and move to Romania right now and be in the top 1%, but you know, you'd rather be higher middle class here at home in the US because the country as a whole is better, right? And we make the country as a whole better by providing for the low and the middle class with these social safety nets, as they make everyone better off in the end. So like considering the moral and the prudential argument there, why would you say that you shouldn't be paying more in taxes?
Because, okay, it goes down to that. You guys are going into the weeds of things and morals and stuff like that. It goes down to the simple basis of three things. One, why am I paying for other people's poor decisions in life? And excluding the fact that some people,
You're
yes,
assuming it's poor decisions.
I am, but that's what I'm saying. Excluding the fact that some people do have the crap handed to them, and yes, they go through things, but majority of it is a mindset that makes you make decisions financially that puts you in poor decisions. I'm sorry, it really is. It is a mindset. I can give someone $1 million tomorrow. I can pay taxes, $1 million in taxes, and actually not even, just give it to somebody with a mindset of a poor person, and they will blow through that money, not know how to build on that money, and still be
the mindset of a poor person. I don't know, what's the mindset of a poor person? Can you tell me that?
They don't know how to actually be successful because all they do is spend.
They don't know how to be financially successful. So okay. You're saying it's a fault of them. It's not a fault of the society that we exist in? By any means?
I'm not saying that. I'm sure.
So then what are you saying?
It is all a mindset thing, and why do I?
It is not just a mindset thing. That's such a ridiculous statement to say that it's just a mindset thing.
What? So because I make marginally more than you, I have to pay a higher percentage.
Yeah. That's how it works.
I'm paying more money if it's 12% across the board. Everybody, of course, I'd still be paying more in taxes because it's 12% of 500,000 rather than 12% of 50,000. But it's not like that.
Maybe there's another way to put it. If we have so let's compare a progressive tax system where you pay more and people at the bottom pay less, in comparison to a flat tax system where you all pay the same. So under a flat tax system, the low and the middle class are going to be disproportionately affected because they will be paying more of their income, proportionately speaking, for the bare necessities to live, and they will be saving less. Under a progressive taxation system, the high class will be disproportionately negatively affected because they will have to pay a larger proportion of their income. So seemingly, under either taxation system, either the low and the middle class or the high class will be disproportionately negatively affected. So as this is a catch-22 where someone gets the brunt end of the deal, who would you rather get the brunt end of the deal? The people living in the multi-million-dollar mansions with the big yachts that they like to take on a trip to Italy every year, or the low and the middle class working 45-hour work weeks for $12 an hour, barely making enough to live and survive? Isn't the answer to that question pretty easy?
I mean, it's just depending on what your morals are and what you believe in. But
what are your morals? Who would you rather be disproportionately affected? Remember, it's a catch-22. Someone is going to be disproportionately affected.
Sure,
Would you rather it be rich people or poor people?
Obviously, the obvious answer is the people with more money. But
so you agree with a progressive tax system where you pay more?
I don't agree with taxes, period. I'm trying to figure out how to pay zero.
Okay, so you want to get rid of Social Security, get rid of Medicare, get rid of Medicaid, get rid of income security, right? Get rid of any help with access to health care in terms of the ACA.
Social Security was never set up to be a retirement plan anyways, and it is...
So you want to get rid of it?
It's going to be gone by the time we're old anyways, man.
I don't think so.
We're already kicking into reserves.
You understand there are ways that we can pay for this long term and ways that we can shift the funding into being more efficiently funded, right? We just require effective policy. This is why economists need to be more, involved in the process of policy, but I digress. Do you understand what I'm saying? Oh, he left.
Woo!
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What up?
Are you voting Trump?
Thanks for the ad. I'm voting Trump. I'm voting Trump. Because I feel like he's the best for this country.
Why is that?
How is he the best for this country?
Well, look at the shape this country's in right now. Look at all the illegals over here. The open border that Harris and Biden has allowed all the illegals to come in here.
Can you tell me how they open the border? Like, what's the policy?
They got the open border policy where they're just letting them come in by the dozens. You see the news just like I do.
So the Open Border Act?
They just let them come in whenever they want. Venezuela's sending over their prisoners and stuff.
What was the change in policy?
I don't remember the change, but I know that what I see on the news where they open them up every day and let them come over.
Do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Of course.
Okay, so then did you know that there's actually less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration? So if there's a border crisis right now, there's a border crisis at the end of Trump.
We're getting 5,000 illegals in every day.
No, that's not true. Not true. So actually right now,
where are you getting your facts at then?
From the Customs and Border Protection. So we're getting anywhere around 1,900 to 2,100 people per day. Okay, and that's overall. That's not even talking about undocumented immigrants. Like only.
And Trump tells the people what the other side won't tell us.
What do you mean, lies?
Yeah.
What? The lies?
Yeah, conspiratorial bullshit.
Yeah.
Conspiratorial bullshit.
Her whole campaign's built on a lie right now. Talking about her
what lie?
The first day she's going to improve the economy, but when she's with Biden, she's talking about how the economy's great.
Wait, no, they are doing things actively to improve the economy, right? In both scenarios,
the
bipartisan infrastructure. Listen,
in most places.
Hey, I understand, but that you understand. Listen. Hey, listen.
Costing a lot.
We have larger production right now in the United States of crude oil than any point in American history or of any country ever.
And Trump set that up before he left.
Okay, so not only that. But I would like to say how, but not only that, but it is the case that we had the largest investment in renewable energy ever, which is a substitute for gasoline, which actually would help lower the price of it. But we're getting less oil from other countries around the world. We're getting less oil from Saudi Arabia. We're getting less oil from Russia. We completely cut it off from Russia because the Russia-Ukraine situation and the situation with Saudi Arabia was set up by an agreement set up by Trump that was extended beyond then. So that's what has led to the increase in gas prices, and the increase in the rest of the prices has happened globally. There's been inflation in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, all around the world. So it's not a uniquely American issue. All right, he's unmuting. Give him a second.
Sorry, I didn't got muted.
You're good. Don't worry.
But I just feel like Trump is the better choice because the policies he's trying to employ, he's trying to take care of our vets. If we can go overseas and fight for this country, we should be able to take care of our people before we do it. Like, they shouldn't be homeless.
What's one policy that Trump influenced get passed that was for the veterans last time he was president? Because I can name one that Biden and Harris did, the PACT Act. Nearly $1 billion invested into their health care. What did Trump do?
What do you mean, like in his last term?
Yeah, what did he do for the veterans?
He's trying to get it to where we take care of them better, give them better health care, and give them better housing.
No, that's what the Biden-Harris administration did. So how did Trump do that?
No, I haven't seen anything that Biden and Harris and them has done for these
He
veterans.
just told you the Honoring Our Pact Act of 2022.
And how come in my area there's homeless vets out here all the time begging for help?
Well, I agree that we should get rid of
They've done
homelessness,
so much
but
help.
who is more
They can't
likely?
even go to the
Who
VA
is more
center.
likely to listen? Who is more likely to fight and advocate for policies that help people in need?
Trump.
No,
Hey, Trump,
it's
I used to
clearly
hate on
Democrats.
Trump. I used to hate on Trump until I did my own due diligence and researched the man.
So most
He's
of the
actually
tax
stood on
cuts-
everything he said he was going to do.
So most of the tax cuts that Trump passed went to people who are rich. So how can you gravel with the fact that it is the case that most people who were affected in a positive manner were rich under the Trump administration, while saying that he's going to help people most in need? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, like Billy, like his tax cuts disproportionately affected rich people. What's one thing he did for the low and the middle class that disproportionately benefited
I know
them?
when Trump was in office last time, I saw more on my paycheck.
So actually, you know that we're currently under Trump tax policy?
Currently?
Yeah, we're currently under Trump tax policy still.
I didn't know that part.
So that must be a big issue with Trump.
Yeah, like
Thanks,
dude,
Trump.
Trump increased income inequities. Like he stopped funding to he slim funding to historically black universities. He slim funding to social programs. He wants to further slim funding by disenfranchising the Federal Board of Education. His tax cuts are built for rich people, unlike Kamala Harris's proposed tax cuts that are built for the low and the middle class. Trump is not good if we want to end income inequities. And you made a statement there about the veterans in your area being below that poverty belt, living on the streets, begging for money, being a part of the American homeless population, and they can't get the medicine they need because the prices are so high. But then you turn around and you look at Kamala Harris's tax plan to cap all prescription drug
All the
costs
stuff
for
she's
any
saying in
American
his campaign, Trump already said
to
to $2,100
$2,100 per year. She wants to cap all prescription drug prices too. She wants to increase the child tax credit, offer a first home buyer subsidy. She wants to fight for the low and middle class.
She hasn't done all that in these 4 years now.
Because Congress gets together every
And she
10
actually
years for
has,
the
like the
tax policy.
$35 cap on insulin for seniors.
Trump did that in
She's got
2020.
in. No, actually, that was an executive order that was non-enforceable. It was enforceable through the Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed by a tie-breaking vote from Kamala Harris.
No, Trump did that in 2020.
No, non-enforceable.
Bro, Billy, he literally just described this to you. Open your ears. That was embarrassing.
No, I know what I'm talking about. I know the proof that
No, you
I've
don't.
read.
So if you know what you're talking about, how many branches of government are there?
Well, you got the state or the Senate, then you got Congress, and then you got the House. I don't know how many branches there are, but
There's 4 branches so far. Keep going.
Yep.
You named 4 of the branches so far. What are the other ones?
He said name 3, so I named 4. I don't know all the names of them. I'm just saying I know a little bit of what he's asking there, though.
Okay, so you clearly don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. You have your opinion, I have mine. I'm not here.
No, it's not just my opinion. It's basic fact here. You're right. You clearly
The
don't know what you're
state,
talking
the
about. You don't know.
Senate, the Congress, and the House. The 4
Yeah,
branches
it's so
of
real,
government.
dude. It's the legislative, judicial, and executive.
All right. I didn't know that part, dude. My bad.
No,
I
you're
thought
fine.
that-
It's just like it
That's
doesn't make
Congress,
sense for
my
you to be
bad.
like, oh, I'm telling you about all these things, you know?
I'm not trying to convince nobody different. I just know what I know, and I've read what I've read, and I've seen what I've seen.
But apparently, you don't know what you know.
Okay, your opinion, but
no, we just saw it happen. Okay, but Billy, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
There's no proof of that.
There is. He was held civilly liable.
Where's the proof at?
The medical records, the therapist notes from literally 23 years before filing.
23 years ago?
28 years ago now. It was 23 years before filing.
I just find all that fishy that she just comes out when he decides to run for president. Why didn't he
She didn't just come out with it then. She told her therapist again in 1996, which is why we have this information.
Like, they wait all these years to come out and talk about it.
No, okay, yeah. So
What-
you
what-
understand
what
that victims don't come out with things all the time because it is the case that they are scared of like how it's going to
If you
affect
come out
their
when it first
family.
happens, then
They're
it's
scared
more-
about. No, listen.
If you wait that long, then it makes it look suspect.
Listen. No, it doesn't, because
It
it is the case
does.
that actually most victims either do not come out or take like decades, if not years, to come out.
Yeah,
So-
like 62% of women who get raped never report it to the authorities in their lifetime. Why should we be blaming one that waited 23 years? Because of the immense social pressures and scrutiny that she knew was awaiting
Yes.
for her when she did.
And she ended up she also did it because she didn't want to do it because it would have made her lose her job, which she ended up losing her job when she actually came out with this.
Like, bro, like, if I knew that I was going to be demonized and turned into a liar monolith of the left and dehumanized beyond all belief by people just like you, Billy, I don't know if I'd ever come out about it. In fact, I'm quite proud of her for saying anything at all because of the social backlash that she has received.
Well, I
You
guess I
cannot
was
sit here
brought
and
up
tell
here.
me that it is
If somebody did
suspicious
wrong
that
by
she
me, I
waited so
feel it.
long, then turn around and look at the millions of American voters and citizens who
If
have
somebody
turned her
did
into
something to
the
me, I'm not going
enemy.
to wait 28 years to speak on it. I'm going to come out and speak on it when it's fresh, so it can be addressed then. I'm not going to wait that long.
Okay, so you're going to use your hypothetical
I get
experiences of
that
what you
it's
would
a
do.
process
One
to
second,
it
Billy. No way you're telling us that you're going to use your hypothetical experiences of how you think you would react if you were raped to devalue.
You can't
and
sit there
belittle
and
the
say my
experiences of
hypothetical
others.
because you don't know me. I could be speaking from experience. You don't know that. I just stated an opinion. That's all. But
Again,
you don't
no,
know if I'm speaking from facts or
so
not.
even if it is the case, again, that like again, all we're saying is that I appreciate the convey. Thank you so much. All we're saying is that you shouldn't use your experience to dispute the experiences of other people, especially when most are this, right? So like, I just don't understand why you're victim blaming here.
I didn't victim
Saying,
blame.
yeah, no, you're saying that because she didn't come out earlier.
Waited so long.
You're saying because she didn't come out earlier that somehow would make her story invalid, which I think is ridiculous.
I didn't say that.
Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. Okay, so then is it a valid story still?
Huh?
Is it valid?
Is it valid? I never said it wasn't valid. If
Is it valid?
They did her wrong.
Mama
they
J,
did
thank
her
you for the
wrong.
subscription.
So
Mosh,
do you
thank I
think
appreciate
do you think that E. Jean Carroll's a victim of rape and that Donald Trump is a rapist?
I don't think he's a rapist. No.
Okay, so you do think that it's invalid.
No, I didn't say it was invalid. I just don't think he's a rapist. I think there's more to that story that we don't know.
Okay, do you see how that those claims are like contradictory with one another though? Because you can't say that E. Jean Carroll's claims were valid and Donald Trump had raped her while also saying that Donald Trump is not a rapist. Because in saying that the claim that E. Jean Carroll is truthful and valid would necessarily imply that Donald Trump is a rapist.
Like I said, there's probably more to that story than any of us know. He could have been paying her and decided to stop, and that's why she spoke up. We don't know.
What? Dude, you literally no, you're just assuming it's false. So would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Hell no.
So why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Did you just hear your statement?
Yeah, I did.
It's a child.
So, like again, I think that grape is excessively bad in both scenarios.
It
Insofar as
is,
that you
but
wouldn't
a
want to vote for
child
someone.
does not deserve
So
none of
why?
Wait,
just
but a
because
woman does?
Yeah, why?
No, but
Just
a
because someone
woman
gets
can
older,
defend
does the
herself a
grape
little
not
bit better
matter
than
as
a
much?
child can.
What's up?
A woman can defend herself a little bit better than a child can.
Wait.
Oh, so you are literally blaming on her. You're saying because she didn't fight back when she was getting raped.
That's
because
not what I'm saying.
that
I'm saying
therefore
that
it's
she
her
is in a
fault and
position
it's
to
not.
fight back more than a child could.
So therefore, it's worse when the child gets raped.
Yeah, it's worse to me because a child is a child. They're the future.
Wait,
You
I have a
don't
question.
do
Is
that
it
shit to a
worse?
child.
What do you say? It's worse when women get raped than when men get raped because men have a greater ability to fight back?
No, rape is bad. Period. No matter
Oh,
That is
But
such a
the fact is,
hypocritical double standard.
A woman can defend herself more than a child.
Oh,
can.
so when it applies to the man, it is still just as bad, but when it applies to the woman, it's
a man
actually
can
less
defend
bad.
himself too. But now y'all putting words in my mouth.
No,
you
you said
you don't know what you're talking about.
it's not
Augustina,
as-
thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. What if the kid is like very good at defending themselves, better at defending themselves than a particular woman, right, or a particular man?
I mean, that's rare cases that's possible.
Sure, you could say that's rare, but like in that scenario, would you then vote for that person?
If they raped a kid, no.
Okay, so it's not about their ability to defend themselves. It's totally about your perceived notion of the severity. You just think raping a woman isn't bad enough.
No, I never said that.
That is exactly what it is. No, I know exactly what you're saying. You're saying that it is the case that you're not disputing it based upon the probability of it being true because they're both civil courts. You're disputing it based upon your perceived severity based upon how old they are.
I'm saying that I don't know all the facts on that case.
Wait, you didn't need to know all the facts of the kid, and yet you said you wouldn't vote for that person.
It doesn't matter. It's a kid.
It does. Wait, it does matter, right? Because the point I'm making is that you're disputing the evidence in one scenario, but not disputing in the other, and providing no justification as to why.
So that's y'all's whole point is that Trump's a rapist.
So yeah, Trump has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman, and you shouldn't vote for someone that's done that.
Been in jail for that.
Then you shouldn't vote for someone who's done that.
Oh my God.
If he's been convicted of it,
because he's been held civilly liable in a civil court, because it is the case that you can't hold him in criminal court because it's been so many years since the event occurred because of their terrible
and that's
law
why you should speak up on it when it happens so they could be punished.
Wait, don't sit there and tell a victim they should do that instead of acknowledging that we have a shitty system.
Yeah, that's why
it's such a terrible thing for you to do.
That's why the New York
have
State
a shitty
legislature.
system, but that's all the more reason to speak up when it happens so they could be punished.
No, so we have a shitty law.
You wait so long, and then this is the type of shit that happens.
Listen, we have a shitty law, and because of that shitty law, we can't hold abusers like Donald Trump accountable in criminal courts. But don't use that to say that it didn't happen because he was held civilly liable. There's a unanimous decision by a jury of 9 people, right, where the decision did not have to be unanimous.
Also, I just have a question. Billy,
didn't you just say it was unanimous?
Billy, I have a question. If a black person moves into a town that is predominantly white, and all the white people in that town are incessantly racist, and that black person is attacked on the streets because of the color of their skin, would you say that, well, it's their fault because they shouldn't have moved to that town? Or would you say, well, the individuals in which committed that attack were terrible people?
I mean, that's fucking racist shit. You don't just treat somebody like shit because
exactly.
of their
So
skin color.
we shouldn't be blaming someone for like
exactly
getting
like Donald Trump, not renting to black people in 1973.
Right, and like the analogy here would be just
Donald
like
Trump has done more for the black community than Obama.
Did you hear what I just said? He did so much that he literally wouldn't rent to them in 1973. He did so much that he called for the execution of the Central Park 5 when there was DNA evidence that showed that they were innocent.
He did so much. He spent 4 times less. He spent 4 times less funding to historically black universities. How could you say that Trump did more for the black community in comparison to Obama, when it is the case that Obama sent more money to HBCUs and Trump literally decreased that funding?
Trump put the colleges on the same playing field as all the white colleges.
What's a white college?
Exactly. All the black colleges, Trump put them on the same playing fields where they get the same grants and all that shit as the same as all the other colleges.
So again, he decreased funding, and you think that's good for the black community? Wow, dude.
He didn't decrease no funding. He gave
literally
them funding
did.
to put them on the same playing field.
He literally did. Okay, Biden Harris is giving $16 billion over 4 years, and under the Obama administration, it was $500 million a year. Trump decreased it to $255 million a year, so he cut it in half.
I'm just still curious what a white college is. Hey, Billy, can you tell me what a white college is? Billy, can you tell me what a white college is? Could you tell me what a white college is, Billy?
I mean, any of them that aren't black dominant.
Wait, so you'd say if there's a disproportionate amount of white people in a college, that it's therefore a white college?
Y'all know
so would you say that we live in a white country? Is this a white country, Billy? Because most people here are white. Do we live in a white country?
Now you're putting words in my mouth.
I'm just curious if you'd a white college is a college that has a disproportionate amount of white people. So do we live in a white country because most people here are white?
I like how y'all just bypassed what I was talking about.
Can you answer my question?
Topic. I was trying to talk about Biden and how he covered up that shit for Hunter.
Can you answer my question?
Yeah, why are we talking about Hunter Biden and when Kamala Harris is the candidate?
Yeah, can you answer my question? Do we live in a white country, Billy?
Him right now, and she's backing him. And
Billy, do we live in a white country?
We live in a country that's fucked up right now. That's what we live in.
So do we live in a white country? Yes or no?
I can't answer that.
Renee, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, Renee.
Country. Because there's more immigrant illegals here than there is anybody else.
Oh my God. How did the American settlers, the colonizers, the slave owners, how did they get here?
Every race has been enslaved before, so.
When have white people
Can you
been
answer the
enslaved?
question?
How did we get here? We all know how we got here.
When have white people been enslaved on the basis of them being white?
That happens all over the country.
Where?
Country?
That happens all over the. That happens
Where?
all over here.
Where?
Every race has been a slave at one point.
Tell me, give me any point where white people in history have been enslaved because they were white.
Hold on.
Give him a second. William, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If you tap that screen, let's get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App in the bio.
Also, for everyone saying the Irish in the chat, that is a popular myth. Yeah, but if you want to support me or Parker, we both have our Venmos, Cash Apps, PayPals in the bio. Y'all already know. We get 100% of the proceeds so bigly on there in comparison to about 33% here on TikTok.
Yeah, everyone, do tap that screen. Do share the live.
Hey,
if you're
Henrik.
voting for Trump, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all.
Henrik, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, saying W Dean and W Parker. Thank you so much for the $10, Henrik. Chad, I want y'all to show some
thank you
extreme
for the
big
subscription.
love
Thank
to
you.
Henrik. Thank you so much for the love, Henrik. W's for Henrik. W's for Henrik in the chat.
All right.
My
Did
internet.
you find it?
No, my internet's being slow.
Okay. MAGA Mobile?
Yo, Sierra, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, saying love you, Dean. Thank you, Sierra. We have the W Henriks in the chat. Now let's throw some W Sierras in there
Let's
as
get
well.
another MAGA up here, everyone. Do give it a second. Do tap that screen. Let's run it to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well. Let's get this another MAGA up here real quick to help him. If you're MAGA, type in the comment section right now and we'll bring you up here. If you're MAGA, type it in the comment section right now. We'll bring you up. Yo, what's up? How are you? Jay, thank you for the $1. Scott, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Please destroy the glasses and all recordings of the live and the evidence that you ever wore them. Yikes. Yikes. My girlfriend got me these blue light glasses, okay? I'm not going to be wearing them every day, but I did today. Oh, he left. They both left. Nice. Dude. Incredible. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Yo, Dare Will, thank you for the $3 on Venmo, saying I like your glasses, Dean. The yellow glasses are awesome. Thank you so much, Dare Will.
Wow. Pablo, how old are you?
56.
Luna, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much, Luna. Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because of Dean and you.
And why is that?
How did we convince you to vote for the rapist, narcissist, wannabe dictator on day one? Are you just like literally the Grinch and you hear all the bad things about him and you're like so morally like opposed that this makes you want to vote for him?
Hold on, Dean. The only reason I'm voting for Trump, well, actually, I'm not. I got you both. Thank you for changing my mind.
I appreciate you. That's a W. Let's get this next person up here. G, tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Do give it a second. Yo, Ebony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Incen. Thank you for the $5 for your glasses look good. WGF, thank you so much. Sierra, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Love the glasses. Thank you so much. Tony, thank you for the $5 for love the glasses. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alexander, thank you for the $10 for hours of entertainment. Thank you so much, Alexander. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I am 25.
Bree, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Bree. So are you voting Trump?
I'm undecided, but I have a question for you guys.
Salem, thank you for the $2. What's up?
So I just been listening to the live and hearing you guys talk about all the great things that Harris is doing for fun.
Alexander, thank you for the $10 on Venmo for the hours of entertainment. Thank you, Alexander.
Funding all of these different things, but where's she going to cut? shouldn't it be a dollar for dollar here?
Yeah. So she wants to increase taxes specifically on income over $400,000 a year. Not only that, but she wants to specifically do a unrealized capital gain specifically on wealth over 100 million. Unrealized tax on wealth over that. Thank you for the shiny earballoon. Thank you so much, Kay. I appreciate it. And then also the as it relates to the corporate tax, she wants to increase it to 28%. Think of the cap.
I want to
Not
ask
to pay
you,
for this.
Kyle.
How do you pay for Trump?
Yeah, I gotta ask you the same question.
3.9 trillion over 10 years for his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act extension. Think of the beating heart. Thank you so much. How is he going to pay for that?
No, I'm just saying, because you guys were talking about earlier that, Trump's going to cut X college or X,
How's Trump going to pay for the $3.9 trillion, Kyle?
Sorry, what are you guys talking about?
How's Trump going to pay for his $3.9 trillion tax cuts for the ultra wealthy and the corporations?
Yeah, no, that's what I was asking you guys. I said I was undecided, and I'm just.
Yeah, we actually don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, so basically what you're saying is all these projects that the
Harris House she has funding
Harris
for.
is working on. It's all coming from taxation.
Yeah, that's
not
how
from
it works.
cutting different other programs. It's going to come from taxation.
Ebony, thank you so much for the $20 on
Thank you very
PayPal.
much.
Saying love you, Dean.
Appreciate
Keep
it.
it up, bro. I really appreciate you for the love, Ebony. Let's make sure we get at least 200 W's for Ebony in the chat. I really appreciate you for the $20 on PayPal. That's very kind of you.
Yo, Royal, thank you so much for the $10 for changing my vote. Go Harris Walls. Thank you so much. Celia, thank you so much for the $5. The glasses are nice. Shabalas, thank you so much for the $10 for the glasses are cool. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And also, thank you so much, Tessa, for the $10 for the glasses are cool. Thank you for the goose. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Scott, thank you for the $10 for the glasses are awful, dude. But yeah, what's up, Derek? Are you voting Trump? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Let's get this next person up here. Follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes real quick. We're almost there, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Oh, they're not here yet. All right, let's try to get this next person. If you see anyone, Dean, you can absolutely add them up, by the way.
Well, I had to leave on the account that I was a mod on.
Smalls, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do you have your second device?
I actually don't.
Appreciate the IC. Thank you so much. Okay. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right.
But I actually see someone. I'd love to invite up.
Appreciate the hit pause. Thank you so much. You want me to mod you?
Yeah, but you can wait until we get our next guest. So
Yeah. Because I literally.
It takes a minute. It's
it does.
really annoying.
I don't know why they only allow us to have fucking 30, dude. That's so not enough. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You automatically dropped. Everyone, give us a moment. Give us a moment, Spoof. I appreciate you for
30. So I know it's like it should be at least 50. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's going on?
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
More so the military outlook in Ukraine and Russia. I don't support this administration and their taste for war. I don't want it.
Okay, so what would Trump have done in response to Russia invading Ukraine?
Jane with the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Jane.
I don't think it would have
Thank you for the
It didn't happen
$25,
in his
Jane.
administration at all. And then it happened under the watch of two Democratic presidents, Biden and Obama.
Okay, you
'Cause he's
understand
pretty
that,
weak sauce in Russians.
he invaded Georgia under Bush.
Bush? Why are we talking about Bush?
Well, you
Talking about
brought
Trump,
up.
man.
You said two Democratic presidents.
Yeah.
I also brought up a Republican one where they also invaded.
Well, yeah, but
then
Biden
also-
was in charge, and Biden was in the cabinet with Obama. Same policies, kind of just spelled on over.
Maybe something that we could say here.
Did you not hear what I just said, though, sir?
I did.
I just said that it's not restricted to like Democrats. It's also Republicans. Not only that, but it is the case that
Well, but we're talking
Donald
about Russia
Trump,
here.
it not happening under Trump's administration doesn't mean that Trump caused that. It just means that it didn't happen. It's a correlation causation fallacy. You're assuming just because it was the Biden-Harris administration in office,
Yeah.
it was caused by them. Given that same
Yeah.
reasoning, do you think that FDR caused World War II?
No, I mean you're all over the place, man. I'm talking about strictly Biden and
Can you answer
Trump,
my question,
right?
sir? Do you think
I don't know.
FDR caused
Possible.
World War II?
I don't think so. No, I think there was a lot more.
No, okay, so
going
just
on
because
than-
it happened under the administration does not mean the conflict was caused by that administration. Thank you for the hand art. So exactly.
No.
So just because it happened under the Biden-Harris administration, that does not mean it was caused by them.
Yeah, I mean, but it makes sense. There's weak leaders in the office where they're going to attack Crimea.
So
and
you're
go off the
assuming
Donbass
they're
region.
weak. You're assuming they're weak, and it's because they're weak
Yes.
leaders.
Yes.
I mean, I think we have reason to believe.
What reason?
Yes.
I mean, I'm just saying. I think we have
I'm-
reason to believe that, like, the Biden-Harris administration has been tougher on Russia than Trump has been. You know, like they support.
Nobody believes
ongoing-
that, man.
One moment, James. So they support ongoing support for Ukraine, right? Supporting Ukraine, sending them funding and military weaponry would, like, definitely help to stop Russian expansion. Not to mention, Trump, right, supports withdrawing support for NATO countries who'd specifically not meet a threshold of their GDP allocated towards their military budget,
Yeah.
and further incentivizing Russian expansion. And he's kind of hinted
Come on,
at
man.
the U.S.
That-
pulling out of NATO as a whole. But we'd
There's a
also
political
have
ad
leaked
here.
Kremlin. We'd also have leaked Kremlin documents suggesting that Putin thinks Trump is easy to manipulate, and we even have an instance of Trump believing Putin's word of mouth over U.S. intelligence. I think it's
Okay.
evidently clear that Trump is Putin's puppet. Ultimately speaking, he really believes him and would be not as hard on Russian expansion.
Do you know what Trump did in Syria to a lot of these Russian contractors when they try to attack one of our bases?
Started.
You guys know what happened? No. I mean, he in triple digits. We kind of eliminated them, right?
Oh,
Those were all
I
Russian
thought he wasn't.
citizens.
I thought he wasn't pro-war. I thought he didn't engage in war with any Russia.
This wasn't
Russia at
war.
all.
This was
So this happened under Trump's administration.
It did.
They
in Syria,
attacked U.S.
remember?
bases under Trump's administration.
No.
So
not
so
US
did
bases.
Trump cause that?
It was a firing base. It was a firing base. And you guys said you just told me that Trump is buddies with Putin, but yet he's the only one that kind of.
Wait, no, so are you saying that-
global conflict?
Wait, that's exactly what happened under the Biden-Harris administration, and you're blaming them for it.
No. We
Push the heart,
well,
thank
the
you.
what the whole thing was is we were pulling out of Afghanistan. The warmongers of the Democratic
determined
Party,
by
the
Trump.
neocons, allocated resources from Afghanistan straight to Ukraine. You think that was a
if you're going to
coincidence?
say that one side's a warmonger, I think you could say that about both sides, right? To a certain
No.
extent, based upon your standard.
No.
Why not?
It's proven.
Why can't you say that about
I mean,
Trump? When Trump increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 432%, he assassinated top military general in Iran, almost sparking a conflict with them. He specifically blocked or vetoed a bill that was meant to block weapons and arms going to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen. He literally vetoed the bill that was meant to block them from being able to commit a genocide.
Then
with
he's also the
with those
one that
particular arms.
he's also the one that lifted sanctions on Ben. I forget his last name, allowing Ben to continue the genocide in Congo when he hadn't been able to under Obama's presidency.
Wow. No. A lot of
Yeah,
stuff
that's
is
a fact.
shenanigans, guys. I'm just we're talking about Ukraine. I know you guys like to hop around different topics, but
Dude, I'm sorry that are you not able to like keep up with the convo? Like, I mean, we're not making complex comparisons.
no, I mean
here.
you got Dino
We're not.
ripping off like 65 notes in a line. Like you guys are, and it's funny because a lot
playing
of
with-
these groups
I'm
that I've
playing
been in
with
have been the
playing
same
cards.
topics, and you guys are with the same
Brandon, give me the
rebuttals.
dollar.
James, I'm literally
Okay, so
playing
if we
with
have the
cards in
same
my hand.
rebuttals, why don't you
Yeah,
have any
okay.
response to them?
I'm just saying you guys are just saying, well, what if, well, what if this, what if this? That makes
No,
no sense.
you didn't listen to any. All you heard was "what if." That's it. Like, are you totally serious? Like
Yeah,
that
well,
is
you're-
incredibly disingenuous for you not to listen to anything that we say.
You're
and
data
just to
dumping.
characterize it as just "what if."
Your responses are data dump, man. You're data dumping.
So now we're data dump.
To
Is
get
it
off
a
topic.
data dump or is it a what if hypothetical?
I know, right?
we go.
Also,
Both.
Rudolph, thank you for the $30 on PayPal. That is massive. I want to see at least 300 W's in the chat for Rudolph's. Thank you for the love.
I'm just
Your
talking
comprehension
from-
skills are like super low, bro.
Yeah,
If that's
yeah.
all you got from this
And
conversation.
what's crazy is it's always white individuals that are always speaking up for black folks, Latinos, trying to tell us how to live, what's right, what's wrong. It's gross. It's woke. It's nasty.
You're voting for a racist. Literally voting for a
No.
racist. Don't
No,
even talk
it's
to me
not.
about like
It's not.
anything like that. You're voting for
When
a
Mal-
racist. He
when
literally
Malcolm
didn't rent to
X
black
spoke
people.
about the liberal Democrat,
he
he's-
said that 5 black and Latino boys quite literally should have been executed when there was actually DNA evidence that indicated that they were innocent. Right? He popularized the birther movement, saying that Barack Obama was born in Kenya when there's no evidence of that. When there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. Right? You understand that quite literally you're voting for a racist.
When Malcolm X said that you guys were that white liberal watch out for, he was talking about you two.
Okay. Do you agree with MLK? I mean, not MLK. Do you agree with Malcolm X on everything?
A majority of stuff I do. Yeah. I think
Okay.
he was
So
positive.
are
He
you a
was ahead of his
socialist?
times.
Are you a socialist?
No, I'm nothing. I'm not,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not
So
independent,
I
not
thought
social, nothing.
that's a pretty big position that he holds there. You don't agree with
So?
socialism? I thought you guys were were not the communists. I thought you guys were like I thought that was scary communism. You don't listen to
I'm down the middle.
socialists.
I'm not a conservative. I'm not a Democrat.
But you're
just right
voting
down
for a
the middle.
guy who's been held civilly liable for sexual abuse, defamation, fraud, has 34 felonies, tried to coup the government, tried to restrict women's
Civil
access
court,
to
right?
abortion, is a racist, is a misogynistic individual, right? Called for
he's-
complete total shutdown of Muslims entering the country.
There we
This
go.
guy is
Got it down.
extraordinarily bigoted, and yet you brought up that saying that somehow
Yeah,
Malcolm
it's true.
X's quote had
Can I
anything
ask
to do
you a
with this
question?
just because I'm a white liberal? Like what?
Can
That's
I-
the only reason you
Yeah.
had to dispute all of the facts and
Yeah.
evidence
Were you-
and reason and logic that I just gave you? That's
Can I
it?
ask you a
No.
question? James,
I'm
who's
sure
more
you were
racist?
super BLM, right? You took over that
James,
party too, right?
James, who's more racist, me and Parker or Trump?
You guys are the same, but just you hide it better. Does that make sense?
Wait, so me
When
and
did
Parker
Dean and I not
are
rent to
just
black
as-
people?
House.
Yeah, so
Push
me
the
and
gods in
Parker
the
are
hen
just
house.
as racist as
Yeah.
the guy who particularly refused black people housing opportunities because of the color of their skin. Me and
Literally, like
Parker
what?
are just as
You're talking-
racist
you're
as
talking
the
about one
guy
housing
who said he
development? Come
wanted
on.
to ban all Muslims from entering into the country. We're just as racist as the guy who said that Barack Obama is black, therefore he wasn't born in the country, therefore he shouldn't have the opportunity to be our president. We're just as racist as him? Really?
Scott, thank you for the $5. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for saying Russia
I
attacked
agree.
Ukraine naval
I
vessels
think-
in the Azov Sea during the Trump administration, and Trump did
You
nothing.
are what's wrong with this country, James.
No, I served 20 years for this country. What did you do?
If you
Pursue
serve
the
for this
chasing
country,
dream. Thank
why
you
would
so
you be
much.
voting for Trump knowing that
Yeah,
you attempted
Trump
to fight
drafted,
for
dodged the draft. How many times?
I mean, my question was a
70%
little bit
support the
bigger
guy.
than that. My question was a little bit bigger than that. You know, like all our veterans, the people that have died for this country in World War II, World War One, Vietnam,
Yeah,
the
educate
Korean
me
War,
about war.
etc.
Go ahead.
They fought to
Thank you,
protect
Lizzie.
and
Thank you so much.
uphold the American democracy, to uphold individualistic American rights, liberties, and freedoms. Donald Trump attempted to overthrow and undermine the American democracy and the American government when he attempted to install himself for a second term after losing in 2020 through an attempted coup by an attempt at rigging the election.
Okay.
If you are a veteran, if you are a
That's not
patriot, if
true.
you care about America and you care about American democracy, you
I
would
do.
not be voting for Donald Trump.
Well, that's why 70% of active duty military members support the guy.
So
Tony,
you
thank you for the
respond to the fact that he
$1.11. Paulo,
tried
thank
to
you so much for
overthrow
the $5.
democracy?
Thank you so much, Paulo.
Well, I mean, there's a reason why the active duty military members support the guy, right?
Will you respond
called-
to the
wait.
fact that he tried to overthrow our democracy?
He also tried to. He
did
said
not try to
veterans are
overthrow
suckers and
democracy.
losers. Wait, he
You're
also
talking
said
about like 60
hey,
nerds that try to overthrow it, that the police let into the damn thing.
Here,
That
thank you
was
for the
retarded.
$5. Thank you so much.
No, I'm talking about his attempt at rigging the election by installing fake votes for himself from states that he lost in Congress
Well, that's
on the
that's
count of the
fake news,
vote on
man.
January 6th.
That's misinformation. He did no such thing.
It is not misinformation. He is
It is.
arguing that he did do these things. Trump
It's
doesn't deny
misinformation
him. He
because you don't
accepts that
like
he
it.
did. I just want to
No, it's
clarify,
not.
James. I just want to clarify here.
You're entitled to your
James,
opinion,
James,
but
I
it's
just
not
want to
facts.
James, I
Dean,
want
go
to
ahead.
clarify. Trump admits he did these things.
Yeah, not that I heard of.
Yeah, so he did so in the January 6 indictments that have already unfolded, and he's done so to the Supreme Court. He's arguing that these are things that he did, and he should be immune from criminal proceeding as they were an official act of his presidency.
It's a reach, my guy.
That's not a reach. That's literally a description of what happened. How's that a reach? I'm literally
It's reach.
describing to you what he did.
I watch a lot of CNN. I know those talking heads should be running their mouths about that. I never heard that. Not once.
Wait, 1 second. Trump's lawyer admitted to it on CNN.
Which lawyer?
Which lawyer? Let's see here. Will Scharf.
I'm not aware of that guy.
Will Scharf. John Eastman also admitted to it. Rudy Giuliani also admitted to it. You've never read the January 6 indictments or the proceedings from the Supreme Court? Like
wave tops. Because I thought a lot of stuff was just a witch hunt for the most part.
No, these are all things that Trump has admitted to. You know, like, I understand how conspiracy theory can be born about how Trump's not a rapist or he didn't commit the 34 felonies because he denies those things. But Trump once again accepts that he's done all these things.
So we're back to the rapist thing again.
No, we're back to the fact that Trump
Come on,
tried to
man.
coup our government, and he admitted to it, and you're
The
still
lady
denying.
was a kook, man. The lady was crazy.
Oh, now you're just going to
Okay,
victim
now you're just a
blaming.
victim blaming
Well-
fucking pig, bro.
Well, I mean,
Like,
is she a
I'm
victim
so-
or
I'm just
she a-
so
literally,
fuck-
literally a misogynistic pig, bro.
Yo, also SIVA, thank you so much for the $24
crazy
on
about the Democratic
Venmo.
Party,
Let's get
you
some
guys don't
W's
like
in the
this
chat
one,
for
right?
1 second. 1 second,
party
James.
is
Let's get
led.
some W's in the chat for SIVA for the $24 on Venmo. It means the world to me. Thank you so much. But can we just like notice
Jonathan,
that
thank you
fact-
for the $5 from an 8-year Marine veteran voting Harris. Base Jonathan in the chat. W Jonathan.
What do you guys
Also-
do with all this money? Where do you guys donate it to?
Saving.
I don't
Vinny,
have
thank
to-
you for
I
the
don't have to
$2. Thank
tell
you so
what I
much.
do with the money I make.
Y'all hustling, man. Y'all hustling.
Why do I have to tell you what I do with my money?
Hey, you guys are that fox in the hen house again, man. Just hustling all these minority voters on here.
You're
Oh,
such a
so now
fucking
you're gonna
weirdo,
demonize
dude.
us, make us into bad
You're
guys.
such
You're
a
just-
weirdo. Like
first of all, you're jealous
instead
of-
of instead of
You're a
actually
weirdo.
listen. Instead of actually arguing against our positions, you just try to make it seem like we're on here just to like make money. Okay, I've been doing this for years without making any money. This happens to be my job now. I don't dispute that. I never disputed that at all. It absolutely is my job, and I get to do what I love. I get to do what is literally my hobby and what I think does good for this world. Now, you can sit there and you can demean that and you can act like it's nothing because I do make money. KBC, I appreciate the
Congratulations.
subscription.
Yeah.
But that
That's
doesn't
pretty tight.
dispute anything, any of the facts, reason, logic I gave you. You're disputing the facts, reason, and logic by just giving me your feelings. You're not giving me any arguments.
No.
Chris,
And
thank you for the
$10 for
$5.
savings. Thank you so much.
And Chris, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying this guy's weird. James, I have a question for you. How much do you think that me and Parker independently made when we were both streaming to like 30 people? How much did we make?
Me to like 5 people.
Probably nothing.
$0.
I just find some of the stuff that you guys say.
Oh,
listen,
so
you
were
guys
we
are
doing
the
it for the
people.
money back then? Were we still virtue signaling to the minority voters
You
back
probably
then?
were. This is probably why you got a big following.
What?
Shannon, thank you for the $10 for the same eats. I appreciate
be
you.
honest
beloved.
with you.
No, so
Take the
this is
money
the
again,
angle of
thank you.
attack. You've successfully not been able to
Tell
refute
me
a
about
single thing that me or Parker have said. You've been unable to engage in logical and productive discourse pertaining to what you
No.
believe in and why we disagree
true.
with you. So if you have reduced yourself down to an attempt to attack our character to demean the value of the words that we say. This
No,
is what
because whenever I bring
happened all
something
throughout
up,
history.
you
It's-
guys
it's
data dump. You just start rattling 85 things off. Start something to stick. You're throwing shit to a wall and hopefully something sticks. You're flicking
So did I
boogers, man.
data dump when I told you that Trump admitted to trying to coup the country? No, I didn't. I gave you my
I
source.
think you embellished
spoke
the
clearly.
truth.
What? Can you give me
You're
any
trying to-
reason to believe that? Like, give me the evidence, give me the argument, because you're not giving an argument. You're just giving me your feelings.
No, I mean we went from talking about the military and the whole Rush thing, and then you guys just went off.
You
off
said
the wall.
veterans support Trump. I said how
They
could
do.
a veteran
Talked
support
about what
Trump
you
when he
talked
tried to
about.
stage
We
a coup to
responded to
overthrow
you,
our
and you're
government?
mad.
Purdy, I
mad.
appreciate you for the gift. Thank you so
Come on,
much,
man.
Purdy. So can you give me an argument? Like I gave you my source, right? The January 6th indictment. and
Mitchell,
Trump's
think of the
argument
$5
Supreme
for
Court.
savings.
Which
Dakota,
was
think
a
of the
witch hunt, man.
$5 for virtue
Which was a
signaling.
witch hunt, man.
Thank you so
right?
much, Purdy.
No, I'm saying that inside of the January 6th indictment and to the Supreme Court, Trump argued that he did try to steal the vote from Biden.
He tried to steal the vote from Biden. No.
Yeah, by sending
believe in
slates
that,
of fake
no.
electorates. Okay, so you're just disagreeing with reality now? Do you
It's
self-identify
not
as a
reality.
fringe conspiracy theorist?
No, not at all, man.
It is, bro. Like, dude, okay, do you want to hear Trump's lawyer admit to it?
No, because all these little lawyers are snakes, man. Majority of
No,
them.
it is literally
His own
Trump's
lawyers.
current lawyer. So are you saying that Trump's current lawyer
Garrett,
is
think
lying
of the
on
$10.
behalf?
Thank you so much.
Like, like, how can you even say that?
Are you talking about the female lawyer he has, correct?
No, I'm talking about Will Scharf.
No, I don't know who that is, man. I don't know his
support the
staff.
indictment, to support the ongoing prosecution, and that's
Even
what we're
just the
going to be
false slates
litigating
of
in front of the
electors?
district court now.
Even just the false slates of electors, you don't think that would constitute enough for a trial?
Well, we would say alternate slates of electors, and as we argued before the Supreme Court, alternate slates of electors have been a method used by previous presidents, most notably Ulysses S. Grant, to ensure the integrity of prior elections. So we believe the assembly of those alternate slates of electors was an official act of the presidency. That's what we argued before the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court has reserved that issue.
How can you deny that?
Steven, think of the $5. Thank you so much for Vets Don't Vote.
So,
Thank you so much.
so how did when it went to the Supreme Court, what happened?
They ruled that the official like immunity clause wouldn't apply to the actions. So can you at least concede
well
and
then-
admit that
then
you were
yeah,
wrong
man,
about these
it's in
things
black
not
and
being
white.
done?
It's done.
Kevin,
It's
think
done,
of the $10.
right? I mean,
Thank you so much.
They ruled on
$10.
it.
Thank you.
No,
ruled
so
on
this,
it, right?
so the
He's
Supreme
civil with
Court
that.
was determining if Trump should face criminal repercussions for what he did, not
And they
if
said
Trump
no.
did these things. So, James, specifically they said that the immunity didn't apply.
Justin, leave the
you can
$10
read that in
for-
the dissent from the justices.
For a
But once
U.S.
again-
Marine veteran who despises
So,
Trump. Thank
James,
you, Justin.
My point was that Trump tried to steal the election from Biden. There's evidence that he admits he tried to steal the election from Biden. How does this make you feel as a veteran? I thought you cared about American democracy.
I do. I just see what the Harris and the Biden administration has done to the military.
Don't pivot.
I don't.
Will you affirm the fact that Trump tried to steal 2020 from Biden?
Tessa, thank you for the $20. Thank you
didn't.
so much. I really appreciate it.
I
Thank
don't
you.
think he did at all. He thought there was mass.
But
voter
you
fraud,
just
and he wanted to
heard
look
a
into
clip of it. You just heard a clip of his lawyer, like admitting that their argument in court is admitting to the fact that Trump did try to install fake votes for himself from states that he lost. To
He
make
did
him
not
the
say fake
illegit-
votes. He did not say fake votes.
Alternative slates of electors. What do you think that is?
Right. That's not fake votes.
Yes,
What
it
is
is
that?
because all the court cases indicated there was no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, so they were fake. Sandra,
is that
thank you so
They
much for
wanted
the
to do
for the
due
$10 for
due
combat
diligence
veteran
to find
for
out.
James,
for-
what is an
for Harris.
alternative elector slate?
Kim, thank you
Tell
for
me
the
what that
$10.
is.
Thank you so much, Kim.
I'm gonna go ahead
Love
and
the
tell
glasses.
you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and tell you exactly what that is, James. So what Trump did is he got together his people. He talked to the head of the RNC. He got about 150 people together, and he subdivided these 150 people. He sent them to 7 states with fraudulent certificates of ascertainment. A certificate of ascertainment is what each individual state sends to Congress on January 6th to certify the votes from their states to choose the president based upon the electoral votes delegated by each state. What Trump did,
But he had the right
is
to
he
do
made-
so, right?
No.
As a president. He had
Eric,
the right
thank
to
you for
do
the
so,
$10
right?
for the U.S. Army vet, never Trump.
Was that
Proud
out
of the younger
scope
generation. Thank you so much,
of
Eric.
his description of his job description, right? You could do that, right?
So do you affirm that Trump sent fake votes to Congress?
Well, was that illegal or legal?
Do you affirm that he sent fake votes to Congress?
See,
We could
you're
talk
not
about
answering
the
that question. You're trying to catch
because
me
you're not
here.
answering my question. We could talk
Well,
about the legality of it.
yes,
Even if this
yes.
was fucking legal, I wouldn't
If it was
care.
legal, then yes. Then I support
Okay,
if it's legal.
so
and by
you
the rule,
affirm that he
then
sent
yes.
fake votes to Congress to install
no,
himself for a second term to steal the vote from
That's not-
Trump,
don't-
and
don't
then
use that term.
you're an
Not fake
excuse
votes.
of a veteran. You do not stand for the American democracy. You do not stand for the American people. If you fought
Yeah, you
for
do
the
though,
American
right?
citizens, if you fought for a government, if you fought for
Yeah.
checks and balances, if you fought for American individualistic freedoms and abilities, you fought for yourself. If you turn around and you look at a man dead in the eye that tried to install fake votes in Congress to certify himself as the illegitimate president by stealing an election, which is the attack on our government and on our democracy since the Civil War, you do not care about American values. So how can you
Right.
say you fought for them?
Because I did 20 years. That's
What
why.
did you fight for?
For freedom, for democracy, man. Not,
But
none
then
of
you
that
turn
nonsense that
around
you're
and you
talking
say
about.
on live that you don't care
but you're
about
saying
Trump
he stole
trying to steal
votes,
that
which is not
freedom.
true.
You don't care about Trump trying to steal the voice. You don't care about Trump trying to steal the vote from every single American citizen that voted in 2020.
It's
How
not
can you
stealing
say
if
that
it's
that's
legal.
meaningful,
You just said it was
but then you
legal.
turn around and you justify it and say that that was permissible?
What was what he
By
did?
the way,
was
Yvonne,
illegal.
I'm back on my main, so I have to add back all the mods.
Does that make sense? If it was by law and it was by the rules, and if it's black and white, then why not
No.
exercise it? If you
So,
think
James,
the election
I'm going to
was
go ahead and
stolen.
clarify. So no, he broke federal law. His counter argument is that he did break federal law, but he should be immune from the criminal repercussions, as he's arguing that it should be considered an official act of his presidency. And as we already know, the Supreme Court ruled that presidents are immune from criminal repercussions for official acts of their presidency. But
And how
rather,
did that work?
it's still
How did
there's
that-
still like litigation is still ongoing. But the point here is even if it was legal
put the cart before the
because
horse.
it's an official act of his presidency, right? This still doesn't mean that the action is permissible. Would you admit that this action was incredibly reckless and quite damaging to the American democracy because he attempted to silence the voice and the vote of every
No,
American
not if
citizen in 2020?
if he felt the election was stolen. I would hope anybody would. If that was the case, then you exercise all means.
So you don't
to
think it
ensure
was
that the election
damaging?
wasn't stolen.
So you don't think it was damaging to the voice of every American
He
citizen
didn't think
voted
that it
in
was
2020 in the
stolen.
state of Georgia?
Wait, Dean, make the point of he literally knew that he was going to use this plan before the election. Okay, so he didn't come up with come up with this because he thought there was election fraud. Purdy, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much, I appreciate it.
I'm
His
listening.
contingency plan, if he lost, was that he was going to do this, and we literally have him. We have him literally admitting to this.
Why?
What do you
Was
mean?
that
why?
part of a
Cammy,
contingency
thank you so
plan
much for the
just in case if it was
$25 on
stolen?
Cash App.
Or
Thank
if
you so
there
much. I
was-
Yo.
appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yo, I didn't see this. Yo, Niha, thank you so much for the $100 on PayPal. I really appreciate you for the love. Let's get some W's in the chat for
Purdy
Niha.
with the 25 subscriptions. Can we get some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the 25 subscriptions.
Thank you so much
That's
for the love,
insane.
Niha. I want to get some massive W's in the chat for Niha and Purdy. Thank you so much for your support, Niha. And Shannon and Timothy, thank you both for the $10 on Venmo. I appreciate you guys so much.
That's dope. Let me give you some likes, man. That's good stuff.
So,
Nah,
I mean,
whatever, man.
Just to recap. So yeah, Trump told his chief strategist and his chief of staff on October 9th and October 31st his plan to try to steal the election from Biden if he were to lose. And then on the night of the election, he attempted to call all the votes for Biden illegal. And then instead of chasing the proper channels for like legal discourse on if the election was stolen from him, you know what he did? He went to the DOJ and the head of DOJ, Bill Barr, and he told Bill Barr to falsely announce widespread voter fraud when there wasn't any. And after Bill Barr attempted to go along with Donald Trump's plan, half of the DOJ threatened to quit over it, making Bill Barr forcefully resign. And we see that John Eastman and Rudy Giuliani, his two lawyers that developed this fringe legal theory that he could quote unquote legally steal the election from Biden, have since lost their law licenses. They're no longer practicing attorneys. And at this point in time, Trump has been reduced down to admitting that he did try to steal the vote from Biden by installing fake votes in Congress for himself.
He did not admit. That's false.
Patty, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Patty. And Jessica, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much, Patty. Let's get some W's for Patty.
That's not right.
I played you the clip. I played you the clip. You heard it.
Yeah. It didn't come out of Trump's mouth. It came out of some freaking lawyer, man. On CNN,
What did
right?
the freaking lawyer say? It was an official act of the presidency. Who is the president?
Yeah, but it's not coming out of Trump's
So
mouth.
Trump argued to the
Come on.
Supreme Court that it was an official act of his presidency. Get dunked on, James.
I mean, if he's by the rule, by the book, if it's black and white, and there's some type of cause where he's justified to do so, then do so.
No, it wasn't by the rule. It wasn't by the book. It broke federal law. Trump recognized it broke federal law, and that's why he admitted it to seek immunity. Why would someone seek immunity for someone that wasn't illegal? James, why would Trump be seeking immunity for it right now if it wasn't illegal?
Because your party has been attacking this dude since he got out of office or when he was in office. Every chance that they get. You don't think Trump,
Adam, thank you for the
even when he
subscription.
wins the presidency, you guys are still going to attack the guy.
This is a
Like, it's
pivot.
gonna happen.
This is a pivot. Once again,
I'm just saying
he
that.
recognized
No, it's
in the
not.
Supreme
It's
Court and
valid.
on the ongoing January 6th indictments that this did break federal law, but he should be immune from
Andy,
breaking the
thank you for
federal
the
law
5 subs. Thank
because
you
he
so
did it
much.
when he was president. Can you recognize that? Can you affirm or
should.
deny that fact?
I'll confirm it, but he should be immune. And the same thing, Biden should be immune.
So
too,
you just
because
said that
Biden's
James
gonna
should be
get
immune
crushed.
from trying to steal the election from Biden.
I didn't
Again,
never said
Tessa, thank
steal
you so
the
much for the
election.
$20.
Those are
Thank you,
your words,
Tessa.
not mine.
James,
Words,
what would
guy.
have happened if Mike Pence certified Trump's fake votes? Who would be our president right now?
I don't know. We would never know. We
Trump
didn't
would
get
have
that
been.
far, huh?
Trump would have been our president right now. He would have installed himself for a different term. Can you affirm or deny the fact
No,
that if Mike
that's not
Pence
true. It
counted
would-
Trump's fake certificates of ascertainment, that Trump would have been installed for a second presidential term?
No, I believe there would have been some more
No, so then
digging
he would
to
have been
see if
president.
there was any voter fraud. And
Oh, but
and
the
you guys
certificates
can
of ascertainment did not state that this would only count if there's widespread voter fraud. Specifically speaking, the fake certificates of ascertainment from Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Florida, I believe, or no, not Florida. I forget the third state. Did not have any note or significant stating that these would only apply if it was proven in court that the election was stolen from him.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, fucking, it's a lot right there. A lot to unpack, man. I just think, as far as where we're going with this and this election, I cannot support this woman. I don't even know what she runs on. You guys are all about democracy, but at the same time, you didn't even elect this lady. You guys were.
So actually, Andy, thank you so
No.
much for the 5 subs again. Thank you so
No,
much, Andy.
no.
I really appreciate that.
You didn't
James,
vote
can I
for her
explain?
4 years ago.
Hey, James,
You
can
didn't
I
vote for her
explain?
4 years ago.
James, can I explain?
Go
Can I
on,
please?
let's hear it.
So actually, I didn't even
Justify
vote. Be quiet. I didn't even vote for Biden as it relates to the primaries. I voted for Marianne Williamson. Plus, can you mute the background noise, please? Secondly, as it relates to this, it is the case that 80% of the Democratic Party wants her to be the nominee, and 2/3 of the Democratic Party wanted Biden to step down. Biden steps down. He endorsed Kamala Harris. The delegates could have decided not to vote for Kamala Harris. The delegates were unified and voted for Kamala Harris. The only people that have an issue with this are not Democrats. So get out of our party, right? Like that's not how it works. You don't get to decide how our party determines our own leader.
Yeah, but
Ebony, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Why wasn't she your nominee when she called? Remember when she called Biden racist? That was like her.
She didn't
little
call
girl on the
Biden
bus.
racist.
Oh, remember?
She
She
said no. She said explicitly.
And then she homie hopped immediately.
She said explicitly Biden is not racist. That's what she explicitly said.
Pull up the clip there, Dean. When she called out
we
Biden.
can, but like she literally said that. You can look at the clip from the debates. She said, "I do not believe you're racist, but I disagree with you." Like you are explicitly, purposefully misunderstanding it so that you can try to make a point out of it when the point doesn't exist.
Well, I mean, the point is that this lady wasn't elected. You guys have to run with it. You have to eat it and be quiet and put a smile on your face and be joyful about it. That's what you got to do.
What are you
right?
talking about?
Yeah, that's what's weird is that you guys have to smile and say like, "This is the lady we want." When you guys
that is who we want.
No, you didn't. Because
yes, it is. I do want Kamala Harris to be the candidate.
So of all the candidates that you could have chose, she's the go-to.
Out of all the ones that I can choose right now, absolutely.
No. If Biden would have came clean and she was honest, and the White House, the press secretary was, everybody was honest, and you guys had a clean slate to pick a Democratic nominee.
She has the best chance of beating Trump. So yes, I would pick her.
So you're saying Bernie, Tulsi Gabbard, JFK.
Bernie's not running. Bernie's not going to run.
Why?
Tulsi Gabbard's a lunatic.
And she's also not a Democrat. I just want to point that out.
Well, she definitely lasted longer than Kamala in the what is it?
Kamala,
ago, right?
Is it hard to say Kamala?
Mrs. Harris. Sorry.
Also, I just have a fact check
Madam
from AP
Harris.
here. So you could look up Associated Press. Kamala Harris did not call Joe Biden a racist on the debate stage, and it gives the direct quote, "quote unquote, I do not believe you are a racist." Kamala Harris referencing Joe Biden.
And then what did she say? She just said. Then she said that's kind of like how you ease the pain, right? You're not a racist, but I'm going to say a bunch of racist stuff that you did and what I think you are. That's like lawyer talk, right?
Okay, so if you think it's racist stuff, well then also everything Trump has done is racist, and now you believe Trump is racist. So don't act like you care about racism when you're voting for a racist over a non-racist. That's such a ridiculous statement.
I don't. It's just you guys are hypocrites, though.
That's not hypocrite. No, that's not. What's a hypocrite?
No,
how are we hypocrites?
Because you act like that Biden wasn't that guy or Miss Harris wasn't that guy, and then all of a sudden it's Trump. Trump is racist. Trump said this. Trump is not racist.
I've always said Trump is racist.
When did Trump become racist?
I've said this a million times. In 1973, he didn't rent to black people because they were black. In the early 2000s, he said that the Central Park Five should have been executed even though they've been exonerated by DNA evidence. He literally popularized the birther movement. Thank you for the DJ glasses.
Everybody
Thank you so
loved
much.
Trump.
Saying that Barack
Everybody
Obama
loved
was
Trump
born
in
in
the 80s.
Kenya when when there's a birth certificate of him born in the United States. So don't tell me he's not racist, and when you don't acknowledge any of that racist behavior.
Patty, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo.
No,
Thank you
he's
so
not
much,
racist.
Patty
He's
W's for Patty in the chat.
New Yorker, man.
Not renting to black people isn't racist.
I mean, how many housing?
Not renting to black people isn't racist. Say that.
No.
Say explicitly not renting to black people. Yes, if you racially discriminate and you don't rent to black people because they're black, that's absolutely racist.
Okay, so when this happened, how many
Brian, think of the $10. Thank you so much.
Did he have at this time? Did he have hundreds? And in this one case, Trump's all of a sudden racist because somebody at one of his properties said that we don't rent to black people or whatever.
Because of information from the boss.
Yeah, so just for a little bit of background on this, James, essentially what happened is DOJ caught wind at one of Trump's properties that they were not giving housing applications or opportunities to black people. So they began their investigation. They sent in white and black testers to the property to ask for housing applications and to see the available units. They sent in a white tester. They got a tour and application. They sent in a black tester. They didn't. They got refused, said they had no available properties.
Chris, think of the $5. Thank you.
They then went to the property manager who had been the one that had denied the housing opportunity to black people.
But the guy has
Do you mind if I
thousands of
finish real quick?
properties.
Do you mind if I finish real quick?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and then the property manager said, "Well, yeah, this was a order from Donald Trump, the boss." So then they took Donald Trump, the boss, to court. And after the proceedings had been finalized, Donald Trump was forced to put ads in local newspapers at the Times, specifically stating that he would not racially profile within his housing application processes and would rent to black people. And he had to pledge to the state level government that he would no longer racially discriminate on the basis of like housing opportunities. So the question I'd ask you here is, can we agree on like this universal principle for racism that denying an opportunity to a black person because they're black is racist?
Okay, so it's a sample size, right? I mean, I'm sure that was 100% wrong, right? But the guy is a real estate mogul, has thousands of properties, and this is probably one little small item that happened.
You didn't listen to what he said, did you?
No, I did. But you guys are all trying to.
No, he explicitly addressed this concern, right? What did he say?
Oh my God. A lot. I tuned you guys out.
It was an order from the boss. It was a direct order from the boss, which is Trump. So don't act like we have no evidence and act like he had no relevance to this, because it was a direct order from him. We also have reports of him not letting black people be in his bars when there was a particular high roller casino person that didn't like black people.
Yeah, but he's hired tons of African Americans, minorities. The guy is from New York. Racists in New York kind of don't make it.
Oh,
man.
because racists never hired black people. Wow, that's such a reason why he's not racist.
The dude's from New York, man. Of all places, New York.
That does not mean he's not racist.
Member is going to be a successful businessman in New York. Come on, guys.
Also, I just want to point it out that having black people work
Lauren,
for you.
Lauren, take the $2. Thank you.
I just want to point it out, James. Having black people work for you doesn't lead to the conclusion that you're not racist.
And it does.
I just want to point that.
You think slave owners aren't racist?
I just want to point that one out. I just want to point that one out.
I mean, I don't think Trump's family ever owned slaves, man. To be honest with you, that's what I read that the other day.
James, could you? I did ask you a question there at the end. Could we agree that denying housing opportunity to a black person because they're black is racist? Just a quick yes or no.
Yeah, if you deny it because of the race, it is racist. But again, when you're
Trump
using a sample size.
Jay. So yeah, it was concluded that Trump had ordered his property managers to deny housing opportunities to black people because of the color of their skins.
Elizabeth, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much for getting your girlfriend a treat for watching out for your vision health. Oh, thank you so much, Elizabeth. Let's get some W's for Elizabeth in the comment section right now. Thank you so much.
Would this be an example of Trump being racist?
Go ahead, Dean. I'm trying to listen. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we agreed that denying an opportunity to a black person because they're black is racism.
Of course.
And I informed you that that is what the DOJ concluded Donald Trump directly had done. Okay? So is this an example of Donald Trump?
Not Donald Trump, his company. Not Donald Trump, the person, his company.
No, Donald Trump. Yes, when I say Donald Trump directly, I mean it. Okay, right? Because after investigation, when they went to the specific manager that had denied the housing opportunities to the black people, the manager informed them that this was a direct order from Donald Trump, and then they pursued civil litigation with Donald Trump directly. Yes, this was exactly from Donald Trump. Yes. So is this an example? Is this an example of Donald Trump being racist?
No, I mean, I'm sure there's more that goes into it than just that. Right?
Okay, what about when Donald Trump said that Obama was born in Kenya and shouldn't be able to run for president? That was Trump trying to say because this guy's black, he wasn't born in America, therefore he shouldn't be able to run for president. Was that racist?
I don't think it had nothing to do with the color of his skin. I think it had to do with his name and this guy coming out of nowhere. I mean, I think that kind of played a.
So what was the evidence that he was born in Kenya? Because he had a birth certificate out of
Trade
Hawaii.
thing to $5.
So you're saying because
his father wasn't from this country.
Wait, one second, James.
So
one second, James. You're saying because of his name. You're talking about his middle name, about Hussein. I have a question. If if a white person walks up to a Latino individual with the last name of Dominguez and says, "Your last name is Dominguez. Go back to where you came from. You're from Mexico." Are they being racist?
Yeah.
Okay, so even if I accept your explanation,
they said it like that. Yeah.
So even if I accept your explanation that the reason Donald Trump said Barack Obama was not born in America was because of his name.
No,
do you see the conclusion that this leads us to?
His mother was from Hawaii and his father was from Africa, so there was probably some validity to that. You know,
you understand? Donald Trump's dad was literally from Germany, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was.
I don't know if he. I don't know if he was from Germany.
It was either him or his grandfather. Sorry.
His grandfather was from Germany, but his mom was a Scottish immigrant.
Yeah. So also, do you dispute Melania? Does he dispute Melania?
No, I'm sure he needed her birth certificate to get married. So I think that was clear cut.
Okay, so would it be far-fetched for me to say that Donald
her
Trump...
birth certificate was not from the United States. I hope you know that.
Would it be far-fetched would it be far-fetched for me to say that Donald Trump wasn't born in America because his mom is a Scottish immigrant?
I don't know. Did he just provide a birth certificate? I'm pretty sure
Yep.
he did. So we're good.
Okay,
we're
so
good.
Barack Obama provided a birth certificate, and
I don't
Donald
know,
Trump
did he?
contested it and said that it was false. Yes.
I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not.
You could look
I'm
up
not
the
guy
time.
that-
You could look up a
I'm not the
timeline.
admin.
You could look up a timeline of Trump perpetuating the birther movement of Barack Obama on AP News. He specifically did it all on Twitter. So he tweeted out that the birth certificate was fake. This was all a lie. So is this an example of Donald Trump being racist? Because once again, he said because of his name, right? There's your explanation. But if
I think it's a reach, man. I think there's enough people from the black community, the brown community, that have came out in defense of Trump that said the guy's not racist.
Okay, so the
Right.
women that said that legislation that prevented women from voting in the 1920s wasn't misogynistic meant that that wasn't misogynistic?
Who did this?
Oh yeah, there were women that were against the suffragette movement in like the early 20th century to the 1920s. So what do we say? Because
that was the Democratic Party, though, right? That stopped women from voting. It was the Republican Party that allowed
So,
women to vote,
hey,
right?
hey, so
or
James,
gave the rights to vote.
I don't care about what the party
it was,
said then, I
it
care
was
about what the party's
conservative
doing now.
Democrats. Conservative Democrats.
Yeah, but you're not answering my question.
Ah,
So what do you say because women said that that was not misogynistic legislation, that meant that was not misogynistic legislation?
Yeah, it's valid, possibly. I don't know.
What?
You know, there's been a party switch, right? Like
I just wanna
back
clarify.
then, the Democratic
No,
Party was
so-
conservative.
but-
Aaron,
so
thank you
look,
$5. Thank you so much.
Look
So
at-
you just said
throughout-
like
throughout-
not
look at-
allowing
fellas,
women
throughout
right to vote is
history-
not misogynistic because
Listen,
some
throughout
women said
history,
so.
the Democratic Party has always been on the wrong side of history.
Why are you
Throughout-
pivoting?
He's not listening.
No, I'm not. Well,
do
that's
you know
what you
do you know
said.
do you know what the party switch is?
Yeah, that's nonsense.
So no, it's not nonsense. You understand? Wait, let me ask you a question then. Do you think that they weren't conservative Democrats? Do you think they were liberal? Or
I don't-
Lincoln was Lincoln liberal or conservative?
It's conservative.
Lincoln was conservative. Are you trolling? You think it was a conservative view to want to get rid of slavery at that time? You think that was a conservative view? Jesus Christ.
I think it was down the middle view, right? Obviously.
No, dude, that was a liberal view at the time. Heather, thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Heather. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Who are the
I just don't-
extrovertedly proud racists voting for in November? The white guy or the black woman? Who are they voting for, James?
I don't know.
The
You're talking about like
KKK
listen,
members
man.
and
I live in
neo-Nazis,
North
Proud Boys,
Carolina,
who are they
man.
voting for?
I
James,
mean, I live
James,
in North
who are
Carolina. I
the
don't see any of
KKK
these
members
nerds
voting
around.
for in November?
They're probably not voting, man. To be honest with you, they probably think Trump's an asshole. I don't know, man.
So
I
the
don't know.
Proud
I don't
Boys,
know.
the neo-Nazis,
I don't know
and the
any
KKK
racists, dude.
members?
I can't
So
tell
who
you.
are the who are the Proud
how
Boys
many,
voting
you
for?
tell me, how many racists do you know? How many KKK members do you know?
James, who are the Proud Boys voting for? Trump or Harris?
I don't know. You're white, not me, dude. I don't know.
I
I'm a
know,
Mexican.
I know. The
racist.
Proud Boys are quite literally voting for Trump because Trump deployed the Proud Boys on, let's see, September 19th of 2020, right? Of 2020, specifically to intimidate voters at the polls.
Isn't the Proud Boys run by a black dude?
They're ran by an Hispanic
Weird,
man
right?
that thinks he's white.
There you go. But I mean, I don't. Here's the thing. You're
Like
saying, I don't know
literally,
if
he
KKK
literally says he's white.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know racist. I'm Hispanic. I don't know guys that are racist. I mean, you would know. Do you have racist people in your family? You're white. I don't know. You guys. I wouldn't have KKK members in my family.
Don't either.
So the proud extroverted racists will be voting for Trump.
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, is it really
I'm
that
sure-
hard between the rich white man and the black woman? You don't know who they'd be voting for between the two, really, James?
I mean, they're both rich, right?
Are you being like purposefully dense?
No. I don't know, man. That's
You don't know if the KKK members are going to vote for the black woman or the rich white man, really?
Again, like I said, I don't know KKK members, man.
Oh, you don't know.
I think you can make a determination there just by like common sense. You guys say this all the time, right? A racist person, would they vote for a black woman?
No, I mean it's probably not. No.
Okay, so
probably not.
Okay,
No.
okay, so
every single racist person that will be voting in the upcoming election will be voting for Donald Trump. So I think that your argument that it's the Democrats that are racist falls flat on its head here.
Well, I mean, I think the Hispanics and blacks are going to go out there and vote Trump at an all-time high. Also, those numbers are jumping up.
You shouldn't say within us at the end. Now, I do think that there's no way that you're going to sit there and ignore that clearly, like, he's racist, and why are you voting for a racist?
He's not racist. I honestly don't think the guy's racist.
We've given you multiple examples of how he's racist. You literally said those actions were racist, and then said they weren't racist when Donald Trump does them.
No, that's not what I said, man.
That's literally what you said. Don't even
No,
act
I
like you
didn't,
did.
bro.
Yes, you did.
I did it.
We were all here. 7.7 thousand people heard you do that.
Nah.
Yes.
But, hey, no. So I mean, again, I'm a North Carolina voter. Like I've got a lot of dudes that are now registered that are kind of pro-Trump that weren't going to vote. I mean, I think you guys are not appealing to the undecided voter. A lot of these rooms are just echo chambers. You guys don't try to meet people down the way.
We're literally
You guys-
talking to people who are conservative. There's no way this could be an echo chamber.
Yeah,
That
but
is
you guys
incoherent.
shit on them.
Not
though,
only
dude.
is that incoherent, but yeah, I think we are very convincing to the undecided voter, because the undecided voter isn't going to vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman. The undecided voter is not going to vote for someone who tried to coup the government. The undecided voter is not going to vote for someone who called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. The undecided voter is not going to stand with those things. Now you're going to sit there and you're going to act like they are because you're a fucking lunatic that's from MAGA, right? But we're not MAGA lunatics. The undecided voter is not a MAGA lunatic.
Yeah, you're full of joy, and you're following a candidate that stands on nothing. She don't stand on business.
We gave
She
you
ain't got no
multiple things.
business.
We gave you multiple things she stands on. She stands on a $35 cap on insulin for seniors. She wants to extend to everyone else. $2,000
Which
cap
Trump
on
did.
out-of-pocket expenses for pharmaceutical drugs. She specifically is advocating for a $25,000 subsidy for first-time home buyers for new homes. She's advocating specifically to make sure that medical debt can't have an impact on your credit. She's advocating specifically to increase the earned income tax credit, increase the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then $3,000 through them being 18. That's a heavy extension from the $2,000 that you currently get under law right now. So she's advocating to decrease taxes on the middle class families of this country, whereas Donald Trump's advocating to increase them by increasing tariffs and increasing consumer prices. He says he's going to deal with inflation. Inflation is caused by Biden Harris, but his tax policy increases inflation. You guys have no clue anything about economics. He has no plan to pay for his tax policy. The tariffs that he's advocating for would decrease the amount of imports into the country, which would decrease revenue from the tariffs. So you're not going to be able to pay for it fully that way. Not only just for the specifically I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Specifically for the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, but for the no tax on tips, but for the getting rid of taxes on Social Security, on all of these different things that he's claiming that he's going to give to you. He's giving you free money. He's claiming free money for your votes. Republicans always say, oh, they're just saying free money to get your votes, when Donald Trump's doing that this election and they're nowhere to be found saying that. They're always caring about the deficit and the debt. How are you going to pay for this? But not when Donald Trump has signed off on more debt-related spending than than Harris has under the Biden-Harris administration. Thank you for the IC. Thank you so much. The most in a 4-year span, okay, of any president. Okay? So you guys don't care about the debt. You don't care about the deficit. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
Also, what
you
about
don't
the
care about
oil
paying for
independence
policy?
people? What about the energy independence people too? You care about energy independence, but then you say Harris stands on nothing, even though under
She
Biden
doesn't.
Harris's
She's a
administration,
flip-flopper. She's
we've
about
been
fracking.
producing
She's
more
not about
oil
fracking.
today than we ever have been before.
lies.
More oil
Yeah.
than any other country
Yeah.
across
Yeah,
the
'cause
world.
we-
Just
because
like
we
JD
screwed-
Vance
we
flip-flopped about if like Trump is America's Hitler or not, right?
Heather, thank you for the $20 on Venmo.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Heather. And Tammy, thank you so much for the
Yeah.
$10 for putting the truth
But
out
all
there.
of a
Thank you
sudden,
so
she's all
much.
about fracking.
Aaron, thank you for the
And then-
$5. Thank you, Aaron.
Oh,
You
just
guys
like
are
the
getting
whole
hustled by
Republican
the
platform.
Saudis.
You know, first of all, they're going to be the party of law and order, but then they're going to vote for the violent sexual offender felon. They're going to be the party of family values, but then they're going to instantiate IVF idealism, fight against women's access to health care, and fight against
It's not
greater
true.
funding for
That's
kids in
fake.
schools.
That's
and
fake.
you're going to fight against gun control as well, then turn around and not make the recognition that the leading cause of death within our use is guns. You're also going to say that you're a patriot, you
No,
care
it's
about American
dumbass,
color,
psycho-ass kids,
Constitution,
man.
and then what?
I said dumbass, psycho-ass kids.
Actually, the
that are
greatest...
getting bullied.
No,
And
no.
people that are... Yeah, it is, man. A lot of these
No,
kids...
no.
I
So,
spent a lot of time in high
You're not
schools, man.
understanding is that doesn't happen in other countries. Why does it not happen in other countries? Tell me.
Because they're not medicated like our crack kids we have
okay.
here, man.
Oh, okay. Well, I have to kick you because you can't say that on the live. But it is the case that no, that's not true at all, right? There are other countries that have similar rates of medication, right, that do not see the same types of issues that we have here as it relates to guns. Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all.
Yo, your algorithm is back, man.
Mostly. I think it's like low 20%. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 49.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
T, thank you for the $5 on Venmo.
Because I want our country back. It's in shambles.
Okay. How so? Yeah.
Have you went grocery shopping?
Inflation.
How many jobs
yes.
do you work? I work 2 jobs. My husband has a job. We can't live in this economy.
Okay, so how was that inflation caused by the Biden-Harris
The
administration?
inflation is caused because they are horrible.
What did they do? Christia, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much on Venmo for the $25. Thank you so much.
Yeah, how did the Biden-Harris administration cause inflation, Miss Happy?
How do y'all think that
Is this a pivot?
all this $25,000 credit and all that, how you think that's going to help? And where's that money coming from?
I'll give you an example. It's
That's
gonna-
our
it's gonna-
taxes they're taking
I'll
and
explain
giving
it.
to fucking bums. That's what they're doing.
Bums? Whoa, why are you calling people Look, that's crazy for you to say that. One. Two, as it relates to this, it is the case that that's going to increase the supply of housing. So it's going to increase the supply of housing where people want to live.
All they're going to do
Also,
is jack the
can I-
price up 25,000 more.
Can I hop in here real quick, Miss Happy? Is that all right? Is that all right, Barker, as well?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, so Miss Happy, you asked a question there. You said, how are we going to pay for Kamala Harris's tax cuts? I thought I would answer it. So her tax cuts in totality cost 2.4.
You don't even give a press conference. It's been 45
Hey,
days.
ma'am,
No,
you
she
asked it-
hasn't.
Ma'am, you
Where?
asked
She just did an
Where?
interview with
Please
CNN.
What are we doing?
Because I want to
Ma'am,
watch
can you
it.
please listen to Dean real quick? Can you please listen to Dean?
Miss Happy, you asked a question, how she's going to pay for the tax cuts. Do you want an answer?
Yes.
Phenomenal. So her tax cuts for the low and the middle class, for over 100 million American workers, are going to cost $2.4 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. She's going to pay for $1.3 trillion of that by raising the corporate tax rate by 7%, according to the U.S. Treasury. And the remainder of the $1.1 trillion will be from granting Medicare a greater ability to renegotiate prescription drug prices with
That
pharmaceutical
was
companies.
Trump's
generating
plan, by
you're
the way.
You're referencing
The $35 insulin cap was under
Am I
Trump, and
referencing
they
the?
stole it.
Am I talking about the insulin cap? No.
No,
I'm
but I'm
talking
just
about a
telling
greater
you, you just
negotiation.
said that.
I'm talking about a greater negotiation ability, right? In general, to renegotiate prescription drug prices. That's estimated to save the federal government $400 billion over the course of the next 10 years, right? Accounting for $1.4 trillion so far. So where's the other $1 trillion going to come from? It's specifically going to come from increasing the marginal tax rates on the top 1%, and by introducing an unrealized capital gain tax on centimillionaires, and by increasing the realized capital gains tax on centimillionaires as well. So Kamala Harris has a tax plan that will benefit the low and the middle class. It will cut the taxes for 100 million American workers, and she knows exactly how she's going to pay for it, and I told you exactly how as well. My question for you is, Trump wants to reinstitute his tax cuts for another 10 years under the TCJA, disproportionately benefiting the rich people and the corporations. That's going to cost $3.9 trillion. How in the hell are you going to pay for it? If you're so mad at cutting taxes, why don't you question Trump for wanting to cut the taxes for rich people, costing more than Kamala Harris's tax plan, with no fucking clue how he's going to pay for it?
Okay, whatever. Our taxes are going to pay for it, and our children's.
Oh, he's going to pay for cutting taxes
no,
through
I'm talking
taxes?
about Kamala. That's
No.
who I'm talking about.
No, we're asking you how is
He has no plan,
Listen,
y'all.
listen,
Y'all
listen.
didn't even know her.
Happy,
y'all,
Happy, I did, and also we just gave you multiple things she said she was
no,
going to do.
listen though. I mean, she just come out of the blue and took Biden's place.
Are you going to answer my question how Trump is going to pay for his tax
She
cuts
didn't
for
come
the
out
rich
of the
or not?
blue.
How's he going to pay for the?
She was the
3.9
vice president.
How's he going to pay for the $3.9 trillion, Miss Happy? Where's this money going to come from?
How is she going to pay for all them $25,000 things?
You're
she's
not
gonna
listening.
give
I
to
told
people?
you. I literally told you
wanna
exactly
know.
how.
I don't remember what you, because it's going to go. It's coming from our taxes. Y'all
$1.3
don't
trillion
see
of that, Miss Happy. I'll go ahead and recap it in 30 seconds. $1.3
I don't
trillion
need you to
of that is.
recap. I don't
Okay, so
wanna
then
do
you don't
that.
know. Then you don't care how she's going to pay for it.
I don't
1.3
because I'm not voting for her.
So then, how is Trump going to pay for the $3.9 trillion associated?
Trump
with the
knows
debt
more
relief?
than her. Our economy
How
is booming.
how is he
under
going to pay
Trump.
for his tax?
What did he
cuts for
do that
rich
made the
people?
economy boom?
She won't answer my fucking question.
Yeah, I know she doesn't know the answer.
Because I'm not going to answer a child. Okay.
What, ma'am?
I have more life experience than you. Okay.
Miss Happy, I'm sorry to break it to you. Joe Biden has more life experience than you. You don't listen to him every single time he speaks. Okay. So can you have a conversation with us where you evaluate? Can you have the conversation with us where you evaluate the contents of the argument we bring up, not our age, right? Because Dean knows a lot more than most of the people right in this country that are significantly older than him. Don't dispute what he knows just based upon his age. Dispute what he knows based upon what he knows and the argument he provides to you.
I'm glad he does. That's good.
Okay. Can you dispute what he says based upon what he says, not just him being younger? Because I'm younger too, and I can easily dismantle any point you bring up.
Okay. What do y'all want me to answer?
Okay. How is he going to pay for it?
How's he going to pay for it?
Yeah. How's he going to pay for the $3.9 trillion tax cut?
The 3.9 trillion. Let me see.
Is he going to cut spending, or is he going to increase taxes?
He's going to do the tariffs.
Tariffs are increasing taxes. So what you're saying he's going to do, not only would that not be able to pay for
Yeah,
everything.
but we got trillion or billions. I'm sorry. I'm kind of,
It's fine. Not only would that not be able to pay for everything because it would decrease imports and exports, but it would also
he got from China.
It would also hold up. Listen.
They
It would also be the case that it would increase the cost of consumer products for the average middle class American. So the average middle class American.
Happy
listening. Listen. The average middle class American would pay more in taxes under a Trump administration comparative to a Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, but to me,
He's just shifting the tax burden from rich people to poor people.
To me, she wants our country communist, y'all.
Can you tell me what communism is?
Socialism.
What is socialism?
Where the government controls everything.
Okay, so not only is that not socialism, socialism is when the workers control the means of production, which is democracy in the workplace. But let's assume that's true. Let's assume that government control everything. I have a question. Do you think Donald Trump? Listen. Happy. Listen.
Medicare
do you think?
For all.
Listen. Do you think Donald Trump wanting to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag? Do you think that's communism?
No.
But that's controlling. Jessica, thank you for the $1. Thank you so much. And the insulin cap, by the way, that was not enforceable. It was an executive order. But again, I just want to acknowledge Donald Trump is communist based upon your own definition. Thank you for the hand art.
No, he's not.
Yeah, because he's trying to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Oh my God.
Eric, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
That's not true.
That is true. Do you want to hear him say it?
Well, I mean, it should be a crime. I don't think.
Okay, but that's communism. That's getting rid of free speech.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That was determined by the Supreme Court to be freedom of speech.
Okay, whatever.
Do you want to hear him say it though?
No, I don't care.
Okay, so again, you don't think it's communism. You don't think that's communism,
no,
right? But yet you use that to define Kamala Harris. Yeah, also, do you think Kamala Harris is? Do you think Kamala Harris is copying Trump's policies, like the no tax on tips?
Absolutely.
So if she's a communist, then how is she copying Trump's policies?
Why? Well, the child
are
tax
Trump's policies communism?
It's 5,000 now.
Are Trump's policies communism?
No.
Andrea, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. So if all of her policies are just copying Trump, well, then how is it the case that she's a communist? Because then that just indicates Trump's policies are communist.
Because they want to control everything. They want to control our
like Trump trying to control the border, trying to control women's bodies.
Exactly. We need control at our border.
Control the border. We need to control people's freedom of speech. We need to control women's bodies. You're okay with controlling the books. You're okay with controlling all of those things. But as it relates to ensuring that homeless people have houses, ensuring that people have childcare, ensuring people have health care, that's communism.
The Supreme Court done that. All that did was put the abortion back in the states.
Yeah, which restricted 1/3 of women's access to abortion and did not provide federal protections for rape victims to be able to get access to abortion. Lindsay, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And you know how many abortions are because of grape?
You could say it's 1%. You could say whatever percent you want to say.
Exactly.
I think the statistics related to grape are heavily underreported because 60% of women who are victims do not even come out and report it to the police. Okay, so most of the abortions related to grape, right? We probably don't even know about reported by law.
That little thing that they're spinning too about women that, like if they're, God forbid, their baby unalives inside them, they can't, get.
Yeah. Women in some states can't get abortions. Even that. Jennifer, thank you for the $5.
That's not true.
Happy. The only context in some states where they can get access to an abortion is literally when the woman is dying. When the woman is.
So the baby doesn't.
Happy, please listen to me. Okay. The only time they're able to get it is if it is the case that they are actively dying. If there is a high risk of them dying, then they can't get access to it. But it has to be the case that they are actively dying for them to be able to get it in plenty of states. Places like Idaho, right? These types of abortion laws can lead to maternal death. Okay, that's what we're trying to say we don't want to happen. Texas, Idaho, all these states with these particular abortion laws, they hurt women.
Okay, whatever.
No, I'm not making this up.
Okay. I mean, it don't matter what I say. Y'all gonna think how y'all want, and I'm gonna think how I want. I mean, really and truly, we're debating, but really not.
I'm willing to take into account your side. If you give me a good argument, I'll take into account. There are people that have come up here that have given me arguments that I've taken into account and I've added to my arsenal of argumentation. Okay? If you give me a good argument, if you give me a good position, if you give me evidence, I will believe you. Nicole, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Jennifer, thank you for the 5. Right? But again, you have to give me a good argument. And the same thing should be true for you. You should have an open mind enough that if I give you a good argument, you change your position.
And I'm sorry for how I came in here. I didn't mean to be that way. I was just fired up because I felt like y'all were being a bully to that man.
Okay, I mean, I get you, but like, you don't care about Trump being a bully. He bullies every single person he talks to, and you don't care about that at all.
No, I don't agree with that. I think he needs to keep his mouth shut, and he needs to quit that. I do think that, absolutely. And I don't
Jennifer,
agree that
thank you for
he
the
should be
$5. I appreciate
tweeting
it,
or Xing, whatever you want to call it, what he does.
So Miss Happy, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
He didn't do that. I don't believe that.
No, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
No.
Okay, so Donald Trump has been held civilly liable of sexually
he's
assaulting a
not.
woman.
That's not
So you wouldn't vote
true.
for him, right?
That is not true.
Yeah, you can literally read the
That
court
is
documents.
false. That did not happen. That
Yes,
is
it did.
not true. No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
That
He was held
woman
civilly
was
liable.
insane. Read up on that lady.
Look up Trump libel essay. I have read up on it very
Have
much.
you read up on that lady though? What she's done?
Yes,
and
yes.
all her past.
Yes, and I guarantee you're
Oh
going to
my
name off
gosh.
multiple things that are conspiracy theories that are false. Go for it.
Wow, unbelievable.
Tell me, what about her is crazy? Max, thank you for the $2.50. Thank you so much.
She's
That's
not
my
right in
girlfriend.
the head. And I
So how is she
honestly
not right
think-
in the head?
I honestly think she's paid off. She was paid off to say what she said. Because why in the hell would you
thank you
wait
so much.
that long? Why would
Okay.
you wait that long?
Okay, so actually most victims, 61% of victims don't come out in the first place. And many of them take decades to come out because of social pressures that
Why
exist.
would he
But
even
listen,
mess
Miss
with that
Happy,
woman?
please listen. Please listen to what I'm saying, okay? Not only that, but it is the case that many victims do this, okay? Since many victims do this is what expected. And also, if it is the case that she was just paid off, how come there are literally medical records submitted to the state in 1996 that indicate she was sexually assaulted by Donald J. Trump, okay? This isn't something just made up recently because he ran for president. This is something that has been written down and recorded now for decades.
Yep. I'm going to go ahead and drop down for the day. I appreciate you for letting
I
me
don't
up.
believe
Of course, Dean. It was good seeing you.
Hey, Dean, I'm
Alexander,
sorry,
thank you for the
bro. I
$15.
didn't
Thank you so
mean
much,
to be that
Alexander.
way.
What's that, Miss Happy?
I'm sorry, bro. I didn't mean to be that way with you.
No worries. I hope you have a good rest of your night and enjoy
You
your debate with
too.
Parker.
You
See you
too.
guys.
So did you hear me, what I was saying?
I don't believe it. I don't. I
Why don't
mean,
you
that's
believe
my opinion. Because I don't.
Oh, like, can you tell me one piece of evidence you dispute in the case?
Because I've had it happen to me. Okay?
Wait, but that's not a good reason to dispute other victims.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, just because you're a victim doesn't mean you can victim blame other victims.
It didn't happen. I can tell by her gesture. I can read her.
What gesture?
Like the way she acts, I can tell.
What about the way did she act that means that it didn't happen to her?
Because she was too happy about it.
She was not
You're
happy about
happy
it.
about an abuser.
She was never happy about it. That's
Oh
such a
my
lie.
goodness. She didn't go on CNN and tell them, I'm going to go ahead and give you so and so, such and such this much money. We won. Why did she do that if she's a victim? I didn't want money. I wanted him in jail.
So no, you know what she did specifically? She specifically could only hold him accountable as it relates to the context of the civil court because of statute of limitation law. She would have in the criminal court if she could have. As it relates to the context of the money, though, she was joking in that context of the clip that you're referencing. She wanted to give all the money. She wants to give all the money, split it with all the victims of Donald Trump. She was already a millionaire. She's not doing this for money.
Who
She was
else
already
is
a
a
millionaire.
victim? There's no
She also
other-
lost her job for doing this.
Yeah, but she got.
And the only one giving her more money right now,
off.
and actually, by the way, the only one giving her more money right now is Donald Trump because he keeps defaming her.
That's why Donald Trump keeps climbing, because y'all are trying to defame him.
No, so again, I'm not defaming him, right? Actually, by a court of law,
They
it
love
would not be
him.
determined to be defamation.
Think about it, Parker.
Actually,
They
just
love him
actually,
before
your
he
side is the
ran
one
for
that is.
president.
Actually, your side is the one that's defaming her. I just want to let you know that because it is determined by a civil court that she was assaulted.
Okay. Well, I still don't believe her, but
Okay, so why don't you believe her?
I done
Name
told
me
you
one
why.
piece of evidence submitted in the case you
I done
dispute.
told you why.
Wait,
Because
what's
she
her
doesn't
name?
Act like a victim.
What's her name?
E. Jean Carroll.
Okay, so again, what about what she's done doesn't act like a victim?
She's not a victim. Oh
You
my
just
God.
keep
How can y'all
saying
not
that.
see through this? Y'all hate him so much. Y'all will believe anything y'all are fed by the
Miss Happy, I just want to let you know, I used to be a Trump supporter. Okay, so you saying, "Oh, it's just because you guys hate him," is a ridiculous statement.
no, it
when I literally
is.
grew up in a conservative Christian household, and I was a Trump supporter in 2016, 2017, and 2018. Okay?
What changed you?
What changed? The fact that he was held civilly liable for sexually abusing women. The fact that he tried to coup the government. The fact that he called for complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country. The fact that he called for
So did
women to have
Obama.
less access to abortion. Right? That's what he advocated for. He
Obama
denied science as
closed
it
all
relates to
those
climate change.
countries. Obama closed all those countries, and he just followed Obama.
Marcia, thank you so much. No, he explicitly said, "I want to complete."
Oh, no.
He explicitly said, "I want a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering the country." So
No,
you
he
could say that
didn't say
Obama
that.
set up a
That's not
list
true.
of countries
Yes, he did,
just to
and
take
that's
into
what he
account.
followed.
Listen. You can say that Obama had a list of countries to take into account that could be possible security risks to the United States. That does not mean that it's justified for Trump to say he wants to ban Muslims from coming to the country, because that is not at all what Obama. Yes, it is.
That's another fake.
You want to hear what he
thing.
said? You want to hear him say it?
Yeah, go ahead. I want to hear it. I'm interested.
Okay, I got you. All right. Play it for you right now. The video is like literally everyone has heard this, but I'll play it right now for you.
Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what the hell is going on.
That's good. That's a good thing.
You see what I mean? Melissa, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So it starts with denial, but once you realize it's true, then you defend it. Do you see how quick you changed?
Because
Miss Happy, do you see how quick you changed?
There was a lot of terrorism at that time.
Muslims are not terrorists. You assuming
I'm
a
not-
Muslim is a
that's
terrorist is
the-
a very fucked up
Who
thing to
did
do.
9/11?
Most of those people were from Saudi Arabia. Did he ban Saudi Arabia? Did he ban people coming from Saudi Arabia?
That was Muslims that did that.
No. Wait, so
Yes.
if most of the people involved in 9/11 were from Saudi Arabia and he did not ban travel from Saudi Arabia,
There was
please tell me
5
why.
of them, actually, there wasn't a lot. I was alive when it happened.
Okay, so not only that, but it is the case that I just want you to acknowledge that Trump explicitly called for a Muslim ban. Okay? You saying because they were Muslim doesn't mean all Muslims do this. You understand
No,
there are
I'm not
Christians.
saying
Listen.
that. Not at all.
There are Christians that commit crimes in the United States. Does that mean all Christians do this? Should we ban Christians from coming to the country? There are tourists that commit crime. Does that mean we should ban all tourists?
Our country was built on that.
Okay, our country was built on immigration, so why does
It
Donald
was
Trump want
built
to undermine our
on
immigration process?
Christianity values.
What's up?
Our country was built on Christian values.
That is the cringiest thing I've ever heard. This
Well,
country
you
being
can be
this
cringy
country
for
was
free.
built on religious freedom. This country was built on
Yes.
not having religious persecution. Donald Trump calling for a ban of Muslims is religious persecution. So don't talk to me about what this country was built or founded on when Donald Trump does not uphold that. Donald Trump also called for a termination of the Constitution, of articles in the Constitution, because he wanted to stay president of the United States. Don't talk to me about him caring about the founding fathers, about caring about the Constitution, about caring about what this country was founded on, because he ultimately does not care about that. And secondly, I don't care what this country is founded on. This country is founded by colonizers. It was founded by racists. It was literally founded by slave owners. I don't give a shit. All they protected the independence for was the independence of white men who were property owners who were straight. Appreciate that mustache. Thank you so much. It did not protect GAY people in this country, did not protect women in this country, did not protect black people in this country, did not protect indigenous Americans. David, thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. It protected white property owning straight men. That's what it is.
Wow.
That's a fact, okay? You can sit there and say that oh wow. Appreciate the Panther Paws. Thank you so much. Women didn't have the right to vote, right? Women
Well, yeah, but they do now.
now. Again, there's been a
Thank
difference. I
goodness.
agree. This is something that we can look at in the U.S. We can
I'm
say
100%
the U.S. has
for,
progressed, and we can be happy with that progression, but that doesn't mean we should stop. There's still a lot of progression we have to do here. If this country is
Absolutely.
founded on progression, if what you're happy about in this country is progression, then why do you want to limit this progression and conserve the racist history of this country, conserve the idiocracy of this country, when literally Donald Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag because it's bad or traitorous to America, when
It
he
is.
literally, in the moment where they were burning the American flag, it was in protest to statues of literal fucking Confederates who were traitors to this country advocating to keep slavery. Appreciate the confetti.
Yeah,
Thank you so
that's
much.
wrong. I don't
It should
agree
be
with that.
illegal to uphold Confederate monuments. That should be illegal. It shouldn't be illegal to put people in
Hey, you
to
ain't-
literally
you
burn
ain't
the American
gotta tell
flag
me
in
nothing
protest of
about
that.
because
Thanks,
I'm
I see. Thank you for the superpower.
completely
Because the
on,
foundation of this country was built on protesting tyranny, and that is protesting tyranny, traitorous, and that is protesting slavery. Okay, so that is not a bad thing to protest. That's a good thing to protest, and we should be happy that the
Protesting slavery
American
with a burning
government should be able to
flag?
uphold those freedoms, and it doesn't. Appreciate
With
the
a burning flag? Why would you burn
Wait,
the
wait.
flag
In
of the
response,
country
in
that you
response,
live in?
in response, the upholding of literal monuments of Confederates who were traitors to this country.
They tore them all down. Why are you saying?
Madeline, thank you for the $2. Yeah, no, they want to tear down. They in protest
They
of tearing
did.
them down, they burn the American flag because they upheld those statues. Not only do they uphold those statues, but again, Donald Trump wants to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag, but doesn't want to put people in prison for a year for putting up the Confederate flag. Tell
Why?
me that logic. How does that
No,
make sense?
Tell me this logic.
TJ, thank you for the dollar.
Why
Is that
would you-
not disrespectful to the veterans of this country that fought for the freedoms of this country? To put up the traitor flag, the Confederate flag? Appreciate the super. Thank you so much. That not only was not the Confederate flag literally
it's
used at
not-
the time.
it's
Appreciate the
not
box.
what-
Thank you so much.
That's what you just said. That's
What?
not like burning a flag.
Appreciate the Emily. Thank you so much. Listen, no. The point I'm making is that if you want it to be illegal to burn the American flag for a year, you should also want it to be illegal to put up the Confederate flag. But they're not advocating for that.
Well, I mean, I don't have a Confederate flag, so that don't concern me.
I understand, but other people putting up the Confederate flag, they should go to prison for a year. If you think that people burning the American flag should go to prison for a year, that just sounds like hypocrisy
No,
to me.
I mean, let's take the Confederate flag away. Okay, I'm with you on that.
Okay, if you want to do that, go for it. But Trump's not advocating for that. He's hypocritical. That's what I'm saying.
No, how do you know that? Trump is from New York. He's not even from the South.
But he's not advocating for that. He's advocating for. He literally recently
So
reaffirmed.
he wants that. He wants the Confederate flag to fly. Is that
He
what
doesn't.
you're
He doesn't
saying?
want it to be illegal.
Well, I mean, that is stepping on our freedoms also.
Oh, okay. So again. So why do you want one but not the other?
What do you mean one but you
So
mean
why one but not the other? Why restrict one but not the
It's
other?
disrespectful to burn our
Is it not
American
disrespectful
flag
to
of our
put up a traitor
wonderful
flag?
country
Is
that
it not
our
disrespectful to
soldiers
put up a traitor
fought for?
flag that upheld slavery?
Yes.
Okay,
it
so then
is.
don't talk to me about disrespect if you're not willing to apply the same
It
standard to the
is
Confederate flag.
disrespect.
Okay,
Yes.
so then make it illegal to put up the Confederate flag.
Okay, let's
Steven, thank you
do
for the
it.
$2.
Let's do it, bro.
Okay, so are you like pro law and order, pro police?
Absolutely.
So how do you feel about Donald Trump wanting to pardon the people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Donald Trump said he wants to pardon the people that were convicted of and pled guilty
for
to
that
violently assaulting
January
police
6th
officers.
hoax? Yeah, they should be. They should.
It's
be.
on video, them literally violently assaulting police officers. That's the way they
It's
pled
on
guilty.
video, literally, of them letting them in and letting them walk around.
That's
freely.
wrong. So what was on video specifically was only in the context of there were not enough people to restrict those people. Appreciate the Lucy, thank you so much, from going in. So that's the only reason. Appreciate that mustache, thank you so much.
Wait, say
Tori,
that
thank you
again?
for the $10, thank you so much.
Say
And
that again.
Melanie, thank you so much for the $100 for Keep Cooking. Thank you so much, Melanie. Can we get some W's for Melanie in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I really appreciate Melanie. They tried to stop them, and the only reason that had to happen is because it is the case that there were not enough people
They didn't
who
even
were cops
fight
there
to get in
to
there
be.
at that time. They were just escorted in.
No, they were not escorted. That's a lie.
Yes, that man with them
No.
horns and stuff. They were
No,
walking
no,
through
no,
there. They
no.
showed it.
No, they were not. No, that's a lie. Appreciate the goose.
No,
Thank you so much.
I saw the video.
So no, okay. You
I
can watch
watched
the
it on
videos.
Tucker Carlson.
I have watched.
I
Yeah,
saw
and
it.
I understand, but they are literally misrepresenting what was happening for a particular narrative. Because what was happening there was like one cop, and there's thousands of other people. They can't arrest the thousands of people, and
One
they don't want people to
cop?
get
What
hurt.
are you talking
And
about? That
they
shit
and they
killed the
don't want to
girl.
listen, and they
Oh,
don't want
I'm
to, and they
sorry.
don't want to get people hurt by trying to get in when they were trying to do that. So that's the only reason they did that. Now, again, it was totally the choice of the people there to go in. I'm not even talking about the people that just walked around. Thank you for the little crown. Thank you so much. I honestly don't care if the people who just walked around specifically go to jail or not. I'm saying the people who violently assaulted police officers on camera. The people who pled guilty to that. Trump wants to pardon them. You can't tell me you're pro-police and you want the people to be pardoned who violently assaulted police officers on January 6th. You cannot tell me
They
that.
didn't violently assault them.
They did. They pled
One
guilty to
person unalived.
Happy.
at that Capitol.
They pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers. 56% of those people pled guilty.
Well, then they should be in prison.
Okay, but why does Trump want to pardon those people that pled guilty?
Because some of them don't deserve that. They didn't.
If they pled guilty?
didn't do that.
If they pled
I'm
guilty.
not talking about them, Parker. They had more than that there.
Okay, but Donald Trump wasn't just talking about them. Donald Trump was asked a question specifically about the people that were convicted of violently assaulting police officers, most of which were pled guilty.
Oh God, no, that is not it right. That I'm sorry, that is not.
That is a fact.
No, that is not a fact.
Yes, it
I'm
is.
sorry. Okay, believe what you want, but it's not.
I'm not just believing what I'm believing facts and evidence.
From where?
Again, literally a conversation between a journalist and Donald Trump, where Donald Trump explicitly, to a question, said he would pardon people that were convicted of violently assaulting
Let me
police
hear
officers on January 6th.
Let me hear it.
I'd have to find the clip. That would take me a minute to find the clip right now. I can get
It's
it to you, but
okay. You don't have to. It's okay.
I can bring it up. It's just going to take me a second.
No, it's okay. It's no big deal.
Okay.
I mean,
You can also look up. Trump says he would pardon people who were convicted.
Who wrote the article?
I'll pull it up for you.
Who's
convicted? It's not an article. It was literally him saying it. So they're quoting him.
Convicted? What is? Oh, is that a book?
What?
Was that a book that someone wrote?
Convicted is like he was convicted.
Oh,
like they were convicted in law.
I
in the court.
misunderstood. I'm sorry.
You're fine. Yeah, so you can find it from NBC, from the New York Times. You can find it from NPR. You can find it from MSNBC. You can find it from Yahoo. You can find it from any of these sources. I recommend NPR.
Okay. Is NPR in the middle? Are they pretty not? I don't like to read.
Yeah.
All
So the
liberal
ones
or all Republican or whatever. I like
that's why I gave you multiple. So again, NPR is one of the ones that I like to look at. There's NPR, there's Reuters, there's AP News. Right, those are typically ones that I see as
you
being
need
good.
to support him. What did you read? Why did you support him the first time? That's what I want to know.
Because I thought he was like a anti-establishment, out of the corruption sort of side of politics, which was totally not true. He's a pathological liar. He tried to overthrow the government. He literally went up to fossil fuel execs and said, if you give me $1 billion for my campaign, I'll give you $110 billion in tax cuts. Most of his tax policy went to rich people, did not go to the middle class. He added more debt than any other president in 4 years, signed into law. Literally, even if we take out non-COVID related spending, he spent more than 2 times non-debt related COVID spending non-COVID related spending that he signed into law. 4.8 trillion non-COVID related debt spending signed into law by Donald Trump.
I'm going to say this and I'm going to let you go. All I know is my life was a hell of a lot better and a hell of a lot easier when he was in office.
My life is so much better right now, and it's.
How?
I met my girlfriend.
How can you afford stuff?
I met my girlfriend. I make way more money now. Right.
Well, that's awesome.
So again, that's.
But
for me, that doesn't mean that's the same thing for everyone else. I do agree prices have gone up, but you understand that
I can't afford it, man.
I understand, but listen.
In Louisiana, we have the highest
Ma'am, can you listen?
insurance rates.
Can you listen? So
Can you listen to me?
we've had
All
global
you do
inflation.
is talk and you don't listen to me.
Well, because I'm explaining things to you and educating you. So there's been global inflation. Okay, it happened in Africa, Asia, South America, Central America, everywhere around the world. And the reason why I'm educating you is because I have a degree in economics. I'm not just making this shit up.
because of the pandemic. That caused a lot of it.
Yeah, the pandemic caused inflation. I totally agree with you. But like, you can't blame the Biden-Harris administration for the pandemic, but not the Trump administration.
Well, I mean, no, because it happened during Trump.
Okay, so just because it happened under an administration doesn't mean it's caused by them, right?
No, I'm not saying.
Okay, so you agree with me?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay, so why do you blame the Biden-Harris administration for inflation?
Why is it like that then, Porker? Why is it so bad?
There's been inflation around the world. Again, the pandemic hurt the supply chains of this country.
Yes.
It hurt the supply chains of the world, right? And our supply chains are still recovering. It takes time for the supply chains to recover.
Yeah. But it also, why is it so, like the truck drivers, they're having to put more fuel,
Why have gas prices gone up?
higher. Yeah, that's what I mean. The fuel's higher. That's adding to the cost too.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you.
Yeah,
Prices have
and
gone up for gasoline. And you want me to tell you what? Prices have gone up because it is the case that we are getting less imports, right? Or their exports
I
for their
remember
countries.
that when all
Imports.
them boats were out in the middle of
Listen,
those.
no, we're getting less imports of gasoline, right, and oil because
They
it
drained
is the
it. They drained our
Jeez, ma'am,
reserves.
I'm trying to explain it to you right now, and I can't explain it to you if you keep doing this. In the
Okay.
middle of me
Go
explaining
ahead.
it to you.
Go ahead.
Okay. So we are getting less oil from Russia. We're getting less oil from OPEC because OPEC signed a deal with Trump in 2020 to cut oil production because prices were so low at that time. He wanted to decrease supply, so we got them to cut oil production, which inevitably backfired. Right, that was extended beyond 2022. Not only that, but it is the case that we are getting less oil from Russia because of the Russia-Ukraine situation. That has led to the increase in prices of oil. We actually produce more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history. And through the Inflation Reduction Act, we had the largest investment in renewable energy ever. We had the most pro-energy independent policies from the Biden and Harris administration, right, than we've ever seen.
Shit. Shit, baby. You have a good night.
Why are you going away? Thank you for the little crown. Why can't you do this anymore? I've been very respectful.
I know you have. I'm not saying that. It's just we disagree. Let's just agree to disagree, okay?
I know, but like, why don't we examine why we disagree? Because like, if we don't examine why we disagree, well, then there's ultimately going to be a lack of unity.
It was. I wanna have money in my pocket. I want to go to the store and buy some eggs for $1.50 a dozen.
I'm sorry, that's never going to happen again.
$4.
That's never going to happen again.
Well, no, not now. They ruined it.
Happy, listen. If Trump came back into office, he's going to exacerbate the inflation issue because he wants tariffs. He wants a 10% tariff on every good coming to the country. That would cause inflation. Name me what he's going to do.
Why was we so good under him then?
Can you tell me what he's going to do to cause?
Why were we so good under him? Explain that to me.
It was a trend from Obama's economy. Right? And listen. I'm not saying it was caused by Obama. I'm just telling you that he didn't do something specifically to cause that. Right? Can send you a paper from a liberal and conservative economist from Harvard, where specifically the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act added $1.9 trillion to the debt and only added 0.04% to the annual GDP, which means it added about $28 billion to the federal revenue, which is not anywhere near enough to pay for itself.
Okay. Wait, I want to read that, what they wrote.
So again, I'm telling you specifically things that Trump has done that's going to make it bad. Now I'm going to ask you a question. What is Trump going to do to cause prices to be reduced?
Say it again. I'm sorry, I was reading something.
What is Trump going to do to cause taxes to be, to cause prices to be reduced?
He's gonna stop the war for sure.
Samantha, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Purdy, thank you for the $42 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Purdy. Let's get some W Purdy's.
He's gonna open up drilling where they were stopped. That's gonna help. We really have to fix that. That's a big deal. I mean,
that's not going to cause prices to go down. I'm sorry to break it to you.
No, I'm trying.
Prices are not going to go down for everything in our economy because of that.
Oh my God, that's not what I'm saying. We have to start with that though. We have to have lower gas prices. And why
I totally agree with you. But that's what the Biden-Harris administration's done.
Why are our reserves empty? Why is that?
So they aren't empty now, but they did
Yes,
empty
they
them to
are.
a particular degree. No, they didn't. It's not empty, but they did reduce them to a particular degree specifically to reduce the price of gas. So if you want to reduce the price of gas, that's actually what they were
That's
doing.
why they drained them, so our
Yeah,
gas
it was
would
to
be
reduce
cheaper?
the price of gas. Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, why did they cut off that pipeline?
So the XL pipeline was actually shut down by the Supreme Court, and the Biden-Harris administration followed through with the Supreme Court order.
No.
And also the XL pipeline portion, it was a Canadian-owned pipeline. Most of those jobs were temporary. It was the case that it went over indigenous land.
That
So
has
there was a
nothing to
treaty
do with our fuel, though?
Listen. There was a treaty with indigenous people over that lands where we wouldn't go on those lands without their consent, right? That would have done that. That would have violated that. Again, we've done that a million times to indigenous people in this country. Let's not do it again.
No.
Okay. Not only that, but it is the case that they would have ecological issues as it relates to that, and there were plenty of things they could talk about as it relates to those things that were relevant as well. But the main point was that the Supreme Court, right, they ordered it not to go through. Okay, and it was only 8% produced, so it would have never impacted supply chains. So there's no way that could have caused an increase in the price of gas because it never had an effect on the supply of the market.
Oh, okay. My God, your comments go so fast. I want to read them and I can't.
I'm sorry, would you vote for someone who is held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child?
Gross. No.
So why would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, but you wouldn't vote for someone held civilly
Because
liable
that
of sexually
lady's
assaulting a
lying.
child?
He's not telling the truth. That's not true.
Okay. So again, why don't you assume the kid's lying?
Because the child's not going to lie.
Okay, I could say a woman's not going to lie.
If they're paid enough off, they will.
So can you give me any evidence she was paid off?
She was.
Give me any evidence of that.
I don't have none.
So why do you not need evidence for your claims, but E. Jean Carroll needs more evidence than she already provided to get a civil court jury, right, to literally determine that Trump sexually abused her?
She's lying.
Okay, so apparently the
That is all
nine
a
jurors didn't indicate
Democrat thing
that.
to
Also, I just
bury
want to let
Trump
you
some
know.
more.
I also just want to let you know, as it relates to this, Trump, I just figured this out. I actually just learned this today. Trump was involved in the jury selection process more than any other client that his lawyer had, right, in the past. He was involved more in the jury selection process. So if he was involved so much in the jury selection process, why is it the case that the jurors are, like, rigged?
They have been attacking that man from day one. They have tried to even kill him. Okay? They won't rid of Trump. Everyone hates Trump. They will pin any little thing they find on him. I mean, my gosh, look what Biden has done, him and his son. That doesn't matter. But you're going to take a lying woman? She's lying. I'm sorry. That's just,
So you're just saying she's lying, and also there's no evidence indicating that Joe Biden has anything
Oh my
to do
God,
with it.
yes, there is.
Listen. There's no evidence. Can you please let me finish? Ma'am, let me finish.
Watch it.
So there's no evidence indicating that Joe Biden has anything to do with Hunter Biden's business dealings. Now, again, Hunter Biden has been convicted, but
Oh
Joe
my
Biden has
God.
nothing to do with that. The big guy, right? That was seen to be Bobulinski. That was not Biden. That was not Joe Biden. It was Bobulinski.
Oh, jeez. Good luck to you, Parker. I feel sorry for you.
Wait, why do you feel sorry for me? Okay. All right, let's get on to the next person. Colby, thank you so much for the $100 on Cash App. Thank you so much for your doing good in the world. Thank you so much, Colby. I really appreciate that. Can we get some W's for Colby in the comment section right now for the $100 on Cash App? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let's get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Follow me here if you have not already. Everyone tap that screen. Let's get to 1.5 million likes, y'all. And Kenna, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. She was incredibly brainwashed. I agree. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
24.
Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Why so? Hello? Purdy, thank you so much for the 25 subscriptions. Thank you so much, Purdy. Let's get some W's for Purdy in the comments section right now. Thank you so much for the 25 subscriptions. That person just left for some reason. Thank you so much, Purdy. Let's get some W's for them in the comments section right now. W Purdy. All right, everyone, follow me here if you've been ready. We got back on the main account, just letting y'all know. Just letting you know, we're back on the main account. I'm super happy to be back on the main account. We're on the road to 600. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Good evening.
Are you voting Trump? Seemingly, they have MAGA mobile chat. Let's get this next person. Colby with another $100 on Cash App for dealing with MAGA. Oh my God. Can we get some W's, Colby, in the comment section right now for the $100 again? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Colby. That is insane. Holy shit. Thank you so much. And Lindsay, thank you so much for the $25 for my patience with MAGA. Thank you so much, Lindsay. I really appreciate it. That's incredibly kind of y'all. Thank you so much. Get some W's, Colby, W's for Purdy, and some W's right now for Lindsay. And thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bert. Are you voting for Trump?
Yes.
Oh, why so?
I just think we will do better as America if Trump is in office versus Kamala. Just the projections. I know that you look back in 4 years of all past presidents, yes, shit can change throughout policies and, this or that, and none of it really makes a huge difference. I just think in this, where we're at right now with, border crossings and just a bunch of different stuff in this country, that the better move for a smarter future is Trump over Kamala. Not saying that it's going to be fucking hell if Kamala's in. I'm just voting for where I think would lead my future better.
Yeah. So by the way, it is Kamala. Just letting you know. And also, do you think there's a border crisis right now?
I don't know if you want to call it a border crisis, but I feel, and I've read that there's a lot more coming in right now, and they're not wanting to.
So do you think there's a border crisis right now?
Yes.
Okay, so there's actually less border crossings right now than there was at the end of Trump's administration. So if there's a border crisis right now, there was a border crisis at the end of Trump's administration. So why didn't Trump fix the border crisis?
I feel like him wanting to build a wall, for example, you put that in place.
How much new wall did he build?
That's what I'm saying. A wall can't just be, especially, the entire border. It's pretty big. You can't just put up a wall that quick.
How much new wall did he build? You think is?
I don't know on that one.
Did you know it was only 3.7% new wall? 52 miles?
Was that worked on the entire time, or was it stop and go? Is that why only 3.7?
So yeah, but the point, obviously it was stop and go and whether or not they get funding and stuff like that. But the point I'm making is that he didn't build the majority of the wall. Mexico didn't pay for the wall. So all the things that he promised, it didn't happen, right? So why give him another 4 years to do something when it clearly didn't work? Colby, thank you so much for the $100 again on Cash App. What the hell for Vote Blue? Can we get some W's again for Colby in the comment section? That is so insane. Thank you so much for the $100 again. Holy shit. Thank you so much, Colby. That is so insane. And Zid, thank you so much for the $1.11. Get some W's for Colby in that comment section right now. Thank you so much. That is so amazing.
And personally, I live, I guess we can't go off personal, but I live in Denver, Colorado, and the amount of, when you go into Denver, the amount of migrants, and whether this is because it's Biden's fault or not, has been way worse in these past 4 years than it was the previous, with how many people are coming into our country. And now Denver's basically a shithole.
Okay, you can say what you want, but the point that I would make is that you can go to the Congressional Budget Office. It's a nonpartisan committee, all right, of economists, where they specifically indicate that the long-term benefits from immigration significantly outweighed by the short-term costs, right? Significantly outweighed. Like most of the gains of our economy by 2034, which is going to be $7 trillion in GDP and $1 trillion in federal revenues, is going to come specifically from immigration. That's what the Congressional Budget Office indicates. Okay, so that's the benefit of, and it's not just legal immigration, right? Also, illegal immigration also does lead to a benefit for our economy. Now, I think that we should not let people get exploited, and we should make it easier for people to get in the country. It takes 6 months max. And for everyone that's already in the country that's not committing a violent crime or hasn't committed a violent crime, we should be able to give them access to get papers, right? Because they're here for a better life. They're here for good reasons. They're already here. What's the reason to deport them?
Yeah, and I know I understand. Trump's we're going to do the biggest deportation in history.
Yeah, and I'm okay with border
and I agree.
security. I don't have an issue with border security, but let's have a legitimate process that doesn't take 5 to 7 years for people to get in here, or 6 to 8 years for people to get to the asylum process, right? If we want people to come in here, right, to come for better reasons, and then also that would help border patrol, right? If there are less people coming through the undocumented mechanism, right, because they can go through the documented mechanism, go through the legal mechanism so much faster, well, then that would mean that more people who are going through the illegal process would be here for nefarious reasons.
Yeah,
not just coming here for a better life. So it helps Border Patrol identify people who are coming here for nefarious reasons and do it to a greater extent.
Yeah, and I do agree with you there. It's the only problem is until they do that, it happens that whether it's only 20% of the people coming in are criminals, that it is currently hurting us. I agree. They should make it so it's quicker, so that deport all the criminals that are coming in illegally.
Yeah. I have no issue with deporting violent people, right? I have no issue with deporting people who are here committing violent crimes.
And then the other thing that I don't love under more Biden is, and whether it's directly him, is I'm fine with LGBTQ, whatever, love who you want to love, do your own thing, but it's this getting it into our schools and our youth's
like you're saying GAY people exist. Like I think that GAY people should be acknowledged because historically speaking they've been left out of the conversation when they do exist, right? Also, it is the case that that there's like 20% of Gen Z is GAY, right, or are part of the LGBTQ community.
Yeah, but I feel like it's because they're pushing it so hard, and
it's because people are able to come out in a higher extent. That's the reason. Because people in previous generations, people who are older, are absolutely a part of the LGBTQ community, but they don't come out because of the social stigmas that exist. Heidi, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Heidi.
I get however it is, but I don't like when it's it's being pushed on children. Children can't make.
I don't think being GAY is being pushed on children. Colby, thank you for all the galaxies.
Not
Thank you.
GAY, but just the whole making. I don't know. It's hard to say because it's like the movement is okay. I'm not saying the movement is. We shouldn't be celebrating the movement as in the movement's bad. It's you see these, all these fucking people. LGBT Pride Month or whatever, and they're dancing around naked in the street, and there's little kids watching.
Okay. That's so. Why are we associating people dancing naked with all GAY people or all of Pride? Because I don't think that that's something you can associate with all of Pride. I don't think that exists in most scenarios. In the scenario you just described, I would like to ask you, name me one place where that happened.
There's multiple cities where that's happened. That happened in Denver.
Denver, where? What particular Pride event did that happen at?
I can't give you specifics without going and looking it up. I watched plenty of videos of it happening, and it was just
because I will be against literally people being naked in front of children. I would always be against that, but it has nothing to do with the rest of Pride. And most people involved in Pride would be against that. Okay?
Yeah, and maybe the internet just makes it out to seem that way that it's
they do. They
sure.
completely lie about GAY people to create this false panic that doesn't exist, that shouldn't exist. And I think it's ridiculous to put this on all of GAY people, as there are straight people that do these things all the time, where you do not put that on the rest of straight people.
Yeah, that's true.
Right? So I don't know why we would do this with GAY people.
Yeah.
And by the way, everyone, I have to say GAY because just TikTok they ban me for saying the word for some reason. I don't know why, but it's just it's a weird thing with TikTok.
And I just think, Biden, I forgot the other dude that also does the debates on here, one of the other big guys, but, I always hear his arguments like, oh, you're voting for a guy who's essayed or...
Yeah, I'll ask you this question. I say, would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
This is it's. I don't want to vote for him because he's essayed a woman at all. Right? That doesn't.
No, I'm just saying. Would you vote for someone who has this quality?
If you only have two choices and both of them done it, then you have to, right?
Wait, but Harris is not.
Well,
you're not being forced in this
Biden.
circumstance. You have an alternative where the other person has not done this. So it's a relevant difference. Trump has been held civilly liable. Harris has not been held civilly liable. You're not being backed into a corner here. You have another option who hasn't done this.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't make it okay at all. But it's think about what a president means. It's who is going to better America, and I care about.
So you would vote for someone who's held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman.
Oh yeah, it's it feels backed into a corner because no, I wouldn't, but I'm not going to vote for Kamala.
If you wouldn't, then you wouldn't vote for Trump. I mean, not voting is better than voting for Trump. Okay, I do agree that's better than voting for Trump. But I do think it's important also to acknowledge that if you don't want someone in office who has been held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman, then you want to vote for this person that has the chance at beating them. And I understand you disagree with the policy. I get it. I really understand. But the point that I would make is that at some point you got to put the country over the party, right? And you shouldn't allow people like this to get in these positions of power. Right, you guys were saying it was too much for Biden to be in cognitive decline. Not only is Trump in cognitive decline, but Biden stepped down. Why doesn't Trump do the same thing? It's because he cares more about himself than he cares about the country. And what did Biden do? Biden showed he cares more about the country than he cares about himself being in power. And ultimately speaking, I think Joe Biden will go down in history as one of the best presidents, not only because of what he did, but because of, in the face of literally the entire Democratic Party saying you should step down, he did so. That's a true move of an American hero.
To do. That was cool of him to do. But, I mean, the past 4 years, I can't think of anything that he's done that was wow, that made him a good president.
Austin, thank you for the $4. Thank you so much. I'll give you the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy, and the $35 cap on insulin for seniors. The infrastructure bill is something Trump wanted, but he never got done. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. He helped veterans. Trump says he wants to help veterans. He did that. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you so much. He brought jobs back to the United States for chips manufacturing, something Trump said he wanted to do, but he never passed a policy to do that. Thank you for the Galaxies. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. So he did everything Trump said he wanted to do.
So when you look back at Trump's 4 years, because I'll agree with you, then sure, you just gave me reasons what Biden did good. Do you believe that Trump did absolutely nothing good? No,
I think Trump did some good things. Appreciate the paper green. Thank you so much. I think it was good that he got through Operation Warp Speed. I think that was a great thing.
Mm-hmm. And I think
there was also a PACT Act he had that applies to animals,
Mhm.
right? I think that was a pretty good policy. There were multiple things I can point to. Now again, it's overwhelmingly bad. But are there things out there that he's done that is good? Yeah, there are also certain provisions within the tax policy that cut taxes on people who are lower income, and I think that's a good thing. Appreciate the Meerkat. Thank you so much. So if he only had the tax cuts for low income people, I would be in support of that. Thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you so much. See, I really appreciate it. Thank you. But most of the tax cuts went to people who are rich. So what we should do is we should take that tax policy, keep the taxes for people who are poor, but do not keep the taxes for people who are richer, and actually increase taxes on people who are richer to decrease taxes even further on people who are in the lower income thresholds. Think of this sunglasses. Thank you so much.
If we are increasing taxes on, these big corporations and billionaires, which it part of it makes sense. They have all this fucking money, tax them to shit. But
no, not even tax them to shit. The corporate tax rate that she wants is the lowest corporate tax rate we would have since 1940.
It's lower than it is currently.
So again, the 28% tax rate would be the lowest tax rate we have had since 1940, not including Trump, because Trump is 21%.
Okay. But then wouldn't overall that make
Kaz, thank you for the $6.60.
Wouldn't that make stuff more
expensive? Galaxy, thank you so much, Salty.
They're being taxed more, so now they need to rise their price so they can make as much profit or money that they want to make.
What was stuff more expensive? Basically, in Obama's administration, because it was 35% then.
Yeah. Fair point.
So I mean, it was also 35 under Bush. It was also 35 under Clinton.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah, I
Even
think
under Reagan, it was 40.
Yeah,
it was
maybe
it was like
Trump
mid
didn't do-
40s.
Sorry.
Yeah, under Reagan, it was mid 40% for corporate tax rate.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
it's
think-
like I don't know why people harp on this corporate tax rate when it's been way higher throughout history. Frederick,
Yeah.
thank you for the $10.
I think Biden does a lot of, like you were talking about the stuff he's accomplished. He does a bunch of smaller stuff where maybe Trump didn't do as much smaller stuff, but I feel like the shit Trump did was bigger. Like I think
what?
For example, I think he's helped us stay out of war.
No,
And,
I don't. What did he do to do that?
Big thing. And
was it the 432% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East? Was it the assassination of a top military general in Iran that almost provoked conflict with Iran between the United States and Iran? Was it the vetoing of the blocking of an arms deal going to Saudi Arabia when they were committing a genocide in Yemen? 85,000 Yemeni children starve or bombed to death.
And you look at the stuff with South Korea. We were very close to a nuclear warfare with South Korea, and
you mean North Korea? And no,
yeah, sorry, North Korea.
We're not. And also, they started the nuclear testing right after as well. Right after Trump and them met, there was like a little bit of time where maybe we had good relations, but that easily went to shit because he started calling them Rocket Man. They started missile testing again, and we're back to bad relations.
And this
for like a month or two there, we had decent relations with North Korea, and I thought it was going to go in the right direction. I thought it was going to be a really good thing, but it ended up not going good. Andre, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And Sharon, thank you for the $100 on Venmo for Preach. Thank you so much, Sharon. Can we get some W's for Sharon in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Sharon. Let's get some W's in the chat right now.
And this whole, Ukraine-Russia war that's been going on the past 4 years, it's, Putin said in his interview with Tucker Carlson, we want to stop the war, stop sending money to Ukraine, right? Trump's going to have that war done.
That means Russia wins. And no, that's not going to be done right away. By the way, Ukraine is invading back into Russia to get their territory back. I just want to let you know. Secondly, as it relates to this, which is byproduct of the Biden-Harris administration, getting the entirety of Europe to literally defend Ukraine. Okay, thank you so much for the shiny airplane. Thank you so much. But as it relates to that, not only that, but you're saying Trump would have seceded Ukraine, and also if he cares about the peace, he wants people to stop dying, then why is he urging Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire?
If he says, boom, okay, we're done sending weapons and money to Ukraine, and if Putin stands by his word and then stops.
Putin doesn't stand by his word. Thank you for the hand art. Putin lied to Donald Trump saying that Russia did not interfere with the 2016 election, but we have evidence specifically from American intelligence that indicates that they did interfere. Again, there was nothing that indicated collusion between Trump and Putin and in Russia. Appreciate the ICU. Thank you so much. But there was collusion amongst Russia and Putin and the members on the Trump administration, and there was interference. That was proven. Right, again, it didn't overturn the election, but there was interference. And Trump believed Putin when Putin said there was no interference.
Well, I have to go. I appreciate your time, though, and letting me on here speak. Have a good one. Bye.
By the way, everyone, the glasses, they're blue light glasses. My girlfriend just gave them to me. I don't know if I'm going to do this every day, but I just wanted to see if people would treat me differently with glasses. I meant the people I'm debating as well. What's up? How old are you?
Oh, what's up?
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I guess so.
Why so?
I really don't like Harris. I don't really well, I also don't trust, I guess, that whole administration backing her and Biden. I feel like they kind of really are not even remotely transparent. They kind of just manipulate and twist everything before feeding it onto the public. And I don't like that. I don't like a lot of stuff about Trump.
Give me an example.
I don't like how he's transparent. With Biden, how they the whole time claimed that he was completely coherent and stable all the way up until the very end. Until
they
2
didn't
days
say he's
before he dropped
completely
out.
coherent. They do acknowledge that he's older, but they say he's fit to be president, which, again, when they're saying fit to be president, it's different than the way that me and you are using the term fit to be president. What they mean is that he can fulfill the necessary qualities to be president, which Trump can also fulfill the necessary qualities to be president, but I wouldn't consider him fit to be president because it is the case that he has massive cognitive decline, right? He's significantly older than like what we've seen most candidates. He's a little older than Bill Clinton, who was president 30 years ago. It is the case that Donald has huge issues as early thinking. He's totally incoherent in plenty of circumstances. But can he fulfill the necessary qualities of being president? Yes. Can Biden fulfill the necessary qualities of being president? Yes. But again, that doesn't mean that he's to the standard that I want. Biden has clearly had cognitive decline. Biden is clearly not in the same cognitive state he was prior. But the same thing is applicable to Trump. So if Biden steps down and we expect Biden to step down, why don't we expect Trump?
Well, I don't think it's fair to say it's the same. I do think Trump is deteriorated from where he's been. I think that's pretty obvious. But to say they're the same is definitely not true. I mean, Trump is probably...
No, I never said they had the same decline. What I'm saying is that...
Well, you said, why doesn't he also step down like Biden does, implying that he's in the same scenario?
Yeah, because he has massive cognitive decline, and it's not to the degree that I would consider, or probably you would consider, to be fit for presidency and for the nuclear codes.
Okay, well, I guess my point is still that I don't think Harris is... her whole team is just not transparent.
How are they not transparent? Can you give me like a specific example?
I mean, it's not really a specific, I guess just the course of all of it. It's just the way that they've all acted about it. Like they'll lie about stuff directly through their teeth. That stuff that's been proven to be untrue, and they'll still push it to their, like, for example, how they still claim that Trump said there were very fine people. He called white supremacists fine people. Biden still says that to this day. He still claims that's true.
Okay, so what people on that side were fine people?
What?
It was a group of people advocating for a statue of a white supremacist to be up, right? A statue of a Confederate who was a traitor to this country. Tell me what of those people are fine people?
I assume there's people there that just don't really fully get it. They're more so ignorant.
No, there's an entire group of people literally defending that it is the case that defending that they want to keep up these statues of white supremacist slave owners who were Confederates.
But I feel like the quote, there were very fine people on both sides, and I'm not talking about neo-Nazis and white supremacists. Like, I feel like that kind of disproves your entire argument that, oh, he's definitely talking about white supremacists because every single person had to be a white supremacist. Like, surely there were some people that were just kind of
What were they protesting?
The taking down of a statue. That doesn't mean they're
taking down what statue?
Okay, I'm not walking through this steps with you. You're getting into
what statue? Tell me what statue.
I don't know the name of the statue, to be honest with you. Is that super relevant to whether or not people... I just don't understand why you're like trying to dig in when it's clear that he literally said, like, the quote explains it in and of itself, and you still cut out the last part of it and be like, no, there's no way possible. Everyone on the opposite side had to have been a horrible piece of garbage person. They had to be awful people. It's like, I'm sure a lot of them were, and I'm sure a lot of them just didn't know what they were talking about.
Yeah, so this is like saying, oh, someone in the KKK is not bad.
Okay, no, it's not.
I know there's him saying very fine people in the KKK.
No, see, you're just taking something and you're running a whole different direction.
Tell me, is there someone in the KKK that would be fine? Very fine?
No, there's not anybody in the KKK that's fine. That's what I'm saying. You're completely twisting something. That's not at all what I said or what
a group of neo-Nazis that were defending keeping up Robert E. Lee, right? A known Confederate. Literally, weren't they like the head of the Confederate Army? Jesus
Robert
Christ, dude.
Yeah.
That's a traitor to this country, dude. If you think people should go to prison for a year for burning the American flag, how the hell can you consider those people? If you think people should go to prison for a year for burning the American flag,
I don't think people should go to prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Mason, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Donald Trump. Okay. If Donald Trump thinks that people should go to prison for a year for burning the American flag, why is it the case that these people are fine people, very fine people?
Okay, I'm just going to move on to a different argument because I'm not really on that point. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm just not really liking the way you're not really having an open dialogue with me. You're just taking what I'm saying and trying to run with like your little hit points. And I don't, I just feel like we could.
Mason, I'm debating you and I debate you and I showed how you were wrong on something and you're just mad I showed that you're wrong.
Okay.
So this is an open dialogue. You have it. I'm giving you time to speak. I'm giving you
Oh,
time
I'm
to
sorry.
speak.
I apologize. I didn't realize this was a debate. My bad.
It clearly is a debate. You know
It says I'm voting for Harris 2024. Why are you
voting for Trump? And the title of the live is debates.
Oh, my apologies. I didn't see that. My bad. Okay. Well, I guess, again, I still think that I just don't really trust what a lot of what Harris says, because I don't like the way they manipulate stuff in the news. And I know they do it across all sides. It's just more so like Trump, he'll do interview after interview and he'll say stupid stuff that just makes no sense. Whereas like Harris won't actually do an interview, and like they'll just
She did. She did an interview with CNN.
I know she
recently.
did an interview. My bad. I know she did an interview.
Okay.
She'd have done, quite a few by now.
Oh, she's got to do 1 million interviews for you to be.
No, I didn't say a million.
I'm gonna stop talking.
No, I just meant more than
You don't
one,
even care
maybe.
about that.
More
Christian
than-
Littleground, thank you so much.
Okay, more than one interview, not a million. See, this is what I mean. You take one thing and you run the opposite direction with it. I said more than one interview, and you're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, she didn't do 1 million." Like, this is no way to have. Come on, what is this? I'm just trying to have a real.
So if she did 2 interviews, you wouldn't make this point.
No, I guess if she didn't wait. If it didn't take her like almost a month to do one interview, I guess maybe if she immediately started doing interviews, I guess it would make it a little bit more trustworthy. It's not that I completely hate her. I just don't completely trust her.
It's not like she's shoving It's not like she's shoving a multiple-year campaign into. Appreciate the hat mustache. Thank you so much. A few months.
Yeah, I mean that's fair, but why exactly? Shouldn't she be doing interviews?
No, the interviews. If she's doing other things, she's going out to rallies. She's answering
But she wasn't,
questions.
because there was a clip of her.
She was going to rallies. She was going to.
yes.
She's the VP.
Yes.
She's going to. She's
But I
going
mean,
to
there's
these.
time in between all of that, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't mean she's.
Okay,
not.
okay. So let's clarify. There's time in between being the vice president of the United States. There's time in between rallying, like literally going to rallies like multiple times a week. There's time in between campaigning, right? Talking to people in the media,
okay,
right?
fine.
Trump doesn't have a job right now, right? That's why he's
Fair enough.
campaigning.
That's fair. She's VP.
And going
too.
and doing interviews.
Okay, fine. Then I'll move on to my next point. What about?
The hedgehog, thank you for the subscription.
Oh crap! Hold on, I just forgot what I was going to say. Oh, it's like the border. What about the border stuff? How come she denies involvement in that?
So she wasn't like a border czar. There's no title like that. That's
Yeah,
a complete
obviously,
made up
but that
lie.
is the word they all
But she
use.
was given the authority to go to other countries in South and Central America to raise private funding, right, to increase the likelihood that people wouldn't leave these countries in the first place, to help with the migrant crisis, which is what she did. She raised, I'm pretty sure, over $4 billion of private funding for these particular countries in South and Central America, right, to specifically reduce the likelihood of people coming here.
But did it reduce the likelihood of people?
Yes, in those places like El Salvador, Guatemala, right, specific places like that, right, there was a reduction in people coming, right, due to the private funding that exists.
Okay, so why do you
Again, private funding.
An influx? Well, I would like to say one thing. Obviously, she never had the official title border czar, but that was, you can find it all over. Like they were all calling her that, and then they all claimed that they never did. Yeah, there's video footage of it. Literally, it's on your phone, dude. Look it up. You can find.
Yeah,
the
like
videos.
wait, so like I will give you sources for things that I claim. Like, would you like to provide me anything?
No, honestly, I can send you stuff if you want. I don't have all this stuff backed up. This is not my job like it is yours. Of course, you come in every debate prepared and fully researched with all your sources on site, which is, that's what you should be doing. It's like literally your job. For me,
Andre, thank you for the $10. Thank
have
you
all
to
of it. I
Danielle.
don't
Thank you
have-
so much for the $25 on Cash App. Thank you
right
so
now.
much.
But you can
Need some W's for Danielle and W's for Andre in the
on
chat.
YouTube or Google and see like compilations of the I guess
Jade, thank you for the subscription.
MSNBC and CNN and Wall Street and all these different news outlets calling her the border czar, like not even that long ago. And then those same news outlets were like, nobody ever called her the border czar. And it's like literally they did that exact thing. And I guess that just kind of bothers me overall. It just makes me question the entire administration and a lot of the way that they've acted during Biden's probably the biggest reason, because it's basically the way I see it. It's
I've looked it up and I don't see
similar
this.
administration.
I don't see this. I'm looking multiple CNN articles and I'm not seeing it.
You're not seeing where they ever called her border czar?
No. If you'd like to give me like the explicit time where they did this, I would love to see that. But like, I'm not seeing anything.
I want to say it was like not even that long ago. Like in a okay.
Okay. Well, I mean, like, if you told me like a title, I'd love to be able to look it up.
Yeah, I suppose maybe I can come on another time with more stuff prepared.
Yeah, for sure.
I didn't really come prepared at all, to be fair. To be honest with you. But I appreciate talking to you.
I appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Plus, everyone, follow me here if you have not already, y'all. Follow me here if you have not already. Let's get this next person up here real quick. I have like this itch on like the tip of my nose. Like, what the hell is this? Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting Trump?
Oh, yeah, I am. Hey, how are you doing today?
Good. Why are you voting Trump?
Hey, I'm voting Trump for a couple of reasons, actually. I'm actually really glad that you accepted my request because I actually do feel kind of lost in this election.
Okay. So like, what specifically is the reason why you like Donald Trump?
There were a couple of talking points that you said about the not voting is better than voting for Trump, and I'm kind of I don't really believe in that because I feel like, voting's a right, and if you're gonna vote, like my girlfriend right now, she's gonna vote for Harris, and I told her like, hey, like you do you, bro, like you do your own research, and you vote for who you want to vote, absolutely, and I would never tell her like, hey, if you're gonna vote for Harris, don't vote at all. You know what I mean? I really don't believe in that. I feel like that's kind of like crazy that you would say something like that to like a citizen who has a right to vote. Like, if you're not going to vote for my side, you might as well not vote at all. But that's just my opinion.
Gus, it's not just that way. This isn't like a typical John McCain. This isn't a typical Mitt Romney. This guy tried to coup the government. He literally has been held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman. I'm not just making this up for no reason. This guy's a legitimate threat to this country. And I know that this is like, because they're the candidate, it gets so normalized, but these are not normal behaviors. These are fucking insane, okay? These people who are supporting Donald Trump, they are either like misinformed completely or actually lunatics. I'm not joking, right? It's not like it's like there's huge misinformation. So yes, I would absolutely prefer someone not to vote for someone who's been held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, says he has sex in common with his daughter, says he wants to date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, says he grabs him by the vagina, he doesn't have to ask, and also someone who's tried to coup the government, right? I'd rather say that they don't vote for anyone over voting for that guy.
Dude, these comments are getting crazy. They're saying some rude stuff about me. I'm sorry, guys. I
apologize. I don't like people saying rude stuff about you.
Crazy, the stuff they're saying. Holy crap. Yeah.
Amber, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Amber, for Love the Glasses. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Amber. Cammy, thank you for the $5 for W Hawkeyes. Let's go. Nathan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And Joshua, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, and then another thing you said was the burning flag thing is very, it piqued my interest when you said that, because I think that as a whole, I just don't think that the flag should be, allowed to be burned. And then you brought up the Confederate flag as well. And it's like, okay, but that's not like our flag, you know what I mean? It's like the pride flag being burned.
Why is burning the American flag, right? Say you should go to jail for a year. But raising the Confederate flag, which is literally traitorous to the country, fighting against everything our veterans fought for, and it is the case it's disrespectful to this country, and they were fighting for slavery. So it's like there are way more things that are applicable to Confederate flag that would mean that if you raise that, you should be put in prison, comparative to burning the American flag. And again, this was determined by the Supreme Court to be protected by the First Amendment.
Right.
Okay, so I'm not just making this up. I'm asking you guys this question because typically the Republican Party is like pro-Constitution.
No,
right?
and I'm definitely not saying you're making this up, by the way. Like you said, this is a debate. I'm sure you're coming out with facts too. You know what I mean? I'm definitely not saying you're making any of this up. And then, so I'm really glad that you have that opinion. And I guess I do side with you about that. And I saw a comment saying that when they do retire flags, they do burn them. So I guess in a way, it's going to meet ashes regardless. But I guess for my next talking point, the interview that we talked about, I just kind of wanted to know from the other side, I guess, would be why was that interview so scripted? And why was it like, because I heard it, correct me if I'm wrong, of course. I heard that it was over 40, 50 minutes long. and I believe only like
I've seen no evidence substantiating that fact, but
Okay,
I'm open to hearing it. Benjamin, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I have heard that claim from multiple people. I've seen no evidence substantiating that.
So you think that's all it is, just a claim?
Yeah, because my friend Matt, who's a librarian, he watched the interview like live.
Okay, and he's saying it was only 24 minutes or however long it is.
No, I'd have to ask him how long he thinks it is. But what I'm telling you is that he watched the whole thing. So you could say maybe there's a video out there that's edited, but there was people had access to watching the whole thing, and there is clips from that.
Yeah, no, I saw the only thing I was able to see, sadly, was the actual YouTube channel from CNN themselves that they posted 3 parts, I believe it was, and it was just kind of heartbreaking to see because, like I said, I know when I say it was live, they played the premiere. Yeah, like I know that I will be voting for Trump, and I'm not saying my mind can't be changed, but I will be voting for Trump, and it's just had to see that the running mate for that is, a 3-part YouTube CNN, and maybe it isn't my fault for not, being aware of other sites and all that, but that's just where I was able to see it, and it's like, damn, I got Trump doing. And like you said, it is a timing issue. Harris doesn't have the timing for that, but it's just such a polar opposite. You know what I mean? Like just such a polar opposite of like, okay, that's my running mate. It's pre-recorded. I have to
think of the 23-month subscription. Thank you so much. Okay, so sure, you could say like I would like them not to be edited. Sure, I'm totally fine with that too. I would like it not to be edited as well. Right?
Yeah,
I totally agree with you. I don't think this is a reason to vote against her, though. Right? Again, it's like, yeah, she should be definitely doing more interviews. She should definitely be doing more of these things if there's a campaign going on. I'm not disputing that. Thank you for the paper crane. But we've got here in like a few days the debates.
Oh yeah,
like
dude.
In a few days. So it's like, watch the debates. There's no edits to the debates.
Right.
You're going to get everything there. Trump's going to be able to call it out.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. It's in 6 days, September 10th, correct?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be where a lot of people like me that are definitely, voting for Trump, but still, I would still think of myself as being on the fence more than anything. I think it's going to be a great time for just more clarity in the polls, but that's all the time I have for today, bro. I really appreciate your transparency on everything and kind of not dragging me down through the mud. Like these comments that are kind of going crazy. But thank you, man. I will continue to watch it live. I just got to get to work.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. All right. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, thank you for the cap. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's get this next person up here. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello. Hi.
How old are you?
I'm 31 actually.
I
just wanted to say I'm not American. I'm from Germany, and I really.
Okay, I do appreciate you a lot. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. But I am just looking for people who are voting for Trump. I do have to like set those boundaries so that I don't get people like coming on and doing that with a bunch of different things. But yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me, I'm 34.
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I mean, honestly, neither one of them I feel are very good.
Yeah, but are you voting Trump? Leave the cap.
I feel like I have to on this one because of Kamala being, who she is. And just with...
And I think the subscription.
Just with the fact that, like, look at her and Biden. What have they done? I mean, and I'm not trying to be...
So it's Kamala, by the way, and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, literally the largest investment in renewable energy, and the $35 cap on insulin. Trump tried to do the $35 cap on insulin, but it was not enforceable through an executive order. They got it through legislation, and it was passed by a tie-breaking vote by Kamala Harris.
Okay.
She had the most tie-breaking votes in history, right? She was the most influential vice president ever.
But, and this is me, I'm not 100% sure, so I'm asking this. I'm trying to be respectful. Wasn't there proven that, over the election it was rigged? Wasn't that proven?
No, there was no evidence that showed the election was rigged. Actually, there were 60 plus courts indicating no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 34 of which were Republican appointed judges that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. So there was vast audits, evidence, court cases, literally recounts that all showed no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Trump hired independent people to look for widespread voter fraud. They came back with nothing. Okay. He had a plan from prior to the election that he was going to claim election fraud if he lost. Okay. There was literally. Okay. Go ahead. He admitted to it, and like he also sent fake electors to the electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win. And he doesn't dispute that he did this. He just claims that it was an official act of his presidency. Well, at least his lawyer does, to the Supreme Court.
Okay. All right. Now, don't you think that, with the whole COVID, everything with COVID, and Biden trying to say, he created more jobs and this and that, don't you think that that is because people are finally getting their jobs back?
Oh, absolutely. And Trump claiming the 3.5% unemployment is his success is also a lie, right? Him claiming 7 million jobs is a lie. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So again, the point that I would make is that they can't claim all the jobs, right? All they can do is say, "Oh, I passed this policy, and this policy led to these jobs coming back." Okay, but what they are saying, which is a kind of a sneaky way of saying it, is that these jobs were created under their administration. Well, then that begs the question. If they were created under the administration, what was it caused by? Was it caused by them? Because not everything that happens under the administration is caused by them. And they'll dispute that in plenty of scenarios. Like Trump will dispute that with unemployment under his administration. The Biden-Harris administration will dispute that with inflation. So clearly, I think that when they explain it this way, yeah, it's like what the American public wants to hear. This is what happened under the administration. But it doesn't really give us anything, right, for how they caused this.
Okay. That makes sense. It does. Now, how do you feel on the part where everyone blames Trump on where Biden's at right now with, the whole COVID thing and all that? Everyone blames Trump for that. But when Trump was in office, anything that was bad, why didn't they blame that on Obama?
So I don't see everyone blaming it on Trump. He specifically tried to coup the country, and that was bad.
And again, I'm really not for either one. I'm really not. I'm just trying to get the facts and trying to pick the best president. I really am.
Okay. So how is it the best person to? Are you pro police?
To an extent. Yes, to an extent.
Okay, so why would you vote for someone who said that he would pardon people that pled guilty to violently assaulting police officers?
I wouldn't.
Okay, well, Donald Trump said that. William, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, William. Do you want me to show you?
I wouldn't. I would actually, if you have that, I would like to see that.
So the title of the article is How the Trump Campaign Embraces January 6 Rioters with Money and Pardon Promises. That's from NPR. You can also find it from NBC. Donald Trump says he would absolutely pardon January 6 rioters. New York Times. Trump says he would pardon January 6 rioters who attacked police. That's from the New York Times. The MSNBC said specifically. I was reading the wrong one. MSNBC is why Trump's new commitment to pardons for January 6 rioters matters. Those are multiple articles. Another one from the New Republic says Trump gets awkward reminder as he vows to pardon January 6 rioters.
Wow. That's actually very interesting. I didn't know that.
He was asked specifically by a journalist. Right, I watched it live and I was like, oh my God, did he actually just say that? And it took me a second to actually process what he just said. Because I had to look into the stats. 56% of them pled guilty. There were videos of them doing this.
That's literally insane.
I know, right?
Yeah. Okay. So do you think that where Trump got shot at, do you think that was an inside job?
I don't think there's good evidence to indicate it was an inside job, but it was clear incompetence.
Yeah.
Like the fact that they let him up there, knowing that he was using that finder, I think it's called like a range finder, and he was like climbing up there. The fact that they didn't have that totally secured is ridiculous. That is unacceptable from Secret Service. Totally unacceptable. Now, do I accept the idea that it was like a conspiracy? No, I don't. I don't accept that. Or like, for example, there was incompetence with the IDF on October 7th. There was incompetence with the United States on 9/11. There was incompetence with plenty of these scenarios. Am I going to assume that these are all conspiracies? No, I'm probably going to assume that they're incompetency. But if there's evidence that indicates that there is some sort of like plan of this, or that they were doing like being like purposefully incompetent to cause this, well then that would be problematic. But there's not really evidence supporting that, so I'm not going to be like the person to believe that, you know?
Yeah, no, I understand that. Okay. So as far as where Biden went, do you fully support Joe Biden and everything that he's done, though?
Oh, no, I don't fully support him. Now, I think that he's one of the best presidents we've ever had, but I do have huge disagreements with him, right? And things I think he's done very bad on, and especially in his past, things that I think he's done that are morally deplorable. So I'm not going to sit there to defend everything in Biden's record. I also acknowledge his cognitive decline. I think it exists with Trump as well. But Trump is a significantly worse guy, and I would have voted for Biden over Trump, right? Because he is better than Trump. But not saying I would do so like I really love Biden. You know what I mean?
No. See, my only thing is I'm trying to look at it like, look at how the economy was when Trump was in it versus now, right now. And it's so hard to think.
Yeah, when Trump left office, there was 6% unemployment. Was that caused by him? Also, there's a bit of an echo. Is there a way we can fix that?
Well, whom? On me?
Yeah, I think it was a little loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't really know how to fix that. So as far as the unemployment rate, though, at the end of his presidency, that was down to, wasn't it like 3%?
It was 3.5% unemployment under Trump's administration at the very lowest, but 3.4% the very lowest under Biden in April 2023.
Yes. 23. But that was after COVID and everything. So after he took... So this is my one big thing I have against Biden was during the whole everything with COVID, and he shut the pipeline down, and he shut down so many jobs, and then you want to bring jobs back, and it makes it look so good.
Okay, so I'm just going to let you know the pipeline, specifically the XL pipeline, that was a Canadian pipeline. Most of them were temporary jobs, not American jobs, by the way. And it is also the case that that was a Supreme Court order. It wasn't. He followed through with the Supreme Court order. He just followed through with the chain of command.
Why did he follow through with that?
Because it's the chain of command. The Supreme Court orders something, the president follows through with it in that context.
And he has to? Again, this is me. I don't.
He wants to follow the chain of command.
Okay, I don't know.
And the checks and balances.
Okay, again, I'm not being rude. I don't know. You know.
No, that's totally fine.
Okay, so he kind of has to, is what you're saying.
Yeah, if he wants to abide the law. Now, Trump will go against the law wherever he can. Like, he recently just went to Arlington and went against the law to do a photo op for his campaign, when that's explicitly against the rules of Arlington, right? Where he was supposed to be paying respects to the people who died.
Yes.
And he got a photo op. Now, that's vile. He doesn't care about veterans. He said veterans are suckers and losers. That's according to a 4-star General Milley. Right? He said specifically that John McCain, a POW for this country for 5 years, who was tortured for this country, wasn't a war hero because he was captured. John McCain was the Republican nominee in 2008.
Yeah, I remember that.
Like when the Republican Party had decency, Mitt Romney, who's not voting for Donald Trump, who was the nominee in 2012.
Yeah.
Who stepped down because he said he's too old, yet he's just as old as Donald Trump.
Yeah.
He's 77. Trump's actually older.
Yeah. That is actually true. See, honestly, I think none of these presidential electors should even be in. I think they're all too old. And, well, Kamala, I know she's not as much, but do you think that she is in cahoots?
Kamala, by the way. But in cahoots with who?
Or Kamala, sorry. Do you think that she would be in cahoots with like George Soros and, you know, the other puppet masters?
I don't think there's any good evidence that she's being controlled by puppet masters.
Okay. And these are all just things that I've heard. You know, I don't know. You know?
I think people make up a bunch of conspiracies, and ultimately what divides this country is the fact that we accept conspiracies. Because if we accept conspiracies, I can come up with any explanation I want to for any set of data.
You
right?
can.
And if I can come up with any explanation, who's to say I'll ever believe another explanation, right?
Yes.
Whereas if we go based on facts and critical thinking, there's something that unifies us there. It's the evidence.
There is. But I will say one thing about her that does irritate me is about how she has to, and it's been a big thing normally with her having to talk different with black people and then with other races and this and that. And that divides us.
So in some context, she code switches. I don't really see an issue with that.
But why does she feel like she has to talk different?
Because there's racism in our society, and there's different cultural conditions where people, in order to like not see stigmatization, will change the way that they act in order to be able to, not see the same type of racism, and two, to again communicate more effectively with people. Like when you like read the room, right? Like you relate with people.
He has said the best way to stop racism is stop talking about it. Why do we keep bringing it up?
No, I think that is not. No. Not talking about racism only makes racism more prevalent because it does not acknowledge the issue of racism and the fight that we need to make against it. We need to be actively anti-racist, not complicit with it. And I think that ultimately speaking, being silent, right, would make the conditions worse. It's not anti-racist, and we should be anti-racist the same way we should be anti-misogynistic, right? We don't just sit there and let people be misogynistic. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And say if we just stop talking about misogyny, well, misogyny is going to go away. I don't think we believe that with misogyny. I don't think that we believe that with ableism. Like, oh, people are going to stop being ableist if we just stop talking about it. No. Thank you for that mustache. Thank you so much. That's not how it works. We need to acknowledge the issues of our society to actively deal with them. That's like saying if you don't acknowledge your problems, that you're going to somehow get better.
But how do you think that we're going to get better by just saying or just keeping us divided, though? You know what I mean?
So again, what divides this country is conspiracy, right? Appreciate the magic rhythm. Thank you so much. It is a lie that Donald Trump unifies this country. There are multiple people that were a part of his administration appointed by him that indicated that he is not trying to unify this country, that he only cares about himself. Multiple people from his administration. I can name them all if you like.
That is definitely true. I strongly feel like he is for himself. Yes.
Thank you for the fireworks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Bagley. Yeah, that's why that's why he undermined the border bill. That's why he's getting Netanyahu to not accept a ceasefire, right? Urging Netanyahu to do that, right? That's why he cares, again, more about himself, more about him being elected than he cares about the effect it has on this country.
So my question about that is about racism. Do you feel like white people are becoming the new minority?
No.
You don't feel that?
No.
Whenever white people are now,
and who cares? Even if it is the case that even in the long run, if white people become a minority in this country, what's the issue?
Mm-hmm. Why does anyone have to be?
What do you, why does anyone? It's not saying it has to be. That's just like what people chose to do. First, the DJ glasses. Thank you so much.
Why can't we all just be equal and just live our lives? Why does there have to be any kind of racism with?
Yeah, we want to get rid of racism. Saying that like white people are going to be a minority doesn't mean that there's racism towards white people. But just means that just means that less than 50% of the country is white.
But whenever people say that How many times have you heard that white people can't be racist?
So I've heard a lot of white people say that.
Yes, I've heard a lot of every ethnicity say, "Oh, white people can't be racist," or not white people.
People who are black. So it depends
Yeah.
on the definition that you're referencing. And I've heard from white people saying that white people can't be racist, by the way. I just want to let you know. But in terms
What's
of you're
that?
saying people saying black people can't be racist, it depends on the definition you use. If the definition you use is racial prejudice, well, yes, black people can engage in racial prejudice. But by that definition, yes, black people can be racist. But what they mean is prejudice in power. If there's no power structure that's actively oppressing people who are white in this country, how can a black person be racist if it requires, again, prejudice and power? Because there's no power dynamic involved. It would just be racial prejudice. But if you define racism as racial prejudice, well, then yes, it would be racist based on your definition. Appreciate the convey. Thank you so much. And I do agree that a lot of people have a colloquial definition of racism that is just racial prejudice, but a lot of people also have a colloquial definition that racism is prejudice plus power. And that's both of these different definitions of racism are completely consistent, make sense, and we're just talking past each other when we say this sometimes.
Yes. Okay, so I feel like, first off, I feel like we are the least racist we've ever been in the history of the United States. Do you not agree?
So I don't know how we could quantify that. Now, I do think that we've made active progression from the past. Now, do I think that we're actively at the least racist ever? I don't know. Right? I think that probably you probably have better arguments to say that we were doing better before Trump. Right? Now, again, the point that I would make is that it is the case that we probably shouldn't take the positions as well of like how much racism there is in this country, right, from people who aren't experiencing that racism as well, right? We should probably ask people who are experiencing racism, right, like what it would be for them, right, or try to find some like empirical like basis for the position. You know what I mean? Like otherwise it doesn't really make sense for like two white people to go on a live and be like, oh, we think that racism is at this level in society. Well, I've never experienced racism, right? I've never actively in real life experienced someone being racist to me because of the color of my skin. It's never happened to me.
That's the problem, because I feel like we are getting that way. We are getting the way to the point to where people are getting racist towards white people, and now we're becoming a minority whenever we should all just be equal.
Wait. Being a minority does not mean that people are going to be racist to us. I think the only reason you have that assumption is because when other groups have been minorities, white people have done that to them. Donald, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. So, again, being a minority wouldn't be an issue, right, if you advocate for, like, equality and equity, right? It's just the proportion of people that have this quality. Like, for example, right, not a minority of individuals in this country have hazel eyes, right? You can clearly see my eyes are hazel, okay? That's not a scary thing, is it, for me to have hazel eyes? Because there's actively nothing that discriminates against me on the basis of me having hazel eyes.
Yes. Okay. So I just don't understand, because I feel personally that there is racism, but I don't feel like it's towards African Americans. I feel
that's a ridiculous statement to make.
I feel like it's turning towards whites.
Okay, to say that white people are experiencing more racism than people who are black in America, I think is utterly ridiculous.
And
right, like, when have you experienced racism in real life?
Really? Are there white colleges that only white people can go to?
What college is it that you can only go to if you're black? Think of the entire.
It's down south. What is it called? Okay, I honestly can't tell you what it is for sure, just to be honest with you. But there is funding, not the college, but it's funding.
Because anyone can go to an HBCU, right?
Yes. It is funding itself, though. It's not the college, but it's funding where only...
more funding. So let's think about it this way. Let's say we're playing a Monopoly game, and there's like 10 people in this Monopoly game. And everyone is given the same amount of money in the beginning, except for 2 people. 2 people are given less money, okay?
Yeah.
Right? In that game, right, we play it for a little bit. We play it for like 30 minutes. 30 minutes later, right, you give the same amount of money that was in between the two people and the other 8 people, right, to close that gap, right? Is it unfair because you only gave it to the 2 people? Well, no, because it was originally made unfair, right? And you're just correcting the unfairness. So correcting the unfairness isn't unfair to do.
It's not, but I don't understand why you're correcting the unfairness. What was the unfairness?
Racism? The history of racism, slavery.
Yes, what about it?
Jim Crow laws, redlining, continued racism today, medical racism.
That's where I was getting at. Slavery. Okay. There were blacks that owned blacks.
Black
there
people.
were
Black people. Black
yes,
people.
black people. Sorry. There were many races that owned many other races. There wasn't just
yeah, but explicitly in the United States, there was racism on the basis baked into the slavery. Okay, so slavery was justified by using racism by the people who were slave owners. They tried to justify doing that, which is disgusting, morally abhorrent, right?
Yes,
and that's what we're acknowledging. We're acknowledging that slavery in America has a history of racism, and racism is embedded in that.
I completely agree with you. Yes, I do. But the fact that we are not that way anymore, and nobody living right now has ever lived through that. So why are we still trying to go on about that? Why can't we just get along and not think about that? Because that's all in the past. There's not one single person that has lived through that right now. That has been done for, what, 70, 80, 90 years? 100 years?
Wait, say that one more time?
There is not a single person right now alive that has been through that anymore.
Through racism? Are you saying through racism?
Slavery.
Slavery. So you understand that there actually has been slavery extended past this point. There have been certain communities where it still has happened. There's been Jim Crow, and there's also slavery in prisons. So the war on drugs has perpetuated a disproportionate amount of people who are black in prisons, right? Which has then led to the ability for these types of prisons to enslave people who are black at disproportionate rates. Does that make sense?
Can't really... It does, but you can't really use prison as an example, because prisoners are, of all races, are people that do shit wrong. Like, they're criminals. So
wait. So what do we criminalize though? And what we were criminalizing was, by the way, you can't say any of the drugs names. I'm just letting you. We were criminalizing M drug. Okay, criminalizing other forms of drugs like C drug, right? Which explicitly, right, was being applied more to people who are black, not to people who are white, because white people and black people, they engage in leafy greens at the same rate, right? But people who are black are arrested at significantly higher rates, 4 times higher rates than people who are white. So why is it the case that they are arrested at a 4 times higher rate if it is the case that it's done at the same degree in the communities?
Because of the communities they live in, where they're at.
Because the communities they live in are over-policed. So why are those particular communities the ones that are over-policed, when again they commit the crime at the same rate?
Because that's where most criminal activity has been happening.
Wait, but again, they commit the crime at the same rate. So why is it the case that there's a disproportionate effect when it is the case that they commit the crime at the same rate?
See, I don't know. See, there I will say I don't know that I believe that it's at the same rate.
It is.
I
can send you a study on that. There's a study that I can show you that again, white people and black people use leafy greens at the same rate.
That probably is true, because that is a very common thing. But I will say, so I can't remember exactly, but I think black people represent, 13% of the United States? Is that true?
Yeah, around
13?
I think it might be up to 14% now. I'd have to check.
But they commit over 50% of.
Oh gosh. So no, this is a heavily miscited statistic. So actually, if you look at this, it is the case that you're only looking at people who are arrested. 61% of convictions are black people. 61% of convictions. Are not convictions, 61 of exonerations. 61% of exonerations are black people. Sorry. So a lot of these people who are arrested, right? They didn't actually commit the crime. So again, people who are black are disproportionately arrested, right? Incorrectly. That's what this means. So that's actually that statistic doesn't actually show, right, that there is even a disproportionate effect of people who are black doing this. It just shows that again, they are arrested at higher rates. Not convicted, right?
Yeah, I mean, that could be, and I'm not 100% about that. So I don't want to say anything about anything I'm not sure about. So
it also shows that there's a big problem with the arresting process, right? So this also identifies a problem within the police that we need to reform and we need to work on. Again, what's really important to do with police is reallocate police funds towards things that are better suited at like dealing with crime, okay? And reform the police. So reallocate and reform. That is the basis for how I feel like we should attack police in the United States, or attack like the police problem. Because in the United States, there's a significantly greater proportion of people who are like violently attacked by police officers, right, than people in other countries, right? If you're in another country, the rate in which you will experience violence associated with police is at a significantly lower rate than what it is in the United States. So disproportionately affected in the United States. So it is a police problem, right, in the United States comparative to other places around the world.
I could see. I definitely agree, because I would like to say I'm pro police. I really would like to. But
we're pro the idea of police. Okay,
yes.
The idea of police is not a bad thing. It's how police have been able to utilize their power in the United States that effectively has worse conditions for people here in the United States, and that's why people have a bad taste in their mouth with police, but not firefighters. Appreciate that mustache. Yes. Thank you so much. When I look at a police officer, when other people in this country look at a police officer, we should look at it the same way that we look at firefighters. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you so much. When I see a firefighter, I see a hero. I see someone who's here to help me. Right, I don't see someone who's here to that could possibly hurt me, right?
And
that's not what I'm thinking about first, and that's what everyone in this country should have to go through. They shouldn't have to go through where they are scared of the police in that aspect. Again, given that they're doing nothing wrong.
Yeah, but that I will agree with, because anytime you do see a police officer, whether you're driving, whether you're anything, no matter what race you are constantly thinking, how am I going to get screwed right now? How am I getting pulled over? How am I getting whatever? So,
but I think what Parker's point is that certain people within our population experience that anxiety and that fear greater than others. So, like, I'm not a fan of the police overall. Like, they give me anxiety because I'm just an anxiety-ridden person by my nature. But I have never feared that the police would harm me. Right, yes. Like when I've only been pulled over once in my life, like actually once in my life. Never during that time did I fear that the officer was going to pull a gun on me because they thought I was dangerous or something, right? They just didn't. I just knew that they wouldn't have that fear, right? Yeah. I've met with police many times when I moved to a new state, and they've all been wonderful to me. They've been kind. They've been great. They've fixed my issues, right? They've been great, and I just have this feeling, and I think the data bears it out, that is not the same for those of us in the United States that have a non-white melanin color to us, right? That's the problem.
Like presentation.
Yeah,
right? So.
And Nika, thank you for the $5, Nika. Thank you so much.
And Megan, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Mary Jo, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Mary Jo. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Kelly with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for your patience and temperament. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Kelly. Let's get some W's for Mary Jo, W's for Kelly in the comments section right now. Thank you so much.
So,
and also, Matt, you wanted to add like historical context, didn't you? Oh, did Matt, you there? Oh, I think Matt's experiencing some MAGA mobile.
So I understand where he's coming from, though, but I also feel like there is a lot of people who are just there's so much media and so much news out there, and it is just frightening them as if they need to be afraid.
You're good, Matt. You're good. Don't worry.
My
Jennifer, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo.
No.
Can we get some W's for Jennifer in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Jennifer. Again, W's for Jennifer, W's for Kelly, and W's for Mary Jo. Thank you so much.
My app literally just quit. Like, it just went away. Like, it just quit. I was like, I thought I got like bananaed for like all eternity because it just like went away. Like, that was the weirdest thing. That's never happened before.
But yeah, Matt, you wanted to explain some historical context.
Oh,
right?
I just wanted to mention, you were talking about HBCUs, right? And I think, I mean, Parker kind of hinted at this already, and I think but it's a good lesson that that most of these colleges were set up either during or antebellum, so anywhere from 1820 to like 1865, right? They were set up for the explicit reason because places in the South would not educate black individuals, and even after, because of Jim Crow laws, that they would not allow colleges that had white populations to be able to admit a black student. So that's why they were set up. It's because even though we had the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment and all these wonderful type progresses, the Southern states found strategies to make sure that black students still, like the poll tax, like all this other stuff, that black individuals could not get the full rights and privileges that they were granted under the Constitution. And that didn't change until 1965 with the passage of the Civil Rights Act.
Yes.
So within the lifetime of my parents, it was still, in a lot of southern states, very, very difficult for black students to get into fancy white colleges.
Yes.
That's why they're there. And as Parker already mentioned, the majority of HBCUs today either have more or are at populations that are mixed. So, for example, I know that there's a local HBCU to me that has a majority white population.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it's not as if these things are still there and it's only African Americans. It's that they are a legacy of slavery, of Jim Crow, that reminds us that it was only 60 some years ago that changed. And I don't see why that should have to go away. And so we talk about it because we want to, one, fix the issue, and two, because we want to keep alive the memory of why this stuff actually happened in the first place. Because when you forget, these things are liable to happen again.
Yes, that's so fucking real.
Yes.
Shayla, thank you for the $50 on Cash App as well. What is going on today? Can we get some W's for Shayla in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W Mats in the comment section as well.
So I do understand that we should not forget what has happened and the tragedy that has happened before. But don't you think that we should also just get along and stop patronizing people that have not had anything to do with any of this either?
Wait, no one's saying that you're like the reason why slavery happened.
But I will say, guess though, I am benefiting from the products of that slavery. That's the point, right? It's the fact that I live in a society where even though I didn't do anything, right? I personally didn't do anything, right? Mm-hmm. But I am still benefiting from the fact that for almost 200 years, the United States had racial discrimination embedded in its very foundation of its laws, right? And I don't subscribe to like any type of like weird historical, nonsense. It is a fact that racism and slavery were embedded in the foundation from the founding of the country up until 1965, and that legacy still permeates society. That's the problem. Not that you're guilty of anything, or that Parker's guilty, or I'm guilty. It's that we live in a society where we are benefited for doing absolutely nothing because the overall structure gives us those privileges where It would not for anybody who is of black or Hispanic or a Native American or anything like that. That's the point. Not that you are guilty of anything. It's that we are given undue privilege when we didn't do anything to actually do it. Does that make sense?
It does. So, do you think that white privilege exists?
Yes.
Yes, very much.
Exactly
I
what
have
was
white
just describing
privilege.
to you.
I have white privilege. I just described to you.
And we're not saying you're class privileged because you're white privileged. What we're saying is that, again, like white privilege, like okay, here I'll give you an example. You can have white privilege but not have class privilege.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
How so?
Okay, so someone, for example, right, grew up in a family in poverty, right, but they're white, so they still experience white privilege. They're not negatively impacted on the basis of the fact that they're white. They have that privilege, but it is also the case that they were born into a family where they're not privileged in terms of their class.
So, do you think that other races, such as black people, such as Asians, any other races, they couldn't have any kind of privilege? You know, they
can have class privilege. Like for example, right? LeBron James Jr., Bronny, right? He has class privilege, but he definitely does not have white privilege.
Okay.
Or another example, and by the way, Blue, thank you for the $50, Blue. Thank you so much. I appreciate the cash app. Thank you so much. It really means a lot to me. We can see now that because of the overturning of affirmative action in higher education, the rate of black and Hispanic students in colleges has gone down, whereas white enrollment has stayed steady, but Asian enrollment has gone through the roof. Now, why is that? It's because Asians are well, sure, but no, it's about class. It's about class. It's the fact that they have resources to be able to give their kids great preparatory skills so that they can go to these different colleges like Yale and like Harvard. That's the point. Not that it's about race. It's that it's really about class.
I also think it's not good to like reinforce like the model minority myth, like the idea that like like people who are Asian are smart because they're Asian or something like that. Like I think it's bad to like reinforce those types of stereotypes, right? Even if you consider them positive, right? It's like a really weird like thing to attribute to like someone's like race.
Yeah, and also because it
right?
leaves out other
like
people of a race who, because you're saying like if one race is smart, then the other race is by definition maybe not as smart.
I understand,
which is the problem.
I do personally think that other races, such as like Asians, I do think that they are very smart and they have a very good culture, such as Asia, China. I think they are very smart people.
China's within Asia.
Yes.
So again, wouldn't you say that about other communities?
Yes, I would.
Okay,
I mean,
so why are we specifically just saying it here?
Just because it's a very known stereotype. That's why I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. Let's not reinforce that stereotype.
Yes. No, I do agree with that. I do. I find it really hard to believe that why we are still trying to say that there is so much racism. Because
we already talked about this. We already talked about this, right? There are different forms of racism. There's covert racism. There's overt racism. There's racism that is only exclusionary to black individuals. You can look into psychological literature because I wrote my thesis on this. You can look into psychological literature and see that there are different types of racism and prejudices, and they permeate all of society. One of the reasons why we know, for example, overt racism, that is saying, for example, the most terrible stuff, right, about black individuals, that has decreased over time, but covert racism has gone up over time, meaning it's those subtle stereotypes and it's those subtle hints at a prejudice that have gone up. Like you just said a little bit ago, right? You were giving covert types of things. You're not outright saying it, but you are giving covert, subtle hints about a permeation of an idea of that legacy of racism. That's the problem.
But
And
it's
also,
a
yo,
positive
Scout, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash
Yes,
App.
also
so
thank you,
much.
Scout.
And MBL, thank you for the
Yes,
$5.
I thank you, Scout, for the
W
$20.
Scout.
Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate you.
But how could it be racist if I'm saying positive things?
I don't think of the $5. Thank you so much. Okay, so again, like I think it's bad to again uphold these particular types of models, right? For particular like races. Like for example, it like holds people to a standard that if they do not meet this, well then they are bad, right? Okay. So for example, right, like there is like racism targeted towards people who are black on the basis of assuming that they're going to have a large male member. Right now, if they do not meet that particular criteria, does that reinforce negative stereotypes onto them because of their race? Absolutely. Now that's racism. Again, you might associate with some positive characteristic, but again, it reinforces negative stereotypes as well towards people who are black.
And thank you, Eileen, for the $25. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. There's a classic example of this. I'm not going to say it, but there's a word that was used throughout the 1800s to refer to African American men who were considered to be very below IQ, but very, very, very strong. In fact, they would pit them against each other and place bets on who could unalive the other one fastest. And that's a form of racism. You're saying something positive. You're saying they are super strong. They're stronger than any white person, but that's still a form of racism. Because you're defining them by a criteria that is not central to any type of the overall structure of the cultural thing that we call race. Like there's nothing inherent about those of African descent that makes them overall stronger. It's just not there. Right? Because I know white individuals
$10, thank you.
who are very, very, very strong. I know black individuals. I know Asians. I know Hispanics. There's nothing about black individuals that makes them inherently stronger. And that positive stereotype is still a form of racism because you're giving onto them something that is taking away from the individual and it's applying it to the group.
Okay, I get what you're saying there. So if I said something positive about a black race, that would be wrong? Is that what you're saying?
If you reinforce the stereotype associated with them because of their race.
Would you ever say, would you ever say, hold on, no, Josh, would you ever say all black people have this trait? All black people have this trait? Would you ever say those words?
It depends what it was about.
No.
It was a positive thing?
Is there any trait that all black people have? All of them. 100%. Is there any trait?
No.
No, exactly. Because because this is a problem.
Other than the fact that they're black, by the way. Like I just
yeah.
But that's extremely trivial to say that for what Matt was saying because that's just the law of identity. But
yeah.
I just wanted to clarify.
But remember, what you're doing is you're stripping away, and this is the overall terrible thing about racism too, is it strips away the individuality of an individual. And it says because of your membership to a group, you must be these things.
Yeah.
It leaves no room for people to grow, to express themselves, to be able to show off their uniqueness. That is one of the many terrible things that we have about racism.
So I understand that, and it may not be the most known thing, but if I did say, okay, all black people are the smartest people in the world, would that be wrong for me to say?
Yes, because it's empirically wrong, and you're applying it to a group. I don't know why you would apply it to a group.
Well, I'm just saying because of the whole Asian deal.
It's wrong to also say that all Asians are smart.
The positive thing about a black community, Would that be wrong?
No, you can say John is very smart. John, who
Okay.
happens to be black, is very smart.
Okay, so not a whole black community.
No,
has
would you ever
people-
say? Would I ever say all white people are smart? No, I would say Josh is very smart because you're white, and I would say Josh, who happens to be white, he's very smart.
Okay.
Or
I honestly, I
he's
can
good at his
understand
job or
where you're
something.
coming from there. I really do understand where you're coming from there. I do.
And
I do.
by the way, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but Candy, thank you for the $50 on Cash App, and Regina, thank you for the $50 also on Cash App. Thank you, thank you so much. Yeah, I just want you to understand kind of like where we're coming from, because I think I recommend a book to you. There's a book, and this is the last thing that I'll say, and then we can move on. There's a football star named Emmanuel Acho.
The $5.
He played with the Texas Longhorns. He wrote a book called Uncomfortable Conversations with a Black Man.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it is a fantastic book. I recommend that you read it. It's very short. It's only like 100 pages. It's very short. You should read it because he goes into depth those very questions that you're asking, and it comes straight from a black man. He also did a video series on it where you can actually watch it and watch him get asked questions by white individuals on these topics, and you'll get answers from somebody who is directly impacted by these things that we are talking about. And I highly recommend that you go either watch that or to read the book.
Okay. I appreciate that. I do. Okay.
All right. Josh, is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I go on to the next person?
That's about it. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
For sure.
Have a good one.
You as well. W Matt, can we get some W Mats in the comment section? Spam the emoji.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. It means a lot.
Yeah, I think, chat, everyone, I probably have, I have until 8 o'clock, a little bit after 8, probably 8:15, so we got about another 2 hours, I think, on the live. About a little less than 2 hours on the live. Just letting everyone know. Do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. If you haven't followed Matt, by the way, everyone, follow Matt right now.
I got over 25K recently, so I'm on my way to 30. I'm getting up there. Slowly but surely.
Janet, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's so cool. Thank you. Yo, Lane, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Are you voting Trump?
Yes.
W Janet's in the chat, everyone. Why are you voting for Trump?
I'm not a huge MAGA person or anything like that. So it's really just, I guess I lack knowledge on your side. So I was really wanting you to inform me a little bit on the
Jaden, thank you for the subscription.
policies and stuff that Kamala does have, because
Kamala, yeah, I got you. Yeah, so for sure, she's advocating to cap specifically the out-of-pocket pharmaceutical drugs costs at $2,000 a year, right? Which is going to help people who need pharmaceuticals, right, and are being price gouged in terms of pharmaceuticals because of the inelastic nature of the demand of those particular. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. Drugs and lack of competition. Also, as it relates to lack of competition based upon market conditions, I would say also. But and then appreciate the head mustache. Thank you so much. She's advocating for a $25,000 subsidy for new, first-time home buyers for new homes specifically. That's to spur the building of new houses in places where people want to live. Which is a very good thing to build supply in this country for housing. She wants specifically to increase the child tax credit from $2,000 to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and then through them being 18 years old, $3,000 from $2,000. So massive increase in child tax credit, which decreases taxes for middle class families. She also wants to she wants to specifically lower the impact of healthcare debt specifically on someone, like medical debt on someone, by making sure that it is the case that it doesn't affect your credit. I appreciate that, mustache. Thank you so much. And she wants to increase the earned income tax credit to $1,500 to help low income individuals who are working in this country. Those are a few things. There's more.
She just came out with a plan today to provide small business startups with $50,000 in tax break to help them actually go forward. That is up by $45,000 from the current rate because the a current tax break is only like $5,000, I think. And so she wants to give a $45,000 more tax break to small business startups to allow them to be able to actually grow and start within the United States.
David, thank you for the $5. Val, thank you for the 15. Thank you so much.
I'm in like a really red state. I'm in Arkansas, so I don't really hear the sides of these things. So it's it's hard for me to get these sides of these things without listening to people like you or anything else like that. So, but I agree with that. So, I mean, you might be swinging my vote, but
well, what right now? You said might be. What is keeping you from right now saying that you will vote for a VP Harris?
I guess really it's just my lack of knowledge on her specifically, and I know, I was younger when Trump was in office anyway, so I couldn't feel the impacts of that much myself while he was in office. So, I mean, I guess it would really just be based on my lack of knowledge.
Well,
and
continue to listen.
People tell around me about Trump.
Continue to listen to Parker and Dean and everything. But would you be willing to say that now you're leaning more towards Harris?
I would. Yeah, I would.
Okay, well then that's a win. So
I would, but I thank you guys.
I'll take that.
For sure. All right, I appreciate you coming up, man.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Yep.
You as well.
Bye-bye.
All right. Let's go to the next individual real quick. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates.
Ball, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much, Ball. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
This next person up here, only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Go Hawks. Yep. Yeah, I got to do yellow on yellow, Chad. What's up? How old are you? Interesting.
Okay.
Let's get this next person up here. Keep tapping that screen. Just get to 2 million likes, everyone. Shit live as well, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? All right, let's get this next individual up here. Thank you for the paper crane. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Let's get this next individual up here. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, are you voting for Trump?
I am.
Why so?
Okay. I'm going to try to be really calm here. I get excited, and when I get excited, I get a little bit loud, but I'll try to be calm and respectful here. Yes.
For sure. So why are you voting Trump?
I live in the Northern Virginia area, and we have a huge influx of immigrants, MS-13. But most of all, I fight human trafficking. And Trump was the only president that actually passed many different acts for us and laws for us to help fight this. And if people don't realize that most states actually don't even have housing for victims of trafficking, they go into the same system that every other homeless shelter. So we're actually trying to build the first house here in the Northern Virginia area. So let me tell you, the immigrants coming across the border, people are being misled of how many have come across and how much trafficking is happening. And, we sit there and we argue about...
So why didn't Trump decrease trafficking by accepting the border bill?
So actually he did decrease it. But let me tell you, Biden...
No, but he undermined the border bill, which would have, under your view, reduced child trafficking. So why did he not reduce child trafficking when he could have by undermining the border bill?
So no, actually he passed lots of lots of human trafficking bills. Matter of fact, there are so many that I can't even count. If you go to, hang on, if you actually go to the U.S. Customs and Border, you can see that, but you can also go to...
Wait, where do I go for that? For what policies? Can you just name me the policy?
Oh, the actual policies. Okay,
Yeah.
so let me hang on. I have it right here on my iPad because obviously I don't know all of the names of them. But hang on, right here. You can actually go to the Bureau of Justice. That'll give you a lot of the human trafficking data and the different counts there. You can also
That's not like a policy. That's like I understand statistics could show that, but the statistics being that way does not mean it was caused by the president of the United States.
No, that's true. Well, let me pull this up right here. Where is my stats?
In the meantime, everyone keep tapping the screen to get to 2 million likes, y'all.
Okay, so I mean, if you want the actual name of them, is that what you want? You want the name of the
Yeah,
actual?
like I would ask like what he did specifically
Okay,
because I
so
gave you a
January
specific
8th
example where he
okay.
could have reduced child trafficking, and under your view, he chose not to.
What do you mean by he chose not to? He didn't. In January
You said blame
8th,
it on me if the border bill fails, and the border bill failed.
Oh, if you're talking about more recently, that happened under the Biden administration.
Yes.
No, that's not under his. That was under the Biden.
Yes, I understand. But he actively.
Do you know
called
why?
people,
Because they put so much pork in there. No, wait
they
a
did a
minute.
solo border
They
bill.
put so much pork in there,
Ma'am, they split up the appropriations in the border. The appropriations passed, and the border bill didn't. Solo.
Okay, well, the border bill, you know why? It's funny because she has her little spills, and then she actually has the border wall behind her as though like she's been there where she hasn't. But let me go to
She has. She's been there. She's been in El Paso
No,
in 2021.
please let me talk. You asked, and I'm going to tell you. He passed the No Human Trafficking on Our Roads Act, which is a law that permanently disqualifies those who have committed felonies involving human trafficking from opening commercial or motor vehicles. He also
So he accepts the felonies in that scenario?
No, he also combated it by the Human Trafficking and Commercial Vehicle Act. There's so many just alone about the Homeland Security and how he was trying to prevent illegals, and everybody's like, don't build a wall, don't build a wall. But instead, we have, if you haven't seen photos, and I can't give my name, and I'm not going to give additional family members who work in agencies, but they have monitored and they see literally the amount of people that are ticking through our borders is people should be outraged at the millions, and they haven't reported it because you know why? 2 years behind before they'll even give any kind of statistics. But you know what did just come out? You can go to.
So I have a question. How do you know that there's such a big issue in the entirety of the United States if you don't believe the statistics?
No, I do believe the statistics. I see it. I see it whenever I have traffic
So
people
if you
that
do
I have
believe
to
the statistics,
help.
you said there are millions that are not taken into account. So are you telling me that the system that you cited earlier, the Customs and Border Protection, are you telling me that data is not full encompassing?
That it's not full encompassing, but if you go and you sit in the meetings that we sit in with the FBI, the DOJ, and other people, and you get to hear how many people have come across the border. You can let me look at this one.
You get to
Go
hear,
right here.
so you trust that?
Do I trust what?
Do you trust that number?
That there's millions?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know people who that's their job. They surveillance what comes across our borders.
Yeah, so can you tell me what Biden-Harris administration policy specifically led to the amount of people coming here?
Yeah, they allowed millions to come over, and you know what it is. I can't name the actual policy. I don't know it right offhand, but we are. You don't have to name the policy. We saw it. If you open your eyes.
Policy?
I said I don't know the policy.
So
I don't know the
So then
specific.
here's my question: if you don't know the policy, well, then how could it be the case that you know what caused that?
It doesn't matter what caused it. They allowed people to come across our border with fentanyl, with drugs.
Oh, I gotta kick you now. Fuck.
Cartel. No.
You can't say that on live. You can't say F drug on live, Chad. Very sad. Very sad.
Rip.
I know, right? Do I look weird, chat? without glasses now? Like when I took it off, did I look weird?
I am not used to you with glasses.
I know, right? My girlfriend gave me blue light glasses. I think if I get other ones in this, I'm gonna get like clear.
The yellow does match you.
It does match because it's the yellow. That's why I wore them. But like, if I do get them, I want to get clear, like bands. How old are you?
Hi, you asking me?
Are you voting for Trump? Colby, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much.
So I'm just still undecided, but certainly I'm not voting for Biden or Kamala. The reason
So you might vote for Trump? Think of the confetti.
I'm not sure yet, but there's like certain things, and the reason why I'm not voting for Kamala or Biden because I think they are very, very weak.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to deal with the baby. I'm sorry.
By the way, you saying that you're undecided, but saying that therefore you won't vote for somebody, that's not undecided. You made up your mind.
Right? Yeah, I'm sorry. The baby crying in the back, I really couldn't do it.
Yeah, that's going to be rough.
No fetuses on the live. It's a paladin.
Literally.
It's like a literal fetus. Dude, tap that screen. Everyone's running up to 2 million likes, y'all. If you want to support me or Matt, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. I'd go to the link tree in the bio if you want to click on it directly. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, Parker. Just girl to girl. Glasses look great, but no color. But hair is 2024.
Based.
W.
Hey, my girlfriend got them for me. Okay. I will do clear. I'll do clear though. I was gonna get ones that have a band that's clear.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, how old are you? Girl to girl is crazy though. Crazy. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Alright, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. They're called frames? Yeah, I'm sorry. I forgot what that was called. Sometimes don't you just like forget words? Like it happens to me sometimes.
Oh yeah, all the time.
Dude, if I was older, like if I was like in Biden's position, dude, I literally have those moments sometimes. Like, and I'm not.
I know, like it's not that.
I'm not even in cognitive decline. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I didn't even think I requested. I'm sorry. I didn't mean.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good. Don't worry. Like I have Biden moments without even being in cognitive decline. Like that's crazy, dude. Sometimes I'm saying that I'm just like I literally completely forget my statement. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Sometimes I'll hear someone, but then like I didn't hear them, so I asked them like, "What'd you say?" And then I did hear them. I process it, and then I'm like, "Oh, okay." I respond.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's up? How old are you? Okay, that person's not there. Let's go to this next person. Oh no, this is not. I did not want this person. No, this person's just annoying. Yo, think of the superpower. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18. 18 this year.
Are you voting for Trump?
I went back and forth. But yeah, I think I'm going to vote for Trump this year. Just because I went back and forth, but, after listening to all the plans that Kamala has, and, I think that she is more of, the type of person she is more of she kind of changes herself to be more likable, but
yeah, I think you have the perfect example for this, Matt.
Who?
I'll say, didn't Trump did that last week like twice, like in the span of like 24
did he?
hours. So yeah, so he said, I'm for states' rights when it comes to abortion, and I want states to make decision. And then he said, in Florida, where I live and can vote, there's a constitutional amendment that I'm going to vote for because I think 6 weeks is too few weeks. And then he got pushback, and the very next day in the morning he said, actually I'm voting I'm gonna vote no on it, because he didn't say this, but this is why, because people in his orbit were getting heavy pushback. So within the span of 2 days, or with the span of 1 day, he went from voting his conscience, but how he actually saw the issue, to like changing it because he was getting pushback.
And this is all fact checked and everything?
Yeah, you can go watch him say it. He said it. like he said it to people. He was interviewed by a reporter on last Tuesday, I think, and he said, I will be voting for the amendment because I think 6 weeks is far too few weeks. And then the very next day, he's interviewed by another reporter and says, actually, I'm voting no because I think blah, blah, blah. But actually, it's because all the news reporting was saying that the pro-life community was giving him tons of shit for it. Like, tons of shit.
Oh, damn.
And, Colby, thank you for the $50, Colby. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, man. I mean, damn, maybe I think both of these candidates aren't the greatest. I mean, maybe I will. Maybe I will vote for Kamala. You know, I'm gonna do some more research.
Listen to Parker, listen to Dean, and you will be able to hear all the wonderful things. And I think you should. I think you should, you know. You probably should.
Yeah, I'm all about, you know, having your own opinions and not just going with what your family or your, who you were raised with. And I don't think anybody's idea should be forced. But, yeah, thank you.
Of course. Appreciate you coming up.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.
my girlfriend's like, let me know when you let me know when you get off live. I'm like 8:15, and then my sister also asked me. She said, "Let me know when you get off live," because she wants to sing in her room. But then I was like, "Oh, you could do it." And I literally, because I couldn't hear it. If anyone hears my girl, what's it called? My sister, singing, that's what's happening. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
38.
Are you driving?
I'm parking, actually. I'm over getting...
Sorry, I'm really sorry. You kind of indicated you were driving.
Melanie, thank you for the $50, Melanie. Thank you so much on Venmo. Thank you so much, Melanie. I appreciate you. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you are voting for Trump, y'all. If you want to support me or Matt, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Are you voting Trump?
Me? You talking to me?
Yeah.
I'm from Canada. I'm not voting for anyone. I'm just...
Oh. W Canada. But
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get some people up. Only who vote for Trump, y'all. So
right, let me see about
through
this
the live,
person.
everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
You voting Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
I think I take the RFK style approach with this. I disagree with both of them on a lot, but like the issues that I find most important to me align with Trump.
Like which ones?
I think his foreign policy on the Middle East, I really appreciate. We saw a lot more peace. He was tough on Iran, who has historically funded terror. He put sanctions on them.
Why did he leave the nuclear agreement with them?
Because the money that we were giving them went directly to terrorism. Not all of it, but a lot of it.
Okay. So can you give me a source on on that?
I mean, I can't leave it live right now, but you could look it up. And the leaders of Hamas and Iran have plainly said that a lot of this has been funded by the U.S. government.
Oh, you could say that, but like that doesn't mean that like the money in that context for the nuclear peace agreement was doing that.
I mean, you could look it up. Obviously, I can't leave live right now or else I can't talk to you, but I'm not going to come on here and just make boldly false statements that I haven't looked into. I'm not saying, source, trust me, bro, but like if you want to look it up and fact check it, you're more than welcome to.
And Gabrielle, thank you for the $5, Gabrielle. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Matt, have you ever heard this?
What? Sorry, I apologize. I was looking at something else.
Greg, can you restate the claim? Because I asked him for a source and he's got nothing. He just said, trust me, bro.
No, I said don't trust me, bro. I said you could look it up. I can't leave live right now because then he won't be able to hear me.
Wait, hold on. Are we talking about Iran funding Hamas? Is that the claim?
He said most of the money that we gave them through the nuclear peace agreement went to terrorism.
That I don't know is true. No, I don't think that's true.
I mean, okay, so the sanctions overall. So they weren't allowed to get money from anybody because the sanctions he put on said we wouldn't do business with anybody that's doing business with Iran because they funded Hamas, Al Qaeda, all these terror groups. I mean, to try and argue that that's not a good thing.
Do you want that country to have access to nukes?
Nukes are expensive, so if they can't do business with anybody with sanctions, they don't have the money to fund the research to put together nukes.
Well, that's just not true. We've seen their development as it relates to nukes increase. Zip, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Zip. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Why?
So tell me why that they increased in their nuclear development under the context of the administration under the Trump administration, but they didn't increase under the Obama-Biden administration.
Can you find me a source that said they were getting closer to building nukes under Trump sanctions?
Yes, Patty, thank you so much for the $20 to $5 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Patty. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I got you.
I mean, obviously nukes are a big deal, but I think just the simple fact that the sanctions didn't allow them to fund terror that has wreaked havoc all over the world, like we're seeing in Israel right now, is huge, right? We had 4 years of no new wars started, right? No country. Putin didn't take 1 inch of land under Donald Trump. I think these are very important things. He presided over the peace accords, the Abraham Accords between Israel and the UAE.
So you can get this from foreignpolicy.com. Despite U.S. sanctions, Iran expands its nuclear stockpile. You can find this specifically from NPR. 5 years after U.S.
Thank you so much.
Iran nuclear deal, more enriched uranium and much less trust.
Yeah, I mean,
That's from NPR.
I honestly don't think they'll use nukes personally.
Here's PBS saying Iran increased its stockpile of uranium enriched to near weapons grade levels. Yeah, that's from PBS.
I don't know if I exactly consider that a untouchable source. I mean, I think you'd have to have government intel. PBS isn't going over there and looking at their stockpiles.
So PBS and NPR both indicating this is not enough for you. So what sources do you look at for news?
I'd like to hear it straight from the government. The intel we get from
isn't this like
the people that are actually over there?
They're reporting on that.
Who is?
The PBS is reporting on that.
Their sources from people in Iran.
Yeah, according to the report. Yes, it's saying according to the report.
So you're telling me they're over there looking at the nuclear stockpiles and know exactly why would Iran tell PBS
the report by the
stockpiles? I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. You know what I'm saying?
So the report by the International Atomic Energy Agency.
All right, what's that say?
That it says that they have enriched up to 60%, an increase of 20.6 kilograms, 45.4 pounds since the last report by the UN watchdog in February.
That's fine. Do you really believe that?
That's fine. Okay. Yikes.
Well, no. What I'm saying is, do you really believe that they'll use nukes?
No. What I'm saying is that if you think that they're a state sponsor of terrorism, are you saying that that they won't be a state sponsor of terrorism when they have nukes?
Well,
so please tell me why you want a state sponsor of terrorism to have access to nuclear weapons and the technology to develop them.
No, well, I believe in the difference between the carrot and the stick, right? So we could say, here's the carrot, here's funding, don't build a nuke, but use this money to wreak havoc on the rest of the world through terrorism, which we see all the time. It's been going on for years, right?
So in terms of use this money, they're using their own money to do that. So again, the point that you're not referencing is that you did not give any evidence that indicates that the money that they got specifically from the nuclear peace agreement deal is somehow being used to fund Hamas, to fund Hezbollah, to fund different types of terrorist
I
organizations.
looked into this the other day. If you'd like, I can send you the link after, or you could Google it for me. Like I said, I can't leave the live right now, or else you won't be able to hear me. But let's agree.
Go ahead, leave, go find the title and come back.
Okay, got you.
Okay, I'll talk to someone else in the meantime. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Do tap that screen. Let's get to 2 million likes, everyone. All right. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Goob chat tonight? Yeah, I think at some point we probably will. I'm trying to get someone else up here, though. Give me a second. Parker, love the glasses. Thank you. Thank you. We have at least 25 minutes until a Goob chat or anything like that. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
23, man.
Are you voting Trump?
I think I am, honestly.
Why so?
I mean, I'm not the best debater, that's for sure, but I have some sources on YouTube I could give out, but I gotta go find them. There's a really good guy on there. Hold up. Let me turn on my TV. I can get it off of there. The question is, here's my question. Why should I vote Harris? Because honestly, I take the people out of it and I just look at policy, and that's how I get to my answer, but so that's why I'd be
Okay. So then I'll ask you this. Name me one policy Trump influenced to get passed you like.
That gets past what? My bad.
Name me one policy Trump influenced to get passed that you like.
Drill, baby, drill. It's not, a bill, but
No, name me one policy.
I couldn't, honestly. I'm not too into
So not only do we drill more oil in the United States right now than any point in American history, but you just said that you were basing it. You don't look at the character, you look at the policy, but now you know no policy.
Yeah, that's a contradiction.
Where are the
man.
reserves at, boys?
I don't know. I don't know what the current reserves are at.
They're probably not back to where they should be, and that explains why they'd be drilling.
Probably. So that's an assumption. So would you like to go get a source for that one?
Yeah, hold on. Let me go look.
Let's get another person up here. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Let's get this next individual up here. All right, let's get this next individual up. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024, y'all. Third MAGA on the live. Let's see. Greg, did you find the source? Oh, no, he's
right. Yes, I'm sending it to you right now.
No, just tell me the title.
Hang on. I have the link. Let me.
Okay, I won't be able to see or click on any link in the chat, so just gonna have to tell me the title.
Country Reports on Terrorism 2021 Iran. It's on state.gov.
On terrorism. Country Reports on Terrorism, what year?
2021.
Okay.
Boys, I'm back. Decoy voice on YouTube.
Okay, that was the most cringe thing. I'm gonna kick you just for saying that, you fucking weirdo. Yeah, so looking at this for 2021. All right, where does it say what you're saying?
That Iran sponsors terrorism.
No one disputes that. No one disputes that.
I asked you, what's the evidence? I asked you, what's the evidence that the money specific? Greg, I asked you, what's the evidence that the money themselves specifically that they got from the nuclear peace agreement was used to support terrorism? No one disputes that Iran does that. I'm not disputing that. I'm asking you, can you give me evidence?
Where do you think their money comes from to sponsor terror?
I'm so glad you asked, because while you guys were talking, I was looking it up. So, so it comes 1 from money laundering, 2 from illegal oil trafficking, and 3 just from other illicit activities. So the primary one, you can look at a report from, let me find it here, a report from 2024. Actually, it just came out. It was actually really very recent. Let me see. Called the 2024 National Terrorist Financing Risk Assessment, found that the main source for funding coming from Iran to Hezbollah, which is their main state-sponsored terrorism group, is through illegal oil trafficking.
Illegal oil trafficking. And what did the Trump sanctions do in relation to that?
The Trump sanctions?
The Trump sanctions. He said that anybody that does business with Iran will not be doing business with America, right? And we saw 4
They're doing
years.
it illegally. They don't know about it.
Yeah, this is illegal, meaning that it's being hidden, meaning that the Homeland Security and DDS a DOD are finding about it and then sanctioning them based on what they find.
Exactly.
So they found, I think in this, it was like
supply.
up to like, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, what I'm saying is that opening up money to supply to a state that funds terrorism is a bad idea. I don't care how you put it, whether it's through the U.S. deal
Increasing
or
their
lifting
access to
sanctions.
nuclear weapons is even worse.
Wait, hold on. Then
There's
I
no
would
evidence that
argue.
they're
Wait,
gonna
hold on.
use nukes.
Then I would argue
absolutely
that
ineffective
we
in
are in
terrorists.
effect doing that with the state of Israel. Then
We're funding their terrorism.
yeah, I think the people of the West Bank and Palestine live under a state of terror that is government sponsored.
Okay, so the Hamas attacks on October 7th, right, by the terrorists funded by Iran, who we just went back into deals with and giving them money, right?
Iran primarily funds Hezbollah, not Hamas.
So you're telling me you would rather be in an Iran nuclear deal where we say, hey, here's money, you can sponsor terrorism, do what you want.
No, the Iran nuclear deal was primarily there to stop them from developing their nuclear program so that we would have a way of getting catch up when they do get to that point. In fact, we were doing that. Trump pulled out in 2018 and then Iran restarted their nuclear program in 2020.
Okay, do you not? This is what I'm claiming. I think nukes are far less dangerous in terms of use, right? The fact that I don't think they're going to use them, so they would be ineffective, they would obliterate everything, right? And the entire world would be on top of them. If they
So
tried
wait.
use a
To
nuke.
clarify, you want to arm terrorists under your own view with nukes.
Something that they're not going to use.
Let's just to clarify, that's what you
Nukes
want
are
to
a
do.
showboat. No nuke has ever been used. Just to clarify, that Iran is funding
that's
terrorism
wrong.
that has
Do you not remember the end of World War II, buddy?
atomic bombs.
And also, you're forgetting that crazy people run these countries.
No, I agree, but you have to realize that the whole world, nobody would want Iran to use a nuclear weapon.
You're under the rational actor theory. I don't believe that that if nuclear weapons were going to be used at that point, we would be in a situation that is rational.
Okay, so can you try and explain to me why under the Iran nuclear deal that we saw from Obama that they have continued to support and fund and act out on terror, but under the 4
because
years
a
of
nuclear
sanctions
deal
and
was
pulling out
never
the Iran nuclear deal that we've had ramp ups in terrorism again. Do you remember under Obama when ISIS was beheading Americans on live
ISIS
television?
is not Iran. ISIS is not. And by the way, everybody, I say Iran because I have difficult saying the E, so I say I because it's easier for me to vocalize it. So you all can get pissy in the chat if you want to, but I'm going to say Iran. So if you don't like it, then I really don't give a shit. So, but ISIS is not Iran. Iran is not Hamas. So yes, they all have like a similar ideology, but it's different. The only one that I know of, the only one that I know of that is connected is Iran is funding Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Hang on.
But
sorry,
Hamas gets its funding.
No, I was looking into your claim that Iran and ISIS were totally separate and had no connection.
No, I said the main funding sources is not directly from that country. I said its primary funding goes to Hezbollah.
Okay, so I just don't understand where being tough on terror, right, sanctioning the states that sponsor terror is a bad thing. I don't understand that.
The whole point that you're missing is that the nuclear deal was meant to prevent them from fast tracking or getting to a point within their nuclear program that we could not respond, because they were progressing so quickly that we could not respond. And so the whole idea was to slow roll that. It was to like put a brake to it, right? It had nothing to do with funding sources. It was to say, hey, we need you to slow roll because we will help in certain aspects of your economy. We will lift sanctions. We'll do all that kind of stuff if you slow roll your nuclear deal. And as far as we understand, they were in compliance with that. Trump got rid of it, and then they restarted their nuclear program in 2020. And since then, as I already mentioned to you, most of their funding for their various groups that goes to places like Hezbollah and the Revolutionary Guard comes from the illegal oil trafficking and money laundering. And when the United States finds out about it, we will seize those assets and we will then impose sanctions.
Okay, I think that the terror we're seeing right now is far more dangerous than nukes that they're more than likely not going to use. I understand that we need to work on maybe denuclearizing or slow rolling. I think this is a carrot versus stick argument. I don't think giving them money to a state that sponsors terrorism, giving billions of dollars, which they are now attacking countries like Israel, I just don't think that's a good idea. I don't think you're going to get me to support funding.
I don't think that's the argument you're going to be able to use to to get me to want to support your view is that they're attacking Israel. That's not really something that's me convincing to me. But again, why should we fight? Why should we fight Israel's war when they're committing war crimes? Please tell me.
They're allies, right? So and Biden has.
Okay, so how do you feel about Ukraine?
I'm not too informed on Ukraine, honestly.
Do you think the U.S. should be supporting Ukraine?
We agreed to defend them, correct? Yes.
So we should?
Yeah.
So Trump is wrong, right?
How?
Because he wants to give up Ukrainian land to Russia?
No, he wants to get a peace deal done, right? So
Which by extension gives them land. Because Putin will only accept.
An interview yesterday that came out where he said, I am not entailing the details of the peace agreement, but we need to get something done, right?
We don't have to hear his deals. Putin already says what he wants. Putin said, I will only agree if the land that we have gained, for example, in the Kursk region, in the Donbass region, if that goes to Russia. He has already said that Putin will not accept any deal that leaves out the Russian-speaking areas that they have took over.
2022 when Russia started pulling out, but we went over there and we ripped it up.
There was no peace agreement in 2022.
Yes, there
was. No, Putin had already gone into Ukraine multiple times, and he was already preparing to go in 2022 to Ukraine. There was no peace agreement.
Okay, and Biden's, I believe it was Secretary of Defense, admitted that they were staying in Ukraine as long as they could to tire out Russian forces. I don't think that's a good policy. I don't think we should be staying in there. People are dying. We need to get this done and over with.
No. The way that you are willing to get it done and over is by you saying that we have to acquiesce to what Putin wants, because he will only accept.
That's what he said.
No, I'm not saying that. Trump is not the decision maker here.
Negotiations. Yes, it is.
No, there are two actors here. Zelensky and Putin. Both of them have already set the conditions for what they will want. Putin, I believe, is not rational. I think he's insane, right? He has already said what he wants to get any deal, and that is explicit. He wants the Kursk region, and he wants the Donbass. And he wants monitoring of the Ukrainian government for so-called denazification. quote unquote denunciation. Zelensky will never say yes to that. Mainly because they are winning right now. They are moving into Russian territory. They are actually going into Russia. Why the hell would they negotiate now when they are winning?
Because people are dying.
Is that your same policy with Israel?
Yes, Trump has also said we need to get a peace deal done with Israel and Hamas. We already had one, right?
Is that why he's undermining a peace deal
Israel
with
has
Netanyahu?
multiple
And once
times
again,
agreed to a
who's
peace agreement
agreeing
that
to
Hamas has
it?
walked
He's
away
going
from.
to let Netanyahu determine what that means. Does that mean constant monitoring of the Palestinian land? Does that mean
You're
that
making out the wrong villain here.
no? There are two evils in this world: Hamas
agreed
and the right-wing
US-backed
government.
peace agreement.
So what
And
there's
Hamas
no.
walked away from it. So Biden coming
Greg,
after
Greg,
6 days after killing
Greg,
hostages
Greg,
and saying, "Oh, he's not doing
Greg,
enough," after he agreed
Greg,
to our terms on a peace deal
Greg,
is insane.
Greg,
Yeah.
you understand that Trump was urging Netanyahu not to accept a peace agreement, right?
He agreed to it.
Okay.
No,
so no.
Okay.
Yes,
Agreed
he
to
did.
what?
What happened? No. I remember what he's talking about.
They have particular conditions on either side that they would have agreed.
Yeah, but I remember what he's
Hamas
talking
has
about.
Hamas has conditions that they would agree to.
But I remember what he's talking about. Netanyahu provisionally said yes to a ceasefire agreement. And then what happened? His crazy
said no.
No. His crazy far-right
so wrong
government
about this.
included
Joe Biden has literally talked on this.
Listen to Matt.
He has said that they have agreed.
Netanyahu and Hamas came to a provisionary agreement several months ago, right? What happened? Ben Gvir and Smotrich both said, if you do this, I will leave your government. That means that the entire government, that the entire governmental coalition would fall apart. It would just fall apart. Netanyahu had to back out because he cannot win when each one of his ministers are leaving his government, because then he's screwed. Like, he's screwed because he already lost Benny Gantz. Benny Gantz already left because even he thought that Netanyahu was too fucking far right, and so now all he has is Smotrich and Ben Gvir, who are two far right crazy people within his government. There's no way that they're going to let Netanyahu accept any compromise on this issue when both of them have said that they would like to turn Palestine into a parking lot. So don't give me this bullshit about who's not accepting what. I am equally critiquing Hamas here. I think Hamas needs to capitulate to end the suffering, but Netanyahu is just as equally to blame. Because he and his far-right government have decided that they will not accept compromise. They will only accept what is best in totality on their interest. And that interest is far-right colonialism and a settler expansion with a big hint of ethnic cleansing.
All right. Are you guys going to be on around midnight?
No, I have like an hour left.
All right, I have to go back into work. I'll grab some sources together for the agreement that he agreed to, right? You're just not going to convince me that staying in war, which Joe Biden wants, continuing to fund the wars, which Joe Biden and Kamala Harris want to do, is a good idea.
I want the war to end too. No, hold on. You're ascribing to us things that we're not saying. We want the war to end too. But what we're saying is the war has to end on footing that does not leave one side, the side that we think is good, whether that be the state of Ukraine or the state of Israel or the Palestinians, on bad footing. I don't think making a deal with Vladimir Putin right now will be in the best interest of Ukraine. I don't think letting Bibi dictate the plan is in the best interest of the Palestinians. I want Hamas to be gone. I want them out. I want them gone. But Netanyahu does not have the interest of the 40,000 people who have died, plus the millions of other people within the West Bank and within Palestine to make their lives better. Simply don't, which is why I think that they have to do better.
I have to go back into work. I think that's a pretty bold statement that you wanted to end equally fair after the Afghanistan withdrawal by Joe Biden that left Afghanistan at the mercy of
Who set up that
Taliban.
agreement?
It was, yes, Trump set up the agreement. Yes, I understand. Yeah, we said ceasefires and all these ways to pull out. We didn't just walk in and pull out and say, "Hey."
Oh no!
guys
Did
are
you
fucked now,
also?
right?
Do you also
I have
hold
go
Trump
back
to
into
account?
work. You guys can be on tomorrow.
Yes, I'm on every day.
Okay, I will gladly jump back on. Look for my picture. I will be back on. I will bring some more sources. I'll get a list for you.
All
right, for sure. I'll look for that.
I just have to say too. Yeah, I just have to say too. Let's also blame Trump because part of that Taliban agreement was the release of 5,000 murderers who then directly contributed to the Abbey Gate bombing.
Yeah, why are you supporting someone who released murderers?
5,000 people who are ISIS-K members, and some of them were involved within that bombing. So can we equally blame Trump and Biden here?
Seriously, I will never take it seriously for some of them to bring up the fucking Minnesota Freedom Fund with Kamala Harris.
I was listening as I walked back in. You guys are criticizing Trump for releasing 5,000 of the prisoners, right?
No. Yeah, Taliban murderers. So you can call them prisoners, but they're ISIS-K Taliban murderers.
You guys are aware of the Geneva Conventions, any of the agreements we have on the end of wars, where you have to release the prisoners not convicted and tried.
Not us. No. We didn't hold them. The state of Afghanistan did.
Yes,
we didn't hold
them. In a war, you have to release prisoners of war that have not been tried and convicted in a court of law. It's in all of our laws. What Trump did is he leveraged that. He said, "We're going to give them back anyways. Let's start transferring now, so we can get 18 months of ceasefire to start pulling out all of what we did." Right?
And then some of those very people who he helped negotiate. Wait, hold on. He didn't have to help negotiate. These weren't prisoners of war. These were people who were murderers. They had killed Afghans. They had killed
anybody arrested during war by the opposition that is not convicted and tried in a court of law. You can look
fine.
This up, dude.
Fine.
Free.
If Trump did not have to negotiate that,
right?
He could have. Wait. He could have sent them to a court, right?
Taylor, think of the $5.
5,000 people overnight.
You could send them to a court. Why couldn't you send them to a court?
Oh, why couldn't he mandate within the withdrawal agreement that I will allow the release of these 5,000 as long as they are prosecuted in a court of law?
Yeah.
Do you understand how much longer that would have kept us there?
Why? No. Why? Because the Afghan government was already there. The Taliban is no fan of ISIS-K.
They have the same court system, the same. Their government is not like ours. To do this,
you're
would be absolutely insane.
No, you're forgetting that ISIS-K and the Taliban are enemies. They don't like each other, and so yes, the Taliban would still prosecute them because they hate each other.
Yes. Oh my God, you are not understanding that it's not as easy as taking these people, running them into a court in front of a judge, and being like, okay, these are trials, these are evidence, and they didn't release all of them. They released 5,000, right? So there's no saying that these other ones aren't the ones that the Afghanistan deemed. These are the ones we want to try. These are the ones
we don't have military tribunals anymore. We don't have military tribunals. Well, no, hold on. Trump signed this agreement in like 2018. Like, we didn't pull out until like 2021? That's 3 to 4 years later. They had plenty of time to prosecute people within military tribunals because you can prosecute more than one person at a time.
Prosecute people take all government resources in the time of war and use them to prosecute.
I'm giving you solutions.
It was a
to
time of
this.
ceasefire. It was a time of ceasefire, genius.
I'm giving you solutions. You said
it was literally in the ceasefire.
Okay,
Taylor, thank you for $5, Taylor. Thank you so much.
The other prisoners that were in prison, right, left in prison, right? He didn't release all of them. He released 5 in an 18-month ceasefire, which is good on our end, right? We got 18 months of
Yeah. So if you have 18 months, wait. So if you have an 18-month ceasefire, that's enough time to put people through
to set up a whole judicial system and try.
Yes.
How long did it take us? Now this wasn't 5,000, but how long did it take us to do a trial? You rejoined, man. Like, what the fuck?
No, I understand, because you made a false claim that this was a bad idea, right? So I'm going to go back in. I'll jump back on tomorrow night. I'll bring the sources for you. I promise.
All right.
Okay, we'll see. Bro's about to need unemployment insurance here. After he gets back. He's gonna be voting blue, don't worry.
That's funny.
All right, let's get this next individual. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Tap that screen, try to get to 2.5 million likes, everyone. Share the live as well. We got about an hour left on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
All the cool kids are totally laughing.
Okay. All right, let's get this next person up here. We got about an hour left on the live, everyone. So do follow me if you haven't already. Matt, if you see anyone crazy, you can add them in the live, by the way.
You got it. Yes, Mela, I am a librarian. Funny how that works.
Okay.
Someone said they want to take me to parties. I am fun at parties.
We should just like walk into random like places with like Trump supporters, you know, and just start
Okay.
debating. Like, where are places where Trump supporters like hang out, where we could just like convince someone's family?
You're out, I don't know why you're. I mean, my family, like
Debating
on my mom's
people in
side,
person is so fun. It's so fun.
Yeah.
Like I just need to like get someone to like follow me and like just go.
Just like
record me.
go to like just like land in like the middle of like in the
Like,
Midwest.
I just need to go
rent a
back to
vehicle
Iowa.
and just drive and just.
I need to go back to Iowa and just talk to random people on the street.
Yeah, exactly. I agree. Type MAGA in the chat, everybody.
I could find a lot of MAGAs. I bet.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, I agree. I mean, where I'm at, like if you go out west, like maybe 30 miles west, then you get into Trump, Trump land. So.
Yeah, they kind of have that here, but like where I went, people weren't like really willing to talk. You know, at the rally, there was a higher degree of people that are willing to.
Someone said, "Where you find him is Grinder."
I should have gone to the RNC.
Wait! Did you see that during the RNC? That Grinder actually went up. People like that is the funniest thing to me. That is so funny.
For the people who are literally writing anti-gay legislation too. Andy, thank you for the five subscriptions. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Ashley, I appreciate the $1. Yo, it's a
Poor Milwaukee.
I'm like, I don't understand. Like, it's 2024. Let's accept GAY.
Yeah,
I don't know why
it's okay to be it's okay to be a GAY a Republican. Be out and proud.
Yeah,
my
literally,
man. Be out and proud.
Literally. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Are you voting Trump?
No, I didn't mean the request to say I did.
I don't know.
You're good.
If this person is a troll, I'm gonna invite them. If they are, then I apologize, but I'll invite them.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
You voting Trump?
No, but I like your glasses, and I want to tell you they look really cute.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry. W guess, but okay.
Thank you. My girlfriend pointed them or got them for me. They're blue light glasses.
They are nice.
Appreciate the Think of the $2. I don't know if I'll be doing this every day, but I have noticed people treat me a bit differently with the.
Tell her to send me the link on Discord or text because I have a light too, and that does hurt my eyes, and I might need them. So you might have to send me like the brand.
Econo said Grinder called the RNC their Super Bowl.
Nice.
Didn't it like shut down the site or something?
Yeah, like it crashed.
That's really funny.
Yeah. And then they always bitch and moan because they didn't get, like any action or anything. Like, well, yeah, duh. Like, no. I want some good. Nice.
Let's get the next individual, y'all. Only set a guest request if you will be voting for Trump. All right, let's get this next individual up here.
Nice, V.
All right. There's a lot of people who are recent guests. If you're a recent guest, I'm not.
Yeah, I know. Well, hold on. I see somebody. Who's this? I'm gonna see. Okay, I think this.
Please bring Marge one of these days. I think I'll get her to come up and debate someone with me someday. I think I'll convince her.
Nice.
Because she could easily dunk on a lot of these MAGAs.
She's pretty good. I've seen her do it. I think she did it once before, and she's pretty good. She's pretty good.
Yeah, she's based.
Totally based. Zinni.
Right.
Okay. Nice.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
42.
Are you voting Trump?
Absolutely.
Why so?
I just feel like we were better internationally when he was in charge.
Oh, why so?
I just feel like our countries respected us more.
Really? What reason do you have for that?
I mean, just look at our overall. I mean, I know like there's stuff that he inherited from the last presidency, but like we didn't start new wars.
So what new war should we start under the Biden-Harris administration?
Okay, fair response. I just feel like people respected us more internationally.
Who? Like based on what? Is it just a feeling?
Well, I can't say that word because I know how you're going to react.
I thought we put facts over feelings.
We do. That's fair. I don't know. I just like, I mean, do you think like, honestly, like we're going to like support more or less war if Kamala gets elected?
I have no clue if Kamala Harris is elected, whether or not there'd be more or less war.
But like, what's your gut instinct? Do you think we're gonna be involved in more international?
Less.
What's that?
Less. My gut instinct is absolutely less. Like, there's less likely of a chance of the president of the United States on the toilet starting World War III. You know. Right, like I'm not going to be worried about Trump, truthing like a leader of another country and trying to start World War III.
3 a.m. on a toilet. Yeah, 3 a.m. on a toilet. And Deanne, thank you for the $20, Deanne. Thank you so much for the very kind message. Thank you. The fact that happened, like we're not even joking. Like, see, that's the sad part. If we're not even joking, Trump literally tweeted Kim Jong-un at 3 a.m. and. He was likely like on the toilet because like who's up at 3 a.m. at that time? Like the fact that happened just fucking blows my mind. I'm sorry, but that's insane to me.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying. Like I've been watching you guys for a while now, and I understand. Like I'm not gonna make excuses for Trump as far as like how he operates his day-to-day life because that part I'm not cool with. But like on the whole, like. I'm just talking about like I don't want so it's like my father, my uncle, they all served, and like I'm just not a big war guy, and I like the fact that like he seems to be gearing us towards less of that, and I just feel like the Democratic machine is like that's how we make money, like right, like we make money off of being in a war. Like, do you refute that?
Well, I will say this. One, I'm glad that your family member served, so that's a great thing, and I thank you for the service. But two, I would say that look at who he supports or who he favors to win these wars. I agree with you that war is not good. I don't want there to be wars, right? But we have clear good people and bad people, right? I believe that the state of Ukraine is the good person here. I think they were invaded illegally, and that we as a Western democracy that they are, we should help support them, because if Vladimir Putin and his ilk are allowed to take over the country, one of the central breadbaskets and economic powerhouses of Eastern Europe falls under the reign or under the terror of a dictatorial man. Same thing with the Palestinians. Now, you can disagree with Hamas, but the fact that 40,000 people have been killed in less than 1 year, Trump would allow the far-right government of Israel to continue to unalive men, women, and children at rates that we haven't seen in decades. And it's my belief that the person who would challenge that would be Kamala Harris, because one, she has stood up to Bibi Netanyahu and said that you need to do more and you need to do better, and she is willing to stand up to Vladimir Putin and tell him to his face that he should not and cannot do this. Unlike Donald Trump, who had multiple chances to do it, and each time he capitulated and did not say to Vladimir Putin, do not do this, leave us alone, leave the state of leave us alone, leave the state of Ukraine alone. All that happened, and yet I don't understand how Trump had this idea, because we saw this from 2016 to 2020, and Trump at each point capitulated to the bad guys.
I mean,
that's a problem.
I mean, you say capitulate, but like he does. So let's play devil's advocate. Let's say Trump's elected, and then the Ukraine. Let's say he does support that war. Then what's your response to that? Like, then is he not in bed with Putin?
So say that again. Sorry.
We're not necessarily
go
saying
ahead.
he's in bed. We're just saying he capitulates to him. Jay, thank you for the 14-month subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
And as far as like the Israel thing, like I'm not a fucking crazy Trump Christian supporter. Like fuck, I have no ties to Christianity. Like that's not my thing. Like I grew up in that shit and then I got out of it. Like I deconverted and all of that. So like I don't think you should just support Israel based off of some, Christian viewpoint that they view that like the Israel should exist and all that stuff. Like I have no ties to that. I think it's terrible what's happening on both sides, but I just don't think that like Trump's going to like be this person that you guys are like kind of trying to sell him as, is that like he's in bed with all these dictators. Like if he was in bed with like North Korea and all that stuff, like
Okay, can I ask you a question then? And this is an honest question. Why then has the vast majority of his national security and defense administration officials come out and say that he was terrible on foreign policy during his term?
Because he's not a politician.
No. Well, yeah, but that's a bad thing, right? Because you had people who were high-ranking military officials, people who he picked, people like Milley, people like H.R. McMaster, people like John Kelly, all come out and say that on each turn they had to convince him to do the right thing because his instinct was to do the bad thing and to side with our enemies. That's why I do not believe that he will not let Putin have whatever the hell he wants. I think he will likely just say to Putin, do what you want, here's what you can have, let's just make it end. And if that means that you have to take over all of Ukraine, so be it.
So hold on. So on one hand, you're saying these people, these advisors that had to shift his decision making to do the right thing, then wouldn't be in place the next time?
No. One, he hates them now because they were willing to say that he was wrong, so they hate that. And two, they're not going to rejoin the administration. Why would they? He didn't value their opinion. He denigrated their service. People like John Kelly, who served his country as a Marine, people like H.R. McMaster, these are people who have spent their lives protecting this country, and he demeans them. He said, well, they say things that I don't agree with, and therefore they must be bad people, right? And you can read all the books that they've written. John Kelly has wrote a book on it. H.R. McMaster just put out a book on it where he details all of this stuff. This is not new news, and I'm afraid that he's going to hire people who only will agree with him, and that's going to lead to groupthink, and then lead to very bad outcomes.
Hold on,
Emily. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you, Emily.
So you don't think groupthink happens on the Democratic side?
Oh no,
it does.
It does.
We want to promote it,
John.
And actually, we actively advocated against it. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. That's how we got Biden to step down.
And by the way, one of the prime examples was JFK. JFK surrounded himself with acolytes and his own family members. That's one of the reasons why Vietnam was such a shit show when he died, was because he had groupthink. We actually have a term for it. The best and brightest. That's what we call it. The best and brightest, right? Well, those were people who agreed with JFK. Those weren't conservatives. They were people who agreed with JFK. And then in Vietnam, things went to shit because no one would critique what JFK was doing. We learned from those mistakes. That's why it's always good to have people within your administration who are different than you, which is why most military officials are conservative, right? The very people right now who are in the Biden administration are conservative. Mark Milley, who's in there right now, he's conservative.
Emily, think this description.
Like he's a Marine, like he's very conservative, but he will help guide Joe Biden to the right policy by challenging him, by making sure that he has all the information he needs to make a very informed decision.
I just have a hard time, like, on one hand, you're saying that, like,
I think the subscription.
When Trump was in office the first time, he had people, quote unquote, handling his decision as far as like forcing him or suggesting that he should do the right thing. And then all of a sudden he's gonna, do you think he's not gonna, like, there's not generals that are like gonna come around that are like all of a sudden so sympathetic to Trump. Like, that doesn't happen because they're generals. They've been enlisted and they've been a part of the war machine for a long time, so they're going to have kind of the same.
It's not about being sympathetic. What their job is to give advice and informed consideration, because these generals have been deeply involved for decades and know the subject matter with expertise. Trump does not, right? Trump does not know I mean, hell, I don't know it. Parker doesn't know it. We don't know the minute details of the total complexity of American foreign affairs, right? It takes decades to learn this stuff. And people who are in the military, they have built up over decades working to gain this knowledge. That's why they are put in positions of power. That's because they have the knowledge and the experience to be able to guide you to the right decision. You don't have to agree with them, but you should at least listen to them. Trump did not want to listen to them. Once they started to critique him, he fired them. That's the problem.
Thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you.
That's the problem.
All right.
I might disagree with John Kelly. John Kelly is very conservative. Like, very conservative, right? We might disagree, but I guarantee you he's a hell of a lot smarter than I am when it comes to foreign affairs, right? And when he speaks on it, I want to hear what he says.
Yeah, like, I would listen. I would take it into account. Alicia, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you.
Same thing with H.R. McMaster. Same thing with Mark Milley. Same thing with John Esper or Mark Esper. I listen to all of them because they have served decades within the government and they have built up a policy. That doesn't mean that I'm about to go, yes, I agree. No, it just means that I should listen to them and then take into consideration what they're saying. He didn't even do that. He hates reading, right? They would present him with a daily briefing on intelligence that the president gets every single day. He mentioned how much he hates to read it. He hates reading it. That's one of the central part of the jobs, was to sit down in the morning, have this stack of papers, and just read it, right? He hated doing that. So much so that John Kelly mentioned how he would have to add pictures and drawings to it to, like, get his attention.
Right.
That's a problem.
Sure, it's probably not the best practice to have as a sitting president. I'll grant you that for sure.
He needs comics.
yeah, basically, like make it into like a like a comic book, you know, like a comic book. Then you'd read it.
Yeah, there's a history of that.
Subscription.
I think Stan Lee started in military comics back in the day. Anyway,
yeah.
So what do I gain from voting for Harris? Like, do you think I think that we're going to have a strong military presence, then we're not going to get involved in a war? I just don't believe that's not true. Like, every Democratic president has been tied to wars.
Same thing with every Republican. Well, hold on. I can go back to LBJ, and LBJ had wars. Nixon had Vietnam that he ended. Ford had some conflicts. Reagan had had a lot of conflicts, especially with the Cold War and Afghanistan.
War.
Bush one had Iraq.
I'll give you Bush. I'll give you Bush.
Clinton had Kosovo. Bush 2 had Afghanistan and Iraq. Obama had Afghanistan and Iraq. Trump had Syria, Afghanistan, and Iraq. Biden got out of Afghanistan, got out of Iraq, and now we have Israel and we have Ukraine. Every president
KBC
has had
for all the
wars.
subscriptions. Thank you so much.
So like right now, like we're producing more oil than we ever have, right? Like let's say,
Andy, thank you for the 5 subs. Thank you so much, Andy.
I'm just playing devil's advocate. Let's just pretend Trump gets elected. Like, do you think he's just going to all of a sudden stop that oil production? Like, what evidence do you have to show that he's going to somehow sway oil consumption away from the U.S. and to foreign suppliers?
Who, Trump?
Yeah.
Trump wouldn't.
Right. So, like, we would have, like, people are talking about gas prices and all that stuff, and I'm
Andrew, think of the $5. Thank you.
No, my point would be that he would want to drill more, and that would cause degradation. Is that the word? Degradation of the overall environment. That is when we can do other things to lower gas prices and increase the sale of non-gasoline type of vehicles. I am not in favor of drill baby drill because I think that will negatively impact the environment, and I think climate change is one of the single greatest issues facing my generation, your generation, and our children's generations.
Sure. I mean, I'm not disputing the negative effects of oil, but what I'm saying is like the proven financial cost of shifting away from that is you can't say that that's not a thing. Like that has that's a legitimate argument to make. Like
sure, but all transitions cost money, and that's why the government should work within both the public and private sector to make sure that it happens sustainably. But one president wants to do that, one president doesn't want to do it. Right? Trump hates EVs. He has said multiple times that he hates EVs. Well, actually, he just came out more in favor of them because Musk is like, please like them because Tesla sales are down, and so and so he like he did change on that. But like Trump is known as a big hater of like solar power and like wind turbines. He ranted about whales and like wind turbines and stuff, and so that's not, you know.
I get that. Like he's made moronic comments about it, but I mean I don't think there's any like proof to say that like he's not for alternate sources of energy.
Look at his Agenda 47 or
the
Project
Inflation Reduction Act was
2025.
the largest investment in renewable energy ever. He couldn't even, in the debates with Joe Biden, give a single thing that he wanted to do to like affect climate change. He doesn't even believe climate change is caused by humans. He literally thinks that it's going to start cooling the planet. It's going to start cooling. That science just doesn't know yet.
Well, that's just stupid. I mean, come on, we all know that's stupid. Like,
never think of the subscription. Thank you so much, but that's what he believes, bro.
Yes, but that stupidity makes policy. That's the problem. I don't want stupidity to make policy. Because even if he doesn't believe it, he's going to put people in power who do believe it. People who are associated with Agenda 47 and Project 2025 are strong climate change deniers. Strong.
Yeah.
And so he might not do it, but the people who he's going to promote to the key positions, they will do it.
Right. I guess what I'm saying is like I'm someone I'm not like, I know you're gonna assume I'm like this MAGA person, all that stuff. I'm not that. Like I believe in a woman's right, you know, to have decisions over her body. I'm not a psycho conservative Christian. I believe in, you know, like conservative environmental practices. Like I'm for all that stuff. I just think you can be those things and you can still support a president that's like going to not get us into the next world war.
Well, okay, it depends on what your priorities are. My priority is, yes, I want the wars to end, but I think all these other values and policy proposals matter too. I don't think wars in Israel and Ukraine are the only reason to vote somebody. It's the same reason why I'm not a single issue voter. Harris could have a policy position that I dislike, right? I don't know what it would be, but she could. But I'm going to take the totality of what she has. Trump, it sounds like to you only like him because he's anti-war, which is okay. That's fine. Yeah. But as I already argued, I think there's evidence to say that
$5.
I think there's evidence to say that Trump is anti-war, but he's anti-war for a bad reason because he sides more with the bad guys than he does with the good guys.
Again, when you say side though, what actuality do you get?
Okay, let me give an example. Sure. Neville Chamberlain was also anti-war, right? But he sided with the bad guys, right? He sided with Hitler. And so that was a bad thing. Yes, he was anti-war, but he sided with Hitler. Trump is anti-war, but he sides with Putin.
What do you mean when
you
say he sides with Putin? Can you clarify?
Yeah, sure. In every instance that I can think of, where he has either had a chance to directly confront Putin, or better yet, to challenge Putin and say, do not do this, he has capitulated and said no. For example, the prime example was in 2018 in Helsinki, when he was standing right next to Vladimir Putin, and a reporter asked him, did you talk about with Putin how he's trying to interfere with our systems of election? Trump said, I think we have great people within the CIA, but Putin told me he didn't do it, and I don't know why they would lie to me. Maybe our CIA people got it wrong. That is a total capitulation to a man that has been proven time and time again to try to interfere within our systems of election. Not to get somebody to win, but just to wreak havoc. Trump had the chance to say to him, turn to him and say, I had good evidence from my CIA that says that you are interfering within the United States government. I'm telling you right now to stop, or we will respond and we will make your life hell. He didn't say that. He said, well, maybe they got it wrong. He says that they didn't do it, so why should I not believe him? That's the problem. That's the problem.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah, which is why I would say, and the same thing happened more recently, when he said he would want to find a peace deal with Ukraine. He already mentioned that, we'll have to let Putin have some things. What's that mean? Have the entire state of Ukraine? Have only the Donbass region? Have the Kursk region? Have all of that? Right? I mean, that's the problem. We should not let Putin dictate the terms of peace when he is the overall aggressor. That's what Harris will do. Harris will say, you cannot dictate how to make peace when, one, you're losing, and two, when you're the side that started this whole thing to begin with.
Well, I don't think we know. I mean, we've never seen her in that role. We've seen her in the vice president role, but we've never seen her as commander in chief. So we don't know how she would also responding to people on a national stage is quite different than what you would assume she would say and what she's gonna say.
Well, we have one example. She met with Bibi Netanyahu in July, and she told him to his face that he needs to do more to end the suffering of the Palestinians, and that the Biden administration plus the Harris administration would not work with Israel unless the people of Palestine had safety and security. She said that to his face.
Okay. Well, and that's something I'd be for. I don't, in that whole situation, first of all, I think that situation is way more complex than we as Americans
it is complex.
Understand, because
it is complex.
It deals with cultural differences that we clearly, unless you're someone that, is in that region, I don't think you truly have a grasp on what that is. But I think there's so much money involved that it's so much easier to say just support Gaza and not Israel, or vice versa. I think that's a naive thing to say.
No, I always say, for example, I support the people.
Conditional support. If they're not committing war crimes, I'd support them, but they are committing war crimes, and I'm not going to let them commit war crimes.
Yeah.
Right, but both sides committed war crimes. Like, don't say that it's just.
Wait, hold on. We
never said it was just
we
one
have
side.
Right, no,
we have always
I
condemned.
I will always condemn war crimes.
Yeah,
Right, sure.
we have always condemned
I will always
Hamas and
condemn
the other
killing
side.
innocent civilians. I will
Yeah.
always condemn raping people. I will
Yeah.
always condemn that.
Right,
On
no,
both sides.
No, and I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put words in your mouth. I'm just saying, like, I think I was just going off of what I said earlier, which is like, it's easy when you're not involved in that to say, like, here's the solution, do this. I just think it's way more complex than that.
Well, it is, but
Amber,
I
give you the $15. Thank you so much. I appreciate
But
it.
also, we should not believe Trump when he says that like he's going to solve the crisis, right?
Literally.
I'm sorry, but it's not going to happen. I don't think that. I think all we can go to is some kind of status quo where like both sides are like dug in, but no president will be able to solve this crisis probably within the next like 10 or 20 years. Like I'm sorry, it's just not possible.
So, question: do you think that we as a nation can just completely subtract ourselves from that situation?
No.
And why not?
Because we have treaties and agreements with Israel such that we are bound to them.
Why? Why are we bound to them?
Because okay, well, I mean the historical example is because they're the only democracy within the region. They allow us to have staging grounds within the region. They let us build our military bases there. We have a connection because of the Holocaust.
Right.
That's it, honestly.
So that feeds into my other point. Like, you're high on Harris, and I get it, but like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's a whole machine built up in this. Like,
well, I'm not high on Harris. I think she's better than Trump.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say it like that as like a negative or like a slant. I'm just saying. Okay, so like you're obviously you're pro Harris obviously than you are Trump. So like, there's a whole machine behind that like it's gonna happen. Like we are gonna be involved in that when we as Americans. Like, I would love to see a poll to say, like, do you think as an American that we should be involved in the Israel versus quote unquote Gaza? Like, I would.
But once again,
humanitarian aid. That's it. Like, I do not think we should be giving weapons to Israel.
Sorry again, but Trump has boasted about being the most pro-Israel president of all time. He has said that when and if he's reelected, he will be the most pro-Israel president. So he's going to do the exact same thing. He's not going to be any different, right?
Right.
But what is different is, yes, Harris is also pro-Israel, but she's also equally pro-Palestinian. Meaning that's unlike Trump. Trump is only pro-Israel. He doesn't give a damn about the Palestinians.
So
thank you, Marsha, for the $15. Thank you, Marsha, so much.
So if she's so pro-Palestinian, what is she going to do when Israel turns to her and says, hey, you want all these base connections and these military connections? Like, all of a sudden she's going to follow suit and then be like, oh.
No, she's already answered the question. She has said she supports, this is her quote, she supports the state of Israel to have peace and prosperity and to live in harmony with the region, and that she has an unwavering commitment to the state of Israel. She has already said that. But she adds on a statement about how the Palestinians have suffered, how the war has to end, how there has to be a permanent ceasefire, all these things. Trump doesn't add that statement. So she's going to, yes, she might actually, because Biden was considering this, she might actually withhold some funding. Like, let's say that Bibi Netanyahu just continues to mow down, like, thousands of people like a day, right? Let's just say hypothetically. She could say, hey, I'm sorry, but that arms deal that like you want with us, I'm gonna hold that hostage unless you then do something to like slow your roll and to come to the peace table.
Bro,
that's okay.
She's not gonna put sanctions on Israel, military sanctions. Like,
not sanctions. Not, she has the ability to withhold funds for a short period of time. Right.
You believe that? You honestly believe that she would propose something like that, given the...
She was close to it already. Biden almost did it. The reason why he didn't do it was because the House said that like they were going to like force him by law to do it, which they can do because they're they have the power of the purse, so like they could do it. But Biden threatened to do it. Harris is more liberal than Joe Biden is on that issue.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess we'll see. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about
No.
before going to the next person?
You're a good guy. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate the conversation.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Of course. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will be voting for Trump in 2024. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Keep tapping that screen. Let's get to 2.5 million likes. Share the live as well, everyone. Based. Yeah, I know. Isn't it? I love goob chats. I love goob chats. I can. It's more interactable for sure. Yeah, given that there's less people.
Meredith, thank you for the $20, Meredith. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yo, Robin, thank you for the subscription. T-Town Girl, thank you so much. I appreciate the subscription as well. Yeah, I love it. And also, I need to add more of the emotes. We have emotes we can add. Way less crazy, hateful people, for sure. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, Dana, thank you so much for the $1. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm sorry. Nathaniel, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. I wish I could directly give subs to individual people. I think I can gift some, though. I'd have to check.
Yeah.
I think they got rid of the subscription presents thing. Oops.
Thank you, Amanda, for the $25. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Yo, Amanda,
thank you.
Also, thank you for the $25.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, let's get this next person. I do apologize, everyone. Sometimes it takes a second to get people up here. Follow me here if you have not already. I go live literally every single day, y'all. So follow me here if you have not already. You got 27 minutes left on the live, and I do have to get off at that
Thank
time.
you, Elizabeth, for the $25. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you.
You're looking at me.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, also thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Can we get some W's, Elizabeth, in the comments section right now? Thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. I really appreciate that. Let's get some W's for Elizabeth.
W. Babs asks, what's my educational background? I have a bachelor's in psychology and political science, a master's in political science, and a master's in library science.
Appreciate the marvelous confetti. Thank you so
much.
much.
Far too many.
So many degrees. Too many degrees. More
Too many
degrees than you've ever seen.
Too many degrees, I tell you.
So many degrees.
So many degrees.
Tremendous amount of degrees.
I need to get them framed, but frames for diplomas are expensive as hell.
Yeah, I know. I think I just used like a frame.
Yeah, I might have to do that because like the ones that I was looking at that was like really nice looking, they were like $150 to like $200 a piece. I was like,
Really,
okay,
dude?
I'm like, god damn.
I didn't get like a super nice one. I can show you mine later.
Yeah.
I can't show it on live though.
No,
of course.
you're good.
I ducked myself too early. I'm starting the process to incorporate too, so I'll finally be able to use my PayPal and shit.
Nice.
I know, right? I've been so behind on doing that. All right, let's get it going, everyone. Yo, Amber, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much, Amber. And also, thank you for the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. I really
Someone said
appreciate
get matte frames.
Toxic.
Yes, I will get frames because Parker has inspired me, and I do think I need it because I have a light too, and it blinds me. So I might get it. So I might have glasses soon too.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna like put it up on my wall, like prop it up on the wall. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 26.
Are you voting Trump?
Yeah, I am.
Why so?
Look, all right, I am getting sick and tired of Kamala telling the entire country, the entire nation, that she's going to be banning peanut butter. I don't stand for that. Thank you.
How dare she? Katrina, thank you for the $25, Katrina. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. It means a lot. Thank you so much. Oh, someone said I need an Amazon wish list. Yes, I do. I might have to make one because okay, chat.
I don't have like many things I want.
Well,
like,
see,
you know
chat, I need a new microphone. I have this old busted Blue Yeti, and I need one like Parker has, but it's expensive, and I'm saving and stuff, and so like maybe now I can afford it, but like damn, man, some of those stuff is expensive.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Katrina, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Katrina. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
W's. Oh, and by the way, chat, let's not please forget. I'm sorry it's taking so long too, but let's not forget. Today we had another school shooting. Terrible. 4 people killed, and the person that did it was 14 years old. What the hell? What the fuck is going wrong?
I did hear about that. It was in Georgia,
a
right?
14, yeah, in Georgia. Like, what the fuck is going wrong where a 14-year-old gets their hands on one a pew pew, but 2, I mean, it blows my mind. It blows my mind.
Was it an AR?
Oh, I don't know what kind of gun it was. Somebody can tell me in the chat if they know the gun type. But
Cade, how old
I don't
are you?
know.
22.
Are you voting Trump?
I am.
Why so?
I don't like being called stupid by Kamala Harris, calling the age 20, was it 18 to 24? She called it stupid.
B-Moon, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. And Trump said that we were smart and we're mostly voting against him. So what does that make him?
Yeah, Parker, it was an AR.
That's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yo, Anna, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Why does that pop up so much in those types of events?
Because it has such capacity. Like, it just does. Like, and also it has this, like, stupid machismo thing to it. Like, people just think it's, like, you know, like masculinity to, like, hold one and shit. It like, how a 14-year-old got their fucking hands on one is beyond me.
Yeah, that was crazy. I felt bad for everyone involved in that.
Yeah, it needs to, like, and Julia, thank you for $20, Julia. Thank you so much. Oh, thank you for the new mic. Thank you so much, Julia. Thank you. Yeah, so, Cade,
does Donald Trump have any policy to help with those circumstances?
Dude, I don't know anything about policy. I'm not going to hold you.
Okay.
I'm
So
a
if you don't know anything about
college
policy-
student. I'm a grad student in college, so I can't stick my head in politics too much right now.
Sure, I got you, but like, let me ask you this question: would you vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman? Jamie,
Dude,
the subscription.
I watch you a lot, and I hear you make that point a lot too. And I think it's a fair point. If it wasn't Trump running, I think it would be easier for me to vote Republican. But I just think he's better suited for the country right now.
Okay, so you would vote for someone held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a woman?
In this case, over Kamala Harris, I would.
Okay, so would you vote for Trump if he were held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child with Jeffrey Epstein?
No, but that's also not.
What's the relevant
being
difference between the
hypothetical.
two cases? I know. But what's the relevant difference between the two cases that means you'd vote for him in one scenario, but you wouldn't vote for him in the other scenario?
I think the way I was raised, I'd stick more to voting Republican over Democrat, but that's just the way I
Yeah,
was.
but like in this scenario where it was a child, the victim was a child, you said that you wouldn't vote for him. Loans, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much.
I'm sure if it was a child, he'd probably be in jail.
Okay, well, again, this is only because it is the case that it's past the statute of limitations. And in most child rape victims, right, they take decades to come out. Or they do not even.
I mean, I think that's definitely something that needs to be addressed in the country. I mean, I can't. Obviously, I'm one voice. I can't really.
I understand, but there were multiple thousands of other civil suits as it relates to SA in New York in that year, right? That involved child victims. So if one of those child victims was related to Donald Trump, would you still vote for him?
In that case, probably no. And I'd probably.
But the only difference between the victim in the scenario of E.G. and Carroll and the victim in the scenario of the child would be the age of the victim. So why does the age of the victim at all change whether or not you would vote, or whether or not you'd vote for one but not the other?
I think in the case if it was a child, it would be a lot different circumstances. I don't think he'd be running for president if it was a child.
No, again, he actually could still. If he was held civilly liable of sexually assaulting a child, he could still run.
I wouldn't vote for him.
And he wouldn't be in prison either.
I wouldn't vote for him in that case, but I probably.
Broke is still running if he was found like guilty of a fucking felony. I mean, like.
Yeah, I know, but like the point I'm making here is that again, the only difference between these two cases is not the standard of evidence and the likelihood of it being true, but it's the severity of the crime.
Well,
right?
I see.
So you're saying that it's excessively severe with the child, but it's not excessively severe with the woman. I just don't know what the relevant quality is that's different.
I didn't say either of it was. I think that's bad in all cases. I'm not advocating for. I think that should be something that.
Is it excessively bad enough insofar as that you wouldn't vote for someone in either scenario?
I mean, I don't think it's. I don't think it's right either way. But he's been in office before, and I don't know why this wasn't brought up the first time he ran for office.
Actually, it was filed in 2019.
So he was in office already.
Yes.
So I'm confused as to why he was allowed to be in office then.
Because it's a civil suit. Civil suit doesn't put him in prison.
There's only-
he actually could go to prison, be sentenced here on September 18th. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And he could be behind bars, and he could still be running for president.
Yeah, there's only one constitutionally, there's only one provision from Article 2 that makes somebody not eligible. Well, that's two, but makes somebody not eligible to be to run for president. One, you got to be a U.S. citizen, and two, or a born on American soil U.S. citizen, and two, you cannot be tried or sorry, I'm stuttering. I'm sorry. You cannot be impeached or convicted by the Senate.
That's fair enough. And I watch y'all's lives all the time, and I learn a lot about this kind of stuff from y'all. But it's just, I don't think I can vote. Like, I see videos all the time of, like, Kamala going towards her plane or whatever, and she, like, ducks reporters and stuff. And it's kind of crazy to me why she would walk past people asking her questions about what.
They do that all the time.
There
There are so many people that ask them questions that they have to walk past people, and sometimes.
But I think a lot of why do I see so many videos of, like, I'm not going to say Trump because I haven't seen a video of Trump in a long time either, but I've seen a lot of.
Let me give you an example, Cade. Right, if my entire chat is filled with questions, I'm not going to be able to answer every single question. But if I was in a live where only one person was in that live and there was one comment, right, I would actively be ignoring the comment, knowing that there's only one comment. Right, but if there are so many comments, I wouldn't be able to respond to all of them. So I'm clearly not ignoring them.
I get that, but you're not running for president, so.
I understand, but like I'm making an example. Like I think that the president doesn't talk to every reporter.
I'm not saying she has to answer every question, but it'd be nice for her to, like, actually, like, be receptive to questions.
Okay, appreciate the subscription.
Just like
so
off the, just like
what do you mean receptive to
the
questions?
It just seems like she's not willing to. I don't know how to explain this the right way. It just, I see so many videos of her just kind of like not answering questions. I don't know how to explain that better, but.
Okay, well, there are multiple scenarios where in the debates between Donald Trump and Joe Biden that he wouldn't answer like the questions.
That's fair. I only watched one of those debates, and I thought it was.
There's only one debate.
Okay, my bad. I apologize.
Stay tuned for next week. Stay tuned for next week.
Yeah.
I didn't. That whole debate was kind of more of a, let's just point out who's worse, and I feel like there wasn't a lot of great talk about what's going to be for the future of the country, but that was my point of view. It just seemed like a lot of going back and forth. So.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I don't really know what to say in response to that. Do you think women should be able to get access to abortion?
I know where you're going with this too. Like I said, I watch you and Harry a lot, so I think that should be a decision made by the woman. I don't think it's the president's decision, but I think it's the woman's decision.
Okay. So if it is the case that you think it should be up to the woman, well, then my point is, why are you voting for someone that put multiple Supreme Court justices in office, 3, with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade, which led to it being overturned, and having 1/3 of women having restricted access to abortion, and there not being federally protected access to abortion for great victims?
This topic is also like I said, how I was raised. I was raised a Christian, so that I was always taught that was not good, I guess is the word to say. So it's something I try not to get involved with.
I grew up in a Christian household as well.
Well, I know
So did Matt.
your views have changed. Mine have seemingly remained the same. So that's just the way I see things.
Yeah, I understand, but like, what was the reason why my views changed? The reason why my views changed is because I was critical thinking. Right? That's not in my scenario. I wanted to critically think. I couldn't find a justification. I couldn't find a reason that I didn't hold to the view. Right? Like, why is this religion right? Other religions are not. And Angela, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Angela in the comment section? Thank you so much.
I'm not saying that other religions are
Thank you so much, Angela.
right or wrong per se. I don't know if that's what you were kind of asking. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I was asking like, why is Christianity right, but Islam is or not?
I don't. I mean, I know it's where you come from. I can't sit here and
If the
tell
only
everyone
difference is
that-
just where you come from, well, then I don't see any good reason to believe in it.
I can't.
If you
tell
were born in a
everyone
different
that
country, you'd
it's-
be of a different religion?
I'm sorry, say that again.
If you were born in a different country, you're saying that you would be in a different religion?
If you were raised that way.
Yeah, but like, again, I was raised Christian, but I didn't end up Christian because of critical thinking.
There's nothing wrong.
So if I was placed into a different household, I would not have held to the same view. Margie, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you so much. Shani, I appreciate the subscription as well. Thank you so much.
I don't really understand what you're asking.
Like if I grew up in a different denomination, say it was Catholic rather than being non-denominational, I wouldn't have ended up Catholic. If I grew up in a Muslim household, I wouldn't have ended up Muslim.
Do you know that?
Yes.
How do you know
Based
that?
upon my critical thinking. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. And I mean in the United States, with like the cultural influence of the United States. The only difference is that like I just have a different religious view. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much.
I think that's fair enough, and I think you think that now, but I think if you started off growing up in, let's say, an Islamic household, it may be a little bit different. I can't speak for Islamic people, of course. I'm not trying to.
Well, no, but the point I'm making is that the same idea, if I had the same thought process, appreciate the subscription, thank you so much, I still would have ended up as an atheist, as it relates to those religions.
That's fair enough. I can't argue with that from you, but I'm just saying the way I was raised, the way I am now, it's not going to change like my point of view.
Sam, thank you with confetti. Okay, well, I mean, I think that there are reasons to. Like, do you think slavery's okay?
I do not think slavery is a good thing.
Do you know in Leviticus 25:44 through 46, God says you can own people as slaves and pass them to your children as inherited property for life?
I'm aware that the Bible does mention that, yes.
Okay, so if it does mention that and it was okay in that context according to the Bible, then you would say, according to your own moral view, at that time slavery was okay?
At that time, are you saying at that time point?
Yeah, you think at that time slavery was okay?
I guess not. I didn't grow up.
If you think not, well, then you just contradicted your own worldview.
That's not my worldview. That's what the Bible.
It is.
No, it's really
yeah.
not.
So you contradicted the Bible. I thought you get your morals from the Bible.
Not my entire worldview is based off the Bible.
Okay, so you can contradict the Bible. Okay, so like, someone can say they feel like fornication isn't wrong.
Fornication is not wrong.
What? Do you know what fornication is?
Yes.
Sex outside of marriage? You don't think that's wrong?
I mean, I know that people do it. I'm not going to look at someone differently because they do that.
No, I get it, but like that's obviously my worldview. But like under your own worldview, it's a sin.
I
right?
don't use the Bible strictly to be my worldview. I just take some principles that I learned growing up.
You're not a Christian.
That's not true. You can't just say that about somebody.
Jade, I'm sorry, but that's just not how Christianity works.
Sorry, what did you say my name was?
You can't just. Did I say Cade?
No, you did not, but I'll let it slide.
What did I say? I didn't mean to say that.
You said Caden.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
I heard Jade, but we're cool.
Oh,
I'm not.
I heard Caden.
I felt myself saying Jade on accident.
I'm not going to sit here and argue about that.
Yeah, I apologize. That was actually not what I meant. I did not mean to do that
No,
at
you're
all.
cool. You're cool.
That was a complete mistake.
I'm not going to sit here and yell at you like some of these people that get on here do. So.
Yeah, no, like I really didn't mean to do that. That was not intentional at all. Sorry, what were we talking about?
We were talking about Christian. You were calling me not a Christian, essentially.
Yeah, you kind of aren't.
It's
like,
not
like. Can you just like feel like murder isn't wrong?
Do you think that all people follow strictly what the Bible says? Like, do you think that's what makes you a Christian?
No, and that's why I think that they don't hold to the Christian worldview.
No,
like you don't even agree with the Christian worldview.
No Christians can strictly follow like what the stuff in the Bible says.
You're also being a non-repenting sinner then, if you don't acknowledge what's sinful.
I do acknowledge what's sinful, and fornication is sinful according to the Bible. But I'm not going to look at somebody differently in the real
Dana,
world
thank you for the subscription. Thank you, Dana.
right now because they did something like that.
No, I understand, and I don't think you should. But like, again, right? It's sinful under your own worldview.
I can see what you're talking about, but I don't agree with that. That my worldview has to be, because like the world is.
So you don't agree with you don't get your morality from the Bible.
I think
So then here's my question: if you can dispute that, why don't you dispute resurrection?
See, I don't know how to dispute that. I don't know I don't know if you're trying to dig me into a hole here, but I don't know what like stuff about the Bible specifically. I was just raised a Christian on Christian quote unquote values.
So you don't even know if Jesus resurrected?
I know that's what the Bible says.
You don't accept that?
I do accept that.
Okay, so why do you accept that?
Because it's what the Bible says, and I know you're gonna go back. I know.
Cade. It's you accept it because it's what the Bible says, but I just gave you a scenario where the Bible says that something is wrong and you don't believe it's wrong.
No, I do.
So that's just like
I said I do believe it's wrong, but I can't. What do you want me to do? Go back and rewrite the Bible?
No, I would say you probably shouldn't hold to the view, actually. Like, if you don't want to change your moral perspective there, you don't want to think slavery is okay at any point in time, right? Don't hold to the Bible.
I suppose, but
like that's the easy determination. Like, if you know for sure that it is the case that slavery is wrong, then like obviously you wouldn't hold to the view. Jay, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I'm trying not to dig myself deeper into a hole here. I get what you're saying, and I'm acknowledging right now. I can see how I'm kind of slipping up here, but I don't think any Christians in today's society necessarily their worldview is strictly off what the Bible says. I'm not speaking for every Christian.
Yeah. So, again, you should say if you hold to the view, you should uphold the values, right?
I think it's just hard to say that. Like, as a Christian, I should say yes, of course, but it's harder said than done.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's easy.
I don't know what you mean.
I said the wrong thing. I don't. Dude, I'm tired. I'm sorry. You're catching me. I'm gonna admit it, but I'd rather not talk about Christianity.
It's fun. It's fun. I just hope you question that. Like, I outside of the political lives, I do religious type lives where I talk to people about their religious views. I grew up in a Christian conservative household. I grew up Christian, right? I was Christian for a huge portion of my life, and I wanted it to be true really badly. I do, right? But like, I can't make sense of the worldview, and I think that it's really important that we critically think, because the only way that we can actually unify is if we critically think, right? The only way that there's progressive change in this society is if we critically think. And instead of just accepting the things that we grew up with, that we were culturally ingrained into us.
I agree with
Jim,
you.
thank you for the description.
I agree that critical thinking is a thing. It's just, there's a lot of things that like I said, I'm not too big on politics. As I've gotten older, it's been harder to keep up with Christianity. I guess I could consider myself a Christian because I grew up that way. It's harder to be super involved in Christianity because there's so much other stuff going on right now.
Sure. All right. Well, actually, I mean, well, I could ask you a few more questions here. I got only 4 more minutes left anyway.
Cool.
So, how do you feel about Trump's economic policies? Like, where most of the tax cuts go to people who are richer?
That's something I genuinely can't talk about. I'm only 22. I don't really make that much money. I take out a lot of loans for school. I've only had one job, so I'm not like rich, so that doesn't really affect me at all.
So wouldn't you want like your taxes to go down? Wouldn't you want like you to be helped as a college student? You know, maybe like make college more affordable or help with student loan debt?
I don't. So I've actually gotten like stuff about that. I don't really understand how the Biden, is it like the Biden like student loan forgiveness? Is that a thing that he does? I think it is. But
The only thing holding that back right now is the Supreme Court.
what can you detail me what that says?
Like what says?
Like what is the student loan? Like what is he trying to get? I guess it's passed. What's he trying to get passed?
He wants to like reduce the effect of student loan debt on like people. Like it's not necessarily paying for everything, but it is wiping. Or I think, like what was the total percent? Matt, do you know the total percent?
Yeah, the original one that got struck down was $10,000. $20,000. For each person forgiveness. I think it went down to $10 for like a certain type of loan, but like it basically was like $20,000 of loan forgiveness for all people, like across the board. And then when that was struck down, then he tried other things. So he tried targeting it to certain groups. He tried to do it via different repayment methods, and on each thing that like he did, courts have challenged it and either struck it down or have stayed it. So
it's for anyone under 125k income.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
So you're saying that I would get all of it? Wouldn't be all of
You get 20k. Yeah.
I mean, depending on how many how much student loans you have, but like under the original plan, you would have got $20,000 just wiped off.
I mean, yeah, but that really, I mean, it does, 20K is a lot of money, and that would help, but it really wouldn't put that big of a dent in my.
Well, but also too, it's not just about forgiveness. Democrats in general, but Biden and Harris also want to restructure how you pay for it, so that you're paying less for interest, and you're actually paying to the goal of either forgiveness or to have it paid off, so that you don't have to go. So like, for example, I have a student loan too, and I pay a low amount. Well, right now I'm in forbearance because because the government's being sued. But when I was paying, it was a low amount because it was based off income, and you can choose how you want to pay it off. And so Democrats are the ones who want to expand those options for you, whereas Republicans just want you to pay it back. Like, they just say pay it back, and they don't really give a shit like whether or not you have an interest rate that's so goddamn high that you end up paying on it, but yet you actually owe more than you had at the beginning. So
okay, I do have to get going now, though.
Okay. Well, thank you, Parker, for having me up. Really, I really appreciate it. And thank you to everybody here. Thank you all so much. I did make a Amazon wish list. People were tagging about it. I'll put that in my link tree. No one has to do it, but it's there in case you want to look. But thank you all so much for being here. And thank you, Cade. Thank you, Parker. And have a great night, everybody. Bye-bye.
I'll make one comment before you go.
Go for it.
I saw someone in your chat tell me to keep listening to you, Matt, and Dean. I just want to say that I feel like Dean leads a lot with emotion. I feel like Parker does not lead a lot with emotion. Dean gets in a lot of screaming battles, so that's why I don't really listen to him a lot. But that's just.
Well, if you prefer listening to me, you can listen to me. And either way, right? Like, the point is that you're getting access to information.
It was Parker, Dean, or Dean. Yeah, Parker, Dean, or Matt. So you can listen to all three of us. You can listen to just Parker, just Dean, just me, or none of us. So just choose one that you like, and then you can go, and learn from that.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Bye, Cade. Bye, Parker. Have a good one. Bye.
Right, peace out.
Yeah. Bye, dude.
Peace out, both of y'all. All right. I have to get off, y'all. I love y'all so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming on tonight. Follow me right now real quick. We need 8 followers, so 8 new people who haven't followed yet. Follow real quick, because we're about to hit 1,000 for the day. Do that real quick, please. Click it. I love y'all so much. Is there someone I can raid real quick? There's someone I can raid real quick. Let me see if I can help someone out real quick. Let's see. Who's live, chat? Who's live? I don't know. I can't find it. All right. Okay, I think I'm just gonna. Kenzie. If Kenzie's live, everyone go to Kenzie. Look up Miss Kenzie. Let me see if I can find her real quick. And also, we hit 1K. Hey, based. Yes, everyone go to. Go to Kenzie's if you see her. Yeah, go. Look up Miss Kenzie, spam Parker raid, spam Parker, or go to the dude. You can look up either or. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. Peace out, y'all.